Tonight, a fight is about to erupt, and with it, an opportunity to pocket 200 taels. I open my system panel to assess my abilities, a 9th rank cultivator with perfected martial arts skills and an array of secret techniques at my disposal. Each skill is a stepping stone, my ticket to ascend to the 8th rank after this deal is done. The excitement surges within me. I am not merely a spectator in this game but a player poised to rise. Jiangzhou. It was the season of plum rain, and a light drizzle persisted. Late at night, the largest brothel in Jiangzhou City, Lucian Pavilion, was still alive with activity. The air was thick with the scent of powder mingling with the aroma of wine, accompanied by the sounds of stringed instruments and the soft whispers of beautiful women. It felt as if the immortals had descended and were lost in revelry, oblivious to the human world around them. Across from Lucian Pavilion, I sat in a restaurant, observing every movement at its entrance without blinking. I was thin, but my eyes were sharp, like lightning, as if I could pierce through this earthly paradise. Dressed in black with a simple wooden hairpin in my hair, I blended in, appearing unremarkable. As the night deepened, I couldn't help but smirk slightly, taking a sip of the now cold strong tea. In less than half an hour, a fight was about to break out, and I would pocket another 200 taels. Open the panel, I thought, my mind diving into my status. Host, Jiaozhu Cultivation, 9th rank martial arts, chasing stars and moons, perfect, Taiching Yuxuan Sutra, 2nd level, secret techniques, Tang Sec secret techniques. Weapons/Tang Sec secret techniques. Poison. Disguise technique. Turtle breathing technique God of wealth points, 200. After closing the panel, I rolled my neck, feeling the tension ease. Once this deal was done, I'd be able to reach the 8th rank, no matter how poorly it turned out. Yes, I wasn't from this world. 2 years ago, my hometown was demolished, leaving me with a house and nearly 5 million. It was a sudden windfall. Like many who come into wealth, I indulged, drinking the nights away until a 4-wheel drive car sent me flying. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this strange new world. After waking up, I quickly realized that this world was anything but ordinary. It resembled ancient China in many ways, but on just the 3rd day of my arrival, I witnessed someone effortlessly flying over a river dozens of meters wide using only their toes. In all of Chinese history spanning 5,000 years, I had never encountered such a formidable master. It was clear, I had entered a realm of extraordinary martial arts. That day marked the awakening of my system. Without it, given my weak body that would throw up after running just 1,000 meters, I wouldn't stand a chance in this world. I would be doomed to start over. The rules of the system were straightforward. 1 tael of silver equated to 10 God of wealth points. These points could be used to purchase various items from the system mall, including skills, weapons, and poisons. Every day, 5 special items would refresh, but there were no advanced scientific inventions available, so forget about buying an AK-47. A crucial aspect of the system was its recognition function. The silver exchanged for God of wealth points had to be earned through honest labor. Stealing, robbing, or engaging in corruption was strictly prohibited. Given these unchangeable rules, I carefully considered my options and found that I had only 3 paths available. Becoming an official. Starting a business. Farming. I quickly ruled out farming. Not only would hard work yield little profit, but I also didn't own any land to farm. Becoming an official seemed even more impossible. The court's power dynamics were incredibly complex and chaotic, with constant shifts between factions. Navigating such tangled relationships was beyond me. If I had the ability to manage that, I could easily grow rich through other means. Plus, I couldn't pass the imperial examination. The exams in this world were notoriously difficult. The 4 books and 5 classics felt like a foreign language. Every word was familiar, yet they became incomprehensible when pieced together. In conclusion, the only viable option left for me was to start a business. The year I first ventured into the restaurant business, I faced numerous challenges. Not only did I receive benefits from various local officials under different pretexts, but I also had to deal with daily troubles caused by competitors. As a result, I found myself not making much money and feeling utterly exhausted. From that experience, I learned an important lesson: running a business without capital while trying to make quick profits is not as straightforward as it seems. I realized that if others are in trouble, in need, and willing to pay, I should step in to help. Of course, most people involved in such dealings are hired for nefarious purposes, while only a rare few, like myself, might escort stolen goods into the city. I still remember my first encounter in this line of work. It happened by chance when a poor young lady was forced to become a concubine for a butcher who sold meat. She was clearly reluctant and sought out my help. At that time, I was a city surveyor, often seen as a street scoundrel. It was a warm day with a gentle breeze lifting her skirt, revealing her long legs. She offered me 20 taels of silver, looking both delicate and desperate. I couldn't bring myself to refuse her plea for help, especially since life had already weighed heavily on my shoulders. That night, I followed the drunken butcher and, seizing the moment, I strangled him from behind until he stopped moving. The next day, I heard the news that took me by surprise. The butcher had indeed been strangled, but it turned out it was due to his own drunkenness. He lost his balance and fell into the river. He was a terrible swimmer, and through a series of unfortunate coincidences, he drowned. Fortunately, the girl believed I was responsible for the butcher's demise and paid me according to our agreement. This incident filled me with a deep sense of humiliation, akin to an impotent man watching his wife bring home a baby. From that moment on, I vowed to excel in this business and ensure that such a thing would never happen again. After this incident, the system unlocked my novice gift package, a space of about 200 square meters, perfect for honing my skills in chasing stars and catching the moon. I also acquired disguise techniques, the turtle breathing technique, and Tangmen double skills at a special discount mall using God of Wealth points, which cost me 20 taels. Since then, I dedicated myself to mastering assassination techniques, constantly learning from my mistakes in practice. I took full advantage of my strengths and various techniques outlined in the Future Markets Guide, tailoring different services for each client to ensure their comfort and confidence while being mindful of my colleagues. Over the course of a year, I gradually developed my own system. I used carrier pigeons to receive orders, changed my appearance to meet clients, gathered information about targets and deposits, and then, through personal observation, crafted service plans, completed tasks, and finally settled accounts to collect the remaining balance. Thanks to this process, I not only earned enough silver to purchase the Taichin Yushu Sutra but also upgraded it to the second level through the system mall. My cultivation level was further enhanced by the system's elixirs, allowing me to successfully reach the 9th grade, which is considered the gateway to martial arts. During this year, I also learned that the martial arts in this world are divided into 9 grades, with the Taoist 9 being the ultimate threshold. With my thoughts gathered, I remained fixated on the entrance of Lucian Tower. After midnight, I spotted a short, plump man dressed in extravagant clothes stumbling out, drunkenly embracing 2 unaccompanied individuals. A carriage driver quickly jumped down from the nearby carriage to assist him inside. This short, rotund figure was my target, Wu Xian, the youngest son of the Wu family, known as the 5th young master. The 5 sons of the Wu family prided themselves on upholding virtues like loyalty, filial piety, courtesy, righteousness, and trustworthiness. Yet, as I observed Wu Xian, I couldn't help but feel disdain. None of those values seemed to apply to him or his brothers. They had all earned a reputation that contradicted their family's ideals. As the carriage started to roll away, I slipped out of the restaurant and trailed it through the shadows. 200 taels, I'm coming for you. He. The carriage was running very fast, and it had turned several streets in a blink of an eye. Zhao Ju was also following closely behind. His perfect top-level Qinggong chasing stars and catching the moon was not only fast, but also almost silent when landing. Seeing that the carriage was about to enter another brothel street, Zhao Ju no longer waited. He swung his right hand and shot a flying needle that was poisoned and hit the horse's neck. At the same time, he threw several flying stones with his left hand and drove the horse to the alley on the left. The driver was too late to hold the mad horse. The horse turned around and ran into the alley in pain. Zhao Ju took out the mask from the space and put it on his face. He followed the carriage not far away. When the horse died of poison, it was time to harvest. The carriage swayed forward for half a quarter of an hour, and the horse finally died of poison. When the horse fell, it was taken to the carriage at the same time. The driver jumped out of the carriage first. Before he could react, Zhao, who was following closely behind, had thrown dozens of poison needles, flying knives, and iron beads. The driver had no time to resist, and dozens of hidden weapons hit his face, killing him instantly. Zhao Ju was not in a hurry, just waiting for Wu Xian to get out of the carriage. The world is dangerous. Can you believe that a man named Wu Xian is honest? Besides, he is not an honest person. The two sides were deadlocked, and Zhao Ju threw 2 flying knives, poison needles, iron beads, and poison bags into the carriage from time to time. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. There were a lot of hidden weapons in the space, and this alley was remote, so almost no one would come. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Xian in the carriage finally couldn't stand it, and his internal energy was vibrated, shattering the carriage, and standing with a sword on his back. But his short and fat figure didn't look like an immortal carrying a sword to save ordinary people, but like an old turtle with his limbs tied up. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ju couldn't help it. What are you laughing at, you bastard? I've been trained strictly. I won't laugh unless I can't help it. You bastard, I'll fuck you. Wu Xian made a sword flower and rushed over with his sword. Zhao stepped on his heels and fell back, throwing out hidden weapons with both hands one after another, forcing Wu Xian to stop. Wu Xian hurriedly waved his sword to block various hidden weapons, stepped back 3 steps, and cursed him as a despicable villain. Just when Wu Xian's old strength was gone and his new strength had not yet been born, more than 10 flying knives had followed closely. Although he wanted to block them at this time, it was impossible to block them all. 2 flying knives tore through Wu Xian's sword net and hit his chest. Wu Xian suddenly felt weak all over, and naturally understood that the flying knives were poisoned. Before he could seal the acupuncture points, 5 flying needles pierced his neck fiercely, and took him to the ground. Zhao saw Wu Xian fall to the ground, and he calmly added a few flying needles. After confirming that he had lost his fighting power, he slowly walked towards him. 10 steps away from Wu Xian, Zhao slowly stopped, took out the abacus from the space, and smiled and said, "Master Wu, I will serve you wholeheartedly. You know who I am, and you dare to kill me? My uncle is a captain of the Jinyui. How much money they give you, I will give double, no, 3 times. Wu Xian turned around with difficulty and said to Zhao, "That won't work. I can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. What's more, I just got a little famous, and I have to rely on this to support my family." After a pause, Zhao continued, "So, after you die, I still have to check it out. It costs 20 taels to keep your face intact, 50 taels to not destroy the body, 50 taels to send it back to the Wu family, and 20 taels to help you report to the authorities. If you need a coffin and a cemetery, you need to pay extra money. Do you think you can accept it?" Zhao quoted the price while calculating the abacus, and the more he looked at Wu Xian, the more he liked him. Wu Xian laughed, not knowing what he was thinking, but he took out a banknote from his pocket, spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and said weakly, 200 taels, send me back to the Wu family intact, cough, can you let me be a clear-headed ghost? I don't know who wants to kill you. Zhao Ju helplessly spread his hands, really didn't know what to do. Who are you? Me? I'm just a believer. What do you believe in? Wu Xian asked doubtfully. I believe in the evil and omnipotent money cult. I never dare not do what my leader tells me to do. The food I eat and the house I live in are all provided to me by my leader. I can only say yes to what he tells me to do, never no. My leader's name is money. Okay, let's go, I have to go back and report to my leader. Zhao Ju said, and 3 flying knives were inserted into Wu Xian's left chest, right chest, and throat respectively. Wu Xian struggled a few times, panting like a bellows, and died in a short while. Seeing that Wu Xian was completely motionless, Zhao took out a sack, picked up the banknotes on the ground, and carefully put Wu Xian into the sack, muttering, "Dust returns to dust, and the wrong souls and evil ghosts return to Nai. May Jesus and Muhammad bless you, don't come to me, may the infinite Amitabha Buddha and the Salam Ali Gongmen be blessed." Wu's lobby. At this time, the lights were bright, and all 3 generations of the Wu family were there. In the center of the lobby was the body of Wu Xian, with his face intact and his body intact. The previous generation of the Wu family sat in the upper seat. Mr. Wu is already 86 years old this year, and he has long lost his youth. His skin is like dry bark, and his face is wrinkled one after another, but his eyes are bright and energetic. Looking at the body of his favorite grandson, his eyes are full of viciousness. "Have you told Tingning?" the old man asked, his voice hoarse but clear. "I've asked the 3rd brother to go to the capital overnight." The current head of the family, Wu Tingyan, responded, his voice full of hatred. "Investigate. Even if we have to turn Jiangzhou upside down, we must find the assassin. Anyone who is related to this matter, kill them. They dare to touch my grandson before I die. If I die, these people will dig up the ancestral graves of my Wu family." Old Master Wu held the teacup and almost roared. It's okay that his favorite grandson died inexplicably, but he also placed the body at the door of the Wu family. Isn't this a provocation? The Wu family has been a big family for more than 100 years. Even the prefect and the governor have to give some face. Now that something like this has happened, how can the old man not be angry? Unlike the tense atmosphere of the Wu family, Zhao, the instigator, was sitting in the restaurant, eating noodles and drinking leisurely. He just earned 200 taels, and there were still 200 taels after the final account, which is 400 taels, 4,000 God of Wealth points, which can't be spent, and can't be spent at all. I looked at the special offers refreshed by the system. 1. Juxian sword formation, consists of Juxian, Luxian, Xianxian, Juxian and Juxian formation diagrams. Once the formation is formed, even saints can be killed. Special price, 99 Jinkaishin points. Damn it! 2. A trace of chaos energy, left over when Pango created the world, containing a trace of opportunity to become a saint. Special price, 50 Jinkaishin points. A plant. 3. Asura phase, Buddhist horizontal training method. After practicing, one can be fearless of water and fire, cold and heat, and after perfection, one can condense the Asura Dharma phase and become a saint in the flesh. Special price, 600 million Kaishin points. Still can't afford it. 4. Dapeng inner pill, contains Dapeng's lifelong cultivation, free to roam the 4 continents and 6 realms. Special price, 2 billion Kaishin points. Good. 5. The fire eyes and golden pupils. Fighting Buddha was refined in the alchemy furnace of Taishan Laojun, which can see through the illusions of the world and investigate evil demons and monsters. Special price, 100 million God of Wealth points. Eunuchs go to brothels, but they can only be seen but not used. It is better to buy it at the original price, 1000 God of Wealth points. 2 bottles of Peiyuan pills, 5 pills in a bottle. 2 bottles are just enough to upgrade to the 8th grade. 500 God of Wealth points. Taiching Yushu Sutra is upgraded to the 3rd level. 8 Peiyuan pills are taken, and it is just upgraded to the 8th grade. Open the panel. Host, Jiaojiu Cultivation, 8th grade Martial Arts, Chasing Stars and Catching the Moon, perfect. Taiching Yushu Sutra, 3rd level, Secret Techniques, Tang Sect Secret Technique. Weapon/Tang Sect Secret Technique. Poison. Disguise Technique. Turtle Breathing Technique. God of Wealth points, 700 up to the 8th grade. Jiaojiu changed into a human skin mask and waited for the final payment. Noon the next day. Zhao woke up from the bed, took out the clothes he had prepared long ago from the space, transformed himself into an old man, and ate a bowl of noodles. Drinking tea and waiting for the final payment. About a quarter of an hour later, a pigeon flew in from the window and took off the note tied to the pigeon's foot. It read, "A ruined temple outside the city, in a dry well. I changed my entire outfit for nothing. It took some time to put on a new human skin mask and clothes." He transformed from an octogenarian into a rich young man who went on an outing. Check out, take the horse, and ride away. At the ruined temple outside the city, Zhao had already received the final payment. His God of Wealth points increased by 2,000, and the feeling of endless money came to his mind again. Calm down, I'm a kid, we've seen the world, stay alert and let's see what the system does. Zhao is from Bianzhou. After killing people and receiving the money, he goes home to rest. When it comes to work, there is no such thing as working as a cow or a horse, let alone the nature of my job, which is to maintain human harmony. If you work every day, wouldn't there be no harmony between people? How about disharmony? Violates the core values of socialism. Zhao then rushed to Bianzhou. I, Mr. Zhao, travel all over the country and rely on interpersonal relationships. Not only do I have to eat, drink and have fun, but I also need snow, moon, wind and flowers. Ma, write a poem, you need wind, you need meat, you need hot pot, you need fog, you need beautiful women, you need donkeys. Hiss, without culture and pursuits, do you want to be a horse all your life? After 3 days of wind and rain, we finally returned home. Zhao Ju's house is on the mountain in a small village outside Bianzhou city. When he first came to this world, he still had a few acres of land. Later, he lost everything in business. Walking through the path shaded by green trees, opening the wooden door, feeling the breath of home, your heart gradually calms down. Home is the harbor of the soul, even if it is just a straw nest. For the next 3 days, Zhao enjoyed life peacefully, fishing, barbecuing, and riding horses on the plains. He must have all the fun in life. At midnight on the 5th day, the sound of a night owl broke through the dense plum rain, and Zhao opened the door and walked out. The dark owl fell into Zhao Ju's hand. After taking off the bamboo tube on Yi Zhao's leg, there was only a note inside. On the 8th day of the 8th lunar month, there was a Yin temple outside Linen City. Let the night owl fly, throw the note into the stove, and drink tea leisurely. Night owl is Zhao Ju's unique way of accepting business. He puts the information in the bamboo tube on night owl's leg, and night owl will naturally find Zhao Ju. If he accepts the business, the note will not be put back into the bamboo tube. Otherwise, it means don't take this business. The closing payment is also done in the same way. The information is transmitted through the night owl, and the balance is placed at the designated location. After receiving the money, the Diabolo tube flies back. Although this method is complicated and inefficient, it is safe. You only meet with the employer, eliminating the need for further contact with middlemen, and the security is greatly improved. In the world of martial arts, there are many middlemen who help people do things. As long as they have enough money, they can buy anything. These middlemen teamed up with each other to protect themselves. Over time, they formed a huge group, and this is how the famous ghost market in the world developed. On the 7th day of the lunar month, the rainy season begins to break. Guanyin Temple is said to be outside Linen City, but it is still a long way away from Linen City. Zhao came to the Guanyin Temple one day early, put on a beggar's version of a human skin mask, and limped into the Guanyin Temple wearing rags and a bamboo stick. The Guanyin Temple is very dilapidated. The stone statue of Guanyin is headless and covered with moss. Most of the roof tiles are broken. The yellow grass on the ground is wet. None of the windows are intact. There are several piles of fire ash underground. It seems that there are people living here, but during the rainy season, we have no choice but to change the location. Outside the Guanyin Temple, there is a lush forest. Zhao silently thought about his escape route in his mind. Then he changed his outfit and transformed himself into a scholar who went out for an outing. After surveying the woods and laying many traps along the planned route, after everything was arranged properly, I walked back to the ruined temple, found dry branches, and made a fire to cook. This set of processes is summarized and improved after 1 year of practice. The world is dangerous and it is necessary to be on guard against others. How do you know whether the person looking for you is a customer, an enemy, a killer? What is the most important thing? Be cautious, be cautious, be cautious. 1 day passed in a hurry. It was the 8th day of the lunar month, Haishur. Zhao extinguished the flame and sat in the darkness waiting silently. Within a few minutes, a tall man walked into the Guanyin Temple. The man was covered with a black scarf, wearing a bamboo hat, and was dressed in black. When he saw Zhao sitting on the ground, he frowned and said, "Your Excellency, Ghost Market." "Kill someone for me," the man said. 200 taels. The man took out a bag of silver from his arms and threw it directly in front of Zhao. "This 100 taels is the deposit. Who do you want to kill?" Zhao said hoarsely. The imperial envoy, Zhang Ruhai. Zhao took out his abacus and said slowly, "Who? Don't you know that Zhang Ruhai is an imperial envoy and an official of the imperial court? People like you still care about a scholar," the man said with a smile. Zhao slowly adjusted his abacus and said, "What I mean is, we need to add more money. Killing a minister is not an easy matter. For 2,000 taels, there is no negotiation." After saying that, he dialed a few beads on the abacus. "In addition to my adventure bonus, do I need to destroy the body, eliminate traces, and silence the entourage? These will cost extra, as well as my travel expenses, carriage expenses, loss expenses, etc., plus 2,000 taels. You have to give me 2,300 taels for this business. Since you invited me, you have to pay whether I do it or not," Zhao added. The man was silent for a while, then slowly said, 1,300 taels as a deposit, no need to destroy the body and kill the entourage. In 15 days, Zhang Ruhai will enter Jianzhou, and I don't want him to arrive in Huzhou alive. After the words fell, 2 silver bills fell in front of Zhao, and Zhao put the silver bills and the bag of silver into the space, and disappeared in front of the man in an instant. "My lord, just rest assured to collect the body for the imperial envoy." Killing the imperial envoy, MD, is really bold, let alone the governor. "I'm afraid the cabinet can't cover this matter." Linen Group hid the former prince in Jianzhou? Damn, it's too little, or young. Next time start with 10,000 taels. You have to understand the psychology of these rich people. He can spend 1,000 taels, he can add another 9,000 taels. With the internal energy agitated, Zhao ran for a moment before stopping. 1,300 taels must be guarded. The consciousness sank into the system and exchanged for 13,000 God of Wealth points. Taichin Yushu Sutra, upgrade 2 levels. It's spoiled, and it's upgraded to another level, so willful. Tang Sect Secret Technique. Method, buy. Pei Yuan Pill, buy 10 bottles. Tian Yuan Sword Art, buy. Balian Tang Sword, buy. Juxian Sword Formation, look, I can't afford it. After a lot of shopping, 13,700 God of Wealth points turned into 200 God of Wealth points. Fortunately, Tang Sect Secret Technique. Method and Tian Yuan Sword Art are on sale, otherwise this shopping would have turned into a negative number. 3 Tang Sect Secret Techniques are combined into a new secret technique, Tang Sect Mysterious. Thousands of flowers and blooms. After careful experience, Tang Sect Mysterious is many times more wonderful than Tang Sect Secret Technique. 2,000 God of Wealth points, worth it. It turns out that Tang Sek's secret technique is just the basics, alas, capital. But at least there is a close combat technique, and it's not a problem to always throw hidden weapons. As long as there are enough Peiyuan pills, the 4th grade is just a matter of time. Zhao murmured. After eating 2 Peiyuan pills, he ran the star-chasing and moon-catching skill and walked towards Linen. The road ahead is tortuous, but the future is bright. On the official road outside Jianzhou City, a carriage was moving slowly forward, and it was Zhao Jiu sitting in the carriage. Zhao Jiu took a deep breath and his body gradually relaxed. After 5 days of continuous Peiyuan Dan, he finally reached the 6th level. Jianzhou was also in sight. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. Open the panel. Post, Zhao Jiu Cultivation, 6th level Martial Arts, Chasing the Stars and the Moon, Perfect, Taiching Yushu Sutra, 6th level, Tianyuan Sword Technique, Entry, Secret Technique, Tangmen Xuanqi. Thousands of flowers and stamens. Disguise Technique. Turtle Breathing Technique. God of Wealth Points, 100 on the way. He used 100 God of Wealth Points to buy a bottle of healing medicine Baiyu Xingji Dan from the special offer. For some reason, he didn't feel good about this business trip. He always felt uneasy when he said he would give more than 1,000 taels. Sir, we're in Jianzhou. The coachman lifted the curtain and interrupted Zhao Jiu's thoughts. After jumping off the carriage, Zhao paid the silver happily, stood on the official road, and looked around carefully. There were green trees on both sides of the official road, and the road was wide, so people coming could be seen clearly. He jumped to the highest tree and looked around. There were not many people within a few miles, which was an excellent assassination position. But Zhao didn't want to act here. The imperial envoy came to such a barren place, it was impossible for him to go on a picnic. He must be inspecting a major case in the local area. In this case, local officials must have received the news in advance and went out of the city to welcome him. Not to mention killing an imperial envoy in front of hundreds of people, just talking about getting out of hundreds of people after killing them. Not to mention the 6th rank, even if the 1st rank is not specialized in Qingdong, it is estimated that the possibility is not great. Warriors are not invincible. In a formation of hundreds of people, if they are exhausted in one breath, they are no different from lambs to be slaughtered. After admiring the scenery of the southern country for a while, he silently weighed the route of the imperial envoy into the city, and estimated when he would arrive in the city. If he can't kill him outside the city, he can only do it where he lives. Thinking of this, Zhao didn't hesitate and went into the city to find an inn to replenish his energy. During this period, he made 3 new human skin masks and bought new clothes of different styles. This assassination required a large number of human skin masks, and many identities had to be abandoned. Even all his previous identities had to be consumed. He had to change his face and return to the arena. Killing the imperial envoy is not an easy job. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On July 26, Jianzhou City became lively. The imperial envoy Zhang Ruhai arrived as promised, and the hunting began. Zhao put on clothes and human skin masks, dressed himself up as an apprentice in a cloth shop, followed the flow of people, and looked at Zhang Ruhai. Zhang Ruhai sat on a tall horse. At a glance, he was at least 7 feet tall, middle-aged, wearing a red official robe with a tiger embroidered on the patch, a black gauze official hat, a golden leather and jade pendant, eagle eyes, sword eyebrows, a big nose, a white face and no beard. He looked gentle and looked like a civil servant, but the patch was that of a down-to-earth 3rd-rank military officer. A 3rd-rank military officer is either General Jinwei or General Jinfu. If it were modern times, he would be a major general at the ministerial level. How could such a person come to such a place? It's unreasonable. A 3rd-rank military officer is an imperial envoy. Is the old emperor crazy? Zhao Ju thought to himself, but his face was calm. Hey, have you heard? This time, it's General Jinfu, the 3rd rank. It was General Jiang who put down the Yin Yun rebellion. He was so brave. Who said it wasn't? He put down the rebellion in Xuanfu and impeached corrupt officials. He is such a good official. I heard that Lord Jiang is still alone. Ah, I don't like you. Who knows? Zhao listened to people's teasing and followed Zhang Ruhai silently until Zhang Ruhai walked into the state government office. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao monitored Zhang Ruhai's every move in the dark, and sorted out key information step by step. Zhang Ruhai lived in the backyard of the government office, had no followers, did not take many actions in the government office, and there were usually only 4 people at the front door except the gatekeeper. These 4 people had disordered breath and low strength, but the state government office was close to the school lieutenant office. Once they took action, the state government guards would arrive within 2 minutes. It's not easy to kill him. Zhao Ju sighed. This deal must be done as soon as possible, otherwise it would be a waste of time if Zhang Ruhai left. After observing for a while, he decided to do it tonight. According to the sky, it would rain tonight, which was the best time to do it. At night, the night watchman rang the first watch. Jumped down the window and started to act. In the misty drizzle, Zhao Ju touched the backyard wall of the state government office, put his ear against the wall, and ran the tortoise breathing technique to the extreme. When there was no movement in the yard, Zhao Ju used light skills and jumped into the yard. In the pavilion in the yard, Zhang Ruhai was drinking tea and reading a book peacefully. When he saw Zhao Ju come in, he put down the book, poured a cup of tea, pushed it forward, and said, "Sit down." Although Zhao Ju was confused, he still sat opposite Zhang Ruhai and raised his cup to drink tea. The two were like friends who had not seen each other for many years. They didn't talk, just added tea and drank tea. After finishing a pot of tea, Zhang Ruhai said, "Brother, you have been following me for 3 days. You don't just want to drink tea with me, do you?" "Of course not, I want to borrow something from Lord Zhang." "Oh? What do you want to borrow?" Zhang Ruhai put down the teacup and asked curiously. "Borrow Lord Zhang's life." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out various hidden weapons in his hands. "Brother, you are greedy. You drank my good tea, but you want my life?" Zhang Ruhai waved his hands, released his internal energy, and blocked the flying hidden weapons. 5th grade, Zhao was secretly surprised. He had provoked a tough guy. No wonder he gave more than 1,000 taels as soon as he said so. Just when he was distracted, Zhang Ruhai took advantage of the force to jump up, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Zhao Ju. Zhao Ju took out the Tang sword from the space, and several hidden weapons shot out. He held the sword on his back and swung it. Zhang Ruhai was also an old man. He dodged the hidden weapon sideways, gathered his strength with both hands, and took Zhao Ju's sword. Zhao Ju's sword force had not yet been exhausted, and he hurriedly stepped on the ground to gain strength, took 2 steps back, and dodged Zhang Ruhai's sweeping leg. Zhang Ruhai had been in the army for a long time, so he naturally knew that he could not give Zhao Ju a breath, so he changed his claws into palms and used his strength. At this time, Zhao Ju's old energy was gone, and the new energy had not yet been born. There was no way to dodge. He could only put away the Tang sword, gather his strength in his hands, and fight with Zhang Ruhai. With the help of Zhang Ruhai's palm power, he turned over the wall, threw out a flying needle with his backhand, and then fled. Turning left and right all the way, he finally escaped back to the inn during the second shift. Sitting on the bed, he took a white jade regenerating pill and used his strength to dispel the remaining internal energy in the meridians. 5th rank, or a 5th rank with most of his body sticking into the 4th rank. If it weren't for his good Xingdong, he would have almost died at the hands of Zhang Ruhai. Thinking of this, Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. He thought that people were mentally ill for not bringing their entourage guards, but he didn't expect that it was his own brain that was wrong. Sure enough, those who could become high officials were not mediocre. He took off the human skin mask and threw it into the stove together with his clothes. Looking at the sparks, he thought about the shortcomings of this assassination. Zhao sighed. It was estimated that the person who hired the murderer didn't know that Zhang Ruhai was a 5th rank master, and thought he was just a general with great achievements. A 5th rank master plus a 3rd rank general cannot be killed by hiring a murderer for 2,000 taels of silver. Zhao took a few Peiyuan pills and could only barely enter the 5th rank. For the 6th rank, let alone killing Zhang Ruhai in 2/4 of an hour, it would be difficult to get close to him if he was on guard. There are 9 levels in martial arts, and each level above the 7th level is a different level. Zhao Ju is not the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, and he does not have the ability to kill people across levels. Moreover, this rash assassination has already alerted the enemy, and it is impossible to get close to him so easily again. He can only enter the 5th level first and then make plans. After blowing out the candle, Zhao Ju lay on the bed and thought about the assassination plan. For 3 days in a row, Zhao barely left the inn and kept taking Yuan Dan in his room. The effect of white jade muscle pill is outstanding, and I can recover almost immediately before dawn. What is now in front of him is a severe choice: either enter the 5th level, kill Zhang Ruhai with all his strength, and then the foundation will be unstable, and he will rest for at least half a month. The process is not hard, the choice is. Zhao cherished his life and chose the former. For 3 days, 1 Peiyuan pill entered his body one after another, and finally reached the 5th level on the night of the 3rd day. The moment he entered the 5th level, his meridians were on fire, the internal energy was surging all over his body, his veins were popping up, and he was sweating like rain. This is the side effect of forcibly breaking through the realm. The meridians are not familiar with the power of too much, and the inner energy is like a rushing river. It does not care whether the river embankment is strong enough. Everyone has a first time. After adjusting his breath for half an hour, he finally suppressed the rioting inner energy. Fortunately, the Taiching Jade Su Jing is gentle, and the two people who practice the explosive skills are now far away from going crazy even if they don't go crazy. Thanks to Dafa, I almost killed myself now. I'm so stupid, really, I only know those 1,300 tails, I'm really stupid, really. Zhao held the edge of the bed and transformed into Mrs. Xinglin. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. We have no choice but to do it. The longer it takes, the greater the chance of internal energy backlash. There is no plan. Let's take a gamble tonight. If it doesn't work, we'll hide for a month. After being mentally prepared, Zhao put on a human skin mask and nightclothes, and quietly waited for the second update. Bang bang, the second drum beat sounded. Zhao jumped down from the window and walked towards the backyard of the yamen of the state capital with ease. Just like 3 days ago, I pressed my ears against the wall, activated my turtle breathing technique, and quietly felt the movement in the yard. Going all out means going all out, but doing it in a dull manner is stupid. When there was no movement in the yard, Zhao climbed up the wall in 2 steps and jumped into the yard. Zhang Ruhai was still drinking tea. Seeing the visitor dressed in black, Zhang Ruhai smiled and said, "Little brother, it's you again. Is Mr. Zhang's life so valuable? Or are the people in the court really so afraid that Mr. Jiang will find out something? Master Jiang, to be honest, I don't want to kill you, but it's a pity that the boy relies on this business to make a living." After the words fell, several hidden weapons were thrown out. Zhang Ruhai still waved his left hand, keeping the hidden weapons out of reach. Zhao also knew that the hidden weapon was of little use, but he had to throw it away. Several rounds of flying knives, golden needles, and iron beads were thrown out. Not even a corner of his clothes was torn, but the ground in the courtyard seemed to have been plowed. Zhang Ruhai, perhaps annoyed, gave a light drink, stirred up his inner energy, and rushed towards Xiaozuo. "Little brother," again and again, just when Jiang has no temper? Zhao did not respond to his words, took out the Tang Dao, faced Zhang Ruhai's palm wind, and swung the knife several times to force Zhang Ruhai to stop. Then the sword turned around and faced the fleshy palm with fierce sword energy. Zhang Ruhai is indeed a master who has stepped into the 4th level with most of his body. Even though he has entered the 5th level, he is still forced to keep retreating. Seeing Zhao Ju's sword weakening, Zhang Ruhai's palm suddenly slowed down, and he fired several palms in a row. Zhao Ju could only block it with his sword, and was in a hurry for a while, dwarfed by the others. Zhang Ruhai would not miss this opportunity. With the inner energy in his left hand, he blocked Zhao Zhou's Tang Dao and swung it away. When Zhao Zhou's middle door was wide open, he softly shouted, "Throw the monument," and hit Zhao Zhou's chest with his right palm like a whip. Zhao just felt a sweetness in his throat, took 3 steps back, hit the wall of the courtyard, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and took advantage of the retreat to throw out a few flying needles to block Zhang Ruhai's offensive. Stubborn. Zhang Ruhai's inner energy increased again, and he knocked away the flying needle. He stepped on the ground to use his strength, and pushed Zhao Zhou with one palm. Zhao secretly gathered his inner energy, moved Shenhua Wanqiu into his left hand, and took 2 steps forward to strike a palm with Zhang Ruhai. Kick-starting, the two of them each took 2 steps back. Zhang Ruhai stood firm after 2 steps, while Zhao hit the courtyard wall after 2 steps. He held up his body with a knife and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood was already coming out of his ears and nose. Zhu, obviously unable to fight anymore. At this point, Zhang Ruhai had no intention of fighting anymore. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Little brother, please go and don't come back again. Even if you enter the 5th level, you can't kill me. Master Jiang, do you really think that I try my best just to get beaten? I can't kill you at the 6th level, but I didn't say that I can't kill you at the 5th level. In fact, from the moment I exchanged that palm with you, you are already a dead person." "Okay, cough." Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly. Zhang Ruhai was shocked. When he tried to circulate his inner energy, the inner energy was already like mercury, frozen in the meridians. A poison he had never seen before spread along the meridians to the internal organs and bones. Zhang Ruhai hurriedly tapped several large acupoints, trying to seal the spread of the poison. "It's useless, Mr. Jiang. It's better to wait for death with peace of mind. Thousands of flowers and pistils will die when they enter the body." After saying that, he took out the abacus, returned the beads to their places, and said, "Mr. Jiang, the body is complete, the face is intact, 52, 5 taels for the coffin, 40 taels for sending it back to my hometown, and 5 taels for the burial. This is at least 10 taels more expensive for me. Ha, you are quite interesting. You are paid to kill me, but you also want to make a fortune from me. Blood was already seeping out of his 7 orifices when Zhang Ruhai spoke. As for money, if you don't take it with you, you might as well give yourself some dignity. Zhang Ruhai didn't respond after hearing this. He just took a few steps back and sat on the steps of the pavilion, and said with relief, "Little brother, why don't you listen to my story?" Zhao responded before Zhao could respond, and continued, "I am originally from Jingzhou, and my family was in ruins in my early years. My father joined the army before I knew anything. In order to save the late emperor, he died outside the pass. The late emperor thought of me. My father's life-saving grace is a special gift of grace, but the funny thing is that the grace has not fallen on me, my only biological son. My mother was a young lady who had never worked. In order for me to continue to study hard and work hard every day, she became seriously ill when she was only 32 years old. I still remember that the night my mother died, I knelt in front of the family door and begged. When they saved my mother's life, they didn't even open the door. They were so poor. Later, these clan elders didn't even want to include my mother in the ancestral hall." After saying that, he laughed, as if he could see the helplessness and poverty in his eyes. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to murmur, "When I was 16, I borrowed money to study, but I was looked down upon. If the private school teacher hadn't taken pity on me for studying, I might have starved to death more than 20 years ago. In the next 8 years, I passed the exams consecutively. At the age of 23, I passed the high school entrance examination. I passed the second grade of Jinsha in the 26th round and was appointed as editor. When I was 30 years old, I was appointed as the general magistrate of Bingzhou. Mr. Zitian had been dead for 3 years. I hate it, there is no reward for kindness." At this point, I burst into tears. After the Yin Yun rebellion, I submitted a letter to join the army. In 8 years, I was promoted to military supervisor, chief secretary, captain, deputy general, General Wuyu, General Wui, General Mingwei, and General Xianwei. When the rebellion was put down, I am already General Guangwei. Before I reach the age of 40, I am already in the 4th rank, and I can be said to be a noble minister. I still remember that when I returned home, those clan elders were squatting in front of the door, kowtowing like garlic. Ha ha, I wonder if my mother can see in heaven that her son is really promising. Zhao then swallowed a white jade muscle pill without interrupting Zhang Rohairu's random talk. During the Xuanfu rebellion, His Majesty ordered to recall him. I stepped forward and chopped down 7 clan elders. My mother should be in the ancestral grave. My father is really a waste, and the cousin who took over my cousin Enyan is even more a waste among wastes. Starting from the 7th rank, it took me more than 10 years to become a 5th rank military official. After quelling the Xuanfu rebellion, I became the official of General Jinfu and became a 3rd rank official. That year, I was severely punished for corruption. You're a piece of shit, my father's life was wasted by this kind of trash. In order to kill him, I made a deal with the emperor with the military merit that can further my career. It's not that I'm killing a good guy, but I'm doing it. The military merits achieved step by step. Ha ha, this piece of shit is actually worth a 2nd grade governor and magistrate. Ha ha, I don't regret stopping at the 3rd grade and dying in a foreign land, just like when I switched from civil service to military service. No regrets. After speaking, Zhang Rohai threw the 2 banknotes in front of Zhao Jiu. My mother's grave is written on it, 400 taels. Help my mother sweep the grave, burn paper, and put a few sticks of incense. My broken body does not have to be sent back to Jingzhou. I have already bought a coffin and a cemetery in Beijing. Xiao brother, you and I are both pawns in the chess game. If a gentleman changes like a leopard, he will become a civil servant. If a big python changes, he will become a dragon. Let's go, let's remember to visit my mother's grave, and tell her son Zhang Rohai to follow him. Just like my father, he died on the battlefield, so don't make my mother unhappy." Zhang Rohai vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the blood was already flowing from his 7 orifices. He slowly raised his head and looked at the falling raindrops. Zhang Rohai seemed to have gone back to 30 years ago when he was studying hard in the cold window, and kept murmuring, "I miss my mother." The sound became smaller and smaller until there was no sound. Zhao sighed, poor man, and picked up the banknotes on the ground. Sure enough, they were 200 taels. Zhang Rohai, who was bleeding to death regardless of his 7 orifices, used Chasing the Stars and Moon to perform, leaping lightly over the hospital wall and disappearing into the darkness. Shortly after Zhao left, an old man and a man jumped into the yard. If Zhao had been there, he would have definitely recognized the man as the buyer. Master Chen, it's worth more than 2,000. Everyone is happy that Zhang Ruhai died in Jianzhou. The old man said to the man with a smile. Yes, eunuch he, the emperor can rest assured, the palace can rest assured, the cabinet can rest assured, the local ministers can rest assured, everyone can be happy. Master Chen agreed flatteringly. Master Chen, I guess the Wu family's grandson also died in his hands. According to the news, this kid is in Jianzhou. Our family can't do anything. If you pay more attention to the matter of silence, you should go up. Thank you, eunuch, for your appreciation. Mr. Chen looked excited. Go. Eunuch, he said calmly. The two jumped out of the backyard and disappeared into the darkness. Jianzhou City. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Although Jianzhou is not far away from Jiangnan, the rain is not like Jiangnan. The rain comes quickly. It was a drizzle just now, but in the blink of an eye it is pouring rain. Zhao hid in the rain and waited for Mr. Chen and eunuch he to leave before emerging from the darkness. It's such a good trick. No wonder you dare to kill the imperial envoy. I paid so much money and still didn't say a word. So you are waiting for me here. Zhao Ju coldly snorted, his eyes full of murderous intent. When I receive the final payment, I will find a way to send you back to the west. Then he disappeared into the rain. Of course Xiao will not return to his original inn. Since he has been found to have killed Wu Xian, his traces in Jianzhou City will definitely be discovered. If he wants to silence him, he will not act on the spur of the moment. After turning left and right and making sure that no one was following him, Zhao walked into a restaurant not far from the original inn and asked for a room. When he came to the room, Zhao did not light a candle, but took out the human skin mask in the dark, threw the wet clothes into the space, and put on another set of black clothes. After everything was completed, Zhao lit the candle and adjusted the human skin mask on his face. If you want to silence him, you can't let Zhao leave Jianzhou City. The best excuse is to use the excuse that the imperial envoy died and seal the city to find the murderer. Sure enough, just after adjusting the human skin mask, several groups of guards rushed outside the restaurant, and it seemed that the city had begun to be sealed off. Zhao took out the Jianzhou map from the space and studied the escape route carefully. There is a river in Jianzhou, but it does not go through the city. Instead, it goes around Jianzhou City. There is no waterway. Outside the city, there are lush woods and shady trees, but if you can't get out of the city, everything is in vain. Jianzhou is not a big place. If you search one by one, you will be found out sooner or later. Although I have multiple household registrations, there is no time to assign a reasonable identity to the newly made human skin masks. This is the last step. The fatal point. Nowadays, there are many people in the city, and he cannot show his true face to others. Otherwise, once any clues are left, the pursuit will be endless. So, the goal now is, get out of the city safely without exposing yourself. Sitting on the bed, Zhao took a white jade myogenic pill and ran the Taichin jade deficiency meridian, silently digesting the power of the medicine and recovering from his injuries. After a big battle, his injuries were serious, especially his left hand, which could no longer exert its strength, so first, healing is necessary. The body is the capital of revolution. The next day, Zhao slept until noon and then woke up leisurely. After eating, he walked around step by step with his hands behind his back. Jianzhou has not yet been lifted from the lockdown. I walked around and found that there were more guards in the city than I imagined. According to the laws of Daki, there are 12 teams of troops stationed in a city, one team has less than 200 people, and one team is for stability maintenance personnel such as police officers. Nowadays, a rough estimate is that there are at least 5,000. It seems that a large place is not an empty talk. Alas, the emperor has lost his mind. Everyone in the place has heavy troops. Who doesn't want to sit on the dragon chair? Zhao shook his head. After walking around, there was no chance to leave the city. Let alone a person, not even a coffin could leave Jianzhou now. When we returned to the restaurant, it was already dark and most of the people were sitting in the restaurant. Zhao found an empty table, ordered a pot of rice wine, a river fish, a few dishes of side dishes, and listened to the chatter of the drinkers. Tell me, who killed Mr. Jiang? Who knows? But the lockdown is real. Master Jiang is also pitiful. He is a third-grade official with less than half 100. What a pity, what a pity. How the young man looked disdainful. Master Su, please tell me and give my brother some answers. Yes, Mr. Su, tell me. The few drinkers seemed to know the young man and started making noises. The shopkeeper also stopped writing and pretended to think, but was actually eavesdropping. You know nothing. Do you know about the Yen Yun rebellion? 9 years, 9 years. When the governor of Haishi quelled the rebellion, he only had 40,000 troops. What now? Haishi has an army of 100,000. Mr. Su took a sip of wine. And then said, a few years before the rebellion was over, the military pay was insufficient. The Haishi army broke into the city and robbed it for 3 days. Is this an army? This is a bandit. Not only that, this group of people has a way of killing good people and taking credit. Do you still remember the Battle of Yuzhou? After a year of siege, we broke into the city and wiped out all the rebels. We reported that we killed 30,000 enemies. Oh, the total number of rebels may not be 30,000. Everyone's faces were full of shock. Mr. Su smiled proudly, that Zhang Ruhai is just a scapegoat. Think about the fact that the governor of the Northwest, Feng Xiaobao, both claimed to be ill and refused to go to Beijing. Don't you understand? Jinzhou now is just like Yuzhou back then. How can a living person leave the city? Shopkeeper, make a pot of wine. After that, Mr. Su went to the counter to pay. Zhao, who was sitting next to him, heard clearly that a living person could not leave the city, so could a dead person leave the city? The people have great wisdom. Zhao quickly drank the wine in the glass and went upstairs with the wine flask. After closing the door, he couldn't wait to take out the map of Jinzhou and searched carefully. Zhao really found a place Yizhuang. Yizhuang is about the same size as a funeral parlor. This Yizhuang belongs to the government and is specially used to deal with the corpses of executed prisoners. Corpses cannot be left in the city to prevent the spread of the plague, so Yizhuang will definitely pull the corpses of executed prisoners outside the city to rest. Ha 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 ha, if there is 100 secrets and a sparse gap, there will be no unstoppable path. Zhao Ju said excitedly. Once we have a target, everything will be easy to handle. Yizhuang will take a batch of corpses out of the city every 3 days. As long as we prepare in advance, no one will know if there are more corpses or less. For 4 consecutive days, Zhao kept monitoring the movements of Yizhuang, followed the entire process of pulling the body out of the city, and recorded the process of pulling the body in detail. At the same time, sneak into Yizhuang to get a closer look at the state of the corpse, skin color, hair, nails, teeth, etc. Returning to the restaurant, he imitated the corpse according to the disguise technique, tentatively planning to disguise himself as a death row prisoner who died of illness. Not only that, Zhao carefully planned the escape route if he failed, and then just waited for the right time. On the 5th night, it was drizzling, just like entering the city. Zhao disguised himself as a corpse, put on the human skin mask prepared in advance, took advantage of the night, sneaked into the charity cemetery, wrapped himself in a straw mat, and lay on the wooden bed where the corpse was placed. The tortoise breathing technique was running, and if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell whether it was a living person or a corpse. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right time. The next day, the lame old man in the charity cemetery walked into the charity cemetery with a young man. Looking at the corpse, the young man said, "Grandpa, it seems that there is one more." "No, let me count, 1, 2, 9, no more, no less, don't try to be lazy. I asked you to move a corpse, either your waist or back hurts. Where does your waist come from at such a young age?" The lame old man drank a sip of wine and scolded the young man. "Oh." The young man did not refute and helped the old man move the corpses onto the donkey cart. The old man sprinkled a handful of lime and murmured, "May the great Emperor Jinwu bless you, and you will be free from illness and disaster. My fellow heroes, let's go on the road." After that, he sprinkled a handful of yellow talismans into the sky. The two got on the donkey cart, raised their whips and rushed towards the south gate. The captain of the south gate guard saw the donkey cart carrying corpses, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, covered his mouth and nose, and said, "Is there anyone with a disease in it?" "There is one, who is probably dead in prison. Please stay away from him, it's not good to get sick." The lame old man nodded and bowed. "Go over quickly, don't stand there, you want to kill me." "Alas, alas." The old man responded. "Sir, no, I can't report to the prefect." A guard said. "Come on, go and look for the one who died of illness. Go and look for him. How much is the monthly salary? Why are you working so hard?" "Boy, the merit belongs to the prefect, but not to the prefect. Go ahead, why are you standing there?" The captain shouted impatiently. The lame old man didn't waste any words. He flicked his whip and drove the donkey cart out of the city. After walking 2 miles, Zhao pushed the corpse away and sat up straight. The two drivers were so scared that they knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, and shouted, "May the great Emperor Jinwu bless you." Zhao threw down 10 taels of silver and said, "Old man, if you want to live, go back and pretend you haven't seen me. 10 taels of silver is enough to buy a person to shut up, right? Putting down the silver, he ignored the reaction of the grandfather and grandson, performed qigong, and disappeared in front of the two. The sky is high and the birds fly, the sea is wide and the fish jump. I am free today, and I am freer than a god. Outside Bianzhou City. As soon as a Mercedes-Benz rides a fast horse in the countryside, it is natural that Zhao Jiao is on the horse. After escaping from Jianzhou, he first transferred to Fuzhou and then went straight up, almost exhausting a good horse. 4 days ago, Zhao received Ji Xiao, 4 words on the bamboo tube, returned to Bianzhou quickly. Also carrying 6 points. This is the unique code for the 6-finger connection between Zhao Jiao and the middleman. The 6 dots represent the 6 fingers, and the 9 dots represent Zhao Jiao. In the future, the arrangement of the mahjong bobbins cannot be faked. After 4 days of running, almost day and night, we finally arrived at a small village outside Bianzhou City. Zhao dismounted and opened the door, and saw Liuji fishing by the lake. Liuji, what's going on? You asked me to come back in such a hurry. Zhao drank a bowl of tea and spoke hurriedly. Old Jiao, you really accept all kinds of business, and you dare to kill imperial envoys. Now the streets of Jiangnan are full of wanted posters for you, Liuji said. If a person is poor, there is nothing he can do. If the money is sufficient, the emperor may not be unable to give it a try. Looking at you like this, it shouldn't be a big deal. All those household registrations can't be used. I got some new ones for you. Take it easy, you only have one life. I thought it was a big deal. At worst, after killing people, I would just hide in the mountains. Zhao lay on the recliner, swaying. By the way, where is the balance? Don't give me a microphone. Son of a bitch, my 6 fingers are reputable. After saying that, he handed a banknote to Zhao Jiao who was lying down. When he saw Zhao, he took the banknote and Liuji continued to ask, Lao Jiao, your life is important, don't accept any business. Now all the governors in various places have heavy troops. If you accidentally offend someone who is not easy to mess with, you will have no choice but to do it in the future. It's a ground rat. Hey Liuji, you think the emperor is afraid of having a big job, so how can he appoint a governor? Are you confused? Oh, what can he do if he doesn't tell the difference? During the late emperor's time, Jia invaded the border first, and his troops pointed directly at the capital. If we don't rely on these generals who can fight, how can we rely on the group of civil servants who recite poems and compose poems? After the war is over, there will always be discussion. The merit is rewarded. The merit of rescuing the enemy is no less than that of Cun Long, so the lowest one was given to General Jinfu, a third-grade general. As a general, one has to fight, so he asked these generals to suppress rebellions in various places, and the highest one was given 3,000. Man, isn't this stupid? How can 3,000 be enough? We can only recruit troops on the spot, but the generals have the final say on how many to recruit. Then the war lasts for 5 years, and the rebels are suppressed more and more, and the generals everywhere have soldiers. If you have the power, you will become bigger one by one. You can only appoint a governor to show your sacred certificate. He stretched his waist and raised his head with 6 fingers, moving his body. You should respect yourself as a nurturing bandit. Oh, who said that a bandit is a bandit? At this point, both of them remained silent. By the way, we have a business, are you interested? Liuji said calmly. Oh, how much is it? Zhao became more energetic. 500 taels. Dry. Then go to the capital. I will send you a message from Yi Xiao for the rest. Liuji put away the fishing rod. You're not really going to kill the emperor, are you? You deserve it too. Zhao was speechless. He looked down upon others. The old man taught us that we must dare to fight. The emperor has a product by his side. You're really good at reading people. Zhao said. But I have to do something first. Oh? Visiting an old friend. Zhao said with a smile. The two kept eating, drinking, and chatting until dark before leaving. In a restaurant in Linan City, Zhao was leaning against the window and drinking. When I came to Linan, I naturally wanted to chat with Mr. Chen, my old friend, and strengthen their friendship. Even if you kill the imperial envoy for 2,000 taels, you still have to silence him. Isn't my life worth 2,000 taels? Master Chen must be given physical and spiritual education. The young comrade has lived his good life for too long and has lost his revolutionary faith. After a few days of running around, Zhao had already found out Mr. Chen's specific information. Mr. Chen's name is Chen Wu. He is a general magistrate in Linan. He is a friendly person and is known as a good old man in the officialdom. His wife died early and he has no children. His only hobby is to go to Liancheng Pavilion to strengthen the will of officials, exchange management experience, and help orphaned women. In order to understand Chen Wu more thoroughly and avoid making Zhang Ruhai's mistake again, Zhao followed Chen Wu for 5 days. During this period, he secretly tested Chen Wu twice with hidden weapons, and finally came to the conclusion, at most 7th level. After following Chen Wu for 5 days, monitoring him for 2 days, and 7 days in a row, this grandson was in the brothel every day, and he was still a top-notch person. He is so kind-hearted that he has been helping those broken-winged angels who are stuck in the quagmire. He is a role model for our generation, especially with regard to kidney function. Now that the news is accurate and the foundation fluctuation caused by forcibly entering the 5th level has stabilized, the time has come to take action. Open the panel. Zhao said silently. Host, Zhaojiu Cultivation, 5th grade martial arts, Chasing the Stars and Chasing the Moon, Consummation, Taiching Jade Su Jing, 6th level, Tianyuan Sword Ju, Invasion, Secret Technique, Mysterious Wonders of Tang Sect. Thousands of flowers and stamens. Disguise. Turtle Breath Technique God of Wealth Points, 5100 in the past few days. In order to heal my wounds, I bought 2 bottles of white jade muscle pill as soon as I bought them. 1500 a bottle is really expensive. 5 bottles of Peiyuan Dan, Tianyuan Sword Technique upgraded to room entry, and the purchase of hidden weapons, 7,200 God of Wealth points were spent. Zhao Zhou's heart was bleeding. What an evil capitalist. At night, Zhao changed his clothes, dressed up as an arrogant young master, and walked into Lianchuan Pavilion. As soon as he entered, Zhao greeted him before he could wait. He said young master from the left and young master from the right, which was very touching. Zhao burst into laughter and waved his hands. They are all there, they are all there, ha ha ha, I despise the suffering of the world the most. Alas, with a gambling father, a sick mother, a divorced ex-husband, a baby waiting to be fed, a family with no end in sight, and a broken her, let Zhao walk into their world and face the stormy waves alone. So, Master Zhao hugged one on each side, and said to the madam with a lewd smile, A is the 2nd class, my slutty little Qinglu is going to kill everyone tonight, leaving no one behind, ha ha ha, let's serve wine and food, don't give in. I'm sorry. After saying that, he threw out 10 taels of silver and pinched the face of the woman in his arms, causing a moment of embarrassment. The 2nd class A was right across from the 1st class A. As soon as they entered the room and closed the door, Zhao knocked them unconscious with 2 hand knives, threw them on the bed, drank and ate meat, and paid attention to what was happening on the other side. Soon, the sound of the door opening came from the opposite side, and then there was a burst of flirting between you and me, which almost made Zhao vomit. Damn, you come to the brothel every day to have pure love, right? After finally waiting for the sound of taking off his clothes, Zhao quickly walked to the door, pierced the window paper, and blew 2 bamboo tubes of Chinese medicine inside. When everything was quiet, Zhao opened the 1st class door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 people already fainted on the bed. I took a rope and a piece of rag from the space, gagged Chen Wu and tied him to a chair. I tried the rope, and it was okay. I gave Chen Wu some hemp powder, and then a cup of tea woke him up. Chen Wu opened his eyes and saw a young man with a hammer standing in front of him. He couldn't stand up even if his mouth was stuffed with rags. He already knew something was wrong in his heart. Zhao made a shush gesture, took out the rag from Chen Wu's mouth, and said slowly, Master Chen, is Jianzhou still under lockdown? Young master, I have nothing to do with the establishment of the city and the closure of the city. Chen Wu said with a bitter face. Zhao smiled, pinched his mouth and stuffed the rag into Chen Wu's feet with 2 hammers. The bullies have already come to your door, and you are still trying to ignore them. Chen Wu was speechless and struggled When he stopped moving at all, he took out the rag from his mouth. Master Chen, do you need another great memory recovery technique? Chen Wu shook his head repeatedly. The man in front of him had a bright smile, but his methods were really despicable. He just touched his toes. Although the toes were not connected to his heart, it hurt. How could he dare to continue talking? Tell me, you, a southern official, can't pay to kill a 3rd-grade official and then silence him because of a personal grudge, right? Zhao smiled and waved his hammer. Chen Wu thought for a while and said, Zhang Ruhai is neither the governor nor the emperor's side. Both sides are betting on a dead end. But the imperial envoy patrols the salt, and there is no life in 10. The salt tax has been reduced repeatedly over the years, and after eating a portion, the palace has to reach out. This needs to be investigated. I don't know how many people will be killed, not to mention that the palace is involved, so he must die. And you are just the result of the trade-off between all parties. No one wants to make a move, so let's make it an unsolved case. Once you die, everything will be fine. On the other side of Hushi, there is an additional position for the general in charge of the army. He can recruit more troops. It's just illogical, and he can also get his hands on it. Entering Sichuan, if the imperial envoy's death can make a fortune, we can't help it. On our side, all three parties will be happy, but it's just a chess piece. Zhao shook his head and said, "Tell me something I don't know. How did you find me?" "It's a ghost market. Whoever takes it will die. It doesn't matter whether it's you or who else. What's important is whether everyone gets the results they deserve." Chen Wu looked pale, sighed, and continued, "I'm just a little person, silence me. It's not up to me to decide. We have no grudges." Zhao touched the hammer and thought about what Chen Wu said. When he saw Chen Wu raising his head, he quickly knocked Chen Wu unconscious, applied good medicine to Chen Wu's toes, untied the rope, and slipped out of Lianchuan Pavilion from the backyard. "We are all people with no choice, so why bother each other? Killing Chen Wu will not solve the problem. We are all pawns in the chess game." He left the city overnight and rushed back to Bianzhou. Back at the country house, a night owl is already standing at the window. Taking off the bamboo tube on his feet, the note read, "Guemio Villa, Beijing." After reading it, throw it into the stove, make tea, and watch the moon. I need to expand the market, but I'm not afraid of the killer. How can I say I'm afraid? Guemio Villa is a bit interesting. The osmanthus is dripping with orchid pulp, and the clear sky is shining with the flowing light. I feel so vague in my heart, and look forward to the beauty in the sky. The writing of Chibi Fu is really good, really good. On the official road. Zhao rode his horse leisurely and walked forward neither fast nor slowly. I was supposed to take a boat, but then I thought about it, and I didn't ask for a time to arrive in the capital, so I was in a hurry. So I decided to ride north and enjoy the scenery along the way. Chuzhou is right in front of you, so it's good to walk slowly and see the lakes and mountains. After riding the horse slowly for half an hour, after crossing the river, as far as the eye could see, there were almost no major undulations in the terrain. Zhao laughed loudly and let the horse fly. The wind blew and the horse flew away. The sun shines on my shoulders, like a free man. It was not until dark that Zhao led his horse into Chuzhou City. Different from the past, I did not find a restaurant, but took the horse to a brothel. In front of the brothel door, he waved slowly, and a porter came over to tie up Zhao's horse. Walking inside, the smell of makeup hit my nose, and a bunch of scantily clad Orioles stood beside the fence on the second floor, waving handkerchiefs and calling softly. On the singing platform, young students played the sheng and the piano, and the dancers and oirins danced with long sleeves and graceful figures, which attracted people's attention. What a paradise on earth! Zhao asked for a pot of wine and sat in the lobby drinking silently. It looked like they were listening to music and watching dance, but in fact the focus of their attention was on the conversation of the group of rangers. Chuzhou is an unfamiliar place, so you must find out if there are any special circumstances as soon as possible. The fastest way is to go to a brothel. After all, under the stimulation of wine and sex, you can say anything. After eavesdropping for half an hour, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. After drinking all the wine in the glass, Zhao ignored the madam's enthusiastic attempts to stay. He got up and led his horse away. This place was too expensive. A jug of wine and 2 taels is only slightly less than robbery. We found a restaurant, asked for a room, and ordered a table of food. Zhao silently looked at the sky outside the window. The moon was hazy and dark clouds covered the stars. The road ahead is confusing and I can't see it. The next day, Zhao took his horse out of the city and rode north. It was time to speed up the pace. He figured it out last night, making money is more important. Chuzhou is 2,000 miles away from the capital, so Zhao traveled day and night. He spent a lot of time on the road and walked for a month. Looking at the majestic capital, Zhao was full of excitement. The journey was too hard. He spent half the time sleeping in the open air and the other half on horseback. Fortunately, he didn't have hemorrhoids. No wonder being exiled to Ningguta was torture. 2,000 miles away, it was still a prosperous place, and it was half dead after being tortured. 3,000 miles away, it was still a barren land. Enter the city. The capital is indeed different, with bluestone paved roads, green trees on both sides of the road, and carriages passing by from time to time. The sound of hawking on the street kept coming and going, making it look bustling and lively. He found a restaurant and asked for a room, a table of food, hot water, etc. When he heard the shopkeeper say 5 taels, Zhao almost cursed. No wonder the capital city is so big that it's not easy to live there. Who can live in for 5 or 2 days? The life of an imperial envoy is only worth 2,000 taels. Even if you scold, you still have to live. After eating and drinking, Zhao took a quick shower and went downstairs to inquire about Guemio Villa with the shopkeeper. Guemio Villa is incredible. It is said that there are wine ponds and meat forests, and gold and silver treasures are piled up like mountains. The maids are all as beautiful as gods. There are countless dancing pavilions and singing stages in the villa. Talented men and beauties only care about reciting poems and composing poems, not knowing the season. I heard that it is the immortal cave. The shopkeeper moved his mustache with great certainty. Zhao Jiao, on the other hand, had black streaks all over his head. He wanted to slap the shopkeeper in the face to see if he could be more reliable. In desperation, Zhao could only say, "Shopkeeper, can you tell me where this villa is?" "Oh, it's just outside the city behind the woods. Everyone in the city knows it. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Since everyone in the city knows about it, there is probably no danger. It is just a rich man's country house. We will find out tomorrow." The next day, Zhao finished his lunch and rode out of the city. He put on the human skin mask and clothes in the forest, led the horse and walked towards the villa. Just as Zhao had guessed, it was just a country villa. The courtyard wall is not high, there are 2 horse-tying posts at the door, and 2 willow trees are dancing in the wind. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. An old man with a wrinkled face opened the door. Zhao didn't go in. He asked for a bowl of water and left. After the first drumbeat, Zhao put on a human skin mask without household registration and led his horse out of the city. After changing clothes in the woods, Zhao knocked on the door of Guemio Villa. There was no response the first time. After waiting for a while and knocking again, there was still no response. It was not until the third time that the door slowly opened, revealing the same old man with a wrinkled face. "What's wrong, young master?" The old man squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Jiao. "Someone is coming from the ghost market." The old man was startled for a moment, turned aside, and welcomed Zhao in. "There is still one person who hasn't arrived yet. We have to wait for a few days." He led Zhao to the backyard and said as he walked, "The villa is not big, so I feel wrong that the young hero and the old man live in the same backyard." "You're welcome, just call me Lao Jiao," Zhao said. "I have to say that rich people are indeed different." The old man obviously got out of bed, but there is no trace of etiquette. "Lao Jiao, okay, if I dare, I'll call you Xiaoxia, Gao Qi, the housekeeper of Lao Xin Villa," Gao Qi said with a smile. Leading Zhao to a wing, Gao Qi raised his hand and said, "Lao Jiao, the villa is not big, please forgive me." "It doesn't matter, as long as you have a bed to sleep on, please, Uncle Gao," Zhao replied. "As long as you can accept it, young hero. I live in the wing opposite. Just call me if you need me." "Uncle Gao, you're welcome. Just call me Lao Jiao. I don't want to be a young hero, and I can't afford it." Zhao bowed his hand. Gao Qi waved his hand. Everyone goes back to his own room and sleeps in his own way. After waiting for 3 days, everyone finally gathered. In addition to Zhao Jiao, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all of the 6th grade. In the evening, Uncle Gao organized a banquet, saying that everyone knew each other so that they could cooperate. One of the 2 men was named Xiongwu and the other was Zhou Yun. Xiongwu was at least 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, as black as charcoal. Zhou Yun's body shape is similar to that of Zhao, his face is white and beardless, and he is elegant, just like a scholar. The woman's name was Song Fu. She was dressed as a peasant woman, with a round face and big eyes. She looked simple and unpretentious, but Zhao could feel the strong murderous aura in her eyes. She was a new killer who couldn't pretend. After eating and drinking, Zhao returned to the backyard and lay on the deck chair in the yard, drinking tea and enjoying the coolness. Half asleep and half awake, the 2 women looked down at him with curious expressions on their faces. "Miss, Grandpa Gao said he found 4 masters, is he right?" asked the woman standing behind. "Right." Hearing the sound, Zhao woke up with a start. The flying knife was already in his hand, and he looked at the 2 of them warily. Seeing the flying knife in Zhao Jiao's hand, the woman standing in front bowed and said, "Young master, don't be surprised. We just saw him enjoying the cool air alone, and we were just curious." Zhao put away the throwing knife, lay down and saluted, and said, "Oh, I just feel that the room is a bit stuffy, so I came to the yard to enjoy the cool air. I hope you'll forgive me for disturbing the young master's elegant mood. Lu Rowei, the owner of the little girl's villa, this is my maid Chunju." "Oh, customer." Zhao quickly stood up and saluted. "I really didn't know it was Miss Lu. How offensive. Damn it. Seeing this man's ability to bend and stretch, both of them covered their mouths to suppress laughter. Taking advantage of this time, I took a closer look at the two of them. Lu Ruowei has a pointed face with eyebrows drawn. Her eyes are not big, but flexible and gentle. They look like a deep pool of sparkling water. Her nose is lower and slightly red, the mouth is not big, but it is not a cherry mouth, the face is red without makeup, lined with green robe, purple gauze outside, peach dress, slim figure, with peaks on the side. Su Song, you boy, purple really has a charm. And Chunju in the back, with a round face and big eyes, wearing a blue overskirt, looks like a child who hasn't grown up yet. Before the two of them could stop laughing, Zhao had already laid back on the chair, stretched out comfortably, and ignored the two of them. I wonder what the young master's name is. Lu Ruowei stopped laughing and asked. I didn't scream, Zhao thought to himself. But he still answered party irrespectfully, just call me Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao, Uncle Gao said you are all masters, are you? Chunju asked curiously. It doesn't matter. There are crouching tigers, hidden dragons in the martial arts world. I'm just starting out at most. Oh, what weapon do you use? Lu Ruowei asked. Hidden weapons, darts, knives, and the like. Zhao didn't dare to neglect. He still had the qualities that a worker should have. A hidden weapon can hurt people secretly, isn't it a sinister villain? Chunju was stunned. Ah, right. Zhao didn't need to explain. This little girl had probably never been out of the capital, let alone Jianghu, so why bother herself? Jianghu is usually a worldly world, but when it comes to drawing swords and swords, who will care about morality? Killing your opponent first is the most important thing. When he first started working as a killer, Zhao had seen a life and death fight. The guy, who hadn't even drawn his sword yet, threw half a kilogram of poisonous powder at each other. From a distance, he thought it was foggy. Hey you, what I said is wrong? Chunju said angrily. Ah, yes, everything you said is right. Chunju stamped his feet angrily, turned around and left. Lu Ruowei saluted and chased Chunju out. It is the principle of not discussing right and wrong with laymen. Don't ask, just ask, cover yourself with a small quilt under the overpass, and you will be right when something happens. In fact, purple does have a charm, window, _ tabula equals window, _ tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300 by 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, the next day. Gao Qi came over and asked Zhao to get ready and set off tomorrow. Zhao asked in confusion, Uncle Gao, where are you going? Why are you going there? You have to tell me what I am going to do. Nothing, just escorting the young lady home. After that, Gao Qi handed over a few silver notes and continued, thank you for protecting the young lady. This is the deposit. Zhao was speechless. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Partier's father was so straightforward, so he must be willing to serve the imperial army. 300 taels of silver notes were exchanged for 3,000 God of Wealth points. Open the panel, host, Jiaozhou cultivation, 5th rank martial arts, chasing stars and chasing the moon, perfect, Taiching Yushu Sutra, 6th level, Tianyuan sword art, entering the room, secret techniques, Tang sect mysterious. Thousands of flowers and blooms. Disguise technique. Turtle breathing technique God of Wealth points, 8,100 okay, I won't be worried if I have food. Zhao said to himself. Escorting Lu Ruowei home must be a difficult matter. It's just a trip home. She's not the President of the United States. Why does she need a 6th grade on the left and a 5th grade on the right? Thinking of this, Zhao bought 2 bottles of white jade regenerating pills and 3 bottles of Peiyuan pills. Seeing that the God of Wealth points decreased by 3,000, Zhao's heart was bleeding. But there was no other way. 1 more point of strength means 1 more guarantee. A day passed in a flash. When Zhao walked out of the door, 2 carriages and 2 horses had been waiting outside for a long time. Soon, Lu Ruowei came out, followed by Chunju and Gao Qi. The 3 walked to the first carriage. Gao Qi took a few quick steps and lifted the curtain for Lu Ruowei. After the 2 sat firmly, Gao Qi climbed into the carriage and shouted, let's go. Zhao occupied the carriage without saying a word. Not to mention the distance, he had just ridden a horse for a month, and his butt was really uncomfortable. The 3 of them didn't pretend. Xiongwu and Songfu took the initiative to ride horses, and Zhou Yun drove the carriage behind Gao Qi's carriage. A group of 7 people walked westward. It took more than 10 days to reach Taihang Mountain. Let alone bypassing the stone gate, what kind of a cowardly act is it to plunge into Taihang Mountain? Zhao didn't understand, but for the sake of money, he would do whatever party is said. They found a dilapidated temple, and the 7 people stopped their horses to cook. In the flickering firelight, the sky gradually darkened, the mountain wind became stronger, and the mountain rain was coming. Zhao sat by the fire, eating a big cake and drinking a few sips of water from time to time. The atmosphere in the air was not right, this was the killer's intuition. The huge Taihang mountain, it would be fine if no one was encountered, and there was no one to be seen at the foot of the mountain. This was the golden autumn season. At least there must be people going up the mountain to collect herbs, dig wild vegetables, etc. He didn't believe that the people could fully support their families by farming and weaving. Besides, it is often said that you can live on the mountain, but now such a big mountain is in front of you, and you just look at it? Something is wrong, it is very wrong. After eating the pancake, Zhao Ju ignored the few people who were chatting and walked into the forest silently. After exploring for more than 4 miles, he became more alert. In the range of more than 4 miles, he didn't see a single flying bird. At this time, the mountain rain finally fell. In the rumbling thunder, Zhao Ju jumped on the top of the tree, looking at the dense forest in the rain, and realized it in his heart. He landed on the tree, kicked his feet, accelerated instantly, and rushed into the dense forest. In the honey rain, Zhao Ju's figure was almost invisible. A person under a tree in the distance seemed to have noticed something wrong. As soon as he turned back, a flying knife had been inserted into his neck. He wanted to shout, but another flying knife was already in front of him, right in the middle of his eyebrows. Zhao Ju took 2 steps and 3 steps, and supported the dead man who fell backwards. After groping for a while, he found that the man was carrying a whistle. It seemed that there was more than one person in the dense forest. In the ruined temple, everyone looked at Zhao Ju, who came back wet, with a puzzled look on his face. Let's go. The forest is full of assassins. I've said it. I can't care about others at this critical moment. The 3 people in the villa looked helpless after hearing this, while the 3 people who were roasting by the fire had their own thoughts in their hearts. If you lose money, you can earn it again. If you lose your life, it's useless to have money. The group didn't waste any words. They extinguished the fire and just walked out of the door. 2 men in black had already touched them outside the ruined temple. As soon as they met, several hidden weapons flew out. Before the 2 men could draw their swords, blood spurted out of their throats. Let's go. Xiaomu shouted loudly, and threw a punch to isolate the 2 assassins who jumped off the roof. Then he threw a few punches and knocked down several people. He quickly got on the horse and followed the few people. The convoy ran a few miles away, and a man in front was holding a knife. Song Fu in front held his braid and reined in his horse, turned over and swung a sword. The man holding the knife reacted quickly, retreated 3 steps to avoid the attack, drew his sword out of the sheath and fought with Song Fu. In the rain, the swords and knives intersected in a chaotic manner. After 20 moves, they were evenly matched. Song Fu took the lead and retreated, saying coldly, "My friend, you can't stop them even if you want to. There are people behind. We all do things for money, so why not say goodbye?" The man holding the knife thought about it and agreed with Song Fu's words. There was no need to fight to the death for a little money. So he clasped his fists and bowed, and disappeared into the woods after a few ups and downs. The group continued to move forward. The 2 women in the car were very confused. This was completely different from the rivers and lakes in their impression. It shouldn't be a fight, then clasping fists and laughing, and becoming friends. But the rivers and lakes are not rivers and lakes. Who is willing to go through wind and rain and lick blood on the tip of a knife? Since it is licking blood on the tip of a knife, you have to understand, I just asked you to rub it, but if you go in, it's your problem. The police uncle doesn't care who takes off his clothes first. The carriage didn't stop, and finally found a farm before dark. I don't know how Gao Qi communicated, but in short, all the people in the group moved in. It was late at night. Lu Ruowei brought Chunju to Zhao Ju and asked Zhao Ju a question that he thought was stupid. Why did the man with the knife stop him but didn't stop him? Zhao Ju roasted the fire, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had no choice but to say, "There are many things that I can't help, just like if a first-class master blocked my way, I would turn around and run." It is human nature to weigh the pros and cons. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. The 2 obviously didn't understand the twists and turns, and Zhao Ju couldn't say directly, "I'm afraid of death." It's not a glorious thing, not to mention that with a beauty in front of him, he really couldn't say, "I can't do it." It took more than half an hour to go around and around, and finally got a sentence, "You just can't do it." Zhao Ju was so angry that he almost took action. "I treated you as party A, and you treated me as your grandson, right?" At midnight, Zhao Ju sat on the roof of the backyard to keep watch. The original plan of this group of assassins should have been to assassinate at night, but Zhao Ju killed one, so he had to assassinate in advance. Now that they have just experienced an assassination, they are exhausted and the chances of success in entering the palace for the second time have greatly increased. They will definitely come. It was midnight, and the night was as dark as ink. The man with the knife really appeared in the backyard, and when he saw Zhao Ju sitting on the roof and looking at him, he smiled. "Why don't I take some money too?" "No, that won't cut off my source of income," Zhao Ju said. "Then we'll see who's better." After saying that, he drew his knife, went up to the roof, and then fell down. "Sorry, I just got promoted to the 4th rank. After half a month on the road, I haven't encountered any assassination since Taihang Mountain, and I finally made it to Luzhou without any danger. Less than 2,000 miles after Luzhou is Hushi, and the journey will be over by then." A group of people walked into Luzhou city, found an inn, and planned to stay there after resting for 3 days. We headed straight to Hushi. Luzhou city was built more than 200 years ago. It has experienced wars and been rebuilt several times, so that the current Luzhou city is better than the one when it was first built. The city of Luzhou was much larger, and Luzhou was close to the grassland. Jiangnan is also fast and convenient, so merchants from all over the world rest here, and Luzhou develops into a hub. Although it is far away from Jiangnan, it is as lively and prosperous as Jiangnan. The night was dim, so Zhao took a shower, changed clothes, and went out to visit Luzhou. Almost 3 years after traveling through time, Zhao still likes to go out at night. Maybe it's a professional habit, or maybe he simply misses another starry sky. We didn't go far, so we ate a bowl of noodles outside and walked back with a bottle of wine. In the yard, Zhao moved out a deck chair and lay down as before, but he couldn't say he was enjoying the cool air anymore. October was already late autumn, so saying he was enjoying the cool air was a bit deceptive. The autumn breeze is blowing, cool and pleasant, and leisure time is especially valuable. For 2 days, everything was calm, as if the assassination half a month ago was fake. It just so happens that the weather is bad tonight. Dark clouds cover the moon. There is not a single star in the sky. It is gray and it feels like it is going to rain. Zhao liked this kind of weather very much. Out of intuition, Zhao felt that if he was assassinated, it would most likely happen tonight. Therefore, Zhao did not go to the yard to lie down tonight. I was in the open, and I moved a recliner to lie down as a target. Do I really think I am fearless? We are not number 1 in Tianjin. At midnight, Zhao woke up from bed and found it raining outside the window. It's a dark, windy, murderous night, it should be about the same. He opened the door gently, walked out against the wall, hid in the corner, used the turtle breathing technique, and listened to the movement in the yard. The main focus is on Party A's room. There is no room for error. The balance has not yet been settled. I, Mr. Zhao, cannot afford such bad things as bad debts. The sound outside the courtyard was very soft, but Zhao, who was close to the courtyard wall, heard it clearly. You're not professional. How could you step into a puddle? Zhao couldn't help complaining in his heart. A man in black came out of the yard. Before he could stand still, a flying needle hit him between the eyebrows. Zhao quickly supported the fallen man in black and dragged him to the corner when he heard the sound of swords clashing. Zhao didn't dare to delay, speeded up, jumped up to the 2nd floor, pushed the window and entered Lu Rouwei's room. At this time, Lu Rouwei was sleeping soundly when she felt someone coming in. Just as she was about to scream, her mouth was immediately covered. Miss Lu is offended. Zhao made a shushing gesture to signal Lu Rouwei to stop talking, and waited until she nodded before letting go. Lao Jiao? What do you want to do? Lu Rouwei asked doubtfully. Miss Lu, I don't mean any offense. Come with me. Xiong Wu and Song Fu are already fighting. Zhou Yun hasn't moved. He is probably dead. This time is different from the last time. This time I want to kill you. Come. Why should I believe you? You paid. Zhao said. Without waiting for Lu Rouwei's reaction, he grabbed her waist, broke the window, jumped out, and ran towards the street behind. Lu Rouwei was shocked, but she didn't know martial arts, so she couldn't ask countless questions in her heart, so she could only hug Zhao Jiao's waist in fear. The sound of breaking windows attracted several men in black. They looked at each other and turned to chase after them. Zhao was so angry that he hugged Lu Rouwei. He ran a few steps away, and when he turned around, there was a large group of hidden weapons. He wasn't trying to kill people, he was just trying to block them and buy time. Several people had to stop, pull out their weapons, and block the hidden weapons. At this time, the two of them had already mounted their horses, and with a drive sound, they started galloping. Several men in black looked at the two people who had left, helpless. Outside Luzhou City, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. Zhao and Lu Ruowei had already left the city. When they dismounted at a ruined temple outside the city, they were soaked in the rain. Fortunately, although this temple is dilapidated, it can still provide shelter from wind and rain. Laojiu, can you go back and save Chunju and Gaobo? Lu Ruowei asked Zhaojiu cautiously, who was making a fire. It's not possible, and there's no need to save them. We'll leave as soon as the rain stops at dawn. When I go back again, their bodies will be hardened. Zhao said nonchalantly. You are my party A, and they are not my party A. If you can't do business, don't do it. If you embarrass yourself, you are not an idiot. Gulu gulu. Lu Ruowei's stomach growled, and she felt hungry. I had been running around a lot and got wet in the rain, so I had consumed a lot of calories, and now I was cold and hungry. Do you still have something to eat? Lu Ruowei asked tremblingly. She was so hungry that she couldn't help it. It was so strong and obvious that she couldn't help it. Here. Zhao handed her 2 cold steamed buns, then stood up, threw a quilt to Lu Ruowei, and said, take off your clothes and wrap them up, put the clothes there to bake. After that, he walked out. Stand under the eaves to take shelter from the rain. Stop talking, someone is coming. Zhao suddenly said. Lu Ruowei said immediately wrapped herself in the quilt and shrank to the corner. The rain was getting heavier outside the ruined temple, and the rainwater fell on the tiles, making a distinct pop sound. When people were in the temple, they could hear the sound of rain falling on the tiles very clearly. Apart from that, there was no other sound. Lu Ruowei looked at Zhaoju doubtfully. Did you hear it wrong? I only heard the sound of rain. Don't scare me, okay? The voice became smaller and smaller, and it was a little shaky. It could be heard that it was a little scary. If someone comes, there will be noise, right? If there is no noise, then it must be a ghost. Lu Ruowei inexplicably thought wrongly. In fact, Zhaoju didn't mean to scare her. There was indeed the sound of horse hooves nearby, but it was a little far away. Lu Ruowei is not Zhaoju, so it is normal that she can't hear it. Laojiu, what's your name? Lu Ruowei asked to ease the atmosphere. Zhaoju. Zhaoju said subconsciously. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Lu Ruowei asked again, how do you know there is someone? I heard it. It's really a person, not a ghost. Don't think too much. This person, once you think about it, you will be easily scared, and once you are scared, you can't help but think about it. Thinking about it, it becomes true even if it's not true. Zhaoju said impatiently. After saying this, Lu Ruowei wrapped the quilt more tightly. Zhaoju was speechless. He couldn't tell the truth, and he couldn't lie. He was very difficult to serve. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer, and Lu Ruowei could hear it clearly. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao made a hushing gesture. In the darkness, a shadowy figure stopped his horse and walked into the ruined temple. Lu Ruowei's expression changed. There really was someone. At this time, a mean voice came from the rain. Master, dismount carefully, there happens to be a ruined temple here. A voice cursed, God damn it, it rains so heavily for no reason, and it caused me to suffer like this for no reason. Li Laosi, are you blind? Can you look at someone who can step on my feet even if you help Master He to dismount? This ruined temple is here, can you still run away? You should help Master He quickly and stabilize it. A voice said angrily. That mean voice said with a flattering smile, hey, okay. Judging from the voices, there should be only 3 people, but Zhao didn't speak and waved his hand to signal Lu Ruowei to stop talking as well. After a while, one person walked into the ruined temple first. Seeing Zhaojiu sitting there, he didn't react at all. When his eyes turned to Lu Ruowei, he suddenly became full of energy. Then the two walked into the ruined temple side by side. Of the 2 people who came, one was dressed as a young master, with pockmarks all over his face. Because his surname was He, the people in the city privately called him He Pockmarked. The person next to him and the person who came in first were all dressed as head catchers. The person who broke down the temple first was named Zhang Laowu, and the one who supported Himatsu was called Li Laosi. The 3 of them saw a young man with a fair face sitting next to the fire. The originally fierce and irritable expression on Himatsu's face softened a lot. When he saw Lu Ruowei wrapped in a quilt, she stared straight at her, as if she wanted to lift the quilt to find out. Although Lu Ruowei was wrapped in a quilt, the beauty on her face could not be covered at all, and the clothes were thrown aside, and the hair on her face was messy, which actually added a bit of pitiful charm, making the whole person look both beautiful and charming. Delicate and charming. Lu Rowei couldn't help but tighten the quilt and frowned. What are you looking at? Before Himatsu could speak, Li Laosi spoke first. What do you mean we are looking at? Is it because you are looking at whether your quilt is thick? Lu Rowei was about to scold, but Zhao stopped her. Himatsu looked back and shook the water from his body. Who are you, and what are you doing in this ruined temple outside the city? Just like you, people who take shelter from the rain. Zhao said coldly. Himatsu didn't say much, but ordered, first put the fire on. Zhang Laowu and Li Laosi found dry firewood and hay from nowhere and set up a small fire in the middle of the hall. Seeing that the fire was lit, Himatsu gave another order, go and carry the things in. It's raining and windy outside. What should I do if it gets soaked? Li Laosi and Zhang Laowu went out in response. As soon as he got outside, he started talking in a low voice. That little girl is so white and tender, she looks so good. No, at first glance, she is not an ordinary young lady. Country girls don't have this feeling. Run. Hey, Master He, can you still do it? It's probably okay. Master He can't take his eyes away when he sees that girl, so how can he say it's not okay? When the two of them were talking, Master He saw that they were still coming in and walked out. What are you two talking about? Li Laosi smiled mischievously and said, Master He, look at the little bitch inside, she is very cool. There are only 2 people inside. If you kill that man, isn't that little bitch still, he? Zhang Laowu answered, yes, it's really heartbreaking to be caught in the rain and have messy hair. The 3 of us are here. After finishing speaking, Zhang Laowu and Li Laosi looked at each other, then whispered in Master He's ear, Master He, in this barren mountain and wilderness, first get rid of the white-faced scholar next to her, and then that little bitch, hey, let's finish having fun, dig a hole and bury her, no matter which girl she is, even the gods can't find her. Master He rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, which family in Luzhou City has this girl? Li Laosi knew what Master He was worried about and said quickly, no, the 2 young ladies from the Su family got married a few years ago. The young ladies from the Ji family don't look like this. We have never seen the young lady from the Hu family, but I heard that the fat one is with she's been like a sow for several years, it can't be her. I've seen that one from the Hu family, he doesn't look like this. Master He raised his eyebrows. Wang Matzi was the only son of a wealthy landlord in Luzhou. He made his fortune by colluding with local magistrates, and other officials to open some shady industries such as brothels, gambling houses, and loan lending. Because he often comes into contact with the government, he knows a lot about the officials' families. The He family has considerable influence in the local area, otherwise the 2 arrestees, Li Laosi and Zhang Laowu, would not have bowed to Master He. Seeing this, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled, it's done. The 3 of them chatted for a few more words, then carried a large sack from their horses into the temple and threw it into a corner. Zhao took a sideways glance at the sack and realized that it was not pork at all. He shook his head, and then slowly closed his eyes to practice. Himatsu and the other 2 sat back down by the fire to warm themselves up. I wonder where you 2 are coming from. Where are you going? Himatsu asked tentatively, with a gentle tone, as if he was chatting with friends he has known for many years. Lu Rowei curled her lips and said nothing, but Zhao stopped being silent and said, we are from Jingzhou, and we came to Luzhou to visit relatives and friends. It happened to be a heavy rain, and there were no men and horses. We were dressed in black, with ghost heads and Buddha faces, white hats and white blades. Hanhua has no choice but to take shelter from the rain in this ruined temple, and return to Jingzhou when the rain stops. What Zhao said was the slang of the world. Black clothes, gangsters, white hats, and white swords means that I am a killer in the ghost market, while white hat, white swords, and red flowers mean that this business is very important. If you have to make it difficult, you will have to live and die. The reason why I say this is because the things in the sack make Zhao feel that he is a colleague. If there is no particularly big conflict of interest between colleagues, they will basically take a step back and the world will be brighter. They are all people who lick blood for money. There is really no need to embarrass each other. After hearing what Zhao Jiao said, Himatsu and the other 3 looked at each other in confusion, all of them incomprehensible. Seeing the reactions of the 3 people, Zhao had already guessed that they were probably a wealthy landlord who colluded with officials and businessmen. Zhao had no intention of continuing, so he took out the Peiyuan pill and continued practicing. Conflicts with a few wealthy landlords and local petty officials were a bit of a loss of value, not to mention there was no money to take, so there was no reason to do such thankless things. Little brother, I think that girl has an elegant temperament. She is not an ordinary person. She may be a member of the official family. She is arresting heads in Xiaoluzu. It is not as good as my little brother. Go and wait outside. We can ask clearly about the girl's origins. If she is a member of the official family, we can go back and inform her, so as not to be disrespectful to our distinguished guests. Zhang Lawu said kindly, but he couldn't hide the lust in his eyes. Zhao just smiled and greeted? Not to mention what they just said, are the two of them returning from visiting relatives and welcoming them back to Luzhou to visit again? Is there a return trip to visit relatives? Just warm up the fire, don't heat up your mind. Zhao said with a sneer, his words full of warning. Does that mean you won't give in? Li Laosi scolded, how many taels of silver are you worth? Is it worth working so hard? Let me advise you, young people, don't be too arrogant. How can you still call yourself a young man if you're not so arrogant? Window_Taboola equals window_Taboola.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Taboola below article thumbnail 300 by 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix. Himatsu and the other two looked at each other. This white-faced scholar was a bit stubborn. Little brother, honest advice is unpleasant to the ear. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. I'm sure to take care of this woman. Himatsu was ferocious, and the pockmarks on his face trembled, which was a bit funny. Zhao Ju couldn't help laughing when he saw this. He quickly covered his mouth and stood up. He glanced at the three people and said lightly, you can try. Himatsu frowned. He was a little confused about Zhao Ju. The man opposite was skinny, with a white face and no weapons on him. He didn't look like a master at all. In his cognition, masters were not like this at all. Masters should openly introduce themselves, then laugh 3 times and let the 3 of them leave quickly. At the very least, they all stood with swords on their backs, with a cold and indifferent face, floating like immortals. If Zhao Ju could hear his thoughts, he would definitely laugh at his childishness. He was a killer. Would a killer carry a knife around the world? Not to mention standing with a sword over one's back, that's idiotic. For a killer, the most important things are only 2, kill the target quickly and hide oneself. As for the means and ordinary image, that's what should be done. There is no idiot who writes I am a killer on his head. Many killers are ordinary guys, apprentices, or even eunuchs in their daily lives. Even pigs know not to push when they are full, so how can people be worse than pigs? Zhang Laowu obviously couldn't understand these principles, and he drew his sword to chop at Zhao Ju. You dog, you don't know how to live or die. Instantly, Zhao Ju moved, grabbed Zhang Laowu's left wrist with his left hand, and stopped Zhang Laowu's action of swinging the sword. He bent his right hand and hit Zhang Laowu in the face with his elbow. Suddenly, Zhang Laowu's nose exploded with sour, salty, sweet, and spicy, and his body fell backwards unconsciously. Before he could recover from the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty taste, Zhao Ju grabbed his collar and pulled him back, and at the same time kicked his feet and exerted force, suddenly kneeling. With his left hand, Zhao released Zhang Laowu's knife-wielding hand, swung his hands behind his back and slapped forward, hitting Zhang Laowu's temple with 2 winds. In this slap, Zhao used the opening monument force method that Zhang Ruhai had used at that time. When this move landed, Zhang Laowu's pupils instantly dilated, his eyes were full of bloodshot, blood flowed from his nostrils, his ears buzzed, his mouth suddenly opened, and the sound stopped abruptly. Then Zhao circulated his internal energy, planted his feet on the ground, pressed his right hand on Zhang Laowu's chest, and his internal energy burst out, pushing forward. Zhang Laowu immediately bent his body and flew backwards like a cooked prawn, smashing through the wall of the ruined temple, leaving a big hole, and fell in the rain outside the ruined temple, having died long ago. Li Laosi and Himatsu were both horrified. They had never seen or heard of such a method before, and they knew in their hearts that they had hit a wall this time. Li Laosi reacted quickly and threw his knife directly, intending to delay time, and ran out of the ruined temple. Zhao Ju would never let him have his way. As soon as his legs and feet moved, he threw out 3 flying knives. Before he could take the second step, 3 flying knives had already flown out, one hit him in the back, one stuck behind his neck, and the other hit him in the back of his head. Li Laosi ran forward 2 steps and fell to the ground, blood spurting out. You are the only one left, brother Matsu. Zhao Ju laughed, and under the flickering light of the fire, he looked like an evil ghost from the underworld. Well, if you can run there without dying, I will let you go, how about that? Zhao Ju showed 5 flying knives, pointed at Li Laosi's body on the ground and said to Himatsu with a smile. Are you ready? Let's start. Himatsu had long forgotten what he should do, but his instinct for survival still drove him to run out. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Himatsu could no longer see Li Laosi's body, but his legs suddenly became weak, and he fell to the ground, with a flying knife stuck behind each of his knees. Seeing the body of Li Laosi behind him, he lay on the ground and pointed at Zhao and said, "You can't kill me. You said you would let me go if I ran over. I ran over. I ran over." A cold light flashed, and a severed hand fell to the ground. "Ah! You bastard, you can't talk," Himatsu, who was lying on the ground, covered his severed arm and shouted. Before he finished speaking, Zhao interrupted him with a grin. "Brother Matsu, I told you to run, but you really ran? If you ran over, doesn't it prove that I am incompetent? Although you really ran over. You can't have your say and not count. Pick up your hand." Zhao slapped Himatsu's face, and seeing that Himatsu was still mumbling, he roared, "I told you to pick up your hand." Himatsu was startled and tremblingly grabbed the severed hand on the ground. Before he touched the severed hand, a flying knife had already pierced his neck. "I told you to pick it up, but you still did. You never learn your lesson." Wrapped in a quilt, Lu Ruowei was already sweating. The blood on the ground, the blood spurting out of Li Laoxi's body, Himatsu's broken hand, and the flying knife stuck in his neck had frightened her out of her wits. In her short 20 years, she had never seen such a bloody and brutal scene. Zhao pulled out the flying knife, rubbed it on Himatsu's clothes, and took back a few flying knives. Seeing Lu Ruowei's absent-minded look, he thought she was frightened by Himatsu and the other two. He walked over and touched her head, saying, it's okay, don't be afraid." Lu Ruowei felt someone in front of her, and hugged the person in front of her without hesitation, trembling and saying, "I'm afraid. I'm afraid." Zhao had no experience in comforting women, so he could only pat Lu Ruowei's back gently like coaxing a child to sleep, and said in a gentle tone, it's okay, it's not your fault. Think about it, if you fall into their hands, your fate will not be much better than theirs. Isn't it more comfortable to think this way? Hearing the voice, Lu Ruowei finally came back to her senses. Seeing that she was holding Zhao Ju, she quickly let go of her hand, and her face flushed. Zhao Ju saw that her expression was finally better, and smiled happily. He took out an abacus from his arms and said, "Miss Lu, I do business fairly, impartially, and openly. 3 people, 200 taels each, a total of 600 taels, this is all for you, you won't default on the debt. Okay, I will definitely give it to you when we get to Hushi." Lu Ruowei looked at Zhao Ju's face and said unnaturally, "Okay, thank you Miss Lu for the reward." Zhao Ju was clever. Lu Ruowei was amused and laughed, and suddenly she was full of charm. Zhao Ju could only say in his heart, beauty is a disaster. "I'm hungry." Lu Ruowei, who was scared out of her wits just now, relaxed and felt that her stomach was empty. She had nothing to eat, so she could only ask Zhao Ju, "Do you have anything else to eat?" Zhao Ju took out 2 steamed buns from his arms and handed them to Lu Ruowei. "Are there no more meat buns?" Lu Ruowei asked cautiously. "No, it's good to have steamed buns." Zhao looked helpless. Although he had space, he had to put things in it before he could take things out. The one who took whatever he said was Doraemon. "There's a sack there, and they said it was pork. Cut a piece and roast it." Lu Ruowei whistled at the steamed bun and said with a blink of her eyes, "Do you really think it's pork? What else is it?" Lu Ruowei asked puzzledly. "People, half-dead people." Lu Ruowei was shocked. Human? Or a half-dead person? She didn't believe that Himatsu and the others would carry someone into the city. They were not so kind. Seeing Lu Ruowei's shocked and suspicious expression, Zhao didn't want to explain. She probably wouldn't understand even if he explained it. It can't be said to be intuitive. Speaking from experience, it's not difficult to master this thing. I'll go out to collect the bodies. If you don't believe me, open the sack and take a look. Zhao spread his hands and ignored his reaction, dragging the bodies of Himatsu and Li Laoxi out of the ruined temple. Drag the 3 corpses into the woods next to the ruined temple, take out the shovel from the space, and dig the soil 1 shovel at a time. It took less than a moment to dig a hole large enough to accommodate 3 corpses. Zhao whistled and threw the 3 corpses into the pit in the heavy rain. He filled the pit with the excavated soil and patted it down with a shovel. In this way, nothing could be seen after 2 stops. When everything was taken and they returned to the ruined temple, Lu Ruowei had already dressed and was standing leaning against the doorframe, with an open sack not far behind her. "What's wrong? Miss Lu, it can't really be pork, right?" Zhao said teasingly. No, it's a human being, but it's so miserable," Lu Ruowei spoke intermittently, looking very surprised. "Let me see." After that, Zhao walked into the ruined temple and dragged the sack to the fire to borrow some light. Lu Ruowei followed Zhao the whole time. Looking down, I saw that there was indeed someone in the sack, a woman. The left side of his face was open, the left eye socket was empty, and there were many cuts around the eye socket. The nose has been shaved off, and an ear has also disappeared. The whole body was as soft as mud, and many bones were still exposed outside the skin. It was obvious at a glance that there were not many good bones in the whole body. The woman's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Rao Sure Jiao was used to seeing dead people, and he felt cruel when seeing this scene. What kind of hatred can do this? It is simply a matter of survival and death. Why is she like this? Lu Ruowei grabbed the hem of Zhao Zhou's clothes and didn't dare to look away. The throat, nose, and ears were all cut off, the eyes were gouged out alive with one knife after another, and the tongue was smashed by the knife. It was completely broken and cannot be saved. Zhao paused and continued, at least 50% of the bones in the whole body are broken, especially the hands and feet, which are almost smashed. There is no way to save this man. Please be patient. Lu Ruowei's eyes were shining with tears, and her face was half sympathy and half fear. He thought to himself that if he fell into the hands of people like Himatsu, his fate would probably not be much better than that of the people in the sack. Thinking of this, Lu Ruowei suddenly felt a chill running down her spine. How about, let's help her, Lu Ruowei said with a little hesitation. Zhao fell silent after saying this. He is not a miracle doctor, not to mention that even in the 21st century, the Union Medical College has to be sent away. How can he help? It is true that the inner energy can be released outwards, but that is something only the third level can do. As a fourth level person, there is nothing I can do. Even if you take 10,000 steps back and force yourself to enter the third level, it would be powerless. Rebirth of severed limbs and the flesh and white bones of a dead person is a method used by immortals. Warriors probably cannot do it, at least not Zhao. Reversing life and death is an immortal method. Zhao said tactfully. How about I help her relieve her pain? There is no charge for this. I asked you to save her. Lu Ruowei said excitedly. Zhao Zhou shrugged helplessly and said no more. This woman was so emotional now that even gods couldn't stop her, let alone Zhao Zhou. As for saving people, he doesn't have the ability, what can he do? Seeing Zhao, she was unmoved. Lu Ruowei had no choice but to wipe her tears silently. That pitiful look really made me feel pity for him. It's hard for a hero to be a beauty. Zhao sighed in his heart. Although he was not a hero, Lu Ruowei was really a beauty. Who can bear the sight of a beautiful woman with tears in her eyes and her head lowered and covering her mouth? Well, how about this, you pay, and I go and eliminate the pockmarked family. This is another way of helping her. Zhao said helplessly. Before Lu Ruowei could speak, the woman in the sack nodded a few times, and a few tears flowed from her only eye. I don't know if it's bitterness or pain. How could Lu Ruowei not be touched when she saw this scene? The tears that had been stopped started to flow out unconsciously. You name the price. If you destroy the family, you will destroy the family. Are these people still human? What is the difference between them and beasts? They are worse than beasts. Seeing Lu Ruowei's reaction, Zhao smiled happily. Isn't that right? If we can't save people, why can't we kill them? When professional people do professional things, they need to punish evil and promote good, maintain social harmony, and stabilize the emotions between people. Please go to the ghost market to find Master Zhao. As a rule, one person is 200 taels, but killing a family is a big deal. Let's each take a step back. No matter how many people there are, the total is 1,000 taels, and there will be no negotiation. You see, Zhao took out the abacus and moved the beads, said seriously. Lu Ruowei just replied lightly, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhao didn't care what she thought. In business, personal feelings were the most taboo. Looking at the woman in the sack, Zhao shook his head, sighed, and threw a flying knife, hitting the woman between the eyebrows. The woman opened her mouth, then fell silent. Misfortune. Zhao then pulled out the flying knife and said. Lu Ruowei stood aside, not daring to watch the whole process. Zhao could understand her feelings. How could a young lady from a wealthy family have seen so much suffering in the world? The wall was too high, blocking out the stench from the corpses outside the wall. Zhao then approached Lu Ruowei and reached out to pinch Lu Ruowei's face, especially her nose and chin. Lu Ruowei was stunned for a while, raised her hand and slapped Zhao Zhou's hand away, and said angrily, "You are so presumptuous." Although the tone was tough, it was still a bit panicked. If Zhao crossed the line, there was nothing he could do. The person in front of her had just killed 4 people, not even one more than herself. Thinking of this, Lu Ruowei hurriedly took several steps back, crossed her arms and hugged her shoulders. Seeing the panic and anger in Lu Ruowei's eyes, Zhao saw what she was thinking, curled his lips and said, "Miss Lu, I have to escort you home, and I have to go and destroy the family. I don't know how to clone myself. Otherwise, I will send you back first. Come back and destroy the family? The best way is to make you a human skin mask and turn you into another person. What? You didn't want to see how these people died? After saying that, Zhao touched his face and continued, I don't know your face, how can I make a suitable human skin mask for you? Hearing Zhao's words, Lu Ruowei breathed a sigh of relief and said hello with a smile. Zhao squinted at Lu Ruowei for a while, then went to make a human skin mask nearby. Beauty can attract attention, and so can ugly people. Therefore, Zhao Ju's purpose is to turn Lu Ruowei into an ordinary person. He handed the finished human skin mask to Lu Ruowei, then picked up his hand and pinched his nose. Sleep, when it gets dark tomorrow, destroy the whole family. Outside Luzhou City. The sun was slowly setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun reflected a red color in the sky, as if reflecting the blood color tonight. In a restaurant in Luzhou City, Zhao and Lu Ruowei sat opposite each other, eating and drinking. Zhao had already changed into a human skin mask and now looked like a rich young man. Lu Ruowei, who was opposite Zhao, had a fair face and an ordinary appearance after putting on a human skin mask. At a glance, she could tell she was a maid or something. When Zhao entered the city at noon today, he had already found out that Mozi's surname was He, and he lived in a manor in the southwest outside the city, near Linzi. Mozi's mother died early, and now there are only 7 members of the He family left. Zhao felt relieved. Fortunately, there were few people. If there were more people, the loss of 1,000 taels would be lost to his grandma's family. Thinking of this, Zhao went to the shopkeeper with half a bottle of wine and tentatively asked, Shopkeeper, has nothing happened to Mozi recently? It's okay, young master, Mr. He. He recently wanted to buy the old man's house in the north of the city. Nothing else. An imperial envoy died in Jiangnan. How could he dare to cause trouble? The shopkeeper thought Zhao was here to discuss business with Mozi. A rich young man, who insists on not being offended, is careless and careless. Zhao was disdainful. This shopkeeper also had a brain problem. How could a dead imperial envoy from the south make Haiqing Heian from Luzhou in the north? However, as for the identity of the woman in the sack, Zhao estimated that she was old man Wang's daughter. The underworld is not as good as the underworld. The underworld knows that it will not harm the family. Hearing this, Zhao lost all he wanted to know. He thanked the shopkeeper, took Lu Ruowei out of the restaurant, changed to an inn, and asked for a room. Tell Lu Ruowei to stay away and explore the He family manor alone. Outside the city. Outside the manor. There were still water drops hanging on the trees in the forest, and the rain all night gave the soil a unique smell that was refreshing. The courtyard wall is not high, and you can have a panoramic view of the manor from a high place. It is said to be a manor, but it looks nothing like it. It is not surrounded by flowing water and shady trees like a manor in the south of the Yangtze River, nor is it solemn like a courtyard in the north. It looks more like a big house with a few trees planted and a few rockeries. It was already late autumn, and all the leaves had fallen. From a distance, the entire house looked like a plucked white chicken. Zhao stood on the hillside in the distance and watched for half an hour, silently remembering the terrain, the walking attendants, and the maids. As long as these unrelated people did not stop him, there was no need to be embarrassed. He was not a murderous person. After recognizing the faces of the He family members, Zhao turned around and left, letting them live a little longer and see the fallen leaves of autumn. When he returned to the inn, Zhao took out his hidden weapon and quenched it with poison. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first perfect his weapon. Hidden weapon and poison. I am a young man from the family. When the night got darker, after changing the lights 3 times, Zhao stood up slowly, nodded towards Lu Ruowei who was drinking tea, and said, Let's go. You are in a hurry to watch, I am in a hurry to make money. In the woods outside the He family manor, Zhao was dressed in black and wearing an evil hat. The ghost mask, with Tang Dao on his waist, smiled and said, Wait until I come back. After killing the people, I will set a fire to see if it works. Lu Ruowei didn't know what she was thinking and didn't speak. She just nodded. Watch the horse, silly woman. Zhao waved his hand in front of Lu Ruowei's eyes to make sure she was listening. After saying this, Lu Ruowei didn't wait for her reaction. She circulated her inner energy, used chasing the stars and chasing the moon, and disappeared into the night. In the He family, He Laosen had just fallen asleep. A puff of light smoke slowly dispersed into the room from the window, and He Laosen gradually fell into drowsiness. At this time, the door was pushed open, and a flying knife hit He Laosen between the eyebrows. The murderer was Zhao Jiu who entered the He family, and He Laosen was already the 4th. The front yard has been cleaned up. There is another one on the left and 2 in the back. This place is so big that it is difficult to handle. It seems that we will have to take less business like this in the future. It can't be done by one person. Zhao thought to himself. After blowing out the candles and closing the door, Zhao slowly walked toward the room on the left. The room was brightly lit with candles, and the sounds of men and women laughing and joking could be heard. Zhao felt helpless, as there was always something unplanned. He continued to blow smoke into the house, and waited until there was no more movement before opening the door and going in. When he saw the man lying on the table with two women in his arms, Zhao didn't waste any time and stabbed his neck with a sharp blow. After finishing him, he turned around and walked out to the backyard. There was only one main house in the backyard, and candles were still burning. From the firelight, a figure could be seen sitting at the table drinking tea. Zhao stopped blowing the smoke, held the knife and pushed the door open. The old man sitting next to the table was shocked when he saw a man coming in with a knife. Just when he was about to shout, Zhao slowly spoke, "Old man, please don't shout. I only want money, not life." Hearing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and asked for money. As long as it was not life-threatening, it didn't matter to him to give him some money. "My hero, I am peejing asleep in the back room. Let's sit down and talk about how much you want," the old man said with a smile, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to relax. Zhao didn't talk nonsense, sat down opposite the old man, and said calmly, "Mr. Yi, I don't know how much money your Yi family has, but if I am not satisfied, you know the consequences very well." Mr. Yi's expression changed. He had encountered a ruthless person. If he didn't hand over some of his family assets, nothing would happen. Mr. Yi took a long breath and said, "Come with me, hero. All the money of the Yi family is in the side house. I hope hero will keep his promise and spare the lives of the young man and his family." "Okay, Mr. He, I only want wealth." Zhao put the sword back into its sheath. He didn't say he was risking his life. "Don't blame me then." Mr. He stood up and looked into Zhao Jiu's eyes. He wanted to see how much truth Zhao Jiu's words contained. But after looking at it for a while, Zhao's eyes were calm, like a pool of stagnant water. Mr. He could only say please, and then lead the way. Follow Mr. He around the corner and walk into the side courtyard. Mr. He turned the mechanism and the secret door slowly opened. Zhao motioned to Mr. He to lead the way, while Zhao followed behind Mr. He. The secret door went all the way down, and after walking a few steps, I saw a cellar-like place with several boxes on the ground. "My hero, the He family's wealth is here. You can take as much as you want, hero." Mr. He's eyes were lowered, and his expression could not be seen clearly. "Okay." Zhao already laughed out loud. Before Mr. He could continue to speak, he was stabbed in the back. Mr. He was in pain. As soon as he turned around, a hand was pinching his neck. "There is no way. It was said above that this kind of thing cannot be known to others, so you can't," Zhao said sadly. Mr. He was shocked, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. Seeing him like this, Zhao seemed to understand something, and with a slight force on his hand, he pinched his neck. Throwing the body away casually, he looked at several large boxes and couldn't help but laugh. All. The sound echoed and hummed in the cellar. "Open the box, put an ingot of silver into the space, then take out the fire stick and light the box." When the fire got bigger, Zhao walked out of the cellar slowly. After returning to the side courtyard, Zhao did not close the secret door, turned around and went to the main courtyard, killing the person on the bed with a flying knife. Huojizi lit the curtain, then went to the front yard and threw several torches in different rooms of the middle yard. As the fire grew stronger, Zhao took off his mask, took off his nightclothes, threw them into the fire, and jumped out of the yard. The fire behind him became bigger and bigger, reflecting the dark night, and the sound of putting out fires and splashing water continued one after another. Back in the forest, Lu Rowei was leaning against the tree, looking at the sky-high flames of the He family manor. Zhao didn't bother her and stood next to her with his hands behind his back. Under the sparkle, Lu Rowei smiled a little pitifully. After watching for a while, Zhao pulled Lu Rowei and said softly, "Let's go." Lu Rowei turned around, tears shining in her eyes, but judging from her expression, she was in a good mood. She raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes and said with relief, "Where are we going?" "Bingzhou," then turned to Luoyang, Chang'an, and out of Tongyu Pass, 500 miles away is Jiuquan. "We killed people in Luzhou and wiped out the family. It is only a matter of time before we are discovered by following the old road of Xinqing and Xuanfu in Yuzhou. Xianzhou there are heavy troops stationed in the mansion, and the fourth rank can't withstand a cavalry charge." Zhao then led 2 horses and explained. Lu Rowei didn't comment, just got on her horse. The two reined up their horses and turned around, heading south in the light of the fire. Bingzhou City, Zhao Jiao and Lu Ruwei led their horses into the city. After running around for several days, they were exhausted. It was early winter in October, and there was a little snow. Bingzhou was located north of the Yellow River, and there was some snow. Zhao Jiao and Lu Ruwei were wrapped in cotton robes and walked step by step in Bingzhou City. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were closed, and the vendors were nowhere to be seen after walking for several miles. The leaves were sparse, the grass was withered, and the city was in a state of decline. The two found a restaurant. Now Zhao Jiao had a lot of things in his space that he couldn't change into the god of wealth, so he had to spend them well. So the two ordered a table of wine and food, only choosing the expensive ones, and ordered a pot of Bingzhou's famous wine, Lichuan. When the dishes were served, Zhao Ju took care of the space and silently said, "Open the panel." Host, Zhao Ju Cultivation, 5th rank Martial Arts, Chasing Stars and Moons, Perfect, Taiching Yushu Sutra, 6th level, Tianyuan Sword Art, Entering the Room, Secret Techniques, Tang Sec Mysterious. Thousands of Flowers and Blooms. Disguise Technique. Corner Breathing Technique. God of Wealth Points, 5100 looked at the special offer mall, but still couldn't afford it. The cheapest one was Tiandi Jiaojing Yinyang Dabiai Fu, which cost 5 million God of Wealth Points. Compared with Zhuxian Sword Formation, it was simply a drop in the bucket. But 500,000 taels of silver, Zhao Ju wouldn't be worth that much even if he sold it. He could only helplessly buy 5 bottles of Peiyuan Dan at the original price. The 4th rank was almost done, and the vague barrier was already shaky. 5 bottles of Peiyuan Dan were already foolproof, but it was a pity that there were only 2,600 God of Wealth Points left. Money can't help spending. While Zhao Ju was still sighing silently, the dishes were already served. Lu Ruwei had been eating for several days, and now she was craving for food. She didn't care about her image, and she grabbed the chopsticks and tried her best to pick up the food. Zhao Ju was very polite, drinking a glass of wine and eating meat, and he was very happy. After Zhao Ju drank a few glasses of wine, he saw Lu Ruwei like a hungry ghost, and thought of the elegant beauty when they first met, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Ruwei saw Zhao Ju laughing, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she put down her chopsticks and said gently, "Zhao Ju, am I a little rude?" "That's okay. With your face, no one knows who you are." Zhao Ju tapped his face twice with his right hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's okay." Lu Ruwei breathed a sigh of relief and said jokingly, "Then thank you, Mr. Zhao, for treating us to dinner." Zhao Ju heard the teasing meaning in the words, but just smiled and continued to drink and eat meat. He didn't respond to her words. What he was thinking in his heart was whether he should add this part when collecting the money. This kind of money can't be wasted. Although it's not his own money. After eating and drinking, the two found an inn with 2 upper rooms. They went out to buy some paper money, incense and candles, and after feeding the horse, Zhao took a pot of wine to find the shopkeeper to chat. "Shopkeeper, are you familiar with the Jiang family?" Zhao spoke first. The shopkeeper was using an abacus and writing down accounts on paper. He looked up and saw that it was a big customer, and he said, "Who in Bingzhou City doesn't know the Jiang family?" More than 20 years ago, the Jiang family had a 7th rank official, which was considered a glory for the family. Who would have known that it has only been a few years? Another 4th rank official came out of the ancestral tomb. Our Bingzhou prefect was only a 4th rank official. Not long after, he was promoted to General Jinfu, a 3rd rank official. As soon as he arrived in Bingzhou, he was in a hurry to catch corrupt officials. More than 20 people were caught for collusion between officials and businessmen, and they were all dragged to the city gate and beheaded. What a good official! Zhao listened quietly without interrupting him. It seems that Zhang Ruhai is really good, at least he has a good reputation in his hometown. Following the shopkeeper's words, Zhao Ju persuaded him and finally found out some of Zhang Ruhai's past and his experience as a local official. Judging from what the shopkeeper said, Zhang Ruhai is indeed a character, and he really risked his life to get a 3rd rank. After getting the information Zhao Ju wanted by asking indirectly, Zhao Ju left the wine and went back to the room with his hands behind his back to ask. It was midnight, the sky was pitch black, and there was no moon or stars tonight. Zhao Ju jumped out of the window and walked northwest outside the city. On the way, Zhao Ju changed direction and pace frequently, but there was always an inexplicable feeling behind him. He looked back several times but didn't see anyone, which made Zhao Ju more suspicious. So Zhao Ju didn't hesitate and jumped onto the roof. Seeing that there was no one around, he stretched out his arms to chase the stars and the moon. In an instant, there were many figures, rolling up snowflakes, and after a few ups and downs, he had disappeared from the spot. At the same time Zhao Ju disappeared, a person walked out of the shadow of a street corner. Nearly 6 feet tall, with thick eyebrows, big eyes and thin lips, wearing a flying fish suit, embroidered spring sword, and black robes and official boots, he was the Jinui. This man was called Gu Yuan, the Jinui Zenfushi, who came to Bingzhou to investigate the murder of the imperial envoy. In the first 2 months in Jiangnan, except for finding out that the killer had just entered the 5th rank, there was almost no other useful information. Changzhou has been closed for more than a month, not to mention that the killer was not caught, even the information about the killer disappeared completely. Gu Yuan felt helpless. The officials in Jiangnan were united and ironclad. Not only did they not find any flaws, but several colleagues were inexplicably transferred away from Jiangnan. He had no choice but to leave Jiangnan and come to Zhang Ruhai's hometown to investigate. Following Zhao Ju just happened to see Zhao Ju jumping out of the window, which aroused his curiosity. Now that Zhao Ju was no longer visible, Gu Yuan shook his head and turned away. Not long after Gu Yuan left, Zhao Ju walked out of the dark. Zhao Ju was just trying to test it, but he didn't expect that there was really someone. It seems that Zhang Ruhai's matter is not over yet. Zhao Ju's face was full of gloom. Zhao didn't stay long before he turned around and left the city. Following the location written on the banknote, Zhao went around and finally found the grave of Zhang Ruhai's mother. The grave was very small, and the tombstone read Zhang Lu's tomb son Zhang Ruhai Lieutenant. Other than that, it was the year of birth and death. It was so plain that it was hard to believe that this was the grave of a blood relative of a 3rd-rank official. Zhao took out the wozizi and lit the incense candle first. After lighting 3 incense sticks, he then lit the paper money and other objects. Auntie, Mr. Jiang and I have never known each other before. Although we have been a bit harsh on each other, but we can only say that our positions are different, Zhao said naggingly. After saying that, Zhao kowtowed 3 times and said in a low voice, "The people of Bingzhou said that Mr. Jiang was a good official. You can rest in peace." I agreed to Mr. Jiang and came to visit his grave. Although the things are a bit crude, but I also share my thoughts. I hope that everything is well with my aunt underground. Mr. Jiang misses you very much. After the paper money was burned, Zhao silently looked at Zhang Ruhai's mother's grave, feeling a little inexplicably sad. Standing aside and waiting quietly for the 3 sticks of incense to burn out, Zhao Zhou exchanged the banknotes for the god of wealth points. This can be regarded as fulfilling Zhang Ruhai's instructions before his death. Auntie, I have something to do. I'll see you next time. Not knowing whether to comfort himself or find someone to rely on, Zhao whispered something. After saying that, Zhao put away the fire certificate, turned around and left. When we returned to Bingzhou, the snow was getting heavier. Zhao changed his nightgown, opened the window, looked at the snowflakes, and thought about the route this time. It was not a good thing to involve Jinyui. Although he had never met that group of people, Zhao had heard of their dogskin plaster. Jinyui had great power. If the city was closed again, he would not be able to hold it together with his people. The 3-day rest plan had been aborted. He could only make a decisive decision. He would prepare enough supplies tomorrow and leave the city at night. He hoped that there would be no trouble then. Zhao did not think about anything else, blew out the candle, and went to sleep. The next day, the snow was a little lighter, but the weather was much colder. Zhao got up very early. There were many things to do, so he slept less. Without waking up Lu Ruwei, who was still sleeping, Zhao went to eat breakfast alone in a cotton robe. After 2 bowls of noodles, the coldness was finally dispelled. After ordering 4 steamed buns, Zhao asked the store to deliver them to Rongzhan, and then walked back to the inn with his hands behind his back. When the buns were delivered, it was almost noon, so Zhao bought the steamer, left 15 taels of silver, and took the buns back to the room. Just as he put the buns into the space, Lu Ruwei had finished washing up and came out to ask Zhao when to eat. Zhao didn't hesitate and ordered a table of food. After the food was served, Zhao slowly said, "I can't stay in Bingzhou anymore. Let's go to sleep after dinner. Leave the city after dark and go straight to Chang'an from Linfen." Lu Ruwei's eyes widened immediately, and she was puzzled. "Are you in such a hurry?" "Well, there are Jinyui in the city, and I'm afraid I can't leave if something happens." Zhao did not hide it and told him everything he saw last night. After that, the two looked at each other. Although they did not speak, they understood each other's meaning from each other's eyes. At the same time, in the prefectural government office, Gu Yuan listened to his subordinates' reports. When he heard that someone had worshipped at Zhang Ruhai's mother's grave, he waved his hand to interrupt his subordinates' chattering. He felt something, but he couldn't figure it out. Who is it? Gu Yuan pinched his chin, unable to figure it out. Sir, I think it must be an old acquaintance of Lord Jiang. Nonsense, would a stranger visit his mother's grave? Gu Yuan said indignantly, and then ordered, Zhang Rohai has been in the navy for more than 10 years, who visited the grave? Go check. The subordinate bowed and said yes, with a confused look on his face. Zhang Rohai's comrades and colleagues must have at least 80,000 if not 100,000. Where to check and how to check are all unknown. Gu Yuan certainly didn't know what the subordinate was thinking. He waved his hand and let the subordinate go out. His heart was like a knot of thread, and he couldn't find the end of the thread, but he couldn't help thinking about it. Until it was completely dark, the subordinate brought in food and advised masters also need to eat. Gu Yuan immediately figured it out. The master went out in the middle of the night last night, wearing a nightgown. Today, there were traces of worship on Zhang Rohai's mother's grave. It was too coincidental. Has anyone left the city in the past hour? Gu Yuan asked hurriedly. The subordinate was stunned, thought about it, and replied, yes, a rich young master and a maid, riding horses, went out of the city through the south gate. Hurry up and chase them. Gu Yuan stood up and said hurriedly. After that, Gu Yuan grabbed the embroidered spring knife on the table and pushed the door out first. The subordinates had no time to notify others, so they could only follow Gu Yuan out. 2 people, 2 horses, hurriedly chased out from the south gate. After riding for half an hour, they saw Zhao Ju and the other man on horseback. Stop the horse quickly, the Jinhui is investigating the case. Gu Yuan shouted hurriedly. Zhao Ju pulled the reins, stopped the horse and turned around, letting Lu Ruowei continue to move forward. Seeing the 2 people chasing after him, he cried out in his heart that it was bad luck. He didn't want to run into the Jinhui after all the hardships, but he didn't expect to run into them. Seeing Zhao Ju stop the horse, Gu Yuan also stopped the horse and said, I am Gu Yuan, the Jinyui's in Fushi. I am afraid that you 2 can't leave today. Please get off the horse and follow me back to the Yamen to explain why you want to worship Lord Zhang's mother. Zhao Ju curled his lips and smiled, and said coldly, what if I don't go back with you? Then don't blame me for being ruthless with the knife. Before Zhao could finish his words, he had already thrown several hidden weapons. He was only a 4th rank official, and he had killed 3rd rank officials before. Gu Yuan was shocked and didn't dare to think that someone would really dare to attack the Jinyui, but he couldn't care about that now, and hurriedly drew his sword to block the hidden weapon. 1 step slower, every step slower, Zhao would not give Gu Yuan a chance to breathe. He kicked the horses back with both feet, jumped towards Gu Yuan, and swung his sword to cut. Gu Yuan had just blocked the hidden weapon at this time, and hurriedly swung his sword to block it. How could a quick sword block Zhao's chopping? Gu Yuan couldn't relieve the force, so he could only step on the stirrup and use the horse's retreat to relieve the force. Zhao's attack continued as soon as the wave came. Gu Yuan could only block it. When Zhao Ju landed, he hurriedly retreated from his horse. Unlike soldiers, warriors have no experience, skills, or even ways to exert force on horseback, so Gu Yuan hurriedly dismounted to avoid playing to his strengths. Gu Yuan's momentum changed after he got off his horse, and he danced with the embroidered spring sword with great vigor. For a moment, Zhao Ju could not advance an inch. Zhao Ju was afraid that there would be reinforcements behind him, so he decided not to let Gu Yuan delay anymore. His internal energy was immediately aroused, and the Tang sword swung open the sword net and went straight to Gu Yuan's middle gate. Gu Yuan was so experienced that he turned his sword to block the Tang sword, stepped back 2 steps to distance himself, and resolved Zhao Ju's offensive in one fell swoop. Ask the sky. Zhao Ju saw Gu Yuan retreating, and his internal energy was running, using the first move of the Tian Yuan sword art. The sword energy was like a tiger descending from the mountain, and like a surging wave. Gu Yuan did not dare to block it hard, so he could only use Qingdong, step back several steps, and dodge the sword energy sideways. The sword energy hit the snow, raising a flurry of snowflakes and leaving a nearly foot-deep sword mark. Gu Yuan's face changed. Although they were both 4th grade, he could clearly feel that Zhao Ju's 4th grade attainments were much deeper than his own, and Zhao Ju had a long internal energy and sharp swordsmanship. If they fought for a long time, he would die. After swinging the sword, Zhao Ju ignored Gu Yuan's reaction, got on the horse, and turned to chase Lu Ruowei in front. On Gu Yuan's side, his subordinates were about to ride their horses to chase, but Gu Yuan stopped them and said helplessly, don't chase, although this person is said to be 4th grade, he has already stepped into the 3rd grade. If we chase him again, there is a high probability that the 2 of us will die here. Then Lord Zhang, the subordinates were uneasy. How can you go from 6th rank to nearly 3rd rank in a few months? If you have this talent, why do you have to work so hard to kill the Imperial envoy? Zhao Jiao and his companions did not stop in Linfen. They hurriedly replenished their supplies and headed straight for Chang'an. 3 days later, Chang'an was within reach. The two were not in a hurry to travel. They let go of the reins, sat on the horses and rode slowly, enjoying the scenery along the way. It was the end of October, and the snow was falling. The north was almost covered in snow. When they left the capital, it was just autumn, and they walked all the way to winter. The things and changes along the way made people feel a lot. It was not until it was completely dark that the two of them leisurely led their horses into Chang'an, the ancient capital of 9 dynasties. Although it was winter, Chang'an was still prosperous. The wine flags fluttered in the wind, the restaurants were brightly lit, and there were constant pedestrians on the road, and the carriages and horses were noisy. In the distant brothels and warm rooms, the smell of powder mixed with the snow made Chang'an red. In the brothels, the smell of wine and tea, the graceful dance and light singing, the orchestra and the flute, mixed with the sound of the wind, made the whole Chang'an ecstatic. It's not heaven, but more like heaven. It's the human world, but not like a human. Zhao Ju had no mood to appreciate such a beautiful scenery. Since entering Chang'an, the barrier of the 3rd grade seems to have been worn down. He only needs to take a few Peiyuan pills. With the powerful medicinal power of Peiyuan pills, it is almost foolproof to impact the 3rd grade. The martial arts of this world are divided into 9 grades. From the 9th grade to the 4th grade, it is only considered as one's own practice. Only when entering the 3rd grade, the internal energy is converted into true energy, and the warrior can communicate with the world through the true energy and brew momentum in himself. Zhao Ju entered the martial arts with Tai Chi Yushu Sutra, which is regarded as the seal of martial arts. The internal energy is long and pure, and the foundation is deep. He has already honed the flesh, blood, tendons, bones and skin. Only when he killed Zhang Rohai, he broke through the realm by force, leaving internal injuries. In the past few months, he has been using Peiyuan pills and Baiyu Xingji pills to nourish inside and outside, and he dared not impact the 3rd grade. Now the barrier of the 3rd grade is as thin as a cicada's wing, but after the battle with Gu Yuan, he is also worried about impacting the 3rd grade. Zhao didn't dare to delay, and quickly found a quiet inn, asked for 2 upper rooms, ordered a table of wine and food for Lu Rowei, and didn't care about eating and drinking. He hurriedly sat cross-legged on the bed, integrating the inside and outside, and the spirit and soul. He ran the Tai Chi Yushu Sutra, exploring the internal injuries and old diseases bit by bit. Then he swallowed a few white jade regenerating pills, circulated the internal qi around the body, and digested the medicine. After an hour, I don't know how many cycles I ran, the solid disease left by the breakthrough was finally slowly melting. Zhao was overjoyed by this scene, and quickly took the last white jade regenerating pill to continue digesting the solid disease. After 3/4 of an hour, as the internal qi ran more and more smoothly, the solid disease gradually melted like ice and snow until it disappeared completely. Zhao exhaled a long breath. The feeling of running smoothly and the internal qi circulating unblocked was like soaking in a hot spring in the cold winter. The warm and comfortable feeling permeated the whole body, making people can't help shouting comfortable. As the chronic disease melted away, the internal injuries were gradually healed under the continuous repair of the internal energy. The 3rd grade barrier, which was already as thin as a cicada's wing, was now riddled with holes, and Zhao was already infinitely close to the 3rd grade. Zhao did not hesitate, and took out the remaining 4 bottles of Peiyuan Dan from the space, placed them in front of him, opened them one by one, and rushed to the 3rd grade in one go. One by one, Peiyuan Dan entered the abdomen, and the powerful medicinal power turned into internal energy, wandering around the limbs and bones, making the flesh and blood more dense, the tendons and bones more solid, and the membrane gradually flawless. The process of change is like a teacup gradually turning into an iron kettle, which is more solid, more spacious, and more stable. Entering the 3rd grade is like a cup of water merging into the sea, and the changes are comprehensive changes from the inside out. After the grinding of the flesh, tendons, bones and skin is completed, the internal energy gradually transforms into true energy, and first merges into the veins and acupoints. Zhao continued to take Peiyuan Dan. With the continuous support of the medicinal power, the true energy conversion was very smooth, and it was all completed in more than half an hour. However, the transformation of internal energy into true energy is only the starting point of the 3rd grade. The most important reason why the 3rd grade is different from the 4th grade is that the 3rd grade can communicate with heaven and earth and nurture its own potential. The Tai Chi Yushu Sutra is gentle and delicate, and is most suitable for communicating with heaven and earth. Zhao did not hesitate to run the Taiching Yushu Sutra, slowly connecting heaven and earth. This matter cannot be rushed. Some people have never been able to completely communicate with heaven and earth in their entire lives, while some people can complete it in an instant. There is a mystery and almost no rules. Zhao naturally did not dare to rush, and communicated slowly. The world was like a rootless duckweed, and he was a drowning person. He tried his best to grab it but could hardly grab the real object. Zhao was not discouraged. He carefully and cautiously grasped the invisible thread like threading a needle. Gradually, it seemed that there was a hint of enlightenment. Zhao did not dare to move, and continued to run the true energy, slowly flowing through the meridians and acupoints, in order to connect the world through this hint of enlightenment. This feeling gradually made up, and Zhao's state changed at this time, like a pool of dead water, calm and silent. Gradually, the true energy merged into the sea like a drop of water, and Zhao Ju seemed to have some similarities with the world. This feeling became clearer and clearer, and Zhao Ju clearly felt the difference between the world and the past, and the mountain was no longer a mountain. This perception gradually became real, and the world seemed to accommodate Zhao Ju, a small speck of dust. A few hours later, a trace of mysterious momentum spread from Zhao Ju. In an instant, Zhao Ju opened his eyes, a ray of light shot out, and the mite was released, shaking the snowflakes on the eaves. It's done! Zhao Ju was overjoyed. At this time, he was connected to the world, and his whole body was as light as a feather. He paused, and the true energy was running. This foot was swaying, as powerful as Mount Tai, but when it landed on the ground, not even dust was raised. Third rank, as strong as a god. Outside the window, a ray of dawn shone into the room, and the sky was slightly bright. Zhao Ju was overjoyed. He broke through the third rank in one night, so Zhao Ju's talent was not too bad. Thinking of the time when he saw someone at the riverside tapping 2 steps in a row and borrowing force from the air to cross the Qinhuai River, Zhao, now that he has entered the third rank, also wants to be unrestrained. He opened the window, facing the snow, tapped his feet, and the true energy flowed. There seemed to be a vague sense of familiarity between heaven and earth. He jumped 100 feet, pumped his true energy in the air, borrowed force from the air, and was as powerful as a collapsing mountain. He exploded with a bang and appeared several miles away in an instant. Ha ha ha, the world is at my disposal. Zhao laughed wildly. Then he slowly landed on the ground, stepped on the snow step by step back to the inn, ordered a table of wine and food, and ate and drank calmly. After breaking through the 4th level, Zhao was in a good mood. He ignored Lu Rouwei's thoughts and insisted on staying in Chang'an for 2 days. Zhao did have selfish motives. Before time travel, when he was still poor, he wanted to visit the capitals of various dynasties. After a few years, he only visited Beijing. Later, my family was demolished, and I became a member of the demolition generation. I was no longer poor. Just because I had a drink, I was repeatedly run over by a car with a front 4 and a rear 8. As soon as I opened my eyes, I entered this world. Depressed, I have no other thoughts except Yuan. But there are advantages to coming to this world. I am from Bianzhou, and I unlocked Bianzhou just after crossing over. Linen is not far away, so it is very convenient to visit the 2 capitals of Bianzhou and Linen. Moreover, this world is different from China. Only 4 places have served as capitals, Bianzhou, Linen, Jingcheng and Chang'an, but not Luoyang. Now that only Chang'an was left, and he had just entered the 3rd level, how could Zhao Ju resist the urge to have some fun? Just do it. After breakfast, Zhao took Lu Rouwei out. The 3 most famous places in Chang'an are Mingyue Tower, Baiyujing, and Langtua Temple. Mingyue Tower is famous for its wine, and its famous wine is Zui Xiaoyao, which is known as the best wine in the world. Baiyujing was originally a Taoist temple, but was later destroyed by war. It was rebuilt 400 years ago. There were rumors that an immortal was coming, so he took the poem Taibai's famous saying White Jade in the Sky Jing is the name, and Langtua Temple is the most sacred temple in the world, and Zen master Shindang, who was famous in the country, came from Langtua Temple. Because the inn where the 2 of them were staying was located in the southwest of Chang'an, while Langtua Temple and Mingyue Tower were both in the north, and only Baiyujing was in the south. So Zhao took the reluctant Lu Rouwei and rode straight to Baiyujing. In less than 2/4 of an hour, the 2 of them arrived at Baiyujing. Baiyujing is not big, and there is not even a plaque in front of the door. It does not look like a gym, but more like a house. After tying up the horse and knocking on the door, I followed the Taoist boy and wandered around inside. Except for a few green pines and white plum trees, there was nothing interesting to see, and there was snow everywhere. Zhao was greatly disappointed, but Lu Rouwei beside him couldn't help laughing heartily when he saw Zhao's constipated expression, regardless of his image. After suffering a big loss from Bai Yujing, Zhao was looking forward to Lantua Temple even more. After arriving on horseback for half an hour, he was shut up behind closed doors. The little novice monk said that the master was out and the temple would not accept guests. Requests to offer incense were rejected. Zhao could only ride his horse with a depressed look on his face, praying in his heart that Mingyue Tower would not close down today. Lu Ruwei, who was lagging behind, was holding back her laughter along the way, teasing her from time to time. Zhao Jie's few words made Zhao Jie feel annoyed for a while. Mingyue Tower is not far from Lantua Temple, it can be reached in a quarter of an hour by horseback. The two of them could already smell the strong aroma of wine when they were still some distance away from Mingyue Tower. Zhao Ju was immediately overjoyed, finally living up to his trip. As soon as they arrived at the door, two boys tied up Zhao's horse, and Zhao couldn't wait to ask, "Is it open today?" "Sir, please don't be ridiculous, why is the restaurant not open?" "Okay, just open the door. Arrange a table with good wine and good meat. The wine will make you drunk. How about food?" "Whichever is more expensive will come," Zhao said proudly, in a good mood. After the food and wine were served, Zhao poured a glass and took a sip. The smell of wine immediately hit his nostrils. He closed his eyes and savored the wine slowly. The aroma of the wine lingered for a long time. Different from Jiangnan wine, Zui Daoyao is particularly mellow. There is no strong feeling when the wine enters the throat, but when the wine vapor returns to the throat, it becomes more intense. Zhao drank the whole pot. The alcohol dispelled the cold air and made his body warm, which made him enjoy it. After having enough wine and food, Zhao drank 2 full pots of wine before riding back to the inn. If you don't drink good wine, it will be a sin. The next day, Zhao slept until noon when he woke up leisurely. Zui Xiaoyao was indeed a famous wine. It was not very strong but very intoxicating. A pot or so of it was the most comfortable. After washing and eating, Zhao Ruang bought a few drawers of steamed buns when he was in Bingzhou. Chang'an is only 800 miles away from Heshi, which is not too far. If you work hard, you can reach it in about 10 days. When it got dark, Zhao, Lu Ruwei and the others led their horses out of the city and headed towards Sibenshi. In Chang'an City, inside the high tower of Lantua Temple, the presiding master Baoshu Xiang and an old man in red clothes and white hair were sitting across from each other drinking tea. "Master, according to our chi censor, Miss Lu has left Chang'an." "Master, can we lend a helping hand?" The old man in red robe drank tea leisurely. His voice was sharp, he was clearly a eunuch. Zen Master Baoshu's face was neither sad nor happy, as calm as water. He was just drinking tea and did not respond to the eunuch's words. The eunuch in red was not in a hurry and just drank tea with a touch of Chinese fragrance. After finishing the pot of tea, he continued, "Master just wanted not to offend the Lu family." He just stopped him. "Our family thought it was irrelevant." "Ah, father-in-law, just enjoy the tea. A monk does not seek fame or fortune, nor does he want to be involved in karma. At the age of 70, my life is rare, and I still covet the world." Master Baoshu put down the teacup and said while adding tea, "Master, is the wind moving or the flags moving? We are confused." The eunuch in red said something incomprehensible, but Zen Master Baoshu had been practicing Zen for more than 70 years. How could he not understand the meaning of the eunuch in red? It seemed that he was asking about allusions in the Zen scriptures, but in fact he was sarcastic. Tuasi made bets on both sides, not wanting to offend. "It's just a heartbeat. There is no Bodhi tree, and the mirror is not a stand. Monks are most afraid of greed, anger, and ignorance. My father-in-law is obsessed." Zen Master Baoshu's voice was as usual, but his tone was stiff. When the eunuch in red heard this, he also understood that the old bald donkey in front of him was determined not to offend him, so he could only offer the condition, "There is also a Jingxin pill in the palace. I heard that the Buddha in your temple is about to make a breakthrough. If there is a Jingxin pill to supplement it, our family thinks it's 9 out of 10. When he heard about the tranquilizing pill, Master Baoshu's eyes opened instantly, and there seemed to be light in his turbid eyeballs, but it was only a moment before they slowly closed again. "I heard that there is a Manjusri Sutra for delivering to hell in the palace." "Master, you heard it wrong. There is no Manjusri Sutra for delivering to hell in the palace." Afraid that Master Baoshu would not believe it, the red-robed eunuch added, "Indeed, there is no Manjusri Sutra for delivering to hell in the palace." Master Baoshu also believed it and nodded slowly, which was considered as an agreement. "Eunuch, I will let 4 Vajra attendants leave the temple. The rest of me can't do anything." Amit Ba. The red-robed eunuch did not entangle himself. He understood that it was a fantasy to expect Bao Shu, an old bald donkey, to take action for a tranquilizing pill. If you want to enter Heshi, you must pass through Huai'an County. I hope the master will not let me down. Bai Zhao, Lu Rowei, and others rushed around for several days, and finally saw the house in the evening. Guessing that this place should be a small village, Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. In this season, letting an ordinary person sleep outdoors and eat in the wind and snow for a night would really kill him. The two of them hurried over and found an unoccupied house. Although it wasn't very nice, it was at least a place to be protected from the wind. Strange, this place is not far from Huai'an County, and nearly 10 years have passed since the Yenyun rebellion. Why is there no one there? Zhao lit a fire and murmured. Lu Rowei, who was wrapped in a cotton robe, was not so surprised. She just raised her eyes and said calmly, Yenyun suppressed the rebellion, and the war once spread to Shu. The rebel officers and soldiers went everywhere to recruit troops. 9 of the 10 rooms were empty, and the remaining ones were old, weak and sick. How can you still survive if you are disabled? Zhao was deep in thought, silently warming himself by the fire. More than 70 miles away, 4 fast horses swept through the snow. The one in front reined in the horse, and the 3 horses behind him followed closely. The 4 of them were all dressed in monk robes and carrying swords on their backs. They were none other than Vajra, who served the Buddha in Lantua Temple. The one walking in front was Ming Yuan, and the 3 behind them were Mingwan, Mingji and Mingda. Ming Yuan raised his head to check the direction and said in a deep voice, Huai'an County is less than 150 miles away. We have to travel day and night, and it can only take 1 day at most. Second senior brother, we can bear it, but Ma can't. Mingda answered. Ming and Guangji are all silent. Although Mingda is the youngest among them and has the shortest time to practice, he is thoughtful and resourceful. Ming Yuan thought for a while, agreed with Mingda's words, and then said, there is a deserted village not far ahead. Let's go there to rest our horses and set off immediately after dawn. Ming Guanyuan was puzzled. There was still more than 70 miles to the deserted village ahead. How could he have time to stop his horse after arriving? Brother, why are you rushing to Huai'an County in such a hurry? Ming Yuan asked in confusion. Junior brother, when we leave the temple, it is not the order of the Bodhisattva, but the order of the presiding master Bao Shu. There is no delay. Hearing Ming Yuan's words, the 3 of them were shocked. How could Lan Jia alone alert Zen master Bao Shu? You must know that Zen master Bao Shu has not shown up for more than 20 years, concentrating on spiritual cultivation and enlightenment. Zen master Bao Yun usually handles all matters, big and small, but now he actually comes forward personally for such a trivial matter? Ming Yuan understood the doubts of the 3 people and answered, it's about the Buddha. The 3 of them still couldn't figure it out. The host had always attached great importance to the affairs of the master, who was a master of Buddhist teachings. No wonder he had to give special orders. The 4 of them had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything, but just rode forward. In the dilapidated house, Zhao, who was warming himself by the fire, suddenly stopped. In his perception, 4 horses came from a distance, and the rest could not be sensed. I just said it wouldn't be so peaceful. Zhao thought to himself. Shaking his head, he got these thoughts out of his mind and calmly warmed up to the fire. For more than an hour, 4 horses stopped in front of the broken house. Mingyuan originally wanted to find a ruined temple or something like that, but he saw a fire here from a distance, and he happened to not have any fire certificates with him, so he had no choice but to borrow a fire here. The 4 people dismounted and walked into the broken house, only to see a man and a woman. The man was sitting by the fire calmly warming himself, as if he didn't see the 4 of them walking in, while the woman was wrapped in a cotton robe and taking a nap against the wall. Amitba Mingyuan sang the Buddha's name, raised his head when he saw Zhao, and continued, Donor, the poor monk went out in a hurry and forgot to bring the firefold. I wonder if the benefactor can lend me a favor. Zhao didn't speak and just nodded. Mingyuan arrived and thanked him, brought a piece of wood to light the fire, and then sat aside to light the fire. Neither party said much, and there was only the sound of wood crackling in the fire, the sound of wind and snow outside the house, and the sound of chewing food. Neither party could understand the other, so the atmosphere was peaceful for a while. Where did the donor come from and where is he going? Mingyuan asked with a smile, with a kind face, looking like an eminent monk. Zhao just laughed and didn't answer his question, just stretched out his hand to hold the fire. Seeing this, Mingda hurriedly spoke, Donor, senior brother has no intention of questioning, and the poor monk apologizes. The 4 of us are monks of Longtua Temple. 2 thieves stole scriptures from the temple. The poor monk and senior brother were ordered by the abbot to hunt down evil thief, have you ever seen the donor? Oh, there's another thing like this. Master, have you seen the true face of the thief? Of course we have never seen the true face of the thief, but according to what my uncle said, he is a man and a woman. I wonder if the donor has ever seen him? Mingda stood up and bowed. Zhao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wasn't this monk talking about himself and Lu Ruowei? A man and a woman, in front of them, all facing each other. Immediately, Zhao stood up, glanced over with gloomy eyes, and shouted sternly, Master, are you looking for trouble? Mingda frowned. This person was too strong. He didn't look like the guard mentioned in the Bodhisattva's explanation in the temple. He looked at the faces of the three senior brothers and said, the donor misunderstood. The poor monk was just anxious and rushed. Donor, please give me some help. I wonder if I can borrow the household registration document. Hearing this, how could Zhao not understand that this was for Lu Ruowei? A man and a woman went to the temple to steal not only incense money but also scriptures? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Bald donkey, you are biting your nose. Do you want me to wake up the maid and take off her clothes for you to check? Are you still unclean as a monk? Zhao shouted angrily, and before the four people could react, he had already taken action. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 times, 4 flying knives flew towards the 4 people. The 4 of them were shocked. This man was really domineering. He would take action as soon as he was told, without regard to his background at all. Drawing out his sword to block the flying knife, Mingguang angrily said, Don't make a mistake, the 4 of us are the Vajra of Lantua Temple. The Vajra also has impure 6 roots? Zhao Juk was not polite. He had already started, so who cares about your background? Besides, as long as no one is alive, who would know who killed them? Thinking of this, the true chi flowed, and the great trend of heaven and earth instantly enveloped them. The internal chi of the 4 people suddenly stagnated, as if a mountain was pressing on their heads. The 4 people were shocked. The man in front of them was only a few years old, but he was already a 3rd-grade master. No wonder he didn't care about Lantua Temple. Maybe he was also a disciple of a big force. The 4 were only 4th grade. Although they were born in Lantua Temple, they had almost no power to fight back in front of the 3rd grade. The internal chi was not running smoothly, and they were restricted. The 4 looked at each other and realized that the person in front of them was not easy to mess with. They could only desperately run the skills to fight for a glimmer of life. Zhao Ju would never let them have their wish. He appeared in front of Mingda in an instant, shook off Mingda's sword, and put his right hand on Mingda's neck. With a click, Mingda's neck was strangled. Junior brother Mingyuan shouted, and swung his sword towards Zhao Ju, turning his head and shouting Ming Ming Jiji, go. Before he finished speaking, the sword that was cut off was already grasped, and then a palm was printed on Mingyuan's chest. Mingyuan flew back and hit Mingji. Before Mingji had time to run, Mingyuan hit him and interrupted his steps. Just as he came to his senses, a hand was already on his head. It was either Zhao or someone else. The true energy was released and stirred into Mingji's head. From the outside, it looked intact, but inside it was a mess. A 3rd rank killed a 4th rank, and he didn't even need to use weapons. The true energy combined with the great trend of heaven and earth was not something that a 4th rank fragile body could resist. Mingguang didn't care about his dead brothers and sisters. He just wanted to run back to Lantua Temple to report the news. When the master in the temple took action, he would be able to avenge his brothers. Before he could get close, a flying knife came through the air with a swoosh. Mingguang just wanted to block it, but the flying knife had already stuck straight into his back of the head. Mingguang's eyes widened, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, then fell to the ground and died. Zhao picked up the body and threw it back to the ruined temple. After extinguishing the fire, Lu Ruowei had woken up before the action. Seeing Zhao Ju coming back, she wrapped herself in a cotton robe and said calmly, "Shall we go?" "Let's go." 2 horses galloped in the dark, rolling up snowflakes. At dawn, the eunuch in red came on the snow. Seeing the 4 horses, he frowned and walked to the front of the horses step by step. A strong smell of blood came. The eunuch in red hurriedly walked into the dilapidated house and saw the 4 monks lying dead on the ground. He lowered his eyes, shook his head, turned around, circulated his true energy, and flew forward. It was already bright. On the way to Huayan County, Zhao and Lu Ruowei galloped their horses, and the snow was getting heavier and heavier. The not-so-good feeling in Zhao's heart became stronger and stronger. He looked carefully at the world and found that the connection between himself and the world became more and more stagnant, as if he had fallen into half-dry mud. The momentum he had gathered was unable to make any progress, as if the world and himself had suddenly become strangers. This feeling made Zhao very uncomfortable. Not only was his perception infinitely compressed, but he also always had the feeling of a sword hanging over his head. The true energy circulated, silently released, blocking out the flying snow, and reached behind him, but within 10 miles, it fell into the sea and disappeared without a trace. Now Zhao, even a pig, knew that the problem was not with him. There must be a master behind him who surpassed him and was shielding his perception. Zhao Juqian was crisp and agile, kicked off his foot, abandoned his horse and flew up, landing on Lu Rouwei's horse. He hugged Lu Rouwei's slim waist and stepped on the horse's back. Lu Rouwei jumped into the air and rushed towards Huayan County with all her strength. Hissing, the horse couldn't stand it anymore, so he kicked it off, its hooves swaying in the snow, whining incessantly. The sound of the wind amplified in Lu Rouwei's ears, and Lu Rouwei couldn't care less. Others quickly called the police. Zhao Zhou's face was bright red. He didn't know whether it was because of the cold or something else. When he came to his senses, he asked, "What's wrong?" "There's someone behind me, I can't beat him." Zhao kept the story short. Lu Rouwei didn't ask anymore and just buried her head in Zhao Zhou's shoulder. The wind and snow were too strong and the third level speed was too fast. It was really difficult for people who had not entered the martial arts. Behind him, the eunuch in red looked like a big red bird, constantly rising and falling, almost more than half a mile each time. The pace is getting faster and faster, majestic, and a large amount of snowflakes are splashed with every step. The red figure was getting faster and faster, flying several miles away almost instantly, and the distance between the two kept getting closer. Zhao in front looked back and saw that the figure of the eunuch in red gradually appeared in his sight. During the snowing season, Zhao was already covered in cold sweat, all because he was frightened by the eunuch in red behind him, so fast, so fast. Zhao knew he couldn't escape, so he threw all kinds of hidden weapons back, regardless of whether he could hit them. He only hoped that these gadgets could block him a little bit, and he was gradually gaining momentum. If you really have to fight hard, you won't be able to escape if you run. All kinds of hidden weapons were blown away by the infuriating energy before they even touched the eunuch in red. The eunuch in red sneered, "Shao Dower." After saying that, his true energy bloomed, cutting off the flying snow in the sky, and rushed towards Zhao like an arrow from a string. With an increase and decrease, the distance between the two people was instantly shortened. It was so painful that Zhao felt cold in his heart. This was a waste of money. After a few steps of acceleration, regardless of the loss of energy, the snow on the roof could already be seen on the horizon. Zhao couldn't help but feel happy. Just when he was about to bring up his true energy, the situation around him suddenly changed, and the connection with heaven and earth seemed to be disconnected for a moment. The muddy feeling like a quagmire suddenly became heavier, and the weight on my shoulders suddenly increased, and the sharp voice of the eunuch in red came from behind. "Mada, you damn eunuch, it's not me who heard about you, you're going to chase me to the death." Zhao felt as bitter as if he had eaten raw yellow lotus. The eunuch himself didn't offend him. He could only catch up with him in 2 steps. "How much money does it cost for working so hard? The worst I can do is give you some eyebrow pencils and lipsticks." Seeing the footsteps getting closer and closer, the eunuch in red summoned his energy and shouted angrily, "Keep that little girl, we will spare your life. Guess whether I believe what you say about being a monster." Although the words were strong, he did not dare to hesitate at his feet. The movement of the true energy was sluggish, so he could only use chasing stars and chasing the moon to open a distance. He released the true energy and borrowed force out of thin air to open another distance. Breaking away from Lu Rouwei's arms, he grabbed her waist with both hands. In Lu Rouwei's puzzled eyes, the Taiching Jade Shujing suddenly moved, pushed her forward, and said, "Miss Lu, the eunuch behind you is too advanced in cultivation. More, I can delay you for half a quarter of an hour at most. That's all I can do. Just run as far as you can. If you're still alive, you'll definitely come to ask for payment. Take care." Lu Rouwei was pushed out a distance and fell into the snow. She didn't have time to turn around and say goodbye, so she quickly got up and ran, silently saying, "Take care." After pushing out Lu Rouwei, Zhao landed on a dead branch, turned around to face the chasing eunuch in red, and silently gathered strength. It's not that Zhao has never thought about leaving Lu Rouwei behind, but he's just not sure whether this old eunuch will kill him to silence him. And Lu Rouwei's background is probably not simple. If there is another master like the old eunuch, he will die. Neither of the betters ended well. He stopped the old eunuch for half a quarter of an hour, and whether Lu Rouwei lived or died, he could not be blamed. Thinking of this, Zhao took out the Tang Dao from the space and planned to meet the old eunuch for a while. Stopping when he saw Zhao, the eunuch in red smiled and suddenly accelerated, reaching Zhao 10 steps away almost instantly. The little kid is quite the infatuated kind. Who is not crazy about money? Zhao was cursing in his heart, but on the surface he still replied respectfully, just to live. The eunuch in red laughed loudly. You are not like that old bald donkey Baoshu. I thought you would bet on both sides, but I didn't expect. Our family is optimistic about you. If you catch the girl for our family, we will how about making an exception and adopting you as an adopted son? Zhao Jiu's eyes were cold, his mind was united, and he held his sword to prepare for the attack. Ah, come on, let's tease the rabbit too. The eunuch in red stretched out his hands and said calmly. Zhao was not stupid enough to go ahead and act recklessly. There was a huge gap between him and the eunuch. Fighting for one's life was not a matter of death. Zhao Ju stared at the eunuch in red motionlessly. The eunuch in red with a smile on his face was full of flaws in his eyes, but the reason was that his cultivation was too low and he could not see through the old eunuch. Just like an ordinary person looking at a tiger, it was full of flaws, and then sliding up? Want to kill the tiger? At this time, Zhao Ju was in a dilemma, and it was not right to move or not. For a moment, it seemed that the two of them were confronting each other in deadlocked. The eunuch in red had no such scruples. Zhao Ju did not move. He moved first, stepped on his feet, and flew into the air, moving towards Lu Ruowei. Zhao Ju did not dare to hesitate, his eyes condensed. This time he knew there was a tiger in the mountain and went to the tiger mountain. Ask the sky. He swung the knife suddenly, the true energy turned into a knife light, the knife light in the sky merged into one, wrapped in the hastily brewed knife momentum, and rushed straight to the eunuch in red. The red-robed eunuch was forced to stop by the sword light, and stopped his forward rush. He took 3 steps back, and his face showed a solemn expression. He was impressed that the third grade actually had such true energy and sword power. However, the red-robed eunuch's cultivation was much higher than Zhao Ju. The true energy was running, and the great trend of heaven and earth was wrapped up. He pushed out a palm, and dense palm shadows suddenly appeared in the air, one palm after another, drowning the sword light until it disappeared. Zhao Ju had long expected that Wintian could not hurt him. The true energy surged and turned into flowers all over the sky, which were thousands of flowers and stamens. The shadows of flowers in the air were diffused, dispersing the snowflakes in the sky, and one by one they spread towards the red-robed eunuch. In an instant, the flowers in the sky were in clusters, competing for beauty, and the flowers were piled on each other, layered and different, like a picture of 100 flowers in full bloom. The red-robed eunuch was shocked. The secret of Tangmen Xuanqi had not appeared in the world for many years, and this time he actually saw it on a little kid. It really surprised him. The red-clothed eunuch did not dare to delay, and gathered his true energy, breaking the captive, and transformed his true energy into a palm, integrating the great force to make it more real, and then pushed it out with a palm. The flowers in the air were like encountering a mountain, breaking and scattering one by one, and the poison contained in the flowers was annihilated under the big palm. The palm continued to move, and after breaking the flowers, it hit Zhao Ju directly. Zhao Ju groaned, a mouthful of blood mist spurted out, flew backwards, broke several big trees, and finally fell in the snow. Puff Zhao Ju spit out another mouthful of blood in the snow, and hurriedly took a white jade flesh regenerating pill. What rank is the senior? Why do you embarrass the two of us? Zhao Ju took a breath and asked with a heavy breath. I am the first rank, so what? What if I embarrass you? The red-clothed eunuch spoke coldly. This kid has been dragging time, which has made him irritated. Hearing the red-clothed eunuch's words, Zhao Ju took a breath. First rank? That's my problem. The eunuch in red smiled. This boy is quite capable of bending and stretching. Junior, if you have any other means, use them together. Our family doesn't have much patience. Use a hammer. Zhao felt sick for a moment. What are you pretending to do? There is only a species difference between me and a dead pig. Not to mention that I have no means. Even if I have the means, I can't do it. Shaking his head, Zhao said helplessly, Senior has great cultivation and unparalleled martial arts. I really have no other means. Even if I have it, it is insignificant to Senior. What's more, I just took a slap from Senior. I guess I can't even stand now. Can't stand up? Okay, kid, even if I give you a chance, you won't be able to use it. The red eunuch's true energy dissipated and he had no intention of killing Zhao Jiu. He turned around and glanced at Lu Ruowei, who was still running in the snow, and said loudly, Miss Lu, it's better to go back with our family. It's bitterly cold in the northwest, so don't freeze Miss Lu's golden body. Lu Ruowei, who was running to Huayan County, heard this and looked back in the direction of the red eunuch, sighing silently. However, she had no intention of blaming Zhao. After all, the eunuch in red was indeed too terrifying. With just one step spanning several miles, Zhao could buy her half a quarter of an hour, which was his limit. Without thinking too much, he took 3 steps in 2 steps at a time, and hurriedly ran towards Huayan County. Stubborn! The red-clothed eunuch shouted loudly, causing rustling on the tree branches. The true energy was like pouring into the Milky Way, rushing endlessly. He stepped on the top of the tree, and the majestic true energy shattered a huge tree. The body soared into the air, like a golden eagle attacking a rabbit, or a tiger catching a dragon, and rushed towards Lu Ruowei. The speed was so fast that a burst of snowflakes were set off, and afterimages were drawn out. Zhao, who was lying on the ground, felt lucky when he saw this scene. The old eunuch didn't kill him, otherwise he would be under such threat. I am afraid that I will meet the king if I meet him. The eunuch in red was so fast that the distance of several miles was instantly shortened to dozens of steps. Miss Lu, it's better to stop. The eunuch in red shouted loudly, his speed increased, his hands turned into claws, and his fingertips almost touched Lu Ruowei's back. Chang, a golden light came through the air, dragging out an afterimage in the air, running straight towards the red eunuch, with a mighty momentum and shocking murderous intent. The eunuch in red hurriedly turned his head, activated his true energy, and clapped his palm to stop the golden light from moving. With another force, the golden light flew back and stuck in the snow. It turned out to be a golden knife. A dark figure was approaching quickly in the distance, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of the golden knife. The person who came was dressed in black and had white hair, his face was wrinkled, he was hunched over and holding his hands. He was the housekeeper Gao Qi. Gao Qi stood next to the golden sword with a smile on his face, staring at the red eunuch with extremely sharp eyes in his cloudy eyes. The eunuch in red had a serious look on his face and asked, "Who is coming?" Steward of the Lu Mansion, Gao Qi. Gao Qi's expression was as usual and he spoke lukewarmly. "It's not easy to live for so long. Our family doesn't want to kill you, so get out of the way. It's only a first-class sword. If I'm not talented, I'm still a first-class sword." Gao Qi held the golden sword, his voice was not loud, but it was sonorous and powerful, not like an octogenarian. Let me tell you, there is a difference even if you are in the 1st grade. After finishing speaking, the red eunuch's Jinchi rioted, and the snow flew up from the ground. Lu Ruowei in front was pushed by the Jinchi and almost fell to the ground. As soon as the snowflakes started to rise, the eunuch in red moved instantly, his hands turned into melons, and he grabbed Gao Qi directly. Gao Qi was shocked, the wrinkles on his face seemed to be shaking, he drew his sword and took 3 steps back, distanced himself, and slashed with the sword. The two people's Jinchi intersected, and for an instant the world seemed to lose its voice, and only ripples of Jinchi were seen shooting out. In just a short moment, the two had fought for dozens of rounds. In the battle between the first rank, the moves cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. You can only feel the constant annihilation and regeneration of the true energy. The collision of forces is like the collision of huge rocks on the mountain. There is indeed no sound, loud sound, loud sound. The image is intangible, but that's all. However, after just a short question, the true energy collided, and Gao Qi took the lead to distance himself. The red-clothed eunuch was indeed right. With the same gap between first-grade grades, the red-clothed eunuch was 1 step ahead of Gao Qi. Executives, our family has said that there is also a gap between first-level cultivation. You can't go anywhere with your first-level cultivation. There is no need to lose your life for this. The eunuch in red had his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. Gao Qi didn't make a sound, he drew his sword horizontally, and slashed away the white clouds in the sky. The sword was brilliant, as if there were countless cavalry charging into it, and it was like thunder, roaring down. The light of the sword was bright and breathtaking. The sun in the sky seemed to have dimmed a little, and it seemed like there was only this sword left between heaven and earth. Court death. The eunuch in red yelled angrily, and the general situation merged instantly. A large palm condensed and formed in the flying snow. The big palm was lifelike, with joints, skin and flesh all like a human hand, but it contained an astonishing general situation, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. In an instant, the true energy between heaven and earth was isolated for more than 10 miles, and the flying snow continued to shoot in the opposite direction. Zhao in the distance could only feel horrified. The battle between the first rank was too powerful and the impact was too wide. Zhao was still some distance away from the two of them, but the movement of the true energy in his body had been sluggish. The battle between the two was almost a battle between one world and another. Breaking the formation trap, the two of them spoke almost at the same time, one side with a dazzling sword light, the other with a simple and thick shadow on the palm. The moment the two collided, the snowflakes melted, the sky was cloudless, the sky and the earth were dark, the general trend was continuous, and the true energy was everywhere. It lasted less than 5 breaths, the knife light disappeared, but the big palm was still going strong. Gao Qi quickly swung his knife and slashed 7 times. The big palm finally disappeared, but Gao Qi had already fallen behind. The red-clothed eunuch was instantly swept away, and a claw was grabbed, hitting the golden knife. The knife stopped, and then a palm was pushed out. Gao Qi hurriedly abandoned the knife and changed to a palm, and fought with the red-clothed eunuch. In just a moment, Gao Qi kept retreating, stepping on the snow, and exploding into a ball of white. How could the red-clothed eunuch miss such an opportunity? Taking advantage of Gao Qi's old energy dying and new energy not yet born, he rushed forward, thinking of killing him with one blow. At this time, a flying sword flew in instantly, blocking the red-clothed eunuch and Gao Qi. The red-clothed eunuch paused. This sword was quite powerful. He didn't expect there was still a master, so he slowly stepped back 2 steps, pulled away, frowned, and stared at the distance with a gloomy face. Gao Qi on the other side breathed a sigh of relief, stood firm, and silently practiced his skills. This old eunuch's cultivation was higher than his own, and he was also experienced. It was obvious that he had been immersed in the first level for many years. When both sides were silent, an old voice came from a distance. Why kill people? Who? Playing tricks. The red-robed eunuch shouted angrily, and the sound echoed in the forest. No one responded, only the sound of the sharp lock echoed. Don't come out? Then don't come out. The true energy suddenly burst out, a circle of waves spread out, and the palm shadows were heavy, blasting in all directions. It must be said that the red-robed eunuch's cultivation is indeed profound. After several battles, the true energy still has such power. The palm shadows were heavy, and they blasted out one after another. I don't know how many big trees were destroyed by the palm. Zhao Ju forced himself to support his body, and used the light skill to chase the stars and the moon, pulling away from a distance of several miles to avoid being affected by the red-robed eunuch. In this way, the red-robed eunuch was really angry. He was repeatedly delayed, and it was a round-robin battle, one after another, which really disrupted his plan. At the same time, it also made the red-robed eunuch even more angry at Master Baoshu Xiang. If Master Baoshu could help him, he might be on the way back to Chang'an now. The trees around were destroyed, and the snow on the ground was almost swept aside by the red-clothed eunuch's true qi, leaving only a few snowflakes, but the third person was still not seen. The red-clothed eunuch did not hesitate, and stepped on the handle of the sword stuck in the ground, and his hands turned into claws, and went straight to Gao Qi. Gao Qi was no match for the old eunuch even with the golden sword in his hand, not to mention that the golden sword had been knocked down, and he could only face the angry red-clothed eunuch with bare hands. As soon as the two fought, Gao Qi was at a disadvantage as expected. The red-clothed eunuch's palm method was fierce, and every palm could make Gao Qi retreat several steps, and there was no way to face it head-on. Alas, a sigh came from a distance, interrupting the red-clothed eunuch's offensive. An old man in a straw raincoat rushed out in an instant, pointed a few fingers in the air, and forced the red-clothed eunuch to retreat. Then he landed in front of Gao Qi, and said calmly, "Eunuch Chen, why do you have to embarrass a little girl?" "Zhou Jiyang? Ha ha ha, a defeated general dares to be violent?" Eunuch Chen laughed heartily, as if he thought of something, and continued, "What? Tianshan can't accommodate your withered sword? Tianshan is huge, let alone my withered sword, even a few more swords can be accommodated." "Eunuch Chen, stop it, 1 against 2, your chances of winning are not high." Zhou Jiyang's face darkened for a moment after hearing that he was defeated, and then he took off the sword on his back. Eunuch Chen sneered, he didn't care about Gao Qi or Zhou Jiyang, he would just kill them, but now that the two of them joined forces, it would be tricky. Zhou Jiyang and Gao Qi looked cautious. Eunuch Chen was one of the 4 supervisors of the inner court, and he had become famous as early as the previous emperor. Who knows if he has other means? So they naturally did not dare to act rashly. One of them drew his sword and the other stood still, facing Eunuch Chen with a fierce momentum. Both sides had their own thoughts and did not dare to take action first. Suddenly, they were quiet, with only snowflakes falling. Eunuch Chen glanced and saw that Lu Ruwei was getting closer and closer. He was impatient and had to make the first move. The true energy was running. And he was in front of the two in an instant. He slapped his palms, and the palm shadows were all over the sky, like rain. "Be careful," Zhou Jiyang reminded him. The sword in his hand was not slow. He handed out a few swords. Like painting on paper, the pen was moving like a dragon, and like writing on a monument, the muscles and bones were strong, and the palm shadows were isolated one by one. Zhou Jiang was originally a painter, and then gave up painting to learn swordsmanship. He practiced swordsmanship for more than 30 years. There was still a lot of literati in his swordsmanship. As the sword energy flowed, a painting of ink and water had taken shape on the snow. Eunuch Chen chuckled twice, slapped his palm, and the strong true energy rushed directly into the painting, disrupting the brushwork. Seeing that Zhou Jiang's swordsmanship was in disarray, Gao Qi hurriedly joined the battle and shared the burden for Zhou Jiang. Looking for death. Seized the flag. Eunuch Chen changed his palm into a claw, grabbed it out with one claw, shook off the two people, and added another melon to go straight to Gao Qi. Gao Qi retreated 3 steps in a row, bang punch, blocked Eunuch Chen's attack. Bai Ji retreated 2 steps, obviously uncomfortable. Zhou Jiang knew that he could not delay, so he drew his sword to separate Eunuch Chen, retreated first and then advanced. Jiangnan has nothing condensed a sword, like a river pouring back, stars shining, in the blink of an eye, it has taken shape, and said in a light voice, just give me a branch of spring, stabbed with a sword, and went straight to Eunuch Chen. The sword energy was sharp, passing through the hall and the door, just like a master painting, splashing ink to form, and the righteous spirit went straight through the rainbow. Eunuch Chen retreated again and again, and couldn't help but sighed, 10 years have not seen, it is not wuxia meng. He quickly put his palms together to form a finger, running the true energy, condensing into a finger, and approached the two people. 9 yangs returned to 1. Eunuch Chen shouted, his finger shadow and the long sword intersected, and then exploded. Both of them flew back, and they stopped several times before they stopped. Eunuch Chen, it may not be easy to kill us. Zhou Jiang spoke first, with some fear in his heart. He was just a draw even if he had planned it intentionally or not. If it was Eunuch Chen in his prime, the two might really die here. Eunuch Chen put his hands behind his back, and he knew that it was impossible to kill these two people. As for Lu Ruowei, they would not let him go. After a fight, he was no longer at his peak. If he continued to fight, he might not be able to leave. But Eunuch Chen didn't want to leave just like that. After all, he was still in an advantage in a 1-on-2 situation. He was not convinced to leave just like that. So the two sides confronted each other silently. Tap tap tap, there was a sound of horse hooves in the distance, and the three of them looked up at the same time, only to see a line of cavalry appearing in the direction of Huayan County, with Lu written on the big flag in front of them, and the men and horses were wearing armor, all black up to their faces. The three people had different mentalities, and Gao Qi had already laughed out loud. Eunuch Chen, you'd better go, the Yenyun cavalry has arrived, and the young lady has entered Hushi. Zhou Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief, but only Eunuch Chen's face was even more gloomy. Although warriors are said to be invincible in fighting, it is not easy to break through the large-scale soldiers, let alone take the heads of people in the formation. Moreover, these are not ordinary soldiers, but the Yenyun iron cavalry who have been tempered in flesh and blood. If they are trapped in the formation, they will die. The sound of horse hooves is getting closer, and the voice of Miss comes. Eunuch Chen is even more uneasy. When he is still weighing whether to go or not, the sound of horse hooves in the distance suddenly stops. Eunuch Chen frowned. He would not think that these cavalrymen are afraid. Change horses, take spears. Line up, follow me to charge. The voice came from a distance, and the sound of horse hooves suddenly increased. Eunuch Chen did not doubt him, and cursed in his heart that he deserved it. He did not dare to hesitate, and quickly circulated his true energy and rushed out with the force. In a blink of an eye, he was dozens of steps away. After a few more steps, his figure had disappeared in the snow. After Chen Gonggang left, Gao Qi's body relaxed and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Jiang saw this and called out old Gao, and then came to support Gao Qi. It's okay, this old eunuch is too powerful. If you hadn't come in time, I'm afraid my life would have fallen into the hands of this person. Gao Qi waved his hand and said, with a look of joy on his face. Zhou Jiang smiled and patted him on the back, this old eunuch is really powerful. I was 1 step behind him more than 10 years ago, and now I still can't catch up. The two were chatting when the cavalry arrived in front of them. The leader stopped his horse and said, Uncle Gao, the young lady is fine, let's go back to Huayan. Well, Gao Qi nodded, turned around and asked, young man, would you like to go with me? Chang'an, Lantua Temple. Zen Master Baoshu looked at Eunuch Chen with an ugly face in front of him. His face was watery, he was twisting the Buddha beads in his left hand and drinking tea calmly. Master, our family's affairs are only an inch behind Master's strength. If master can help our family and achieve perfection as soon as possible, how can it cause complications? The opportunity is close at hand, with only a slight chance. In the end, he has no choice but to retreat, which makes Eunuch-chan. How can I not be angry? Amatba, why did my father-in-law say this? For Vajra attendants died in this temple. It's not that I didn't want to do this. It's just that I have tried my best in this temple and there is really nothing I can do. Zen Master Baoshu lowered his eyes, as if everything was wrong. They all looked down on it and twisted the beads one by one, looking like an enlightened monk. Ha! Eunuch-chen smiled disdainfully. They are all foxes of thousands of years. What kind of white lady are they playing? Doesn't this old guy just want to hedge his bets without offending both sides? If 3 of them come, Lantua Temple will die. For 4th grade, what is the difference between that and 4 dead pigs? Master, we asked if it was the flags that were moving or the wind. The master explained that the heart was moving. Ha ha, we think it's not the heart that's moving. It's the heart that wants both the flags and the wind to move. Eunuch-chen laughed angrily, and said sullenly. Said sympathetically. This sentence has been used to curse people without limit. How could Zen Master Baoshu not hear it? The expression on his face changed again and again, but it returned to normal in just an instant, and he said, Amatba, God has the virtue of a good life. Although the Buddha server Vajra is not high in cultivation, he is still my disciple of Buddhism. I feel sorry for every plant and tree, not to mention the disciples who have been with me for many years. After saying these words, Eunuch-chen was speechless. You can't say that the life of Buddha serving King Kong is not life, right? How is this different from calling yourself a eunuch who is not a human being? What's more, what this old showman meant was that he was afraid of dying there if he didn't go. The reason was sufficient and reasonable. He couldn't force him, an octogenarian, to die, could he? Master's Buddhist teachings are profound, and our family admires them. When we return to Beijing, we will definitely come to Langtua Temple with my colleagues to offer some incense to my Buddha. Eunuch-chen pushed the door open and went out with a sulky tone. The word Langtua Temple was particularly emphasized. Divine Master Baoshu didn't seem to hear Eunuch-chen's words. He silently recited the Buddha's name and continued to twist the beads. Eunuch-chen hurried on his way and returned to Chang'an when it was dark. The first time he asked, he went to Langtua Temple to find Zen Master Baoshu. Now he encountered such a result that talked about the virtues of Buddhism and chariots, and there were several clay statues. Distribute anger, let alone living people. At the same time, outside Huayan County, a carriage was slowly walking in the snow. The carriage is huge, with only 4 horses pulling it. The entire carriage is made of century-old pine wood, which has a light rosin scent and is natural and elegant. The outside is painted with gold and silver, decorated with clouds and thunder patterns, and a lantern is hung, which is dotted with firelight. In the carriage, Zhao, Lu Ruowei and Zhou Jiyang were sitting opposite each other, while Gao Qi drove the carriage. The 4 of them didn't speak, and Zhao silently practiced his martial arts to heal his injuries. The battle between the first rank gave him too much shock, and the earth-shattering potential energy could not be forgotten in his heart for a long time. Lu Ruowei was wrapped in a cotton robe and looked at Zhao in silence as he vomited blood from time to time, her brows furrowed and full of worry. After adjusting my breath for more than half an hour, I took several white jade muscle-building pills into my abdomen and finally recovered to 30% to 40%. Feeling the condition of his body, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Eunuch-chen is a good man. Fortunately, he didn't call him an old eunuch, otherwise grass would have grown on the grave. Seeing Zhao Ju lamenting that he was lucky as if he had survived a disaster, Lu Ruowei curled her lips and turned her head to the side. Zhou Jiyang burst out laughing, shaking his beard and the sword on his leg. After he had laughed enough, he slowly said, Okay, kid, use the sword of the 3rd grade to chop the 1st grade. Zhao's eyelids twitched, and he was so embarrassed that he could almost snap through the carriage compartment. Don't you know this? If I had told Ipin earlier, I would have called him Godfather. This is a good idea, then the old eunuch likes you. After giving Zhao a blank look, Lu Ruowei handed over a wet handkerchief. Zhao was not polite, took off the human skin mask, and wiped the dried blood on his face. While wiping and calculating the accounts, he asked puzzledly, the 4 eunuchs in the inner palace are, Chen, Feng, Li, and he are 4 eunuchs. During the late emperor's reign, the 4 of them were assigned to accompany the prince. When the prince ascended the throne, the 4 of them became the 4 largest eunuchs in the palace. Zhou Jiyang tapped his fingers regularly. Holding the sword on his leg, he stumbled and said, Are they all 1st grade? It's all, or even more than. After listening to Zhou Jiyang's words, Zhao's enthusiasm waned. This rootless person did have an innate advantage. Where's Zen Master Bao Shu? Is the abbot of Lantua Temple also messing around? Zhao thought thoughtfully when he thought of the 4 Buddha server Vidras in the dilapidated house and continued to ask. Bao Shu is a man with a deep scheming mind. He has cultivated the seeds of Zen since he was a child. He will not get involved in this kind of thing. At most, it will only be a few novice monks. If he is asked to take action, the Tathagata will persuade him. Zhou Jiang smiled. Continued, don't underestimate Master Bao Shu. When it comes to Buddhism, the top 3 in the world are not counted. He must be among the top 10 in the world. It is probably his intention that you did not enter Lantua Temple. More than 10 years ago, Lantua Temple there was a Buddhist son born in Tua Temple. His dharma was profound. The Buddha's light shone everywhere on the day of his birth. He was rumored to be the most promising person to become a Buddha. Therefore, Bao Shu did not interfere with anything other than the Buddha's son's affairs. Eunuch Chen must have agreed to the conditions. Otherwise, Zhou Jiang didn't say anything else, but Zhao also understood that it was nothing more than a few lives. The life of this kind of low-level person is always worthless, let alone seeking revenge. It is a matter of whether Lantua Temple recognizes him or not. Seeing Zhao, he didn't care. Zhou Jiang didn't say anything further, but just asked, young man, are you coming together? I'm used to being alone. Zhao shook his head and said, returning the handkerchief to Lu Ruowei. She didn't take it, so she might as well keep it for herself. Gao Qi, who was driving the carriage outside the carriage, heard what Zhao Ju said, lifted the curtain, and handed over 2 silver bills. Zhao Ju was not polite and took them and put them in his pocket. This was what he'd earned from the fondong, so it was natural to take it. Seeing Zhao Ju's look, Gao Qi also smiled and said, boy, why don't you stay in Heshi? I dare not say anything else. With your talent, you are not far from the first rank. Zhao Ju did not comment. Everyone can draw big cakes, but only what you eat is real, otherwise it is just wishful thinking. Besides, I can reach the 3rd rank so quickly, not relying on the system. I know what my talent is. Without the system, I might still be farming in Jiangnan. Of course, it's not that farming is bad, but making money and practicing martial arts is more open. Seeing this, Gao Qi didn't say anything. Everyone has their own ambitions and can't be forced. Exchange the silver bills for God of Wealth points. There is still a lot of silver sent by the He family in the space, and the most urgent thing is to improve your strength. Open the panel. Zhao Ju muttered. Post, Zhao Ju cultivation, 3rd rank martial arts, chasing stars and moons, perfect, Taichuan Yushu Sutra, 6th level, Tianyuan sword art, entering the room, secret techniques, Tang sect mysterious. Thousands of flowers and blooms. Disguise technique. Corner breathing technique God of Wealth points, 24600. Looking at the God of Wealth points that increased by 10,000, Zhao Ju was overjoyed. He could not spend them all, he could not spend them all at all. Leaving Heshi, he must spend a lot to avenge his poor days. The carriage was clattering, and the city wall could be vaguely seen in the dark night. Zhao Ju patted Gao Qi on the shoulder, just stop here, I won't go into the city. Gao Qi pulled the reins and stopped the carriage. Zhao Ju came out of the carriage, and Lu Ruowei followed behind, silent. Miss Lu, I have sent you thousands of miles away, but we must say goodbye. Go back, the wind and snow are too strong. Zhao Ju returned the handkerchief to Lu Ruowei and bowed. Lu Ruowei took the handkerchief, stepped forward, wiped the blood from the corner of Zhao Ju's mouth, and stuffed the handkerchief into Zhao Ju's arms. Facing the wind and snow, there seemed to be a glimmer in the corners of her eyes, and she saluted with messy hair. Sir, it's cold, put on more clothes. On the official road, a group of people and a carriage were walking through the snow. There were more than 20 to 30 people in this group, and except for those in carriages, the rest were all on horseback. The person in front has dark skin, a long scar on his face, which stretches from his left eye to his lips, almost covering his entire face. He has a hooked nose, thin lips, a short strong beard on his chin, and slightly narrowed eyes. But there is hope in his eyes. He is lean and not tall, more than 5 feet but less than 6 feet. At first glance, he is a martial arts practitioner. This person is Lin Zhang, the deputy head of the Qingyun Escort Bureau in Lianzhou. The group had just escorted the escort to Chang'an. On the way back to Lianzhou, they received a business order to escort a scholar back to Yunzhou. At this time, the sun was gradually setting towards the west. The winter sun, apart from being a little bright, did not bring much warmth. Lin Zhang, who was in front, stopped his horse and raised his hand, signaling for the people behind him to stop. A man behind him rode forward, stopped next to Lin Zhang, and asked, Guard leader, why did you stop suddenly? It's getting dark, and the snow hasn't been heavy these days. There is a forest ahead. According to the schedule, we are almost near Fengtu Mountain. There are a lot of bandits in this area. Take 2 people and go in to explore. Lin, he was pointing at the forest in front of him. Okay, the person behind him replied, and then shouted, Lao Chi, Xiaojiu, follow me, others, wait where you are. After saying that, he led the 3 of them and ran into the woods after riding. The rest of the people immediately scattered and stared at the surroundings warily. The 3 of them rode into the forest. The person walking in front waved his hand. Lao Chi and Xiaojiu knew it well and headed in different directions. The 3 of them had all served in the army, and they were all scouts in the same army. They had a tacit understanding for a long time. Every move did not need to be explained. With simple movements, they could even tell what the other was thinking with just a look. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the 3 of them gathered together, looked at each other, and shook their heads. The meaning is clear. The leader nodded to show his understanding and said, you guys keep running forward, and I'll send a reply to the guard. After saying that, he reined in his horse and walked back. Lin Zhang saw only one person coming back and asked hurriedly, Old Lu, is there something wrong? Lao Lu stopped his horse and shook his head, no, neither humans nor animals. I asked Lao Chi and Xiaojiu to run away. If something goes wrong, we can react early. Okay, then we'll spend the night in the woods tonight. Lin Zhang waved his hand and took the lead to walk into the woods. The group gathered dry branches and waited for the fire to be lit. When Lin was cooking with the others, it was already dark. Lin was nibbling on the pancake, then turned around and handed the steamed bun to the young scholar who got off the carriage. Mr. Lin, our surname is Lin, we are still from the same family. This time we return to Liangzhou, we have to stay longer. Is that kid from my family still here? I want to learn and read with you. Well, it is definitely good if you are willing to study. If you are not talented, I hope you will teach me with your heart. The scholar's surname is Lin, and his given name is Ziyu. He is one of the few people in Liangzhou who has been a jinshi. He has a gentle face and a wooden hairpin. Hair, linen clothes and cotton robe, and a bookish air. The others also greeted Lin Ziyu one after another when they saw him, which shows that he is indeed somewhat famous in Liangzhou. While the group was eating, Lao Lu suddenly raised his head and gestured to everyone to be quiet. He lay down, put his ears to the ground, and listened motionlessly. Soon he slowly raised his head, looked at everyone, and said, someone is coming towards us, and I only heard the sound of a horse. After everyone listened, they each took out their weapons. The atmosphere was solemn for a while, with only the sound of burning thousands of trees. In the forest in the distance, a man led a horse and slowly walked towards the escort agency. It was Zhao Jiu who had separated from Lu Rouwei. Zhao has been traveling south from Chang'an for more than half a month. He originally wanted to return to Bianzhou, but he received a message from a 6-fingered flying pigeon on the way. Liuji said in the letter that Jiangnan is now in chaos. The death of the imperial envoy has had a great impact on countless genie guards and eunuchs throughout Jiangnan. In order to distance themselves from each other, those officials almost became obedient dogs. They closed the city when they were told, arrested people when they were told, and ransacked their homes when they were told. Not to mention the killer, he just has a little bit to do with this matter. Officials always arrest people at their word, and all the prisons in Jiangnan are full. For a time, people were panicked and everyone was in danger. Lu Ji asked Zhao to hide first. There was no guarantee that he would not be discovered when he returned to Jiangnan. Zhao also understood that he could not return to Bianzhou after this battle, and he was heading south all the way. Since he could not return to Jiangnan, he could only turn around and go to Shu. It was just a coincidence that I passed by this place and saw a fire in the distance, so Zhao led the horse and walked towards it. Looking at Zhao Jiu walking out of the forest with his horse, everyone looked solemn. They didn't think that ordinary people could walk on the snow silently. Furthermore, ordinary people would not dare to go to dozens of people with weapons in their hands. Crowds of people. Zhao Jiu didn't say anything, took the horse and sat down a little far away from them, and calmly lit the fire, as if no one was there. Lin Zhang and Lao Lu looked at each other and signaled everyone to put down their weapons and pretend that nothing happened. Although everyone had doubts when they saw this, they still put away their weapons. After everyone regained their composure, Lin Zhang walked over and asked gently, "Little brother, Lin Zhang, the deputy head of the Qingyun escort agency in Liangzhou, what do you call me?" "Zhao Jiu, a native of Chang'an." Zhao Jiu said lightly. He was not an unreasonable person. He was the first to put away his weapons. There was no fault in the etiquette. It would be a bit unreasonable for him not to say a word. Not to mention the other party doesn't have any ill intentions, just chatting can be considered as easing the hard work of the journey. Seeing that Zhao was so easy to talk to, Lin Zhang lowered his guard and continued to ask, I wonder where brother Zhao is going? Why are you alone? Liang Zhou, travel around the mountains and rivers. The ancients said that reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Oh, I didn't expect brother Zhao to be a scholar. Brother Lin is wrong. I haven't participated in the tongshur, and I'm not even a tongsheng. How can I be considered a scholar? Zhao smiled and waved his hands, and continued, I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and I know a little bit of boxing and kicking, so I came out to travel alone. So that's it. The little brother actually learned martial arts from his family. No wonder he dared to go out alone to travel around the mountains and rivers. I'm presumptuous to ask, what rank is the little brother? Lin Zhang asked with a surprised face. I am not talented. After thousands of hardships, I just entered the 4th rank. I am not a master. Zhao knew that Lin Zhang was wrong, but he naturally couldn't explain to him. It would be a fool to reveal all his secrets in a few words. It's always right to keep a watchful eye when you go out. Lin Zhang was silent. He was almost 50 years old and had just entered the 6th rank. The boy in front of him was not much older than his son, but he was actually the 4th rank. Anyone would be silent. He smiled awkwardly, said young and promising, and sat aside depressed. Zhao could feel Lin Zhang's depression. I have a system, blame me. Do I have to tell others about having a system? Roasting by the fire, sitting cross-legged silently and practicing. You're so crazy. The 3rd master grinned, his beard twitching, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light, like a man eating ferocious beast. Zhao was non-committal and it would be downgraded to fight with such a person. Hee, the mustache frowned slightly. The confident look of the white-faced scholar in front of him was unreasonable. Seeing so many people not only showing no trace of panic on their faces, but also daring to ridicule them openly, this feeling of calmness and even disdain set off alarm bells in his heart. Could this guy be a master? He turned around and glanced at the middle-aged man with a goatee on the other side of the 3rd master's house. Goatee felt Mustache's eyes and had doubts in his heart. He had a special skill and could feel extremely slight fluctuations in his inner energy, but he couldn't feel Zhao Zhou's inner energy at all, so he shook his head and gave Mustache a test look. The mustache nodded clearly and took a step forward to follow the 3rd master. He whispered in his ear, the 3rd master, the military advisor can't tell the truth from the lies. Just in case, let's try him first, and don't offend anyone we shouldn't offend. The 3rd master is naturally not a brainless person who can achieve this position. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. The little bearded man stepped forward, smiled, and said in a gentle tone, I'm down there at Tushan Shan 20. I wonder where my little brother is from and where he's going. Zhao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that these bandits were intelligent and knew how to test. But Zhao Zhou remained calm and continued to warm up calmly and did not reply to Qiangan's questions. Dear heroes, this brother Zhao is from Chang'an. He went to Liangzhou to visit relatives. His family has some wealth, but how can he bring much money to visit relatives, right? Lin Zhang said nothing when he saw Zhao, and hurriedly opened his mouth to relieve the siege. I know Zhao's background, but it's always right to sell the other person's favor. When the 3rd master heard this, he was furious. I didn't ask you, what did you say? Do you really think that you are a master for a little money? Little brother, it's better to say what you said. Qian next to him said with a smile, his tone full of threats. Zhao glanced at Qian and said coldly, if you have the guts, do it. What nonsense. Good boy. After Qian finished speaking, he threw out 2 throwing knives. One fell next to the fire, raising a snowflake, and the other hit the fire. Suddenly, the fire fell into pieces and there were flames all around. Boy, we only want money, not life. 50 taels is not much. How about I and my brothers just turn around and leave? I don't think it's good. Zhao stood up and a handful appeared in his hand. The flying knife hit a big tree next to it with a crisp sound. The entire flying knife sank directly into the tree, with only a little bit of the tail exposed. Qian smiled disdainfully, thinking he was some kind of master. It's not like he couldn't do it at this level. To put it bluntly, he could even do better. Zhao didn't look at the reaction of everyone, and threw out another flying knife in his hand. With a ding sound, it hit the tail of the flying knife. The second flying knife was directly behind the first flying knife. It was steady and showed no tendency to fall. At the same time, the first flying knife was motionless and did not advance an inch. This immediately calmed the two groups, Qian 20, the third leader and goatee husband, with solemn expressions. The three of them could do the first flying knife, but the second one was difficult. Not only does it have to be accurate, but the force also needs to be controlled extremely finely. A little more will push the first flying knife in, and a little less will make the second flying knife not good. They think they can't do it at this level. Zhao looked at the solemn expressions on their faces. They looked calm and did not speak, but another flying knife appeared in their hands. 23 Qian people suddenly opened their eyes. They couldn't believe that this kid would come back with a third one, but the flying knife in his hand couldn't be fake. On Lin Zhang's side, Lin Zhang, Lao Lu and the others looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Although I have known for a long time that Zhao is the fourth grade, knowing it is different from seeing it. Now that I saw the third flying knife in Zhao Zhou's hand, I was filled with doubts. Wouldn't Zhao want to kill someone violently? A ding sound interrupted their thoughts, and they saw that the third flying knife hit the second one, just like the second one, firmly behind the second one, but the first flying knife still didn't make an inch. The three flying knives were steady, connected end to end, without the slightest deviation, just in a straight line. This move directly caused the expressions on the faces of Lin Zhang, his gang, and the bandits headed by the third master to change to surprise. Everyone's eyes were blank and they were silent for a long time. Do you still want to give me my money? Heroes? Zhao said with a sneer, word after word, and the word hero was particularly heavy. The third boss Qian Air and Goatee shook their heads quickly, as if a flying knife would appear on their foreheads later. No, we are not heroes. You are the hero, the great hero, we are leaving now, we are leaving now. The third master said with a smile, with a very rich expression of half crying and half smiling. He threw the money bag in his arms at Lin Zhang's feet, apologized again and again, and said with a flattering smile, the villain is too blind to see Taishan. Let's go now. Let's go now. You adults have a lot of money. Treat the little one like a fart. Come on. After saying that, he gave himself a few hard mouths. Seeing that Lin Zhang didn't respond, he turned around and wanted to leave. Stop, let me ask you a few words. Zhao said with a smile, his tone was gentle, and there was a light smile on his face, giving people the feeling of spring breeze. The third boss turned around and saw this scene, sweating profusely. The scholar looked so smiling, and he always felt that a flying knife would fly over in the next second. But he couldn't pretend to be dead, so he could only jump off the horse in fear, bowed respectfully, and said, if you ask, I will tell you everything I know, and I dare not tell a lie. Let me ask you, you came all the way in the ice and snow, and you didn't get anything. Isn't it inappropriate? Not inappropriate, no, it's appropriate, it's too appropriate. The third boss shook his head and nodded suddenly. Zhao shook the flying knife in his hand and said with a smile, you said you didn't lie, let me ask again, is it appropriate? The third boss didn't know whether to cry or laugh, so he could only say helplessly, then, it's inappropriate. Hey, that's right, let me ask you again, I was woken up by you before I fell asleep, isn't it inappropriate? Not appropriate, of course not appropriate, disturbing the hero's rest, we should fight. After saying that, he slapped himself twice. Seeing that Zhao did not ask any more questions, the third in command asked cautiously, then the hero continues to rest, I will leave first. Zhao raised his eyebrows at the third in command with a smile, raised the flying knife in front of his eyes, and shook it. Leave? Then you came here for nothing? Then I woke up for nothing? Then, hero, should I leave? The third boss was already dead set on his life. Should he leave or not? Zhao Zhu's smiling face always made him feel that if he answered Zhao and he was unhappy, he would definitely not live to see the dawn. Zhao Zhu still had a smiling face and a gentle tone, like a teacher who was patient and persuading. It's not good for everyone to leave this way. Do you understand? The third boss scratched his head and looked around in confusion. If he didn't leave this way, how could he leave? Should he crawl? A bunch of his subordinates were watching him. If he really had to crawl, would he still be able to survive? Qian Er, who was standing by, saw the embarrassment of the third boss and hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Third boss, I think this kid wants money. Hearing this, the third boss' pupils shrank. After thinking carefully, it seemed that it was not much different from what Qian Er said. So he turned back and blinked, giving Qian Gan a look of doubt. Qian Er nodded and silently stepped aside. Hero, I've thought about it. I'm sorry for disturbing you. The brothers have collected some money and it's just to honor you. The third boss smiled like a bridegroom and said loudly. Third boss, explain what filial piety means? It's filial piety. The third boss's eyes were blank. Explain it. Zhao pointed at the third boss and said seriously. It's just filial piety to you. How do you explain it? Explain it, what is filial piety? Filial piety, the third boss looked nervous and waved his hands around. Explain it, what the hell is filial piety, explain it. Zhao shouted angrily. The third boss thought of Qianair, and his eyes switched back and forth between Qiangan and Zhao. Old Qian, what is filial piety? There was already a feeling of crying in his voice. It's filial piety. We prepared 150 tales, so that the hero can sleep peacefully. This is filial piety. Is it clear enough? Qianair spoke hurriedly, his voice trembling a little, and his face was full of ferocity. Brother, what a surprise! Zhao held the hand of the third boss, smiling happily. When will it be given to me? The third boss was reborn after the disaster, and responded with a heavy breath, immediately, immediately, immediately. After that, a group of people gathered in a circle. After a while, the third boss came back with a purse. Hero, can I leave now? I didn't say you can't leave. Zhao took the purse and said innocently, with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't I say that I didn't let them leave? I don't remember. The third boss was saved, and hurriedly called the others to get on the horse, turned around and ran. Zhao was speechless for a while. He was not a scourge, so what was he afraid of? The people from the escort agency nearby were stunned. It was the first time they saw someone talk about extortion so righteously. It has a high artistic content. It must be listed as a World Heritage Site. It's better to have good martial arts skills. If I play like this, I can probably prepare for the 7th day in advance. Lin Zheng thought to himself. Zhao Ju glanced at the people from the escort agency and sat back to his original position, cross-legged and silently practiced. Exchange for God of Wealth points. He silently said in his heart, and exchanged the 150 taels of silver he had just received for 1,500 God of Wealth points. Of course, he would not go to great lengths to extort these bandits for no reason. He just had nothing to do and teased the system with a question: can the extorted silver be exchanged for God of Wealth points? The system's answer was, as long as you work hard, it counts. So Zhao Ju took great pains to perform a flying knife in a line. Unexpectedly, after he showed this skill, the system actually thought it was a performance. Life is not easy, the killer performs for show. Bloody artist Zhao Juyan. It is normal to make mistakes when performing for money. Who can guarantee that they will never make mistakes in their life? If the customers insist on paying more, isn't it support for art? With this explanation, it seems very reasonable. There are artists in the mountains and forests too. In this way, the system's God of Wealth points reached 26,100. It happened that the system mall refreshed a new elixir, Tongxian Dan, which is the same as Peiyuan Dan, 500 God of Wealth points per bottle, and one bottle has 5 pills. Tongxian Dan can not only refine the true qi and make it more vigorous and pure, but also strengthen the perception of heaven and earth and better nourish the general trend. It is the most suitable elixir for the 3rd grade and above. No more nonsense. 5 bottles of Tongxian Dan, 1 bottle of Baiyuxingji Dan, 3,500 God of Wealth points spent. Zhao never treats himself badly. If there is a better elixir, he must use it as soon as possible. Exit the system mall and go to the special price mall. Most of the things are still ridiculously expensive, and they are often hundreds of millions or trillions. Although Zhao is greedy, he still knows how much he weighs. He skipped 4 ridiculously expensive ones and stopped at the last one. Tang Sek Mysterious, bone eroding and soul stirring. Not expensive, only 2,000 God of Wealth points, buy it. Zhao Ju was full of pride and must take revenge on those poor days. Taiching Yushu Sutra, upgrade. Tianyuan Sword Art, upgrade. Turtle Breathing Technique upgraded to Breathing Technique, upgrade. Disguise Technique upgraded to Face Change, upgrade. After a series of operations, 26,100 God of Wealth points directly turned into 14,600. It can be said that he spent money like water. More than 10,000 God of Wealth points were gone. However, Zhao Ju was extremely happy in his heart. His own strength was the basis of everything. Although he felt a little uncomfortable after spending a lot of God of Wealth points, his own strength was directly raised by a large margin. The 7th level of Taiching Yushu Sutra has greatly improved the flow of true qi. If the 6th level is just a trickle, the 7th level is a waterfall. The true qi runs faster and the volume is larger. The difference is self-evident. The Tianyuan sword art has achieved a small success, and the second style has been comprehended naturally. After asking the sky comes opening the sky, from thousands of swords to only one sword. Although the range is smaller, the sword is more sharp and the killing is more focused. If asking the sky is a sky full of swords, then opening the sky is just a sword that is condensed to the extreme. The true chi is more concentrated, and the killing is more fierce. What makes Zhao Ju happiest is the face-changing and breath-retaining art after the upgrade of the disguise and turtle breathing techniques. Compared with the disguise, the face-changing can change one's bones and flesh into another person's appearance, which can already be done without the human skin mask. At the same time, the change of face is more natural, and even the voice, height and skin condition can be changed, which can almost be said to become another person. Compared with the turtle breathing technique, the breath-retaining technique is more perfect, and even the fluctuations of one's own true chi can be concealed to the point where it is almost unnoticeable without careful feeling. Compared with the previous one, the improvement is not a little bit. The combination of the breath-retaining technique and the change of appearance can almost allow oneself to observe silently and approach the target. On the contrary, the bone erosion and soul stirring that Zhao just bought at the discount mall did not give Zhao too many surprises. True chi poisoning thousands of flowers and stamens can also do it, but the bone erosion and soul stirring is just more toxic, which is not a particularly big improvement. The only effect is probably to destroy the corpse and eliminate the traces. After all, the characteristic of the bone erosion and soul stirring is that it is extremely corrosive, so just treat it as an additional means. Open the panel. Zhao spent so many God of Wealth points, and he must see his changes. Host, Jiajiu Cultivation, 5th rank Martial Arts, Chasing Stars and Moons, Perfect, Taiching Yushu Sutra, 7th level, Tianyuan Sword Technique, Minor Success, Secret Techniques, Tang Sect Mystery. Thousands of flowers and petals / erosion and soul stirring. Change your appearance. Steep containing technique God of Wealth points, 14,600. Finally I can see the mountain. It is already midwinter in the capital. The snow is as heavy as a mat, and the yellow tiles and green walls have disappeared, leaving only a vast expanse of white. The snow outside the duty room of the Saligian has accumulated a bit of thickness. The green eunuchs standing on both sides of the gate are shaking with their hands, while in the duty room, the charcoal fire is burning vigorously, and 3 eunuchs in red are sitting at a square table drinking tea. The whole room is warmed by the charcoal fire. The 3 people are not wearing official uniforms, but a thin casual clothes, but they don't feel a bit of cold. The 3 people's teacups are filled with mist and the fragrance of tea is refreshing. It is the first spring jade buds newly picked this year. In the whole Daki, only the tea produced in the 3 gardens in Jiangnan can be called jade buds, which is the imperial tea. These 3 eunuchs can drink the first spring new harvest, which shows that they are powerful. These 3 people are the eunuch Feng, the seal-holding eunuch, and the eunuchs He and Li, the pen-holding eunuchs. Eunuch He is slightly fatter than the other 2. Although he is over 50 years old, he does not look old and is still energetic. He sipped his tea slowly, put down his teacup, closed his eyes and savored it for a while before smiling and saying, "Godfather, the jade buds are out of the cellar, and the 3rd brother hasn't come back yet. The 4th brother is not so lucky to have jade buds this spring. The 3rd brother is not so lucky." Eunuch Feng, who was sitting in the main seat, put down his teacup and said leisurely. Eunuch Li on the other side was thin, with his gray hair combed meticulously, eagle eyes, hooked nose, thin lips, long face, and no flesh on his cheeks. At first glance, he was a sinister and cruel person. Like the 2 of them, Eunuch Li tasted a sip of tea, then blew on the tea, exhaled a long breath, leaned over and lit a dry pipe on the charcoal stove, squinted his eyes and said, "Second brother, don't worry, it takes more than a month to walk from Chang'an to the capital, and it will take at least 10 days and half a month. It's almost there." Unlike his face, Eunuch Li's voice was very gentle and magnetic. Meng De has a poem that says, "I patted the eagle-beaked buds in the fragrant bushes, and the old man sealed it and sent it to the exiled immortal home." Tonight, there is the moon over the Xiangjiang River, shining on the flying flowers in the bowl. There is not much good tea, let's taste the tea, and just wait for the 3rd son's matter. Eunuch Feng closed his eyes, his expression was calm, as if he was savoring the fragrance of tea, with a look of contentment on his face. Eunuch He and Eunuch Li said and stopped talking. They each held their teacups and tasted tea. For a while, there was only the ding-ding sound of teacups hitting each other and the diffused tea fragrance in the duty room. "Eunuch Shin, you are back." The voice of the eunuch on duty outside the door interrupted the elegance of the 3 people. "Damn it!" Eunuch He spoke first, and the smile on his face was gone. The other 2 eunuchs also looked unhappy. "Is the old ancestor on duty?" A low voice came from outside the door. "Yes, the old ancestor is talking about Eunuch Shin." The joyful voice of another eunuch on duty came. Eunuch Feng smiled when he heard the voice. Second brother, is that your godson Su Ling outside the door? Replying to Qian Dad, it is Su Ling. This kid is very smart. Eunuch He's face turned from gloomy to bright. Eunuch Feng smiled and nodded. Smart is good, being smart can do good things. He finished the tea in the teacup and continued, the third brother is back, let's go out to greet him. The three of them just opened the door of the duty room, and the tired-looking eunuch Chen had already arrived at the steps. Seeing the three people pushing the door out, his eyes were happy, and he knelt down hurriedly with his official uniform. Godfather. Good boy, it's good to be back, it's good to be back, it's cold outside, let's go inside and talk. Second brother, let the eunuchs go down. Eunuch Feng took 2 quick steps and lifted up eunuch Chen. Didn't you hear what the ancestor said? Go down. Yes, the eunuch on duty replied. In the duty room, eunuch Chen said without changing into his regular clothes, Godfather, my godson is not doing his job well, please punish me. Didn't you bring him back? Yes. Eunuch Feng looked solemn, and the 2 eunuchs beside him didn't say anything, their faces were gloomy. Didn't Baoshu do anything? Eunuch Feng spoke slowly after sitting down. No, that old show-off was thinking of betting on both sides, not to mention doing it himself. Even the people he sent were just 4 Buddha serving Vajra, and they became 4 corpses before they even saw the people. Eunuch Chen looked annoyed, and tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. Later Zhou Jiang took action, and with the cavalry behind, my son really didn't dare to pursue further. After saying that, Eunuch Chen knelt down and lowered his head in grievance. Eunuch Feng closed his eyes as if thinking about something, and the fat eunuch he helped Eunuch Chen up. Old third, it's not your fault. No one could have expected this to happen. Godfather is not an unreasonable person. Get up first. Eunuch Feng, who was sitting, opened his eyes and took a breath. Alas, an imperial envoy died in Jiangnan for no apparent reason, and Chang'an didn't keep anyone. It's a troubled time. Shu is plagued by bandits, Hashi is disunited, the northern who repeatedly invades the border, and Annan is not peaceful. There are thousands of difficulties, but your majesty has the most difficulties. As servants, the most important thing is to share the worries of the emperor. Old third, don't leave this time when you come back. You are doing the job of old second. Old second, thank you for taking a trip to Jiangnan, the new year is coming soon, we have to kill a few pigs for the new year. Boss, you work the hardest. Zhuai Yulong and Jin Lunyang of Jinui, pick some people from the east and west factories to go out and travel around the world. In recent years, the people in the world have been used to being unruly, and they are all hypocritical. If you don't know, you would think that we are scholars. Hee, let the world see blood and see the blade. After listening, the 3 of them replied, yes, Godfather. Eunuch Feng nodded, his face showing no joy or anger. Get ready immediately, the third brother will stay for a while. Okay, Godfather, I'll take my leave, said Eunuch He and Eunuch Li together. After the door was closed, Eunuch Feng stood up, took some water, and made a pot of tea himself. He pushed it in front of Eunuch Chen and said, Old third, you are already this old without realizing it. When you first entered the East Palace, you were still half-grown children. It's been almost 40 years in a blink of an eye. For 38 years, it's all thanks to Godfather. Whether you are sincere or false, I will bear it. Eunuch Feng raised his hand to interrupt Eunuch Chen who was about to speak, and continued, I don't know if you regard Godfather as a relative, but Godfather really regards you as his own sons. What parent doesn't hope for the best for his son? I asked the eldest brother to go here to finish it for you. Old third, you didn't do a good job on this matter, Godfather, Eunuch Chen almost shouted with a crying voice, and tears were already in his eyes. Patting Eunuch Chen on the shoulder and wiping his tears, he said, Third brother, take a nap. You understand the truth, so I won't say much. Just do your job. Change into your official uniform and go serve the emperor. Outside Liangzhou City. After 7 or 8 days of non-stop traveling, the group finally arrived at Liangzhou City. The fatigue on the road seemed to melt away like ice and snow the moment they saw the Liangzhou City wall. Many people had joy on their faces, especially Lin Zhang. Finally we're here. It's all good. Let's do it at home. Lin Zhang said with emotion while holding the horse. Yeah, home is the best, the escort team also happily agreed. Mr. Lin, Liangzhou is close at hand. It's snowing and windy. Come down and take a few steps to avoid being unable to bear the cold. Lin Ziyu didn't show any pretense and got off the carriage to chat and laugh with the group. Only Zhao was still riding his horse to enjoy the scenery of Shu. Along the way, Zhao received 2 6-fingered flying pigeons, both of which told Zhao to hide them and not come back. Jiangnan was probably doing something big. Zhao didn't hide it either.
He told Liuji in the letter that he was almost arriving at Liangzhou City, but Liuji didn't reply. Sect Officer Lin, I wonder if there is any yard rental in Liangzhou City? Zhao sat on the horse and suddenly asked. Although Lin Zhang was puzzled, he immediately replied, I guess there is no rent, but Liangzhou City has not been peaceful in the past few years. There are still a few places for sale, but the asking price is not cheap. After thinking about it, he asked, I wonder what my little brother wants to buy a yard for. Open a tavern, otherwise you won't even have a place to live. How can you travel around with peace of mind? There is a tavern, but it's the price, Lin Zhang replied awkwardly. Zhao smiled and said proudly, money is a small issue, but it must be able to accommodate people. If it's convenient, could you please take me to have a look at it, head guard Lin? Don't worry, Zhao will definitely not treat you badly. That's not what I mean. Lin Zhang waved his hands repeatedly and said in a panic, Lin has not been in Liangzhou for a few months. I don't know if any of the yards have been sold. There is no definite information. Since my little brother wants to see it, I will take him there. Bar. Zhao cupped his fists and handed over his hands, okay, please trouble the escort, but the money still has to be given, otherwise I will be embarrassed. Lin Zhang also stopped talking. How could he fall out with someone if he was forced to give it to him? You're so polite, you can't give up money just to save face, right? The group of people walked for 2/4 of an hour and entered the city with smiles on their faces. The rest of the group followed old Lu and the escort agency, while Lin Zhang and Zhao led their horses to look at the yard. After following Lin Zhang through several streets and turns, he finally found a remote courtyard. Lin Zhang stepped forward and knocked on the door to call for someone. After a while, a wealthy middle-aged man opened the door. Seeing that it was Lin Zhang, he quickly saluted, Head guard Lin, the escort is back? Please come inside, please come inside. Lin Zhang's face lit up, Brother Zhou, I just returned to Liangzhou. Isn't there a little brother who wants to buy a yard? I thought that Brother Zhou's place is just right, so I brought my little brother to come and have a look. Sorry to bother you. Oh? Is that the little brother behind you? The middle-aged man said happily, Quick, come in, little brother is really a young talent. Zhao was not polite, clasped his fists in response, and followed Lin Zhang into the courtyard. The middle-aged man led the two of them around the yard. The yard is not small, almost an acre of land. It is transparent from the front and back, without too many decorations. The front door is on a street, but it is very remote. The back door is next to the river, shaded by green trees, making it extremely secluded. This courtyard is like a rabbit hole, extending in all directions but secluded enough. It is very suitable for people like Zhao Ju, and Zhao Ju himself is very satisfied. The three of them stood in the courtyard by the front door. Zhao looked around the courtyard wall, nodded with satisfaction, and was the first to say, Uncle Zhou, the courtyard is nice. I am really satisfied. Please give me a price. Hey, little brother, since you sincerely want it, then Zhou also sincerely offers a suitable price, 800 taels, no less. Zhou also spent a lot of money on the purchase. If it weren't for the unclear situation in Liangzhou, I don't want to sell it, the middle-aged man spoke with a hint of sadness, his eyes twinkling, and his reluctance was visible to the naked eye. Zhao smiled. For him, 800 taels was not too much. Anyway, there was a lot of money in the space, and he couldn't exchange it for God of Wealth points, so he just spent it. Zhao could also see the middle-aged man's reluctance, so he said in a deep voice, 800 taels is 800 taels. I will also pay for the land deed document, but it needs to be quick. It is best to clear the money and goods today. The middle-aged man restrained his sorrow and said, Okay, since the little brother is so cheerful, Zhou will not delay. If Zhou has nothing to do today, he and the little brother will go to the yamen to change the land deed. Zhao didn't waste any time. He took out 800 taels of silver notes from his arms, actually from the space, and handed them to the middle-aged man. Lin Zhang happened to be there, so he acted as a witness. The three of them went to the yamen, paid the money, and changed the title deed. From that moment on, the courtyard belonged to Zhao Jiu. Back in the courtyard, the middle-aged man left halfway, leaving only Zhao Ju and Lin Zhang. Looking at Nuada's yard, Lin Zhang's eyes were full of envy, while Zhao Ji couldn't stop smiling. It was a great satisfaction to have a tile to cover his head no matter where he was. He put 10 taels of silver into Lin Zhang's hand and asked, Guard leader Lin, I wonder if there is a better carpenter. I also want to make a sign or something. Yes, there is one near the escort office. I will ask them to make one later. What words should be engraved on it? Just writing the 3 words tavern is enough.
After Zhao finished speaking, he handed Lin Zheng 20 taels of silver. Signboards and such will trouble the headguard Lin. Lin Zheng took the money and nodded. Little brother, I will send it to you in 5 days. The wine utensils have to be ordered. As for the wine, there is really nothing I can do. Zhao nodded and agreed. Lin Zheng didn't stay long, just thanked Zhao and left in a hurry. In the next half-month, Zhao has been doing various things in the yard. After all, you have to pretend to be decent. It would be too abnormal for a tavern to not have even a drop of wine. But I really can't get wine, and I am not concentrating on business. I just want to have a place to hide. He simply sent Fij to Liuji and asked him to send a few carts of good wine. Time flies, and another half-month has passed. The signboards, tables, chairs and benches sent by Lin Zhang have been used, and everything except wine has been prepared. Fortunately, Liuji replied to the letter, saying that Liuji was on the way and would arrive in Liangzhou soon. After waiting for 3 days, Liuji's carriage finally arrived when the sun was setting. Sure enough, there was a carriage full of wine. When old friends met, Zhao was not polite. He went to make a pot of local good wine and a large table of delicious food. The two of them sat in the backyard, drinking and chatting in the moonlight. After a few glasses of wine, Zhao took the lead and asked, Lu Ji, what's going on in Bianzhou? I can't even go home. The 6 fingers were still the same as before. He was holding peanuts with his missing left hand and sipping wine. Although several teeth were missing in his mouth, he was chewing beef with relish. After eating and drinking until his face turned red, he wiped a few hands on his clothes, and half lying down, he replied, Don't ask about Jiang Nan's affairs. You saved my life, and I won't harm you. Jiang Nan's affairs are between you and me. They can't control it, not even Jiang Nan himself can control it. When he said this, he seemed to be frightened, and drank a few sips of wine. You haven't seen that the Zhao family, a century-old family, just copied it, and the lives of those people are no different from those of pigs. Zhao himself was shocked. The Zhao family was almost like thunder in Bianzhou. I heard that Taizu became rich when he was young. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has been a wealthy family for hundreds of years. There was a secondary assistant in my ancestors, which has become degenerate in recent generations, but there is also a 5th rank official. Not only that, the Zhao family's business is almost all over the south of the Yangtze River, and even involves private salt. Such a behemoth was actually ransacked? How could the situation be so serious? Zhao Jiao still felt incredible. It was really hard to believe that the towering tree was falling. Liuji squinted his eyes, took 2 sips of wine, and said with a sneer, It's more than serious. I heard from people in the capital that there have been big moves recently. Beihu invaded the border, and the Ministry of War is short of money. Hearing what Liuji said, Zhao finally realized something. He thought it was an imperial envoy case, but he didn't expect it was just a hook. The palace is going to kill a pig. Seeing Zhao, he stopped talking. Liuji exhaled the smell of alcohol and said with blurred eyes, Old Zhao, my visit to Shu this time is considered a refuge. If you still need to do business, wait for me to fly pigeons. Zhao nodded and drank in silence. Seeing this, Liuji continued, Old Zhao, I'm in Jingwan City. If you're short of wine, write to me. Remember to give money. Also, things are different now. It says that every order will be drawn at 108, which has gone up a bit. Business it's not easy to do, okay? Zhao didn't refuse, 8 out of 100 draws were not high. Although it used to be 5 out of 100, the current situation is turbulent and the closing is difficult to do. Price increases are inevitable. After all, rising costs are real. The two of them kept drinking until Liuji reached the top of the willow tree in the moonlight before he drunkenly collected the money and left. After moving the wine into the cellar, Zhao made a pot of tea and lay half-ly thinking about the future. You have to do business. Except for the killer business, the money coming in from other businesses is too slow to support your own consumption. Although the current situation is not good, if you think about it from another perspective, isn't this situation a good thing for you? Thinking of this, Zhao felt a little comforted, so he stopped thinking about it, took a Tongxian pill, and practiced cross-legged. In the capital, the cabinet is on duty. The cabinet system was first created during the reign of Emperor Taizong. Originally, it was just to promote a few veteran ministers to be bachelors to help the prince supervise the country during Taizong's northern campaign. There was no so-called duty room, but a side hall of Xuanhe Hall was set up so that the prince could consult at any time. Afterwards, the two emperors Rinzong and Dizong continued to improve it, the cabinet was gradually established, and the housekeeper was finally established in Yuan Pavilion. In the Yuan Pavilion duty room, the fire was burning brightly, and 4 officials in red were sitting at separate tables. All 4 of them were silent, with unusually serious faces. The tea on the table had been changed several times, but no one had any intention of drinking it. Soon, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Yang Ming, the chief minister of the cabinet and minister of rights, who was sitting in the middle, stood up first. Footsteps approached outside the door, and the last cabinet member, Li Shuo, the minister of household affairs, walked in quickly. Before he could take a breath, the cabinet member on the left side, who was as thin as a bamboo pole and had eagle eyes and a white face, couldn't help but ask, "Master Li, how is the situation?" Professor Li ignored it, just picked up the tea on the table, took a long sip, and then slowly said, "Elder Gu, Mr. Jiang, what's the matter?" Not to mention eunuch Feng, there are no eunuchs on duty. The 4 of them looked at each other with doubts in each other's eyes. Yang Ming glanced at Professor Li, who nodded and sighed helplessly. He knew that Mr. Gu didn't believe it, but there really was no one in charge of the ceremony, so he couldn't just make a few people come out, right? Silently he walked to an empty table and sat down to drink tea. From the cabinet duty room to the ceremonial duty room, I almost broke both legs from exhaustion. Since there is no one, let's just wait. Yang Ming said helplessly. There was nothing he could do if he couldn't find anyone. I think the father-in-law of the supervisor of ceremonies should be waiting for the saint. Our vote should be drafted again. Wait. The 3 of them had no better idea. They remained silent and covered their hands with solemn expressions. Only Xia Shang, the eldest member of the cabinet, knew that there was no one in charge of the ceremony, so he drank tea and read a book leisurely, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. At this time, the imperial study room. Eunuch Feng knelt on the ground while the current emperor Yuan Zhuo finished washing. As soon as he walked into the royal study room, he saw Eunuch Feng kneeling on the ground. He quickly took 2 steps and helped Eunuch Feng up. "Daban, why is this? Why are you kneeling here? Is it possible that someone is giving trouble to Daban? The Holy One has many things to do, and this old slave is not doing things well and has betrayed the Holy Grace. He deserves to die." Eunuch Feng wiped his tears with a cry in his voice, and wanted to kneel down again after saying this. "Why do you think your great companion is like this? Talk to Lian Ting, and I grant that my great companion is not guilty." It is said that people become nostalgic for the past as they age, and Yuan Zhuo is no exception. Yuan Zhuo is already 57 this year, and has been with Eunuch Feng for almost 60 years. The 2 naturally have a deep friendship. Of course Yuan Zhuo couldn't bear it when he saw Eunuch Feng in tears. The Holy One is merciful. Chen Jing didn't stop him from going to the Lu family. Eunuch Feng looked at the solemn and majestic emperor sitting behind the table and did not dare to hide anything. He explained the process and result of the matter in a few words. Yuan Zhuo was over 50 but still majestic. The bright yellow dragon robe on his body made him extremely noble, and his eyes were filled with the domineering power of a superior. Hearing Eunuch Feng's words, his expression did not change at all. He caressed Nadeshiko lightly, and then said, "Whose family doesn't have a few unsatisfactory children? It's hard for you too. Chen Jing doesn't do things well, but he is also sincere, but it's just because of your own inability. I won't punish you this time, you will still have to beat me when you return to the supervisor of ceremonies." Eunuch Feng quickly knelt down and kowtowed politely, "The Holy One is as kind as heaven. The Holy One will not punish, but this old slave will also punish me. Chen Jing owes the Holy Grace. Well, my eldest companion is sensible. You should also pay more attention to other matters." Yuan Zhuo said with a smile, "Okay, go to the check-in room and let Yang Ming and Chen Jifu come see me." "Old slave, let's do it now." In the check-in room, when no one was waiting impatiently, a voice finally sounded outside the door, "Eunuch Feng. There is no need to inform, our family is just here to announce the decree." When the 5 people heard this, they were immediately happy, stood up quickly, and went out to greet them. No matter how you say it, Eunuch Feng is a master. Before the 5 people arrived at the door, Eunuch Feng had already walked into the check-in room. When he saw the 5 people there, he quickly raised his hands and saluted, "Mr. Gu, you must be waiting in a hurry. Ha ha ha, wine and vinegar." There are a few slaves in the bureau who don't understand the rules and delayed some time, making the adults wait for a long time. Yang Ming hurriedly smiled and said, "My father-in-law is working hard, I just want to drink a few more cups of tea." "Eunuch Feng, Mr. Yang Gu and Mr. Su Gu, your majesty has decreed that the 2 Gu elders should enter the palace to meet the Holy Spirit." Yang Ming and Su Jifu followed Eunuch Feng all the way. When they asked questions on the way, Eunuch Feng didn't reply. He just said, "I will understand everything after meeting your majesty." The two pavilion elders were both obedient and had never practiced martial arts. They walked unsteadily for a quarter of an hour before arriving at the imperial study. Elder Gu, please. Eunuch Feng pushed open the door of the imperial study and said to the two elders. My companion, bring chairs to the two elders. Yuan Jue saw the three people coming in, put down his teacup and said, Yang Gu is the first assistant, and Su Gu is the second assistant. They are both the pillars of the country. From now on, Su Gu will come to see me, and also given a seat. Yes, Su Zhizhou is already 62 years old. He has been in the pavilion for 8 years, but he does not look old. He has a well-proportioned figure, even steps, and high energy. Even his hair is only half white. After hearing the emperor's words, he hurriedly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, I am only a secondary assistant and I dare not overstep my bounds. We are all the pillars of the country. There is no need to prioritize.
Sit down, Mr. Su Gu. Yuan Jue said calmly with a calm expression. After the two sat down and Eunuch Feng stepped aside, Yuan Jue continued, Have you found out anything about the imperial envoy case in Jiangnan?
Yuan Jue seemed not to have seen the two cabinet elders, but asked Eunuch Feng first. The two cabinet elders felt depressed. They had been in the cabinet for many years, so how could they not know what the emperor meant? The matter in Jiangnan was probably irreversible. Your Majesty, we have some clues. Officials in Dianzhou, Changzhou, Yunzhou and Linan colluded with businessmen. They were afraid that Lord Jiang would find out the problem, so they hired assassins to assassinate Lord Jiang in Changzhou. Yuan Jue put down the teacup, and with a ding sound, he was obviously angry. Keep investigating. Pull out the radish and bring out the mud. These rats must be investigated and eliminated. Don't worry, old slave. Eunuch Feng responded. Lord Yan, last month Cui Han went south to inspect the salt, why is there no news yet? Yuan Jue's face was deep, squinting at Yang Ming. I heard that Cui Han is also a student of Lord Yang, how can he be so careless? Your Majesty, please forgive me, I will send an urgent letter to Cui Han and urge him to reply quickly. Yang Ming got up from the warm stool and knelt on the spot. Yuan Jue took his time, picked up the teacup and drank a sip of tea, without saying anything, and did not let Yang Ming get up. After waiting for a long time, he spoke in a cold tone, Okay, get up, I don't blame you, but I have to rush for the military supplies in Ningzhou. Military and national affairs are more important than Mount Tai. Su Zhizhou, you are in charge of the Ministry of War, you should also pay more attention to such things. I heard that you also have a student in Jiangnan, you should also send a letter to ask. Su Zhizhou knelt down before the emperor finished speaking. The two ministers looked at each other and were already sweating. Cui Han is Yang Ming's student, and Yang Ming is the chief minister of the cabinet. If you write to Cui Han, you can say that it is the cabinet's intention. In what capacity can Su Zhizhou write to his student? You can't say that it was the emperor who said it, right? The meaning is clear. This is not just about money, but also about life. The two of them have understood each other's intentions from each other's eyes. In this case, how dare the cabinet's bill go up? Those people in Jiangnan are not afraid of death, but they are afraid. The sun shines through the window and shines on the ground. Yuan Jue gets up and walks into the sun, folding his hands and saying lightly, The sun is good in winter, and the people of the world will have a few warm days. Sit down, listen to Dabin, the two cabinet elders have a bill, but the Seligian will not approve it for you? Yang Ming and Su Zhizhou did not dare to sit down, only half of their buttocks were on the warm stool. Yang Ming replied timidly, Your Majesty, I have a draft, and I have discussed it with the cabinet members. It is about the banditry in Shu. The banditry in Shu is under the military control of Heshi, so what's wrong with that? Your Majesty, I think we can transfer some of the garrison troops in Dazhou to enter Shu to suppress the bandits. By attacking from both inside and outside, the fierce bandits can be defeated. Oh, Bingzhou is in danger, Annan is not peaceful, and the corruption case in Jiangnan is not clear. Doesn't Yang think that the Ministry of War has too much money? Yuan Jue smiled sideways, neither sad nor happy. I dare not. The two cabinet elders knelt down again. You already dare. Eunuch Feng hurried forward, his expression indifferent, but his true energy was already running, and the pressure doubled as time went by. Several Jinui outside the door had entered the hall, holding the embroidered spring sword in their hands. Yuan Jue looked relaxed, still smiling, waved his hand, and said, Okay, step down, that's not what I meant. It's good that Yang Gulao and Su Gulao are aggressive, but they are not mature enough. It's hard for you, it's hard for me, and it's even harder for the people. Do your job and think about the people of the world.
This time I will treat the two elders as doing state affairs. Thank you for your forgiveness, your majesty.
But this matter is serious and must be punished. Pass on the order. Yang Ming will be demoted to the second assistant, and Su Zhizhou was originally the second assistant. It will not change.
Jiang Fengji will be the chief minister, who will actually take charge of cabinet affairs.
Jiang is mature and steady, has been in the cabinet for many years, and is adept at handling state affairs.
The two cabinets should learn more from Jiang.
Yuan Zhuo lowered his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and shone in the bright winter sun, with a real dragon's might.
Don't go to pass on the order, my dear companion. I'm in a good mood today. Please accompany me to the garden for a walk. Let Su pass on the order.
Okay, go down, and discuss state affairs with cabinet members.
Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. I'll take my leave. Jiangnan, Linen Song family.
Song Yunlian, the head of the Song family, is over 70 years old. His hair is all white without a trace of black hair. He is thin and not tall. He is dressed in black cotton clothes.
He is clean and tidy.
He is pacing in front of the hall with a slow pace.
It turns out that Song Yunlian is a scholar.
Zheng Zhong, he was a jincher, but he didn't reach any high official position.
He was old and had inconvenient legs and feet. It was unknown how many years ago he took big steps. Although the winter in Jiangnan is not considered cold, it still snows lightly.
The charcoal stove was not burning very well, with only 2 or 3 pieces of charcoal, but there was sweat on Song Yunlian's face from time to time. There was a hint of panic in his gentle manner. Outside the door, a young man strode in. When he saw Song Yunlian in front of the hall, he quickly shouted, "Dad! Xier, how are you?" Song Yunlian turned around, and when he saw Song Qi, he asked quickly without caring about etiquette. Song Qi held onto the pillar, took a breath, shook his head and said, "Dad, don't say Qian Ning can't protect us. Even Mr. Yang Gu has been demoted to the rank of second assistant.
3 days ago at Mr. Yang Ji's mansion, Mr. Yang Gu personally said of."
After saying that, he looked around and saw that Song Yunlian had a clear understanding and quickly backed away. Song Qi then came closer and whispered, "Dad, Mr. Yang Gu asked his son to bring you a message. You want your head but not money, and you want money but not your head."
Song Yunlian frowned, and his heart was already in turmoil.
He and Yang Ming, the current chief minister, were from the same hometown and classmates. When Yang Ming came to Beijing to take the exam, he helped him a lot. The two of them had written letters for many years, and they were considered close friends. Regarding his close friend's words, he didn't believe that his friend would lie to him, so he wanted to confirm. "Xier, have you seen your Uncle Yang?
Was it in official uniform or regular uniform? Did you meet him alone or was there someone next to you? Was it in the study room? Or the hall?"
"Dad, my son met Uncle Yang alone in the study. Uncle Yang had just gone to court and had no time to change into his official uniform, so he hurriedly met his son. After speaking, he asked his son to change horses and return to linen.
The son did not dare to delay and ran away for 7 days.
It took 7 nights for the good horse to be exhausted before it could even rush back to linen.
It didn't dare to rest, so I will come to see you soon."
Song Qi's face was a bit anxious and panicked, but his tone was as calm as possible.
Song Yunlian closed his eyes and said melancholy, "Mr. Yang Gu has not forgotten the friendship between classmates back then."
"Xier, go back and rest. Dad knows what to do." Song Yunlian's eyes were full of loneliness at the end of the story. He had a huge family fortune, but now he only hopes to exchange for his own life. Song Qi saw his father's dejection. With tears in his eyes, he saluted and said, "Father, rest for a while. Son, please leave." People in Bianzhou City are now in panic. Since the death of the imperial envoy a few months ago, people have been dying almost every day.
The large Bianzhou prison is actually full of people. Linjiang Restaurant is the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Bianzhou, and even ranks among the best in the entire Jiangnan. The restaurant is close to the Qinhuai River. The entire foundation is made of bluestone mixed with glutinous rice paste. Each large beam and column is made of century-old ironwood. Iron nails. The 5-story building uses only 308 wooden nails and is painted with varnish, making it elegant and warm. The tiles outside are all made of blue and white porcelain tiles fired by Yu kiln. Although they are not as good as the yellow and purple glazed tiles of the palace, they are only slightly inferior. The cornices, green tiles and stone walls, bamboos, plums, orchids and osmanthus complement each other and create a beautiful scene. So there is a poem, "The white red falls and withers away, and the spring light is locked in the Linjiang Tower." Its level of luxury is extraordinary. But at this moment, there was no one in Linjiang building, only the cook and the waiter were busy.
There was a person sitting at the table on the 5th floor. He had gray hair, eagle eyes, and a hooked nose. He was wearing a bright red official robe and a dragon on his head. He was Eunuchly, the eunuch who was the eunuch of the Bureau of Ceremony. After drinking a cup of tea, Eunuchly waved, and a eunuch in green robes behind him quickly handed over a hot wet towel. "Ancestor, please wipe your hands."
Eunuchly smiled and nodded, took the towel and asked, "What time is it?"
"If we go back to our ancestors, the end of Shinshur is almost west."
"Okay." Eunuchly wiped his hands with a relaxed expression. "Where are Zhuo Yulong and Jin Hainyang waiting?"
"Ancestors, we are all waiting, and the genie Wei is also waiting in the yard," the green eunuch replied respectfully.
"Let them eat in different batches. Don't eat too much. Otherwise, we will make them lose their heads." Outside Linjiang Tower, several carriages stopped at Linjiang Tower.
Several rough but wealthy middle-aged men got out of the carriages and followed the eunuch to the 5th floor.
"Eunuchly, you're fine, how are you lately?" the thick-browed and big-eyed middle-aged man walking in front said with a smile. "Thank you, gang leader, for your trouble. You all have been tired of traveling all the way. Please sit down first. We will wait for a while." Eunuchly looked as usual.
After a while, middle-aged, young and old people came to the 5th floor and found a place to sit down. When Eunuchly saw that there were almost all the people coming, he stood up and cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, leaders and leaders, I am writing Lijin, the supervisor of ceremonies.
This Linjiang Tower is a famous building in the south of the Yangtze River.
It has countless famous wines and delicious food.
Luan, please go down. Serve wine and food." Everyone stood up and returned the greeting. After a while, the food and wine were ready.
Everyone just took a few bites and then put down their chopsticks.
Someone stood up first and asked, "Eunuchly, what are your orders for gathering us here?" Eunuchly was in the middle of eating when someone interrupted him. Naturally, he was in a bad mood, so he asked, "I wonder who you are?" "I'm Fu Xia, the deputy gang leader of the Qingsha gang."
"I don't know what Eunuchly has ordered, so we can let go of our worries," Fu Tao said with a smile on his face and a gentle tone.
"Ha ha."
Eunuchly smiled solemnly, "Our family hired a gang leader.
Why did we invite a deputy gang leader? Fu Tao is neither humble nor arrogant.
The leader of the Qin gang is ill, so Fu went to the banquet for the leader of the Qin gang."
Is it the same for Eunuchly to tell me if he has something to do? Can the deputy gang leader make the decision?
Of course we have to discuss it with the gang leader. After all, Fu was not the gang leader.
Eunuchly sneered, his ruthless look clearly revealed, "So he's here to punish our family."
Mr. Li, before he could finish speaking, Eunuchly had disappeared. When he reappeared, a hand with sharp knuckles was already pressing on Fu Xia's face. As Eunuchly slowly let go of his hand, Fu Xia's hand was as slow as mud on the beach. He slowly fell to the ground, and his face was already dented with a claw mark, not too big or too small, just enough to fit Eunuchly's hand into it. Everyone was shocked. Fu Xia was considered a master among them. At only 42, he was already a master of the 4th rank. It was almost certain that he would advance to the 3rd rank. Such a man with such great strength could actually perform one move in a row. It can even be said that they didn't survive even half of the moves. The most frightening thing is that none of them saw how Eunuchly made the move. Since you all want to hear it, let's open the skylight and speak frankly. Behu invades the border, and the court is also in trouble. I wonder if you can raise some food, grass and military pay? It can be regarded as sharing the worries of the Holy One. Eunuchly wiped his hands and said lightly, as if it wasn't that I had just killed a person, but that I had trampled an ant to death, and it was calm and calm. Dozens of people looked at each other, but no one dared to be the first to speak. Eunuchly glanced around and finally glanced at Gang Leader Su. Gang Leader Su wished he could slap himself. Why should he say hello to him for being such a bitch? Gang Leader Su, why don't you tell me, is it good or not? Eunuchly's words were like a reminder, scaring Gang Leader Su to the point of breaking into a cold sweat, but he had to speak. Who can guarantee that the eunuch will not do anything? Fu Xia's body is still hot. Where are you? I don't know him, so I can't go and accompany him, right? I just married the 9th concubine. So Gang Leader Su could only stand up tremblingly. I am willing to donate 30,000 taels to help the imperial court guard the border. Eunuchly smiled, but the lid of the teacup in his hand suddenly flew out and was inserted on the table in front of Gang Leader Su. He said deeply, "Huh? We didn't hear clearly. How much?" 33%, 30%. Gang Leader Su's voice trembled, and he knelt down on the spot. Seeing that Eunuchly's expression did not change, he added, the little one is 40%, and 10% is for grain and grass. Uniquely, the little one is yes, the emperor is very loyal. Uniquely nodded with satisfaction after hearing 40%, and his voice was comforting, these are His Majesty's subjects. Gang leader Su finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the matter was settled. He just treated it as a waste of money to eliminate the disaster. No matter how much money he had, if he died, it would still be nothing but loss, it would be worse than loss. There was a solemn look on everyone's face. They were no better than gang leader Su. Gang leader Su mostly did legitimate business, while they mostly did illegal business. It's not easy to make some money. It's all money earned by licking blood on the edge of a knife. What's more, some of the gangs mainly support a lot of people, and they suddenly lost 40%. It's hard to say whether I can continue to be the leader of the gang. Uniquely, I am not very talented. I am a disciple of the Bolang sect. I dare to ask uniquely if this is the emperor's intention or, a thin middle-aged man stood up at the table next to gang leader Su. Several middle-aged people nearby and several people at the table next to gang leader Fu also stood up and echoed. Oh, this matter has nothing to do with you. Our family will go for a walk in Bolangman later. Eunuch Li's voice was solemn, but his face was very calm. The thin middle-aged man just smiled meaningfully, I don't dare to donate until Eunuch Li makes it clear. Eunuch Li put down the teacup, I think you dare. Before he finished speaking, the thin middle-aged man had a chopstick inserted between his eyebrows and flew out from the back of his head, sprinkling a few drops of blood in the air. Several people nearby were shocked. Before they had time to react, Eunuch Li had disappeared from his seat. Only the sound of his palms moving together was heard. Before anyone could see the figure clearly, several corpses had fallen to the ground. They were all bleeding from their orifices and dying with their eyes open. By the time everyone reacted, Eunuch Li was already sitting drinking tea. Several people next to Fu Xie took this opportunity to quickly open the window and jump out. Everyone only heard a few ah sounds from downstairs, and then there was total silence. A few breaths later, several men in black came over carrying the heads of several people who had jumped out of the window, and blood dripped all over the floor. Seeing this, everyone dared not to obey, and they all said that they would also donate 40%, and they should share the worries of His Majesty. Eunuch Li raised the corners of his mouth, took a sip of tea and then said with a smile, in the whole world, there are none who are not kings, on the shore of leading armies, there are none but king's ministers. Your Majesty understands you, and you should also understand His Majesty. Your Majesty gave you, and you are where you are today. As a human being, you must know how to repay kindness. Remember it, I deceive you and my head falls to the ground. In Liangzhou City, the tavern has been open for 7 or 8 days, but there is very little business. Mainly because bistro wine is not cheap. There are only 3 kinds of wine, Daoyazhui from Chang'an, Huadiao, a famous wine from Jiangnan, and Shadozi from Shengjing. Except for Shadozi, the other 2 kinds of wine are basically not affordable for ordinary people to drink, such as Huadiao, 3 liang per pot. Such a price is enough to scare away many people. After all, Liangzhou cannot be said to be prosperous. The weather is good today. The snow that has been falling for many days has stopped today. Zhao moved a deck chair and lay under the tree in the front yard. The sunlight filtered through the tree that had lost its leaves and shone on Zhao, although it was not very warm, but it still has a different feeling from snowy days. The sun was shining a little, making people feel quite sleepy, so Zhao just covered his novel and enjoyed the pleasant time. The breeze is not dry and the sun is just right. Zhao fell asleep in a daze. The days were short in winter, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already dark. After going out to eat, I wandered back to the courtyard with a bag of tea. As soon as I closed the door and lit the stove to boil water for tea, before finishing the pot of tea, I heard several pigeons chirping from the roof. Zhao was overjoyed. After a month or 2, he finally had business. After waving, the pigeon called twice, fell into Zhao Ju's hands, untied the bamboo slips on his feet, and a piece of paper fell down. The first thing I saw was the 6 tubes on the note, which made it clear that it was the 6-fingered flying pigeon delivering the message. When I opened the note, there were only a dozen words, Gong Shizi Shi Liangzhou Wanxiang Pavilion Jiaer. After Zhao finished reading, he threw the note into the stove, put 9 blank notes in the bamboo tube, and let the pigeons fly. Silently thinking about whether it was a trap set by Genie Wei, after thinking about it, he decided to go. It is not his style to be afraid of wolves in the front and tigers in the back. After thinking about it, drink tea calmly and practice. 27 will be in 2 days. There is still plenty of time, so there is no need to be too hasty. For 2 consecutive days, Zhao stayed in the yard. Except for eating, he almost never left or stepped outside the door, trying to avoid unnecessary appearances as much as possible.
This is also one of the preparations in advance.
On the third night, when it was Haisher, Zhao slowly got up, put on the clothes he had prepared long ago, and changed his appearance. After a strange snapping sound that could only be heard by himself, Zhao turned into a man with small eyes and a big mouth. With his appearance and 2 mustaches, he really looks like a wretched rich young man. Hey hey hey. He changed his voice and smiled, feeling very satisfied with himself.
This was at least the first guarantee. Wanxiang Pavilion is not far from the tavern, but Zhao will not go there directly. Firstly, it does not suit his dress, and secondly, it is easy to arouse suspicion.
After all, it was too conspicuous for a wealthy young man with luxurious decorations to walk to a brothel. But Zhao didn't have a carriage, and he couldn't drive it if he had one.
What kind of rich young master doesn't even have a servant?
So Zhao took a clever trick and pretended to be drunk and couldn't take the car, so he wandered to the brothel. Although it was not very reasonable, it was at least more reasonable than walking. After turning the corner and walking down another street, Zhao first found a restaurant and ordered a table of food and wine. While eating, he asked the shopkeeper if there was any romantic place nearby and gave the shopkeeper a look that all men knew. The shopkeeper pinched his beard and smiled. Their eyes met and they both grinned.
Zhao stuffed a tael of silver into the shopkeeper's arms. The shopkeeper understood and introduced the Wanxiang Pavilion not far away to Zhao.
The service was attentive, the girl was considerate, and she had a lot of nice things to say. Zhao asked if it was true or false, and the shopkeeper raised his eyebrows with a vulgar expression.
It's done.
Zhao was overjoyed and quickly pretended to be a hungry ghost. After drinking the wine in the glass, he couldn't wait to say goodbye to the shopkeeper and walked out as the shopkeeper looked on with envy.
Wanxiang Pavilion is on another street not far away. Unlike Jiangnan, this Wanxiang Pavilion looks no different from a restaurant or inn from a distance.
The windows in many rooms are half open, and the sound of spring breeze and swallows can be heard all the time. Before he even got close, he could already smell the strong smell of powder, and there were even many scantily clad prostitutes soliciting customers outside the door, which greatly shocked Zhao, who had lived in Jiangnan for a long time.
You know, a prostitute is a prostitute, and a prostitute is a prostitute.
There is a high probability that this Wanxiang Pavilion will not have any leisure. The main focus is direct violence, and the steps are in place. Zhao was not polite and let several girls hold it, one by one fairy with a lewd smile on his face, hugging one on the left and squeezing the face of the other on the right. Fortunately, the madam had already come up to him in the lobby, calling each uncle one after another.
Zhao looked around with a smile and said, "It's not bad.
Girls are also considered beauties. Only Jiayu is worthy of the status of an uncle.
Beauty, money is worth it."
In my brother's arms, the girl at the side was not polite and reached into Zhao's arms. After a while, she only found 2 banknotes. She took them out and looked at them. She was almost scared to death. Both of them were 500 taels. Zhao pinched her.
With a smile on his face, he said, "What? The beauty wants to redeem herself? Ah, go down a little."
Oops, disgusting. Zhao didn't care. He took out 3 taels from his arms, put them in the hands of the madam, and went upstairs with the girl on his left hand in his arms. On Jiayu number 3, as soon as Zhao entered the room, he knocked out the prostitute with a knife, threw her on the bed, turned around and knocked on the door next door.
"Come in."
There was a sound from the door. Zhao pushed the door open and went in. Unexpectedly, there was only one man and a table of food and wine.
Seeing Zhao's puzzled expression, the man was the first to say, "Ghost market? Ghost market. Kill someone for me."
The man's voice was slightly hoarse, and there was murderous intent in his eyes, but his tone was calm.
200 taels. Zhao did not hesitate.
The man was silent for a moment, drank a glass of wine, and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure you can kill him?"
"My friend won't let me kill the current emperor, right?" The man smiled, "How dare I? He's just a 4th-rank warrior."
Zhao frowned and said with embarrassment, "You have to pay more.
200 taels is not enough. How much do you want?"
600 taels.
Not a penny less.
The man thought for a while, took out a 300-tael silver note and put it on the table. "Huang Qi, leader of the Huangyun gang, Hongyun restaurant in 7 days, this is the deposit." Zhao was not polite, he took the silver note and left. A 4th rank, 600 taels is not expensive. When we returned to the tavern, it was already late at night, and the sky was as dark as ink.
Snowflakes were falling, rather like embellishments in the night ink.
Zhao made a pot of tea and quietly thought about the business he had just received. He had heard of the Huangyun gang,
one of the two largest gangs in Liangzhou City, the other being the Qingsha gang. Both gangs gradually emerged due to harassment by bandits, and most of their members are militiamen who fought against bandits in the past. After the bandits were beaten back, most of the idle members gathered together and formed various gangs, large and small, which continued to annex each other until only the two largest gangs and a group of local ruffians remained. The two gangs each control one of the two most profitable industries, Huang and gambling. The Huangyun gang is mainly engaged in gambling, but there are also a small number of prostitutes. The so-called prostitution and gambling are not divided into different families. However, although the two gangs are said to be the largest, they are not big enough to dominate the world. Each has less than 200 people. The government is already struggling to deal with the bandits, so as long as they don't go too far, they just turn a blind eye. The leader of the Huangyun gang, Huang Qi, was only a 4th-level expert, so it was easy for Zhao Jiu. It didn't take much effort to kill the 4th-grade Buddha server Vajra Zhao, not to mention that Huang Qi came from a wild background. The biggest uncertainty is whether there is anyone behind Huang Qi. In his previous life, Zhao just read novels. Behind those inexplicable gangs there is often an injured master. It would be okay if it were a 3rd-grade person, but if it was a 2nd-grade person, it would be a mess. Looking at the tea in the cup, he frowned and thought, feeling a little hesitant for a moment. This was also the reason why he had not yet exchanged his banknotes for wealth points. Suddenly, Zhao slapped his forehead and gasped, "I also have a brain problem. I'm used to being cautious. I don't dare to keep a high profile when I go to the novice village. If there is a 2nd-grade master, who will share the world with my opponent? You don't need to be a master if you have a gun." After thinking about it, he rubbed his eyes. His mind couldn't turn around for a while, and he almost fell into the ditch. Practice. Zhao drank the tea in the cup and muttered to himself, "No, I practice too much and my brain is not enough. I have a holiday tonight. From now on, I must read more and watch more paintings, and practice less and sleep more." In the evening of the next day, Zhao walked around after dinner and became familiar with Liangzhou City. "As soon as I returned to the tavern, I opened the door and saw a pigeon standing on the table. The gray pigeon didn't know whether it heard a sound or saw someone, so it called cuckoo a few times. Zhao closed the door and untied the bamboo tube on the pigeon's feet. It was exactly the same as the previous few days, with a note with the 6-tube mark. Zhao was confused. This killer also had a big deal? Opening the note, there is also a line on it. During the reign of Ganzhouhai, Liangzhou had a prosperous restaurant. Liangzhou again? Is Liangzhou so disharmonious? 2 sales in 5 days. Liangzhou is incompetent, it seems I must go out. According to the past rules, the paper was burned and replaced with a blank paper with the 9-cylinder symbol, and the doves were released. Zhao was familiar with Hungtong restaurant. He was the restaurant where he asked the shopkeeper about Feng Yue's place a few nights ago. The shopkeeper's polite and sleazy smile still left a deep impression on him. Ganzhou couldn't even rest for 2 days today. In the evening, the wind and snow became much stronger, and a thin layer of snow accumulated on the courtyard and house of the tavern. By the time Zhao finished sweeping away the snow, it was almost midnight. After putting on a black cotton coat and a black robe, Zhao transformed into a tall, thin middle-aged man with a long scar on his face and a beard, which made him look like a villain. After looking in the mirror and finding no flaws, he went out and walked towards Hungtong restaurant. A quarter of an hour later, when we arrived at Hungtong restaurant, the first floor was bustling with people. As Zhao walked in, the noise suddenly became much quieter. Zhao raised his eyes and saw that few people looked like Jianghu people. Almost all of them were ordinary people, and there was no sense of vigilance in their eyes. Pushing aside the shopkeeper who came forward to ask, he walked towards the 2nd floor without saying a word. Although the 2nd floor is not much different from the 1st floor, only the innermost table by the window is occupied. Seeing someone coming up, the person sitting and drinking at the table turned to stare at Zhao Jiu. Zhao also looked at the person opposite him. He had a few wisps of mustache, neat clothes, long boots with sleeves, and his eyes were bright but not murderous. It seemed that he was this person. Zhao walked to sit opposite him and said, "Ghost Market." When Mustache heard this, his expression immediately changed, and he asked solemnly, "Did you receive the letter?" "Letter from Jingwenchang." Zhao replied, minding his own business, taking a cup and pouring wine. The mustache's expression relaxed, and he took his hand away from the knife on his side. "I understand the rules. How much does it cost to kill someone?" He drank all the wine in the cup before replying, 200 taels, who do you want to kill? Zhongling, the leader of the Qingsha gang. Who to kill? Zhao asked, pretending to be surprised. Qingsha gang leader? That's not 200 taels. How much?
Mustache looked surprised when he saw Zhao, his eyebrows lowered.
Let's agree on the grade first. Let alone the grade 3 or above. Not many people in the world dare to take it.
Fourth grade 600 taels, every penny is a lot.
If it's not right, I won't refund the deposit.
Zhao felt happy in his heart, but his face was heavy. If they meet each other, if they all meet, then they are equally matched opponents.
If not to say that these two people can divide Liangzhou equally, the means are exactly the same: find a killer. No wonder some people say, your opponent understands you better than you do. With this exact same method, I am afraid that even couples do not have this kind of tacit understanding. Forget about finding a killer, the two of them still found the same company, and the same person took the order. Is it difficult for this ghost market to not have a second killer? Without me, this ghost market would be broken up.
The mustache smacked his lips a few times, his expression was a little heavy, and he kept stroking a strand of beard on his chin, looking like he was thinking. Okay, 600 taels is 600 taels. 5 days later, Hongyun restaurant, kill Zhongling. As if he had made up his mind, the mustache spoke a little louder. Zhao Ju raised his eyes and stared at the mustache, a little angry. Shout louder. It's better to shout at the prefectural government office. What is this person shouting? There are still a lot of people sitting downstairs. How can he be so unprofessional?
Could it be that he is old and has been in the underworld, and he paid a killer to kill someone for excitement?
The mustache arched his hands apologetically, not caring about Zhao Ju's sarcasm, took out 300 taels of silver notes from his arms and put them on the table, and pushed them to Zhao Ju. This is the deposit. 5 days later, Hongyun restaurant. Afraid that Zhao Ju didn't hear clearly, he said it again. Zhao put away the banknote, thinking that this man was most likely an errand boy, and was definitely not Zhongling.
How could a gang leader be like a young man?
Okay, I got it. Just prepare the balance. Zhao put the banknote in his pocket, ignored the reaction of the mustache, stood up and walked downstairs.
Jiangzhou, Bolangmen. Jiangzhou borders Lushan Mountain to the south and the Yangtze River to the north.
The Yangtze River and Poyang Lake meet here, which is known as one mountain stands alone and two rivers merge.
100 years ago, the Bolangmen helped the court pacify the Poyang Lake bandits, so the court granted them land and granted the Bolangmen permission to open their doors and establish a clan in Jiangzhou. After decades of hard work by several sect leaders, the Bolang sect has gradually developed from a small sect with only a few dozen people into a large sect that dominates Jiangzhou and is powerful in the south of the Yangtze River. In the Bolangmen meeting hall, the master of the gate, Sha Yongchuan, was sitting on the throne with a heavy face. On the coffee table at hand, there was a letter of worship quietly placed. Li Jin, the eunuch of the imperial household. On the seats on the left and right, several elders were whispering to each other, and everyone looked unhappy. Okay. Sha Yongchuan interrupted the discussion among the elders.
He picked up the prayer station at hand and said in a deep voice, Elders, if you have any insights, please tell me directly.
What will be the consequences of arguing? The elders below fell into silence for a while. You looked at me, and I looked at you. Finally, a gray-haired elder spoke up and asked, Master, why is Eunuch Li here? Did the disciple offend someone he shouldn't have? Or did we do something that went against the rules? I don't know how to prepare?
Sha Yongchuan is in his mid-50s this year. His hair has turned gray, but he has a strong body, a bright voice, and clear eyes.
He does not look old.
It has been more than 20 years since I took over the position of the sect leader, and I have experienced many things, big and small, but this is the first time that the governor eunuch has come to my door. Picking up the bow in hand, he looked very polite, but there was always a vague feeling that he was inciting an enemy. I heard that Eunuch Li killed several gang leaders in Linjiang Tower.
I think that when Eunuch Li came to Bolangmen, one of them must have been involved in the Bolangmen.
Sha Yongchuan sighed, put down his prayers, and asked with a solemn expression.
Said, Elder Qi, what do you think?
Elder Qi is sitting in the first seat on the left. He has a white face and no beard. He is dressed in white clothes and looks like a scholar. Although he was only the fourth elder, when Sha Yongchuan asked him, the other elders also looked up at him.
It was obvious that Elder Qi had a very high status. This is indeed the case.
Elder Qi is nearly 70 years old.
He has been the leader of 2 generations of sections. He has deep qualifications, strong martial arts skills and considerable resourcefulness.
He can be regarded as a man of both civil and military skills. Seeing everyone looking at him, Elder Qi couldn't keep silent and could only say, I have a humble opinion.
Eunuch Li in Linjiang Tower only killed a few people. He obviously didn't come here for my life. And the other gang leader was able to come back alive, obviously at a high price. I heard that the border is unstable. All I have is people and money. Elder Chi paused for a moment and took a sip of tea before continuing. People, with our small number of people, let alone filling in the border, we can't even defend the city for a quarter of an hour. The only thing left is money. The question now is, how much does Uniquely want? In other words, what do we have to hand over? I thought it wouldn't be that simple. After hearing this, Sha Yongchuan, who was sitting in the main seat, looked around at the expressions on everyone's faces. They were all solemn. Sha Yongchuan could only stand up and said majestically, money is an external thing. As long as you can get through the difficulties, it doesn't matter whether it is more or less. It's just a waste of money to eliminate disaster. I don't believe that silver can't satisfy the appetite of this ruthless person. When everyone heard the sect master's heroic words, they all felt relieved, heaved a long sigh of relief, finally smiled, and responded to Sha Yongchuan with a smile. Only Elder Chi interrupted everyone's joy with a long alas and spoke leisurely. I'm afraid I want more than just money. The sky is getting dark, and the snowflakes are slowly drifting. The snow in the south is not as strong as in the north. Most of the time, only a few flakes are sprinkled, as if it can't bear to disturb the small bridges and flowing water in the south of the Yangtze River. Outside the Bolong Gate, a carriage was speeding. Inside the carriage, Uniquely was drinking tea leisurely. Although the carriage was galloping and bumping constantly, the tea in the teacup was as stable as a flat lake. There was no movement in Uniquely's hands. Only the slowly rising mist showed that the teacup was not empty. Outside the Bolong Gate, Sha Yongchuan and several servants were already waiting outside the gate. Seeing the carriage approaching slowly, his face became more solemn. Although he said he had made preparations, when he arrived, he said it's a lie that I'm not nervous at all. The carriage stopped in front of everyone, steady and steady. The eunuch driving the car opened the curtain and said respectfully and flatteringly, Ancestor, Bolangman has arrived. Uniquely handed the teacup to the eunuch who was driving, and got out of the carriage with narrowed eyes. Immediately behind him was a eunuch, holding a cotton robe and helping Uniquely put it on. Ancestor, it's cold outside. Xiao Miaozi, you're interested. I think you will be most comfortable during our family's trip to the south of the Yangtze River. Don't stay in Siyuan Bureau when the matter is over. Come with our family to Shaanxi prison. Xia Miaozi was overjoyed and quickly knelt down and kowtowed, shouting thank you Godfather several times. From Siyuan Bureau to Shaanxi prison, it cannot be said that he was promoted to 3 levels in a row, it was simply a leap to the sky. You know, among the 12 supervisors, 4 departments and 8 bureaus, the Siyuan Bureau is mainly responsible for the storage of vegetables and the care of flowers, fruits, and trees in the palace, while Shaanxi supervises the imperial army. Especially now, except for Eunuch Phone, the 7 great eunuchs of the Sili Jian are all from the Shaanxi Jian. In the morning he was a farmer, and in the evening he ascended to the emperor's hall. Uniquely bent down and patted the kneeling little seedling, smiled, ignored the kneeling eunuch, and bowed his hands in salute. Master Shaman, you must have been waiting for a long time. The road is slippery in the snow, and our family is old, so we dare not letting the horse run fast and keeping the sect master waiting is really a disservice to the sect master. Sha Yongchuan also knew that this eunuch could not be offended, so he could only apologize again and again. Uniquely, you are not being polite anymore. Slow down, it is smooth and stable, and it is comfortable to sit on. But I am impatient, and I can't get into the elegant hall. The master is kind-hearted, our family is not as good as him. Uniquely walked forward and walked side by side with Sha Yongchuan. The two walked into the hall with one saying Uniquely is still strong and charming and the other saying the Master Sha is famous and well respected, and he is the best. In the hall, a group of elders had been waiting silently. When they saw Uniquely coming in, they quickly stood up and greeted him, with all kinds of compliments. Uniquely responded indifferently and sat on the main seat. Sha Yongchuan was not annoyed, but ordered the servants to serve tea. The spring tea in Jiangzhou is not as good as that in the capital. Uniquely, please don't blame me. How could it be? Our family is a cow in the field, but we are in the palace. How can we taste tea? We just covet the sweet taste. Although Uniquely refused, the joy in his eyes could be seen by everyone. How could Sha Yongchuan not understand this? He called the servants and quietly ordered to send 10 kilograms of spring tea to Uniquely's carriage. Uniquely sat in the main seat, pretending not to see anything. After the servants left, he spoke, Master Shaman has made me suffer. Don't worry, Uniquely, they are all grown by ourselves, not worth much money. Just to quench your thirst. It's good that it's not worth money, haha.
If it's worth money, I wouldn't dare to take it. Uniquely said in a deep voice, putting down the teacup. Good tea, Master Shaman, I came here for an important matter. Master Shaman can't just send me away with a few cakes of tea. Sha Yongchuan and the elders exchanged glances and thought to themselves that it was true. Smiling and speaking, uniquely, I am not someone who doesn't know the importance of things. I heard earlier that the situation at the border was tense, and I was so anxious that I couldn't sleep well for several nights, fearing that I couldn't help the emperor share his worries, and I was worried all day long. Fortunately, Uniquely has arrived, and Bolangman has prepared some small gifts, which can also be good for the soldiers at the border to have a full meal. I hope Uniquely will not refuse, and must accept it on behalf of the soldiers.
Come on, bring it up.
After saying that, several servants came in carrying 8 or 9 large boxes.
Uniquely's smile faded. Master Shaman is not very nice. Uniquely, these are just a small thing, there will be more interesting things later. Master Shaman, this is boring. Uniquely misunderstood my meaning, I don't mean that. Uniquely chuckled, I wonder if Master Shaman has any other intentions?
Of course, Uniquely, I will also show some appreciation. This was said very straightforwardly, but Uniquely not only did not smile, but his face looked very bad, and he tapped the coffee table with his fingers. Master Shaman, it's very boring. Sha Yongchuan frowned. Could it be that he would give the big head to this eunuch?
He was not crazy, so he could only ask, what does uniquely mean?
Alas, Elderchi let out a long sigh, his eyes drooped, and his tone was firm. Uniquely means that Bolangman can't give it, and even if it can't give it. Uniquely was surprised and laughed, and even his eyes showed admiration for Elderchi. I didn't expect that Bolangman still has talents like you, who have learned civil and martial arts, and are living among the people.
It is the dereliction of duty of the Ministry of Personnel.
The pearl is covered in dust. Elderchi, what is Uniquely? A slightly younger elder on the opposite side asked puzzledly. Elderchi looked absent-minded, and interrupted the young elder before he finished speaking. He means that he wants it all.
Including farmland, land, and houses. After hearing this, several elders were shocked. Is this old eunuch a little too greedy? Is he really not afraid that the emperor will chop him off? Are people without roots so brave?
After all, Sha Yongchuan was the sect master. Although he was shocked, he still spoke calmly. Uniquely, Bolangman is not a paper tiger.
My ancestor has been in seclusion for many years.
He may have achieved the first level of enlightenment.
Uniquely will leave now, and Bolangman will give you the benefits. How about it? Paper tiger, ha, a small Bolangman is worthy of it? To achieve the first level? It's not like we haven't killed a first-level person before.
Uniquely stood up, and his true energy was agitated, shattering the teacup, and the tea spilled all over everyone. Bolangman colluded with officials and businessmen, embezzled disaster funds, manipulated the market, occupied land, privately made salt, secretly refined copper and iron, and privately kept forbidden weapons, intending to rebel.
Now we have detailed information and ironclad evidence. Bolangman was deeply favored by the previous emperor, but they relied on the favor and did evil.
In accordance with the emperor's order, they will be arrested immediately, and the stolen money and goods will be returned to the national treasury.
Master Shaman, our family was ordered to confiscate the house. You should understand what I mean, right?
Snowflakes are falling, it's early December, it's the middle of winter, and the last days are just this month. Even though Liangzhou is located in the Shu region south of the Yangtze River, the 12th lunar month and the depth of winter are not very pleasant. Besides, before soon the snow stopped for a few days, and the snow melted and accumulated again. Although it was not as bitter as the biting cold in late spring, the roads were muddy, wet and dry, and the snow was rainy and sticky, which made people uncomfortable. In the front and backyards of the tavern, the mud floors were replaced with bluestone slabs, with a thick layer of coal ash underneath, and a layer of finely ground porcelain and large grains of sand.
The bluestone slab has been polished and is extremely fine.
Even if you step on it with bare feet, you will not feel your feet.
Even if you step on it on a snowy day, you will not feel the cold. The ground dragon had been laid a few days ago. It was warm inside and dry outside.
The business of the tavern had also improved a lot in the past few days. Zhao was busy alone for 3 days, spanking his heels and almost breaking his waist. I couldn't bear it anymore and had to put up a closed for business sign. I rested for 2 days and finally relaxed. There are still 2 big deals waiting for you in 2 days. Making money is one thing, but social harmony and peaceful coexistence between people are even more important. Tomorrow is the day when Hongyun Restaurant will mediate the conflict between the 2 gangs and solve the communication problems between people. Before doing important things, you must have a good meal, take a bath, burn incense, worship the heaven, and worship the gods. Whether it is psychological comfort or feudal superstition, Zhao believes in these. After being tired for a few days, I didn't get up until noon today. I wasn't in a hurry to wash up. I did some boxing first, stretched out my body, drank a cup of freshly brewed tea, and then took a kettle to warmly wash my face, mouth, and comb. Get good hair, put on a cotton robe, and go to Hungtong restaurant for a good meal and a drink. Wandering to Hungtong restaurant, on this snowy day, the restaurant was extremely lively. Before Zhao even entered the door, the sound of chattering had already penetrated his ears. Walking into the restaurant, the familiar shopkeeper said early, "Mr. Zhao, do you have time to come to my place to eat again?" Zhao replied a few words, ordered a table of food and wine, and asked the shopkeeper doubtfully, "Shopkeeper, what's going on? Why is it so lively on this snowy day? Hey, everyone is cheering. I don't have any delicacies in this small restaurant. I'm just keeping warm." The shopkeeper smiled with joy on his face. He laughed twice and then asked mysteriously, "I heard that Mr. Zhao is from Jiangnan?" There was no personal conflict between the shopkeeper and Zhao. On the business side, one was a low-priced restaurant and the other was a high-end restaurant that only catered to high-end patrons. It was unlikely that there would be any conflict, so the two of them could talk freely. Hearing that Zhao was from Jiangnan, the shopkeeper asked a lot, but Zhao didn't understand what the shopkeeper meant. He looked nervous, frowned slightly, and his expression was full of confusion. Seeing Zhao, he didn't say anything. He was just puzzled. The shopkeeper whispered, "I heard from people in the Jianghu that there have been several major events in Jiangnan. I wonder if Mr. Zhao is involved." Hearing this, Zhao frowned and said, "That's not possible. Zhao is from Linen, and his family has some friendship with the court. If something happened to the clan, I would have already received the letter." What Zhao said was unclear and his intentions were unclear. It was pure nonsense. Friendships aside, I was the one who killed the imperial envoy. What he said was mostly half-truths and half-falsehoods. His true identity will not be revealed even a word. Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Zhao to have such a big background. I don't know how to recognize him. The shopkeeper eagerly handed over his hands with a respectful expression on his face, a bit flattering. Young Master Zhao is lucky. I heard that Jiangnan's affairs are not trivial. I don't know how much. Everyone's head fell to the ground. Now Zhao understood what was going on, and it was probably the same thing as what was said in the six-fingered letter. Then he lost interest. Zhao replied with a few words, and turned back to drink and eat. "Hey, have you heard? Something big happened in Jiangnan." A big man dressed as a Jianghu man at the table near the door said mysteriously, with a look that could not hide his pride. "What's the big deal? Why is Jiangnan such a big deal these days?" Several people echoed, looking like they were enjoying the good show. Even Zhao Jiao pricked up his ears and listened carefully. "If you don't eat the melon, you are guilty. You haven't heard?" The big man raised his voice, seeming a little surprised. In Jiangnan Linjiang Tower, several gang leaders were beheaded by officials. Alas, what are your real charges? Collusion between officials and businessmen, hiding armor secretly, intending to rebel. Be good. Conspiracy? This is a serious crime that will lead to death. Although it is not the case, these people are really not afraid of death. What's this? The man snorted disdainfully and said proudly, "Don't talk about these small families. Have you heard of the Bolong clan? That's a big sect. Guess what? They've been wiped out." Everyone, including Zhao, was silent. The Bolong sect, not to mention Jiangnan, even Daki, was considered famous. They believed in the death of two disciples, but if the sect was destroyed, no matter what, it was impossible. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, the man said anxiously, "Don't believe it. Go out and ask around. I just came back from Jiangnan and passed by Jiangzhou. You all know about Jiangzhou. The Bolangman is in Jiangzhou. I'm not lying. I will destroy the family." No one survived. I heard that he also hid forbidden weapons and hundreds of sets of armor to commit rebellion. The man spoke with certainty and danced as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Seeing that everyone still had doubts, he did not say anything and could only drink wine without interest. Unlike others, Zhao believed everything. Bo Langman he had also heard that the power was indeed not small, but the strength was not that high. The second rank was the best. It would be enough to wipe out one or two first-rank people. However, if it was said that Bolangman was rebelling, he would never believe it. After all, Bolangman had money and power, and they could live comfortably anyway. They rebelled because they were crazy. Besides, the world is peaceful now. The lessons of history tell us that without the support of the people, everything will be like a killing in the wind.
Eating food and drinking wine, I felt a little more helpless.
The death of an imperial envoy turned out to be a knife, chopping off so many people's heads and destroying their families. After eating and drinking, I turned back to the tavern and took advantage of the night to quietly climb over the wall to investigate Hongyun Restaurant.
Hongyun Restaurant is located in the southeast of Lianzhou. There are residential houses nearby. There are not many high-rise buildings. It is remote and convenient for escape. No wonder the two gang leaders chose such a place. The restaurant is not short.
It is a 3-story building with green tiles and green walls. It is very simple, and the wine flag is fluttering. Back to the tavern, take off the cotton robe, soak your feet and sleep. The escape route has been planned. After killing people, run to the houses and turn 3 corners to disappear in this area. As long as you are fast enough, you can get out of this area in less than 100 breaths. The next day, he still got up at noon, washed up, and ran to change his face. His face became a middle-aged man with thin eyes, hooked nose, and dark skin. There were 2 narrow scars on his face, 2 mustaches, and black robes, black clothes and black boots. He looked like a ruthless man in the world. His eyes were sharp, giving people the feeling of keeping people away. He lowered his head and walked slowly to Hongyun Restaurant. He asked for a table by the window on the 2nd floor, 2 or 3 dishes, a pot of tea, and feasted to satisfy his stomach first.
He drank tea leisurely and waited for nearly an hour and a half.
It was dark. Someone downstairs had lit lanterns, and then more than 20 people came to the restaurant in a mighty manner.
The leading man had gray hair, a silk dress, black boots, and a black robe. He looked sinister and walked quickly on the snow, leaving only faint footprints. He should be one of the 2 gang leaders, but I don't know if it was Zhong Ling or Huang Qi. Before the sinister man entered the restaurant, the shopkeeper had been waiting outside for a long time. I don't know what the 2 said.
The man smiled and led the others to the 3rd floor. The shopkeeper went downstairs and stood in front of the door, waiting for someone.
After a while, more than 20 people came.
The leading man was nearly 6 feet tall, with disheveled hair and a fierce face. Although he was wrapped in a cotton robe, he looked bulging from a distance. Every time he stepped on the snow, there was a deep footprint.
This man didn't waste words and went straight to the 3rd floor without paying attention to the shopkeeper. They are all here.
Zhao thought silently in his heart that these 2 are good people. They know that black is the best background for killing people, so they come specially after dark. Good people. After they both went up to the 3rd floor, Zhao called the waiter and changed the pot of tea. After finishing the pot of tea, he went to work.
Social harmony should not be rushed.
We must first let them negotiate with each other and give full play to their subjective initiative. If the expected results are not achieved, it is only reasonable for a 3rd party to intervene.
Of course, money must be given.
Mediation, appeasement, and execution are all complicated matters, but we must not chill the hearts of well-intentioned people. Alas, in order to contribute to society, Zhao really worried about it.
It was not easy. Why did he come and go through wind and rain?
Isn't it just for the sake of more harmony between people? Holding the teacup and sipping the tea, Zhao was mentally washing himself, doing psychological construction. If you can't explain this kind of thing to yourself, then it will be difficult to do your job and make progress. Upstairs, the 2 leaders sat opposite each other.
The sinister man drank tea leisurely, while the strong man opposite did not drink a sip of tea and allowed the tea to gradually cool down.
Gang leader Huang, how old is Zhong? Do you mind if Zhong calls you brother? The ruthless male protagonist spoke first, with a calm tone, giving people the illusion of being approachable. The burly man sneered, Zhong Ling, if you have anything to say, just tell me, brother, what are you talking about?
My brother is behind me. Ha ha ha.
Zhong Ling laughed a few times and ignored whether the burly man agreed. Brother Huang Qi, being friendly makes you rich. I believe that I don't want to go to war.
Let's not talk about us. Even the Yamen is not willing to watch us do it.
Huang Qi picked up the teacup, took a big sip of tea, and leaned against the tie-shirt chair. I heard that gang leader Zhong is the accountant who made the noise. He's a good player. You run a brothel and want to get involved in the casino business.
Can you do that? You can't. Zhong Ling didn't say anything anymore.
The Qingsha gang's brothel had no technical content, but the casino was different. It couldn't be played without some tricks.
Gambling houses had been opened in the Qingsha gang's territory before. What was the result?
Business was deserted, and it was basically a loss-making business.
Zhong Ling, there's nothing to talk about.
We, the Huangyun gang, can also run brothels.
There's no need to go with you. Huang Qi grinned, very arrogantly, don't even think about gambling houses.
Although I, Huang Qi, have never read a book, but I still understand the principle of guarding 1/3 of an acre.
Huang Qi, are you really going to be stubborn to the end?
Zhongling raised his voice and said angrily.
Ming naughty, you uncle, it's not like I don't know what your plans are. You did what happened at the lucky gambling house, right? Do you really think I have no temper? How dare you hit me on the nose? Zhongling slapped the table and stood up, pointing at Huang Qi. You dare to say that Chuanxiang Tower in the north of the city was not destroyed by you? How can we pretend to be true gentlemen when we are half-assed? Didn't you just brush horses for General Liu for a few years? You really think of yourself as Jin Yuan? General? Even if you put on the dragon robe, you are also a horsemaster.
It has to be said that Zhongling deserves to have studied for several years. Not only does he not use foul language when he curses people, he is also very good at picking on the pain points. Every word he speaks is like a silver needle. If he catches Huang Qi's pain point, he will stab him hard. Huang Qi's face turned red with anger, and he yelled, "What a piece of shit you are!" He stood up and punched the table. A good solid wood table and 2 teacups were shattered, and warm tea spilled all over the floor. A cloud of white smoke floated up. I'm brushing horses for General Liu, so what? I'm not a domestic slave, I'm in the military. What about you? Don't think I don't know that you're a bitch who works as a bookkeeper, even 110 taels of silver count. I don't understand, being kicked out is like a drowned dog. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone behind Huang Qi laughed, and many people behind Zhongling also suppressed their laughter. This was a bad time for Zhongling. Before he joined the city defense, the fact that he was kicked out of his master's family was treated as a joke after dinner for several years. After finally getting rich, no one mentioned this matter gradually. Now that Huang Qi was ridiculing him face to face, he almost vomited blood from anger. Even the finger pointing at Huang Qi kept trembling, and he was panting heavily. He almost couldn't take a breath. He didn't care about the cultivation of a scholar, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Huang Qi, I'm stupid." I felt a lot more comfortable after scolding him. Zhao, who was sitting downstairs, heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I didn't lose my place, I'm very energetic, let's see what he does. It's almost time for me to appear. Zhao just thought to himself, stood up and walked towards the 3rd floor. His expression should be cool and his hairstyle should be cool. When Huang Qi on the 3rd floor heard these words, his eyes suddenly widened like eggs, his inner energy started to circulate, his hair was raised, and he was about to take action. Zhongling, who was on the opposite side, looked like he was ready for battle. His inner energy was circulating throughout his body, but he still said, "What? You want to try? Are you good at it? You couldn't do it before with the city defense army. I don't believe you can get tough. You damn horse." Before he could finish his words, Huang Qi had already punched out. Zhongling was not slow and danced his palms to block Huang Qi's attack. The two exchanged more than 10 moves, but neither could do anything to the other. After passing each other, they each took a step back and stood still. Pa bang bang bang. Zhao, who was leaning against the door, couldn't help but applaud. The competition between the two graves was indeed exciting, but it didn't last long and was not enough to satisfy the eyes, which was a bit regretful. Huang Qizhong made the two of them look at each other, frowning, with cautious expressions on their faces. This kind of petty quarrel wouldn't attract people from the government, would it? Go on, ignore me, I'm just an ordinary spectator. Zhao leaned on the doorframe and raised his eyebrows at the two of them. Who are you, kid? Do you dare to interfere with my Huangyun gang's affairs? I am the leader of the Qingsha clan, who are you? When the two of them saw Zhao, they had a teasing look on their faces, their two scars trembled, and with their fierce looks on their faces, they spoke almost at the same time. Zhao Jiao suppressed his smile, stood up straight, and said seriously, Guisher, come and kill Huang Qi, the leader of the Huangyun gang, and Zhongling, the leader of the Qingsha gang, it's you two. How dare you hire a killer? Huang Qi was furious, with veins popping out on his neck. Zhongling didn't care at all. You are noble, you are great, and you didn't invite me? The bitch who set up the archway. All of a sudden, the 3rd floor became quiet. You looked at me, and I looked at you. Only Zhao was whistling leisurely, waiting for the two to give an explanation. My hero, I don't want the 300 taels deposit. How about I add another 700 taels and help me kill Huang Qi? Zhongling thought quickly and spoke first, but what he said was in line with his appearance. Zhao shrugged indifferently. A prosperous business is not a bad thing. Take the money and I'll do it right away. Seeing Zhongling take out the banknote from his pocket, Huang Qi secretly cursed bitch, and he also took out the banknote from his pocket and said, "Hero, I will add 800 taels and kill Zhong for me, make."
Ouch, good things come in pairs. Zhao was overjoyed.
His business ability was incredible.
1,000 taels.
Zhongling suddenly raised his voice. "I'm afraid of you, so I'll pay you 1,100 taels." Now Zhongling had no choice.
The brothel could not bring in money faster than the casino.
The whole group of them only had 1,000 taels, and they couldn't get any more. Seeing this, Zhao ignored Zhongling and just stretched out his hand towards Huang Qi.
Huang Qi naturally put the silver note in Zhao Ju's hand very sensibly. Zhao nodded and smiled at Zhongling. "Do you have any last words?"
"As long as I have money here, I can help you with many things, such as preserving the body, buying a coffin for you to bury, and so on." Zhongling didn't speak, but was breathing rapidly.
Until now, he hadn't seen through Zhao Ju's cultivation.
In this case, the opponent's cultivation level must be above the 4th level. After all, when hiring the assassin, he already stated that he and Huang Qi were both 4th level.
It is impossible to send a 5th level to die, right? Seeing that Zhongling didn't speak, Zhao moved first.
Chasing the stars and the moon, Zhao disappeared in an instant, and an afterimage went straight towards Zhongling. Zhongling naturally would not sit still and wait for death, and his inner energy was running to the extreme, but he couldn't see Zhao Ju's figure clearly, so he could only slap a palm based on intuition. This palm can be said to be like a mud cow entering the sea.
There was no response at all. It just stopped there inexplicably.
A hand fell from a strange angle and grabbed Zhongling's head. Suddenly, the poison of thousands of flowers and stamens forcefully penetrated Zhongling's body. Zhongling's eyes widened and his hands hung down helplessly, already turning into a corpse. 3rd level, this must be 3rd level. Zhongling can be ended with one move. Only 3rd level is possible. Huang Qi shouted in his heart, feeling like he was surviving a disaster. Fortunately, he spent a lot of money, otherwise he would be the one who died. He grabbed the fallen Zhongling, took out 5 banknotes from his arms, put them into his arms, threw Zhongling's body aside, turned to Huang Qi with a smile and said, "Be prepared, there is not much time."
Xia, I gave you the banknote, I gave it." Huang Qi trembled, with fear in his voice.
This man just killed Zhongling easier than killing a chicken.
He is not as good as Zhongling, can you not be afraid? But what does the person in front of me mean by saying this? When are you running out of time? Zhao just laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? I have taken 2 orders, this is the first order, and the 2nd order will follow. But you took the money, fuck, are you a candle? Did you have surgery on your head and moved it to your butt? Zhao looked at him like a fool. I'm a professional. If I take 2 orders, it must be 2 orders. That's how I should get paid. Besides, I'm a professional. Oh, I didn't kill Zhongling?
This time, Huang Qi asked. Yes, Zhao didn't say not to kill him. Killing one is killing 2 is killing.
They don't care. Damn it, I have become the wronged.
Before he could regain his senses, Zhao had already moved, and for a moment there were so many afterimages in the room that it was difficult to tell whether they were true or false. Huang Qi came to his senses instantly, channeled his inner energy, and punched out, luckily hitting Zhao Jiu.
Chance! Huang Qi was overjoyed.
He made a fist with his other hand, yelled bang fist, and punched out with all his strength.
However, he was isolated from Zhao Ju's true energy and could not advance even an inch.
Huang Qi was shocked, and before he could react, Zhao started to stir up his true energy, opened his fists with both hands, and clasped his palms together to form a flower, which was suddenly printed on Huang Qi's chest. His true energy was like a flood, and rushed into Huang Qi's body along with thousands of flowers and pistils. Chewing the internal organs, the poison seeps into the meridians and blood, and medicine and stone cannot cure it. The true energy was like thunder, and with a bang, Huang Qi flew away, smashed through the wall, and fell from the 3rd floor. Zhao Jiu was so angry that he stepped into the air and flew out with Huang Qi's body. Before the body landed, Zhao had already disappeared. The 2 groups hurriedly went downstairs. In the light of the lantern, there was only a solitary body and a piece of silver nailed to the door. It has been 5 days since Hongyun restaurant killed 2 gang leaders. During these 5 days, the situation in Zhenzhou has been calm, and not even a rumor has leaked out. In the middle of winter when snowflakes are falling, there are few pedestrians on the road, the sky and the earth are white, and the atmosphere is solemn. The tavern is open as usual these days, but there are almost no customers, and Zhao doesn't care about the crowd. The purpose of opening this tavern is to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, The amount of money earned is secondary. Two big customers, Zhongling and Huang Qi, earned Zhao 2,700 taels in one go. This month's tasks were overfulfilled, enough to live a good year. Zhao is a person who adheres to the principle of openness and restraint.
With a net income of nearly 3,000 taels, he must reward himself, otherwise the money will be in vain? When you have no money, you act like a cow or a horse. That is forced by the situation. If you have money, you still act like a cow or a horse. Isn't there something wrong with your brain? When I came back from a walk after dinner 2 days ago, I saw a yellow dog lying at the door. Under Zhao's gentle temptation, I willingly followed Zhao back to the tavern and gave the dog a very literary name, Lucky. Planning to wait until there is a cat lying at the door, then willingly turn the cat back and name it Laifu. It attracts wealth and good fortune. Even if you are not the number one scholar, you would not be able to think of such a cultured name. There are few things to do, so let's enjoy tea and wine. A few days ago, I specially asked Lu Ji to get some Jiangnan famous tea Golden Autumn Suiwei. It finally arrived today and I must try it. Jinqiu Suiwei is an autumn tea. It is not as high quality as Yuya. It is bitter and astringent and has a slow sweetness. It is considered to be the cheapest tea in the south of the Yangtze River. It only has the advantage of being able to withstand steeping. After soaking for 5 times, the bitterness is not reduced. Half lying on the chair, drinking tea leisurely, the Shirgui was lying at his feet, wagging his tail, and fell asleep soundly. I've been wandering around for the past few days and heard little news about Huang Qi and Zhongling. Their deaths were like a grain of sand falling into the sea, not even making big ripples. After 1 or 2 circles, the fork calmed down. It's just that this small Liangzhou is like a whirlpool under the water. It looks calm on the surface, but in fact the water has been muddied. Many businesses in Liangzhou city closed down for no reason, which made Zhaojiu feel dizzy. Zhaojiu, who never liked cooking, could only take care of the business of Hungtong restaurant every day. Dad. The atmosphere in Liangzhou city is not right. I always feel like something big is happening, but I can avoid it if I keep running away. The sky will not fall. Yuantu Mountain is located in the southwest of Liangzhou, facing Fangtu Mountain in the distance. Because it is flat and looks like a round wall from a distance, it is named Yuantu Mountain. On the mountainside, several men were riding horses and looking into the distance. Under the winter sunshine, Liangzhou city was like a shining gold ingot. There was endless greed in their eyes. A few years ago, we were outnumbered and defeated in this small city of Liangzhou. In the past 2 years, we finally have enough troops and horses, brother. It's time for us to ride on horseback in Liangzhou. A horseman behind him was wrapped in a big robe. His voice was deep, and he looked through the drifting snow at Liangzhou in the distance with a strong look of anticipation. The man who was called Big Brother held the riding whip with a smile on his face. He raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes seemed to have crossed Liangzhou and looked towards the distant north. Then he closed his eyes and his smile became even stronger. The old man next to him had gray hair, stroking the long beard on his chin, and the hand holding the horse's rein was trembling slightly. General, it has been almost 15 years since we left Hushi. Hushi was defeated that year, and our success was in vain. We have been here for too long. Lonely ghosts, it's time to capture Liangzhou's food and grass, so that we can have the capital to continue to expand, otherwise, we will be rats in the ground for the rest of our lives. When several people behind him heard this, they all looked at the man in front of them and shouted General, with solemn expressions and serious words. You don't need to remind me, Liangzhou city must be taken. The man opened his eyes, and there seemed to be murderous intent. He pointed his whip at Liangzhou. I have sent spies into the city. The leader of the Huangyun gang and the leader of the Qingsha gang were assassinated a few days ago. This time Liangzhou will be in chaos in a few days, and then this is our opportunity. If there are less than 3,000 troops in the city, we will count it as 3,000. If we work hard, we will definitely capture Liangzhou in 2 days at most. The man glanced at the crowd, whipped his horse, and showed endless heroic spirit. Everyone, go back and order your troops and horses, and prepare enough food and fodder. In 5 days, we will attack Liangzhou. Yes, at night, the sky is dark, the cold wind is gradually rising, and snowflakes are falling. It is hard to tell whether the atmosphere is dull or chilling. It seems to be a sign that something will happen tonight. In the tavern, Zhao rushed into the house to attract wealth, while he was holding a teacup and pacing slowly in the yard. The perception of third-level cultivation combined with the intuition of a killer made Zhao feel that tonight was unusual. There must be something going on, and it would not be a trivial matter. In any case,
The current situation is turbulent and we must be careful at all times. It is always good to be prepared in advance. After pacing for more than a quarter of an hour, my body became slightly hot. I looked up at the sky and estimated that it was time. The infuriating energy circulated and the candles in the room were quietly extinguished. It changed my appearance and turned into a fair-skinned young man. Wearing cotton robes, he jumped onto the roof, carefully avoiding the faint light of the lantern and moving forward in the darkness. In the restaurant in the distance, it was normal. Suddenly, there were several sounds of broken wine glasses, followed by the sound of swords being unsheathed, and then the sound gradually sounded, and the lantern flames swayed amidst the shouting and killing. Several tiles fell to the ground, splashing snowflakes, and the sound of metal colliding became louder and louder. Soon, a tiny wisp of fire lit up and gradually grew bigger. The fire took advantage of the wind. Before long, the entire restaurant was ablaze, and the light could be dimly seen for miles around. Zhao stood on the rooftop in the distance, watching the flames soaring into the sky, feeling increasingly uneasy. This is definitely not a simple conflict between gangs. No matter how fierce the conflict is, it will not go to the point of setting fire to it. There are officials above. This is not how you seek death. Before Zhao could come to his senses, another tall building was almost exactly the same, with flames soaring into the sky. Countless sounds of firefighting and continuous splashing of water were heard in the city, and many people gradually appeared on the silent streets. Outside several restaurants, a group of people hurried away, some with blood on their knives, and some with blood on their bodies, not knowing whether it was their own or others. Zhao followed quietly and heard different voices from afar. What's going on? Why did the fight suddenly start? How did the fire start? It wasn't our people who started the fire, right? The Qingsha gang's grandsons are cruel enough to draw their knives without saying a word. The fourth boss stabbed me in the back. The matter has become a big deal. The fragmented voices fell into his ears, noisy and unbearable, and the same scene was seen in another place. Soon, the officers and soldiers arrived, and water trucks came one after another. After a lot of effort to put out the fire, many people's faces were black, and the unpleasant smell of burnt wood spread far and wide. Zhao, covering his nose, watched the scattered people from afar, and jumped into the backyard of the restaurant after a few jumps. It was pitch black in front of me. I took out a fire starter from the space and slowly looked around the yard with the weak light of the fire. On the dark wall, some tables and chairs were half burnt, and many curtains were tattered. The air was filled with the smell of moisture and dampness. I frowned and endured the stench and walked forward. The further I walked, the less damage I saw. To avoid being discovered, I only walked a short distance and turned back to the backyard. Looking at the dilapidated yard, I ran my true energy and shook off the debris on the ground. Sure enough, there was a place that was even more charred. It turned out that someone had set the fire. Since I had learned the truth, I didn't stay any longer. I went out of the backyard to another place. Like the previous restaurant, it was also man-made. Seeing this, Zhao didn't stay any longer and went back to the tavern. Several fires in the city were probably man-made. The purpose was unknown, and it was probably not just to create chaos. After all, before the gang's interest dispute was decided, the risk of arson was too great. Besides, some of them are internal gang fights. Setting fire to their own property? Not likely. Zhao frowned, unable to figure out the connection between the tricks, and could only silently make a cup of tea with a gloomy face. It seems that we need to stock up more food. In the forest at the foot of Fengtu Mountain, in the tent, several people sat on the ground. The charcoal fire was blazing, several people were grilling meat, the aroma of wine was floating, and the sound of sizzling was endless. Several people talked and laughed, and they were in a good mood, even though tonight was the time to attack the city. The snow was a little less in the past 2 days, and although the road was muddy, they were full of confidence. According to the news sent back by the spies in Liangzhou has been in chaos in the past few days. The two major gangs have fought each other for territory in the past few days, and dozens of people have died. In addition to the several fires they set in the city, the palace soldiers must be exhausted, and they can attack the city as long as the spies find out the location of the granary. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. After finishing a jar of wine, a short and fat man came in from outside the tent and said, "Brother, the troops are ready and have been put to sleep. Okay, it's noon now, cook at 3 p.m., and attack the city at 15 p.m. The man sitting in the middle was named Fei Ma, middle-aged, holding a jar of wine in one hand and a barbecue in the other, and said with a smile, "Military advisor, has the spy not returned yet?" Next to him, an old man with white hair and beard was eating barbecue slowly, sipping wine from time to time. He was the military advisor Hu Pingqin. After hearing what Fei Ming said, he put down his wineglass, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and then replied, "Not yet, General, don't worry.
There are 3 granaries in Liangzhou City, 2 open and 1 hidden.
The open ones are easy to check, but the hidden ones are difficult to deal with." Fei Ming certainly understood what Hu Pingqin meant. He also knew that there was not much grain in the 2 open granaries. The important thing was the hidden granary, so he didn't say anything, but just nodded, which was considered to agree with his military advisor. Sitting on both sides of Fei Ming was Fei Ming's younger brother Fei Shu, and the other was Xiong Wu, a subordinate who had followed Chang'an all the way. Both of them were tall and strong, with muscular bodies. At this time, they were naked from the waist up and their faces were slightly red from drinking. "Brother, what are you checking? Just go in and kill us. Once the city gate is closed, everything is ours." Fei Shu had a beard on his face, and his long hair was draped behind his head. His voice was rough, which was in line with his image.
"Yes, General, it is customary to enter the city and rob for 3 days.
Xiong Wu echoed Fei Shu, his voice full of excitement. Fei Ming didn't reply to them at first, his eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After finishing the wine in the glass, he started to explain, "You two should concentrate.
Have you forgotten how we were driven here?"
The officials who robbed the grain pinched their noses and accepted it.
"Aren't you afraid of the Hershey Iron Cavalry for 3 days?
Don't forget that Jianmen Pass is less than 600 miles away from Liangzhou, and Jingwan City is only more than 500 miles away. We still have to cross the Yangtze River.
We can't fight quickly. With our horses, we can't run out of 600 taels and be intercepted.
We can rob small villages for 3 days because the lives of the people are worthless."
"Do you really think those generals dare not kill us and earn military merits?"
Fei Shu, Xiong Wu, and Hu Pingqin, including other people who were drinking, all changed their faces after hearing this, and even their slightly red faces were a little melancholy.
For a while, the atmosphere was a bit dull.
General, we found it, the secret warehouse was found." There were several loud shouts outside the tent. Fei Ming only heard the words "find out," the secret warehouse. He stood up and glanced at Hu Pingqin. The corners of his mouth were already curled up.
"Military advisor, what are you shouting?
It seems that the secret warehouse has been found out."
"Ha ha ha ha."
Fei Ming laughed loudly, raised the wine jar, drank it in a few gulps, and the wine in the jar was all over the floor.
"Come in, I want to ask clearly.
If the secret warehouse is really found out, you will immediately call up the troops, cook at 3 p.m., eat and drink your fill, and kill into Liangzhou."
Outside the tent, a man dressed as a merchant walked into the tent quickly and knelt down quickly.
"General, the secret warehouse has been found out.
It is in the ruined temple in the northwest of Liangzhou.
There is no mistake. The other people are busy, so they asked me to go out of the city to reply."
"Okay, ha ha ha."
Fei Ming laughed wildly.
"It's in my trap."
The people sitting there also laughed loudly, and the whole tent was full of joy.
"What time is it?"
"It's the end of the way hour, almost the Shen hour."
Hu Pingqin stood up and saluted. "Give the order to cook."
For a moment, the smoke of joy was curling up. Fei Ming put on heavy armor, clenched his fists and walked 2 steps, picked up the long spear standing beside him, and poured 3 bowls of wine on the spear head. "Dad and Mom, your spirits in heaven must bless your son." When he walked out of the tent with a gun and armor, the sun was setting and the sky was getting dark. Fei Ming looked at the sky with a gun. The afterglow of the sunset turned the horizon red, which was spectacular. Taking the reins handed over by Fei Shu, Fei Ming jumped on the horse, very calmly. Holding the reins, Fei Ming looked at the people and horses in the queue with great pride, and shouted loudly, after eating and drinking, "It's time to pick up the sword and get on the horse.
Brothers, follow me to fight into Liangzhou. Grab enough food and have a good New Year."
Good.
The crowd was excited, as if they were already standing in Liangzhou City. Fei Ming pointed the gun in the direction of Liangzhou with a burning gaze.
The snow gradually got heavier, and the sky was completely dark. In the hazy night, the shape of the city wall became more and more obvious. "Old Xiong, you lead 2,000 people as the vanguard and open the way. Military advisor, you follow Fei Shu.
Fei Shu, 1,000 people are yours. Each person has 7 arrows. Shoot 3 rounds first, and wait until we get close to the city wall.
Then shoot 3 more rounds. After we break open the city gate, the troops will be divided into 3 groups. I will lead people to the ruined temple, and you will go to the other 2 warehouses, rush in to move grain, and then return to Yuantu Mountain. Be quick, don't kill people in the city,
especially the officials. We are here to rob grain, not to kill people and set fire, Fei Ming said in a deep tone, with fierce eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to Hushi and was still a general commanding tens of thousands of troops. Kill! After the words fell, Xiong Wula whipped his horse, holding a long sword in his hand, and rushed out first, with a roar of killing. Fei Ming followed behind, leaning against the horse, holding a poor bow, putting an arrow on the bowstring, and pulling a few steps away from the two teams in front. On the Lianzhou city wall, soldiers were changing shifts and eating. Many of them put their weapons aside and chatted leisurely. According to convention, bandits usually don't go down the mountain in the 12th month. In addition, this is the South Gate, and the bandits don't have many people. 100 or so people are considered a lot. In their opinion, this number of people can't even break open the city gate, so they are not very vigilant. Ta-da-day. Horsehoof sound, what's going on? A soldier who had just finished his meal asked in confusion. Looking back, he saw a cloud of dust. Just as he was about to shout, a gun with the sound of wind hit his neck. The sound of wind poured into his throat. He couldn't shout even if he wanted to. He whistled twice and fell down from the city wall unwillingly. Many guards heard the smoke and dust raised by the horse's hooves and saw the approaching group of people. Before they had time to light fireworks, a round of arrows shot over, forcing the guards to dare not move. Seeing this in the distance, Fei Ming and Xiongwu rode their horses desperately and quickly approached the city wall. The distance was only 5 or 6 miles, and Fei Shu and his group suppressed most of the people with one round of arrows, and only a few arrows were shot. The people in the front didn't care at all, just lowered their heads and stuck to the back of the horse to avoid the arrows in front. The horses behind were pulling the battering rams, and their speed was not slow. The distance of 5 or 6 miles was reached in a blink of an eye, and the 3 rounds of arrows had been shot. Fei Shu and his group who fell behind had caught up with the 2 groups in front. Seeing that the distance was almost the same, they all bent their bows and shot arrows. The 4th round of arrows was shot, followed by the 5th round of arrows. The guards on the city wall just leaned out and had not shot a round of arrows, and the rain of arrows outside the city pressed them back again. Xiongwu and Fei Ming's horses were good, and they had already stuck to the city gate. The two looked at each other, nodded, dismounted and pushed towards the city gate at the same time. Only a clang sound was heard, confirming that the lock post had been lowered, and they could only shake their heads helplessly. The battering ram behind them had arrived with the cover of several rounds of arrows. A dozen or 20 men dragged the rope backwards and smashed the city gate. In just 4 times, the gate post was broken and the city gate was knocked open. Perhaps the process was too simple. The people in front had no time to react and stayed where they were until Fei Ming shouted, "Enter the city," and then everyone came to their senses and ran towards the city. For a while, the bandits who were not riding horses behind them took advantage of the city gate being knocked open and rushed into the city, following the 3 people in 3 different directions. Lianzhou City, inside the tavern. Zhao had already heard clearly the sound of horse hooves at the South City Gate. The tavern is in the southeast corner of Lianzhou, not far from the South City Gate. 3rd grade Jinshi can be released outward. Although it cannot be pressed hundreds of miles like Unikshen, it is not that difficult to sense it for 10 or 20 miles. In the past 2 days, Zhao went out early and came back late. He bought more than 200 kilograms of rice from different grain stores intermittently. If he ate it by himself, there would be no big problem for a month or 2. It was just that he couldn't buy vegetables and meat, so Zhao had to buy more. A little annoyed. Thinking about it, the new year is approaching, and if there is any meaty meat at home, I have to keep it for the new year, so I won't be willing to sell it. Moreover, the heavy snow keeps coming, and there is not much green in the whole city, let alone green vegetables. Knowing that you can't do anything and being at peace with it is also a kind of practice. Forget it if you can't buy it. Although martial arts practitioners have a great need for meat, they won't die if they don't eat it for 10 days and a half. In the distance, the rumble of the South City Gate lock and pillar breaking came. Zhao frowned and his heart sank, secretly surprised. Could this ragtag group of people break into the city? Before Zhao could think about it, he heard a few sounds of horse hooves trampling the ground on the street, followed by the sound of carriages running by and the trampling of many people walking by. Although it was messy, the direction was certain. In his perception, the bandits entering the city were divided into 3 parts, and they were speeding in 3 different directions. After thinking for a while, Zhao felt that he had caught something somewhere, but he was confused. Until I looked up, the light of the lantern swayed and flickered in the wind. So that's it. Zhao suddenly realized that the fire in the city a few days ago was probably started by spies in the city. The purpose is still unclear. It is most likely to cause chaos in Liangzhou. Otherwise, Liangzhou would not be so easy. The city gate is wide open. If the guards on the city wall could hear what Zhao Jiao was thinking, they would have shouted, "You are a real person." In Yunxiang, North Street, Liangzhou Tongpan and Tongji both live in this street. Tongpan is in charge of military affairs and has supervisory powers, while Tongji is mainly responsible for salt and grain. It can be said that almost everything that happened tonight is related to the two of them. A side room in the Lu mansion. Liangzhou Lu Tongpan and Su Tongji sat opposite each other. There was only one candle lit in the large room, and the weak firelight reflected on their faces. Judge Lu Tongji looked anxious and looked out the window from time to time, while Su Tongji opposite was calm, drinking tea and eating snacks, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. "Old Su, you are in charge of the salt and grain, and I am in charge of the men and horses. If the city of Liangzhou is destroyed and the grain is lost, you and I can't afford to have anything to do with it." Lu Tongpan was sweating like rain, and he kept wiping his sweat. A cup of tea turns into sweat before it enters the stomach. Su Tongji calmly scraped the tea foam with the lid of the cup, blew twice before taking a slow sip. "Tisk, good tea." After speaking, he picked up the copper stove and gave Lu Tongpan some water. "Old Lu, please check it out. This Ming Dynasty silver wire cost me a lot of money." "Ouch, old Su." Lu Tongji was anxious when he drank the tea. He stood up and took 2 hurried steps. Just as he was about to open the door and go out, he was stopped by Su Tongji. "Lao Lu, when did we start working together?" Su Tongji put down his teacup and asked suddenly, not knowing what he thought of. "Old Su, what's wrong with you? We went to Beijing together to take the exam in the second year of Jingda. You were ranked 28 in the second class, and I was 41 in the second class. We entered the Hanlin Academy together. You have done all these things. Have you forgotten? In the fourth year of Jingda, you are the classics and I am the official secretary. It has been 20 years. Although Lu Tongpan was puzzled, after thinking about it, he still answered sincerely, with a hint of respect for this person in his tone. An old friend's concern. Su Tongji stood up, holding Lu Tongpan's hand with both hands. The leisurely contentment while tasting tea had disappeared. "Tong Su, do you believe me?" Lu Tong was named Lu Jian and had the courtesy name Tong Su. Hearing the word his old friend called him, all the past events between the two of them flashed through his mind. After a moment of silence, he said, "Old Su, we have been in the same boat through thick and thin for 40 years, how can I not believe you? Okay, just trust me. Tong Su, we can't go out, not even one of us. Wait until you send the Tiger Talisman to the battalion headquarters and let them gather troops and horses until the situation becomes clear. If the thieves are just robbing food, let's intercept a few, the car will be safe. If the thieves want to rob it for 3 days, we will lead the troops to encircle and suppress it. Regardless of success or failure, we have sent people to keep an eye on it. I will report back if I have the letter. If we go out now, no matter what the situation is, we can't avoid not reporting what we know and neglecting our duties. If we don't find someone who is an outsider, we will be blamed for the past few years. Even a 5th grade man's head can't offset such a huge crime." Su Tongji rambled on, but his words were sincere and urgent, and he gently comforted his old friend in front of him. His hands became tighter and tighter, with a worried look on his face. "I'm really afraid that this old friend's impetuous temper will cause trouble." Lu Jian widened his eyes and looked at this old friend, wishing he could knock his head off. He could only hold Su Tongji's hand and sniffed, "Zicheng, your life-saving grace will be unforgettable." Su Tongji said no more, just nodded, helped Lu sit on the Taisher chair, poured a cup of hot tea, and pushed it in front of him. In the northwest of Liangzhou, a dark shadow drifted across the eaves of the house, like a gust of wind, leaving no trace on the snow. It was Zhao Jiao. Zhao didn't know the purpose of the bandits, so he could only adopt a stupid method and follow the largest group of people from a distance. The goals of the rest of the people should be very different from those of the large army, so there is nothing wrong with following the large army. This group of people seemed to have a certain target. They were moving very fast and going further and further off the road. Although Zhao was puzzled, he still followed closely. For half a quarter of an hour, Fei Ming reined up his horse in front of the ruined temple in the northwest of the city. He looked at each other with the person behind him. After the other person nodded in affirmation, he raised his hand to signal the people behind him to stop. "Right here, brothers, go in and move the food. Quick, quick, quick." A group of people behind them hurriedly rushed into the ruined temple without having time to rest. After a while, bags of grain were loaded onto the carriages, one after another. Soon, more than a dozen carriages were filled. "How many more are there?" Fei Ming asked anxiously. Brother, we need at least 30 more. We don't have enough cars to move them all. A man who had just finished moving a bag gasped. Fei Wu frowned. He didn't expect that this small ruined temple actually hid so much food. Give you a horse and go to Fei Shu and Xiong Wu to transfer it. Go quickly. It's hard to leave after the officers and soldiers arrive. The man didn't stop, took the horse that the person next to him had brought over, hurriedly got on the horse, and ran towards the way he came from with a whip. Zhao, who was hiding on the roof in the distance, was shocked when he saw this scene. He could imagine that there was food in this place, but he didn't expect there to be so much. He had just transported it away, and he didn't expect there to be so much. It seems that we have to take action. If all these bandits are allowed to escape, Liangzhou will be in chaos. If Liangzhou is in chaos, your identity will definitely be exposed. Don't forget, you are also carrying a major Imperial envoy case. While he was still thinking about how to stop them, the trucks carrying grain had already arrived, a total of 20 of them, and Zhao secretly said, "This is not good." His mind was in a state of confusion. This group of people moved too fast, and Zhao had not yet come up with a perfect solution. You can't just rush out and kill all these people, right? If I had this ability, why would I just sit here and be a tortoise? In the Lu mansion, a man who looked like a housekeeper hurriedly opened the door of the side room. 2 adults, the southwest warehouse and the middle warehouse have been evacuated, leaving only the northwest warehouse. Lu Jian almost lost his teacup and glanced at Su Jian. Old Su? Hurry up and order the troops, at least stop half of them. If the northwest warehouse is empty, we will be exiled at the very least. Su Tongji's face was no longer calm. He put down his teacup and shouted, "I will die if I go with you." It is better for both of us to die in Liangzhou than in Zhaojing. The 2 of them didn't have time to change into their official uniforms, so they told the steward to lead the horse and hurried outside. Zhao secretly sighed, unlucky, and could only hope that the officers and soldiers were already on the way. It would be difficult to stop so many people. Everyone had already loaded the carriage, and Fei Ming decisively gave up some of the remaining food. Ignore the rest, drive the carriage, and leave. The word Zhou fell, and the flying snow wrapped in a few flying knives arrived in the blink of an eye. The carriages in front neighed loudly, and the heads of the horses pulling them exploded. Several carriages without horses slid forward a few steps and stopped in the snow. Fei Ming reacted quickly and quickly ordered his men to pull away the carriage and let the carriage behind pass first. The carriage with the dead horse was replaced with another horse. The rest of the men bent their bows and nocked arrows, alert to the surroundings. Zhao didn't care about anything else. He bent his legs slightly and used his true energy to jump up. The tiles under his feet shattered. In midair, Zhao held the Tang Dao in his hand, roared angrily, shook the snowflakes away, stirred up his true energy, and merged into the sword style, draining 40% of his true energy. The second form of Tianyuan sword technique, Open the Sky. A long and narrow blade was swung towards Fei Ming. It would be wise to capture Wang Zhao first if he captured the thief. Fei Ming was still far away from Zhao, but the oppression in the air and the dazzling sword light gave him a feeling of suffocation. He quickly clamped the horse's belly, tightened the reins, and rolled down from the horse. The people behind them were not so lucky. Their true energy brought flying snow. From a distance, they only felt like a vast expanse of white. Up close, they looked like arc-shaped water waves. The sword energy flashed, and more than a dozen people were affected. In an instant, they were all torn apart. The few people behind Fei Ming didn't even make a sound. The moment the sword energy flashed, they were cut into 2 pieces. The cut was smooth, but a piece of it was sprayed out. Blood mist. 3rd grade Fei Ma and the others were dumbfounded. This method was definitely a top-grade master. He raised his head to look for Zhao Zhou's figure, but Zhao Zhou's figure was nowhere to be seen. The moment Fei Ming rolled off his horse, Zhao Zhou had already used his energy out of thin air and ran several miles away. Fei Ming knew that the most important thing at this time was food, so he suppressed his fear, stood in the snow, and shouted loudly, "Transport food, quickly!" Only then did his men realize that they were pushing carts and driving horses, and before long, several carriages were already running away from their horses' hooves. Put down the grain, spare your life. Lu Jian, who wanted to beat the horse to death, vaguely saw someone moving the grain, and shouted loudly without caring about anything else. In a hurry, he didn't order all the troops, but as many as there were, life was important. Fei Ming didn't care where these Zhaos were. He picked up his gun and mounted his horse. He shouted transport food and then rode towards the officers and soldiers. The 2 parties collided with each other, with swords and swords flashing and flesh and blood flying.
Lu Jian had not many men and horses, only 1,000. Fortunately, Su Tongji arrived in time and led his troops to insert from the side and intercept most of the grain carriages. Fei Ming also knew that a long battle would lead to death, so he charged forward with 1 man, 1 gun, and 1 horse. He abandoned the carriage that had not left, and led a group of people to charge through a bloody road and escape. The two sides fought for less than 2 or 3/4 of an hour. After Faimata fled, Lu Wen stopped pursuing him and ordered some people to transport grain back to the warehouse, while the other group guarded the city gate to avoid being killed. After being busy for nearly an hour, Liangzhou finally returned to calm, but the smell of blood lingered in the air. It was not until this moment that the panic in Liangzhou people's hearts gradually calmed down. However, the growing snow in the sky seemed to indicate that Liangzhou city would not have an easy year this year. The western garden of the capital palace. When Emperor Yuanzhua was still a prince, he experienced a fire. In the raging fire, Yuanzhua knelt down and prayed. If he survived, he would worship Sanqing for the rest of his life, and the incense would continue and his descendants would continue. Later, there was lightning and thunder, and heavy rain fell from the sky, which extinguished the fire. Yuanzhua miraculously survived. Emperor Yuanzhua was only 8 years old at the time. When the late emperor heard about this, he was greatly shocked and thought that Yuanzhua was the chosen one to inherit the throne. So when Yuanzhua came of age at the age of 16, he was granted the title of crown prince and took charge of the East Palace. He replaced the late emperor in charge of government affairs and served as a supervisor of the country. When he was 18 years old, a fire broke out in the dormitory of the East Palace. Xianhu Lusong, a member of the genie guards who entered the palace to meet the emperor, fought to save him. Yuanzhua was able to escape death, but Lusong died in the fire. Yuanzhua believed that he had not kept his promise to worship the Sanqing dynasty, so after the fire, he ordered the painting academy to make a large statue of the Sanqing dynasty and set up an altar to worship it day and night. At the age of 22, the late emperor passed away and Yuanzhua ascended the throne, taking the title of Jingde. In the 6th year of Jingde's reign, a fire broke out in the Yangxin palace where Yuanzhua lived. Lu Wenyu, son of Lu Song, carried Emperor Yuanzhua away in the burning palace. Yuanzhua had just escaped death for the 2nd time. Later, the emperor thought that the Sanqing dynasty was not happy with the playfulness in the inner palace, so he moved to Shiyuan and built Qingshan Palace for himself to live in and practice Taoism to worship heaven, and Chongshin Temple to worship the Sanqing dynasty. Since then, he has worshipped morning and night and practiced mystical practices day and night without interruption for 28 years. Naturally, he did not go to court again for 28 years. Today is already the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, heavy snow is falling in the capital, and the snow on the ground has reached ankles. In the courtyard of Qingshan Palace, because Yuanzhua advocates Taoism and nature, the snow is naturally not swept away. It was already evening, and Yuanzhua had just finished burning incense. He was dressed in a thin white cotton shirt and walked barefoot on the snow accompanied by eunuch Chen. The steps continued, leaving very distinct footprints on the snow, one step at a time, one upon the other, as deep as the ankles. After walking 9 times, they slowly stopped. Seeing Yuanzhua stop, eunuch Chen didn't dare to hesitate and ran over to support Yuanzhua. "Long live my master, it's been 9 rounds. The servant has asked the servants to prepare warm water, and add the fairy grass collected by Wu Shenxian outside. Soak your feet and remove the snow stains." Eunuch Chen did not dare to say that he was frozen in the snow. After all, the emperor was a Taoist, and he was a god in the sky. How can gods be afraid of the cold? Ah, what a good slave. Yuanzhua walked back to the eaves with support and stretched his legs comfortably. "Do you think I will freeze?" Eunuch Chen ignored the snow stains on the ground and quickly knelt down and kowtowed. "I don't dare. Your Majesty is an immortal. How can I freeze? I'm just afraid that the snow will disturb long live Lord Qing Xiu." Okay, get up. 2 days ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and my body was extremely hot. I went to Qingshan Temple. Master Wu said that I was busy with state affairs and had a strong heart, so I couldn't be pure. Master Wu also said that I was naked. You can solve it by walking 9 times on the snow. Yuanzhua said with his hands behind his back, "I took a walk yesterday and slept peacefully." The Taoist teachings are indeed very mysterious. When the father-in-law passed by the road, he reached the end of the stream and said in a southern voice, "Master, the Taoism is natural. I am a slave with ordinary eyes and cannot see the gods." "Okay, good slave." The two of them returned to Qingshan Palace one after another. The eunuch had already lit the charcoal fire and lit the candles. Eunuch Chen was a few steps behind. When Yuanjua sat down on the table, he quickly brought warm water and knelt down to wipe Yuanjua's feet until they turned slightly red. Then he slowly put them into the warm water and served Yuanjua to soak his feet.
Where's the big companion? Why haven't I seen the big companion come to say hello to me all day today? Yuanjua, who was soaking his feet, looked calm and enjoying himself very much.
Although he has been practicing Qing dynasty for more than 20 years, coming back from the snow to soak his feet still makes this emperor who smiles with a smile curl up in his mouth. Go back to the master. Eunuch Feng was at the ceremony supervisor in the morning, and the matter in Jiangnan has finally come to an end. Now Eunuch Feng is picking fruits for the master in the Beiyuan warehouse.
Eunuch Shen hurriedly replied. Yuanjua smiled and said, "My dear friend, you are very attentive."
He knew that I wanted to pay homage to heaven, so he went to pick out fragrant fruits early. Qin Jing, you should follow me to read more and learn more.
Master, this slave must study hard. Qin Jing, I heard that during the coldest days, my companion made you kneel in the snow for several nights?
Yuanjua seemed to suddenly remember something and asked. Master, if this is the case, the slave is incompetent, so he should kneel down.
If the master hadn't cherished the slave, how could he have been punished so lightly?
Yuanjua opened his eyes and looked at Chen Jingdao. Not only do I care about you, but I also can't bear it. The slowly rising water vapor in the wooden barrel, accompanied by the incense burning in front of the altar, drifted and flickered, making Yuanjua feel intoxicated, so he stopped talking, smelled the faint fragrance in the air, leaned back, and greedily Meng took a few deep breaths before letting go of his shoulders. While the two were silent, a young eunuch on duty approached, knelt down and kowtowed. Long live my master, Eunuch Feng has asked to see you. He is waiting outside the door.
Is the eldest companion here? Come in. Hua Luo Yuanjua lifted his feet from the wooden bucket.
Eunuch Shen had prepared a dry cotton towel and wiped Yuanjua's feet before going out with the bucket. The two father-in-laws Feng and Chen met under the eaves. One was carrying a wooden bucket and the other was holding a wooden box. They looked at each other, nodded with a smile and walked past.
Is your eldest companion here? Before Eunuch Feng could enter the door, an urgent voice could be heard inside.
Pushing the door open and entering, Yuanjua was sitting on the altar. Eunuch Feng leaned down and held the wooden box above his head and said, Master, eat some peaches.
Don't worry, is there any result on the imperial envoy case in Jiangnan? Master Mingjian.
Lin Kuei, the prefect of Bianzhou, Heichuan, the prefect of Linan, Rangongzhou, the prefect of Changzhou, Zhuyugui, the prefect of Gusu, together with Chen Fui, the fellow magistrate of Bianzhou, General Judge Zheng Rongwan, Linan negotiator Zhou Su, Changzhou fellow magistrate Li Suning, Tongwan Zhuoyuanting, Tongji Fuhelian, Tongji Yimiao and others, but because they were afraid of corruption, they bribed Bolangman,
Jingtaman and Guanheiman, and killed the imperial envoy Jiangde. In Changzhou.
Eunuch Feng held the wooden box and said in a deep voice. Yuanjua had already walked off the stage before he finished listening. He paced slowly with his hands behind his back. By the time Eunuch Feng finished speaking, his anger had already been suppressed.
Okay. These officials really opened my eyes.
Recalling the memorial written to the Linjiang prefect at the beginning of the year, which said, the disciples of the emperor are the holy family members of Yulong and work hard to repay the kindness of heaven, Yuanjua became even more angry and clenched his teeth. He walked to the table and leaned over with the urgent delivery in hand and said, these corrupt officials dare to say anything about the emperor's disciples in their memorials. It seems that they are all my fault.
There are also these Jianghu sects, they are really audacious. Even if you dare to kill the imperial envoy, will the next step be to force me to abdicate? Eunuch Feng was shocked. He quickly stepped forward to support Yuanjua, who was on the verge of collapse, and patted Yuanjua's back gently to calm him down. He waited until Yuanjua took a few deep breaths and whispered, 3 pure things don't blame in a low voice. He whispered, Master, I don't deserve to be held responsible for these individuals. I sent people to investigate those Jianghu sections. Not only did they collude with officials, but they also seized tens of thousands of acres of farmland. What's more, they hid armor and weapons secretly. Having an affair with Beihu may have the intention of treason. The old slave has already asked Li Jin to take Dongsichang and Jinui to exterminate the family. Okay. Yuanjua said 3 good words in a row, and most of his anger disappeared. He turned around and said, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The evil will be eliminated. Who is involved? The chief of ceremonies will tell you, I will never let anyone go. Only then did Eunuch Feng put down his hand and helped Yuanjua sit down. Master Shang Ming, the old slave has asked the chief of ceremony to collect it. Even the officials in Jiangnan have to make the final decision. What to decide?
It involves the cabinet killing the cabinet, and it involves 6 ministries killing 6 ministries.
Pull out the carrots and bring out the mud. Lian won't believe it. There is not even an honest official in the world.
Yuan Zhua held the armrests of the chair with both hands and leaned back on the chair. His face was not good looking. He frowned and thought for a while before he said, "The rivers and lakes should be more carefully guarded. Those who deserve to be killed must be killed, those who deserve to be cleared must be cleared, and those who deserve to be repaid must be returned."
Why do all the big sects want so much land? Why don't you practice martial arts and practice Taoism in the mud in the fields? Our ancestors are kind and we won't let tigers cause trouble.
Eunuch Feng, who was standing aside, remembered silently, with his head lowered, waiting for Yuan Zhua's further instructions.
Where's Lu Wenyu? He doesn't care about the affairs of Jini Wei and Zhang Hu?
Yuan Zhua's tone was much calmer, and his eyes were slightly narrowed at this time, like a man-eating tiger.
Lord Lu is in trouble too.
He just escorted military supplies to Ningzhou the month before last and just returned to the capital. I'm thinking of letting Lord Lu rest for 2 days. Well, I forgot that there was such a thing. Raising his chin, Yuan Zhua softened his expression. Dabin, go to the Lu mansion and call Lu Wenyu over.
He wants to stay out of the matter and be an idler, but I won't allow it.
The old slave asked Qin Jing to come in and serve the master.
I'm just going to go. Eunuch Feng went outside to change Qin Jing's clothes and came in.
He put on his big cloak and walked quickly towards the palace gate.
When Eunuch Feng walked to the gate of Shiyuan, it was already dark.
He took the horse led by the young eunuch, gave a few instructions, hurriedly mounted the horse, and rushed towards Lu Mansion. Lu Mansion was originally the residence of a wealthy businessman. It had 6 entrances and nearly 4 acres in area. It was only 1 street away from the imperial city and not far from Shiyuan. Eunuch Feng rode his horse and arrived at the gate of Lu Mansion in less than 2/4 of an hour.
He walked up and knocked on the door.
The red door slowly opened. The porter poked his head out and saw Eunuch Feng in a bright red official uniform and hat.
He hurriedly asked, "Your Excellency is here to visit, but are you looking for Mr. Lu?" "We are here from Xuanli." "Is Mr. Lu here?" "His Majesty asked orally to announce that Mr. Lu Wenyu has entered the palace." "Report as soon as possible."
The concierge's eyes widened. He opened the door and said respectfully, "Sir, it's cold outside.
Please come in and wait. I'll report it right away."
Eunuch Feng nodded, handed the horse rein to the servant who came out, patted the falling snow on his body, and walked into the Lu Mansion. The servant tied up the horse, came back, closed the door, and led Eunuch Feng to the main hall. In the backyard hall, Lu Wenyu, whose hair has turned white, is sitting in the main seat. His 2 sons, a young daughter, and his wife Nguo are sitting at the table. Although Lu Wenyu was a military officer, he looked elegant. He had a very neatly trimmed beard on both sides of his nose and a medium-length beard on his chin. His hair was neatly trimmed, and not even a stray hair could be seen. His eyes were bright.
Fair complexion.
He is more than 6 feet tall and is wearing a green cotton coat. He looks thin but very majestic.
He is chatting and eating with his children in a warm atmosphere.
The concierge knocked on the door, and after getting Lu Wenyu's permission, he pushed the door open and said to the Grand Duke, "Wanli's father-in-law is here. Your Majesty, Sir Xian, has entered the palace and is now waiting in the main hall." Lu Wenyu frowned, thought for a moment, and calmed his family before saying, "Go, get my official uniform."
After a while, Lu Wenyu, dressed in a red python suit, walked into the main hall neatly. When he saw Eunuch Feng drinking tea, he took the lead and said, "Eunuch Feng, why does your Majesty announce my entry into the palace at this time?"
"I'm sorry to bother Mr. Lu.
It's about the imperial envoy.
The Jiangnan case has come to an end. Someone in Jianghu is involved. His Majesty announced that Mr. Lu has entered the palace for this reason. Let's go to the palace first."
"Don't keep your Majesty waiting." Eunuch Feng put down the teacup and stood up.
"Okay, father-in-law, please." Lu Wenyu carried it and led the way forward. In front of Shiyuan Gate, Eunuch Feng and Lu Wenyu stopped their horses.
As soon as they dismounted, several young eunuchs hurriedly took over the reins. "Master Lu, please, your Majesty is still waiting,"
Eunuch Feng said with a gentle smile. Lu Wenyu turned sideways and raised his hand. "I'm sorry to trouble you, father-in-law." The 2 of them followed each other step by step, turned around several corridors, walked through several doors, and found Qingxian Palace in front of them. The 2 of them looked up and saw that Emperor Yuan Zhua was standing under the eaves in front of the Qingxian Palace. The wind was blowing and the snow was falling. However, Yuan Zhuo was still wearing a single suit, his long cuffs were being blown by the wind, and his hair was flying in the wind. It was really like a Taoist immortal who was not stained by the world. Seeing the two people walking side by side, he walked down the steps barefoot and walked towards them.
Eunuch Feng couldn't find Chen Jing behind Yuan Zhuo, and he was anxious, surprised and afraid. He was shocked that Chen Jing was not waiting on the emperor and had neglected his duty. He was afraid that if the emperor was standing in the snow alone, Chen Jing would freeze. Heads must fall to the ground. He hurriedly ran a few steps and knelt down in front of Yuan Zhuo. I have made my master wait for a long time. This old slave is guilty. Hearing that Eunuch Feng had taken a trick, Lu Wenyu was no fool. He also walked a few steps quickly and knelt down in front of Yuan Zhuo. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I'm a procrastinator and you deserve death. Okay, how can you kneel in the snow? Get up, get up. Yuan Zhuo took the hands of the two of them, and waited for them to stand up before speaking with a smile, and said in a gentle and friendly tone, You two, one he is the companion who has gone through many hardships with me. The other is the brother who saved my life. My companion and brother are the ones who went out to welcome me. What crime does my brother, Daban, have? Hearing the emperor's tone, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. One person held Yuan Zhuo's hand, and the three of them walked through the door slowly. Just as he entered, the eunuch had already closed the heavy door. The charcoal fire was burning brightly inside the door. There was heavy snow outside and a bone-chilling wind, but there was no chill inside the door. Yuan Zhuo leaned on the steps of the stage, raised his head and said, Big companion, bring a heating stool for Wenyu. He is already over 50, his legs and feet are not as good as before, and his body bones have lost so much weight. Wenyu is in trouble. It is not difficult for me, but it is most difficult for your majesty. What I am today is all because of the emperor's favor. Lu Wenyu bowed his hands. Eunuch Feng didn't say anything. He just moved a warm stool and put it under Lu Wenyu's butt. He said, Master Lu, sit down, and then stepped back and pushed it aside. Yuan Zhuo, who was sitting on the high step of the altar, waved his hand and said calmly, Daban, you can move a warm stool by yourself. You don't have to be so restrained. Seeing Eunuch Feng sitting down, Yuan Zhuo stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, squinted his eyes and said, I recently reread the poems, and there is a poem that breaks the news. In the past 40 years, my country has spread over 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Feng Pavilion and Dragon Tower are connected. Shaohan, Yushu and Qiantwigs are used as smoke and radish. How often have we ever known fighting? I suddenly remembered it today, but I remember it when I went to the net, but I can't remember it. Do you know? Eunuch Feng and Lu Wenyu glanced at each other, and they both saw confusion and even a little panic in each other's eyes. How could they not know about the late master's bad luck? But the emperor can say this to the memory of the fallen king. How dare they, a domestic servant and a close minister, dare to say it to the emperor? Doesn't this mean that the current emperor is just like his later master, a king who has subjugated his country? What is the difference between this and reciting morning prayers in front of living people? What a big deal. Okay, it's just poetry. Besides, how could I not know that you two are loyal? Just read it. Of course Yuan Zhuo knew the concerns in their hearts, so he smiled and comforted them. Lu Wenyu and Eunuch Feng turned slightly to look at each other, and Eunuch Feng nodded affirmatively. Eunuch Feng was an eunuch, so it was not appropriate for him to answer the emperor's literary questions. He could only answer the emperor's literary questions. Lu Wenyu straightened up, stood up and lowered his head and said, Back to your majesty, the question is, once you become a captive, you will sink your waist and spend time with Pan Wei, which is the most wasteful thing. On the day when I was anxious to leave the temple, I played a farewell song in the church hall and cried to the palace maid. My knowledge is shallow and I only know the words but not the meaning. Your majesty, don't be surprised. Yes, I shed tears to Gongyi. Every word is correct, sit down, sit down. Yuan Zhuo clapped his hands and applauded, and said softly, It's bitterly cold at the border, and Wenyu is tired. After hearing this, combined with what Eunuch Feng said in the Lu mansion, Lu Wenyu thought that if Lu Wenyu couldn't figure out anything, then his 20 or 30 years of being an official would have been in vain, so he followed the emperor's wishes and sat down, holding them. My heart felt relieved. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I am just escorting the military supplies, so I am not tired. The border is bitterly cold, and the soldiers are guarding the border in the ice and snow. They are suffering and tired. I am not as good as me. Yes, Yuan Zhuo said in a long, thoughtful tone, and stood up and said, The soldiers in the front half live and die, and the beauties are still singing and dancing in the tents. The border is tight, but the rear is tight, and it's okay to be greedy for money. Even my faction, all the imperial envoys who went there were killed. Lu Wenyu also knew everything about the imperial envoy case, so he quickly expressed his attitude and said, "Is there such a bold maniac? I beg your majesty to issue an order to arrest this person personally." Yuanjua smiled and rambled so much that he finally achieved his goal. So he waved to Eunuch Feng and said, "My dear friend, when you doesn't know much about the details, go and bring Li Jin's booklet on the table to show Wenyu." At this time, Eunuch Feng finally understood Yuanjua's purpose, so he turned into a caring slave again. He first took Li Jin's folding book, and then held it at an angle, just so that Lu Wenyu could see clearly with his back to the candle. There were not many words on the memorial, only about 200. Lu Wenyu read 10 lines at a glance and finished reading it in a short while. However, the more Lu Wenyu read these few lines, the more frightened he became. The Jianghu sect colluded with local officials to murder the imperial envoy, and both of these things were related to his duties. Cold sweat broke out on his back, making him a little dry-mouthed. Before Eunuch Feng could react, Lu Wenyu knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I failed to do my duty and caused a tragedy. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Get up. It's not your business. I know that there are people in the world who are not honest, but I didn't expect them to be so bold." Yuanjua paced with his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice, "The dead are gone, but the new ones can still be pursued. You can't stay out of the case in Jiangnan. These officials are imprisoned in the Tianlao in Bianzhou. After the new year, you go there and inform the Seligian in advance. After a thorough investigation, submit a memorial to me." Lu Wenyu bowed his hand and replied yes, and sat back on the stool. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. It was a bit hot in the palace. Yuanjua sat back on the stage, leaning comfortably on the armrest, asking himself and answering, why did the emperor lose his country? He had no discipline. I am not someone who has never seen war, and I don't want to shed tears to the palace maids, let alone my descendants. The Jianghu is too presumptuous. They want to ride on my head and do evil. They dare to collude with local officials and assassinate the imperial envoys after giving them 2 more acres of land. If I give them more favors, will they come to demolish my golden palace? And also share a few pieces of glazed tiles? They dare not. Lu Wenyu lowered his head and said with drooping eyebrows. Yuanjua sneered, his expression seemed neither angry nor happy, and he said mockingly, "Is there anything they dare not do? They even dared to kill the imperial envoy. Since they don't like it and don't want my favor, then I can take it back. Whether it's Buddhism or Taoism, I will take back 70% of the land given by grace, and you can handle the rest. Report to me afterwards. The reclaimed land will be distributed to my people nearby, and the registration must be made without error. Lu Wenyu, I will leave this matter to you, and the East and West factories will also assist. I know that the Jinui is short of manpower, so I specially allow you to expand the Jinui. It's up to you to decide how many people to expand. In any case, we must let this world know how to fight and how to discipline. There is no rush for this. The officials in Jiangnan are a big deal and cannot be delayed. Wenyu, go to Jiangnan first and find out the case clearly. Who has been corrupt and who has not been corrupt, how much has been corrupted, how much has been spent, and where is the rest hidden? Find out clearly. Submit a memorial to me directly without going through the 3 departments and the cabinet. The seized goods should be first collected in the Bianzhou treasury. Will they be used for military supplies or collected in the national treasury? Wait for my handwritten order. All those involved should write a memorial and submit it. I don't believe that there is not a single clean palace in the vast Jiangnan and the court. Eunuch Feng and Lu Wenyu looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They didn't expect this matter to be so big. Jiangnan is going to change. They didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly ran down to Kowtow and replied, "Your Majesty is wise. The duty room of the supervisor of ceremonies is located on the east side of Shiyuan." After leaving Qingxian Palace, Eunuch Feng and Lu Wenyu stepped on the snow to get to the duty room. Godfather. The 3 eunuchs Li, He, and Chen who were still in the duty room saw Eunuch Feng and quickly stood up and saluted. Eunuch Feng smiled and said, "There is no need to be polite. This is the commander of the genie guards, Lu Wenyu." Master Lu. Third child, go to the side room to get a cup of tea. Master Lu, sit down. With a sad look on her face, Lu Wenyu greeted her 4 father-in-laws, sat down on the taisher chair next to her, and breathed heavily. The emperor could only manage the world with a few simple words, but only Lu Wenyu himself knew how difficult it was. It has been over 100 years since the founding of Deqi this year, and it is no longer the time of Taizu. What's more, the border is unstable, Ningzhou's cavalry cannot enter, Hushi is already a country within a country, and Annan is not peaceful. At this time, it is extremely difficult to get the people in the world to restrain themselves, not to mention the horse riding on the rivers and lakes. After all, when it comes to sharing money from a desperate family, scholars also need to save face. How can people in the world have such a non-existent face? Thinking of this, Lu Wenyu became darker again and said sadly, Eunuch Feng, you can't stay out of this matter. Eunuch Feng's expression remained unchanged as he took a sip of tea. He sipped the taste and said, Mr. Lu, it's not that our family doesn't help you, and it's not that you don't know that there are not many people in the stuff factory these years, and the palace still requires our family to serve you. You can't just do it for several warriors were abandoned in the palace. This was reasonable. Lu Wenyu couldn't refute it. He could only sigh helplessly and said, then I can only go to His Majesty to apologize. Take off this python robe and become a rich man. Lord Lu, you must come up with a charter. There are only a few ceremonial supervisors. There are always dozens of Jianghu sects, not to mention many. The reason why our family can destroy the 3 Jiangnan sects is because the name is right and it will not happen every time. Everyone in our family is justified. Eunuch Li put down his teacup and said helplessly. Eunuch Li's voice is not unpleasant, but his face is not good, and he always has a sinister feeling. After these words, he always gives people a threatening feeling. Eunuch Li, that's not what I meant. We are short of manpower. No matter how hard we try, I can't find a way, Lord Lu. Why not use the old method of recruiting a group of dogs, and then let the dogs bite people? He Gonggang publicly rescued Lu Wenyu. Lu Wenyu's eyes brightened, but soon dimmed again. What eunuch he said was reasonable, but it had no effect. Treat them to guests, behead them, and accept them as dogs. Everyone knows these 3 processes, but beheading doesn't work. To put it nicely, they are all at the first level or higher, but to put it badly, there are only so many first-level ones. Not enough manpower. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. The father-in-law of the supervisor of ceremonies was drinking tea leisurely. They were the emperor's slaves, and they could ignore everything in the world. If you are an important person, I will give you everything from the east to the west. This can be considered as your best effort. They want money, but they don't have any money. They have already been sent to the ceremonial prison, so they still have to spend their own money? This is a slave raised by the emperor. If he is capable, go to the emperor and ask for money. Lu Wenyu, on the other hand, had a slumped face and clasped his hands. It's extremely difficult to find a way to have both. Just take care of it, there are not enough manpower, just leave it alone, this officer is done. It's difficult. Master Lu, look at the tea. Eunuch Shin placed a cup of tea next to Lu Wenyu, turned back to his seat, and sat down to drink tea. Okay, Lu Wenyu's thoughts were interrupted, and he picked up the teacup with a blank expression. The jade buds picked in the first spring had no taste at all in his mouth. He took 2 sips and put them back on the coffee table. After thinking about it, Lu Wenyu decided to make one last effort. Eunuch Feng, do you have any good ideas? You can't, Master Lu, let's examine the case first. We are not gods, and we can't conjure up people for you to deal with the Jianghu matter. Eunuch Feng said helplessly while drinking tea. Hearing this, Lu Wenyu had already stood up and said with a lonely expression, then let's try the case first. Let's put off the Jianghu matter. If there is no other way, I will go to the palace to plead guilty, resign and return to my hometown. Alas! Master Lu, wait a minute, we have a method, I wonder if it is possible? Eunuch Shen stopped Lu Wenyu and spoke seriously. Lu Wenyu paused, looked back at Eunuch Shen, and then glanced at Eunuch Feng who had put down his ink pen on the main seat. He turned around and sat down, treating a dead horse as a live doctor, maybe it would work. Eunuch Li and Eunuch He put down their teacups almost at the same time and wanted to hear what Eunuch Shen said. Mr. Lu, as the ancients said, it is better to clear the road than to block it. Since the blockage is not good, why not just clear it? Mr. Chan said seductively. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Now that the dead horse has been treated as a living horse doctor, Lu Wenyu no longer hesitates. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat. If it can catch mice, it's a good cat, a magical cat. Eunuch Shen took a sip of tea and glanced at Eunuch Feng. After getting the other party's affirmation, he looked around at the crowd and said, what is our problem now? There are not enough people. But there are people in the world. Lu Wenyu became more and more interested. Oh? What does Eunuch Chen mean? Let the world be in chaos. We can't do anything about a pool of stagnant water, but as long as we muddy the water,
we always have a chance to get something out of the fire.
Lu Wenyu lowered his head and pondered, silently analyzing the pros and cons in his mind.
It was not easy to cause chaos in the world, but Eunuch Chen's solemn look could not be faked. He raised his head and glanced at the other three father-in-laws, with thoughtful expressions on their faces. It was Eunuch Feng who spoke first. Third brother, Jianghu people are not fools, and they won't make chaos just because they want it. Provocation and inducement won't be of much use. We can't rely on us to take turns killing people, right? They are shameless, but our family can still do it.
It's shameful. Godfather, we don't need to take action.
Eunuch Chen said easily, I have one person.
You just have to spend money.
Eunuch Chen added, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. But after thinking about it, that guy really wanted money rather than his life.
The money is easy to handle.
Lu Wenyu breathed a sigh of relief and gained strength to speak. After thinking for a while, he continued, as long as the lion doesn't open his mouth. Eunuch Feng nodded, picked up the teacup with a relaxed expression, and asked, I wonder what rank the third person mentioned.
Where is he?
Third grade, I live in Liangzhou.
Eunuch Chen replied. Third grade? How many people were stunned?
If the first grade is not necessarily useful, what can the third grade do?
Is this Eunuch Chen sick and seeking medical attention in a hurry?
Eunuch he couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing.
In addition to Eunuch Chen, Eunuch Li and Lu Wenyu couldn't bear it when they heard the laughter.
Even Eunuch Feng, who was always calm and indifferent to emotions and anger, tried his best. He was holding back his laughter and his cheeks were shaking, which was extremely funny.
I thought you were fine, but I didn't expect you to be a big mess.
For a time, the room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. It was Eunuch Feng who reacted first and scolded, Third brother.
What are you doing?
Mr. Lu is discussing business with us. What kind of joke are you telling us? Let's discuss it again, Mr. Lu. Our family is not disciplined well, let Mr. Lu laughing. Lu Wenyu, who was sitting below, took a sip of tea and calmed down before saying, Eunuch Chen, you.
I just said a few angry words. You are not so serious about making me laugh, are you?
Eunuch Chen, business is important. The third level is true. Eunuch Chen twitched his lips and said helplessly, but it only took him 3 years to reach the third level. The laughter stopped suddenly, and the four of them looked at each other.
What kind of monster is this?
After being promoted to the 6th rank in 3 consecutive years, could it be that he is the illegitimate son of some sect leader who lives abroad? They still remember that it took them almost 8 years to reach the 9th level to the 5th level. At this moment, the 4 first-grade people had great doubts about their talents.
Lu Wenyu asked doubtfully, are you sure this is a step-by-step martial arts method? Isn't it the Buddhist initiation and enlightenment method?
Master Lu, how can anyone reach the 3rd level of enlightenment?
Eunuch Chen said angrily.
You can say that my lower body is not good, but you can never doubt that my upper body is not good.
That's not what Lu meant, it's just that it's a bit unbelievable.
Lu Wenyu explained hurriedly. He himself couldn't understand that reaching the 3rd level in 3 years was a bit too fast. You must know that the 9th level of martial arts, to put it bluntly, the 4th level and below are considered to be a process of physical exertion. It is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It is almost all achieved through hard work. Even if you have a good talent and a good teacher, it is common for you to grind for 5 or 6 years. Even if it is more than 10 or 20 years, it is normal. The 3rd grade is already considered a success.
Eunuch Chen didn't bother to explain, he just said lightly, I fought with that kid, and he survived 3 palms from me.
The 4 words 3 palms of immortality were like dropping a bomb, which directly silenced the 4 of them. If reaching the 3rd rank in 3 years is just a surprise, then being immortal with 3 palms is unbelievable. The 4 of them looked at each other, their mouths slightly open and their eyes widened. Seeing this, Eunuch Chen told the whole story about Chang and Linzi. The 4 of them calmed down their expressions.
Now they couldn't help but not believe it. The facts were in front of them. Eunuch Chen was a first-class man.
There was no need to fabricate a 3rd-class one to save his life.
Save your own face. By the way, I asked people to check him. The ghost market killer, his name is Matzi, his password is Jiotong, he is from Bianzhou, and he is now in Liangzhou Tavern. Don't you believe it, Mr. Lu, you will know everything after a trip to Liangzhou? Eunuch Chen was drinking tea and said leisurely, but this man wants money rather than his life. As long as the money is enough, Mr. Lu will be satisfied with it.
Lu Wenyu said decisively, okay, Lu will go to Liangzhou after the new year to personally test the quality of this boy. Dear father-in-law, I will trouble my father-in-law about the Jiangnan case.
I will wait for the second trial. If that boy is really like Eunuch-Chen, what about Lu's return of 60%? Once the matter is settled, it is natural to decide who will pay how much, otherwise it is not worthwhile to argue about this kind of thing. Lu Wenyu naturally knew this well and was the first to speak, giving himself an advantageous position. 70%. Of course Eunuch Feng would not give in. Everyone knew that Jinyui was rich, and he would not kill him until he was killed. Lu Wenyu smiled and was not in a hurry, but took a few sips of tea first. Oh, don't tell me, the tea that was tasteless just now is extremely sweet now. Good tea is indeed good tea. If there was no taste just now, it must be the wrong way to taste it. After finishing the cup of tea, Lu Wenyu put down the teacup and said decisively, Eunuch Feng, 65%, there is really nothing Lu can do if we go further. The two argued about it for a while, and finally settled on 68%, which was considered a happy outcome for both parties. Zhao, who was far away in Liangzhou, sneezed and was puzzled. I had never heard that San Pin could catch a cold. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, the weather was much better. It seemed that the snow had been much lighter since that night. Maybe God also had pity on the poor people. According to later generations, lava porridge must be drunk on Lava Day. Although Zhao was from the south, this custom was not lost. Early in the morning, lava porridge was simmering on the stove. In Zhao's opinion, as long as he ate it, he would be blessed with good luck in the coming year. As for when to eat it, he must give full play to his subjective initiative. Cooking porridge is a technical job. If the heat is not enough, it will be half soft and half hard. Although it can't be harder than rice, it is soft on one side and hard on the other side, which makes it uncomfortable to eat. If the heat is too high, it will become rice soup. Although it can be considered porridge, it doesn't need to be chewed when eaten. It is a pity that you can't taste the taste of it in the end after being patient for several hours. Only when it is cooked just right, the beans bloom, the air is filled with the mixed fragrance of bean plants, and the mixture in the pot is mixed and blended together, it is considered done. Sticky, warm, and happy, eat a big bowl of porridge, and the new year will be considered to have started. The fire in the stove was not big, so I slowly boiled it, slowly grinded it, and finally boiled it at noon. I didn't have time to sigh that my stomach protested before my mouth, so I took a big bowl, filled it, sat in the yard, breathed, blew smoke, and ate porridge. The next day was the 29th day of the lunar year. I went to the street to buy couplets, lanterns, and a table of delicious food. I received a pigeon a few days ago, and Liuji was coming to Liangzhou. 3 years ago, the two liked to have a meal and drink together on the night of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. This year, both of them were not in Jiangnan, but they also had to eat and drink. Zhao Ju only knew how to cook simple meals. Naturally, he couldn't cook a pot of porridge to treat his only friend. Fortunately, Hangtong restaurant was still open, so he simply ordered a table. At the hour of Su, Liuji arrived as promised. He was still alone, but he brought half a cart of meat and vegetables. Zhao Ju was very upset, as if he had bought the goods himself. But it didn't matter. It was the new year, and happiness was important. The two of them sat opposite each other in the room and drank. Zhao Kai lay under the table, wagging his tail. His food had improved a lot in the past few days. After more than half a month, he finally felt fleshy all over, and his fur was shiny. He looked like he was no longer a stray dog. After eating and drinking for more than an hour, they both drank almost everything, their cheeks were red, and their breath was full of alcohol. Zhao Kai had eaten and drunk enough, and lay on the ground to sleep. The two of them moved the recliners in half, lying in the yard to chat and drink tea. When the moonlight sprinkled down like snow, they were almost sober. Liuji carried the pot of wine, waved to Zhao Ju, and drove away in the carriage. Zhao Ju was left alone in the yard, half lying and drinking tea, leisurely. 30. On the last day of this year, Zhao woke up after noon. He always felt particularly sweet after drinking wine. It was snowing in winter, but the house was warm and he didn't want to get up. He was dawdling until the end of the afternoon when he finished lunch. He went out to buy a fish. Fish is indispensable for the New Year's Eve dinner. It is a good omen to have surplus every year. At the hour of you, the couplets and lanterns were changed. The sound of children playing outside the door could be heard. Cooking rice and dishes. Although I am not good at cooking at other times, today is the New Year's Eve, and I have to cook the New Year's Eve dinner by myself. Of course, it is not because of a whim, but mainly because every household is celebrating the New Year. Even the Hangtong restaurant is closed and it is really impossible to buy it. Cooking rice, slaughtering and steaming fish, 3 meats, and 2 dishes are not very rich, but they are all I can do with all my efforts.
At the hour of Su, the sound of firecrackers outside the door is one after another. The New Year atmosphere is very strong, unlike the later generations. Zhao found an incense burner, lit a few incense sticks, and cut out to the east to pay tribute to his parents who passed away early. To stay up all night, you usually have to wait until after midnight, so after Zhao had eaten and drunk enough, he didn't care about the noise outside the door, and moved a recliner to sit in the yard to drink tea. The custom of staying up all night is not only a recollection of the past years that have passed like water, but also a beautiful hope for the coming new year. The ancients wrote in staying up all night, in Vitarong's house to stay up all night, and the candles are red towards the blue sky. 36 years have passed, but I cherish the years from this night. Recalling the past, cherishing the years, and lamenting the fleeting youth are human nature, and it is inevitable from ancient times to the present. There will be no year next year, but I am afraid that I will waste my time. I will try my best tonight, and I can still boast of my youth. This is a poem by the famous poet Su Dongpa, which is very suitable for Zhao Ju's mood at this time. When he wrote this poem, Su Dongpa was also living in a foreign land, but this poem has a very positive meaning, which can be regarded as encouragement, self-comfort, and mutual encouragement, which is the positive meaning of staying up all night.
After half of the midnight, the firecrackers that had been silent rang again.
Zhao Ju woke up in a daze, put his hands together, and exchanged the 2,700 taels of silver in the space for 27,000 points of God of Wealth.
The God of Wealth points in the system came to 41,600. The new year must start with purchasing.
Tom Shen Dan, 6 bottles, 3,000 points spent, not painful or itchy, now I have money, I must have enough momentum. Baiyu Xingji Dan is still available, so don't buy it for the time being. The special mall has been refreshed, go to the special mall to have a look. Go to the special offer mall, wow, it's New Year, the first one is a good thing, Yuqing Xuanxu Sutra, only 2,000 God of Wealth points.
It's a bargain price. Buy it, if not now, when?
Once you buy it, you have to upgrade, God of Wealth points flow like water, 100, 200, 400, 800, 1600, 3200, 6400. Upgrade from the first floor directly to the 7th floor, 12,700 God of Wealth points spent. Suddenly, Zhao Ju sat cross-legged in meditation, and the positive energy of heaven and earth poured back, and Zhao Ju directly entered a mysterious state. It seemed that he felt the difference between heaven and earth at this time and at other times, and it seemed that he had a new understanding for a while. The true qi in his body boiled and compressed, and the original full true qi disappeared instantly. Zhao Ju did not dare to delay, and took out Tongshan Dan, one after another, and soon the true qi was filled again, and then compressed again, and disappeared again, until the power of a bottle of Tongshan Dan was refined, the true qi no longer changed, and the body was like a bell in thunder. He let out a breath of turbid air and felt his own changes. The true qi was like boiling water, rolling in his body. Between breathing, the true qi continued to temper his body, and it slowly stopped after a quarter of an hour. Zhao Ju felt it carefully, and it seemed that Yuqing Xuanxu Sutra was not over yet. Taiqing Yushu Sutra was given by the system for free that year. When I practiced it at the beginning, I always felt that it was incomplete. I originally thought that it would be continuously improved by upgrading the level, but there was still no improvement at the 7th level. Even if I bought the Yuqing Xuanxu Sutra and upgraded to the 6th level, the feeling of incompleteness still exists.
That can only be a problem with the practice. Don't I really need to collect the 3 purities to synthesize a complete practice?
Thinking of this, Zhao continued to look down at the special price mall.
The second one, 72 transformations, hundreds of billions, I can't afford it. The third one, binding immortal rope, hundreds of billions, damn. Zhao, here it comes again, let alone buy it, my little money is not enough. I can only continue to look down.
The remaining 2 are one of the Yuqing original heavenly venerable Taoist robes. I don't know how many zeros are behind the number 9. Those who know it think it's the price, and those who don't know it think it's a bank card number. The other one is Lu Dongbin's Pure Yang sword, which is cheap, 7 billion. Apart from anything else, Zhao is now better, 7 billion is cheap.
Zhao didn't hesitate and silently opened the panel.
Post, Jiaozhou Cultivation, 5th rank martial arts, Chasing Stars and Moons, perfect, Taiqing Yushu Sutra, 7th level, / Yuqing Xuanxu Sutra, 7th level, Tianyuan Sword Art, minor success, secret technique, Tangmen Xuanqi. 1,000 flowers and 10,000 stamens / erosion and soul erosion.
Change your appearance. Lending breath art God of Wealth points, 23,900 sure enough, it's just as I guessed.
The skills have not been increased, but like Tangmen Xuanqi, a suffix has been added at the end. It seems that there should be a third part. Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. There are still many God of Wealth points, just wait slowly.
Close the panel and go back to the room to sleep.
On New Year's Day, the weather was sunny with only light snow. Zhao slept comfortably until noon when he woke up. On the first day of the new year, you must be comfortable.
How can anyone rush to be a cow or a horse on the first day?
After washing his face, he was not in a hurry to eat or drink, but first gave the lucky man on the ground a slap in the face. Zhao Kai, who was idle and bored, was suddenly slapped and barked non-stop. Zhao did not comfort him, but only asked him from time to time,
"Am I prosperous this year?" "Wang Wang Wang, what a good dog. Got to be rewarded with a big bone."
A dog that can speak auspicious words so early in the morning must be a good luck dog. The pub is not open yet, so I have no choice but to cook the food myself. I walked into the kitchen and was busy for half an hour, and finally brought out a table of decent food. At the beginning of the new year, there must be vegetables and meat. If one person doesn't finish it, save it for the next meal, so that you don't have to cook it.
You can eat it hot. Even the rice has to be cooked in a big pot.
Of course, what you say must count, so I gave Zhao Kai a bone as big as the meat, a whole pig hind leg.
Throw it on the ground and let the fortune teller chew it up with a mouthful of havoc. Zhao doesn't care. The dog wishes you prosperity. How can it still fight? If you can't beat it, it will attract wealth and prosperity. What if you beat it away? After eating and drinking, I leisurely moved the deck chair to the yard to bask in the sun. Make a pot of tea, don't practice or think, just enjoy this leisurely feeling. The days passed leisurely like this, on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th day of the lunar month. Counting the days, today has already arrived on the 15th day of the first lunar month. It's the Lantern Festival, and glutinous rice balls are indispensable. Just like the previous few days, I didn't get up until the sun was shining on my buttocks at noon. I won't give you a slap in the face to attract wealth today. It's been prosperous for more than 10 days. Even if I don't give it up today, it won't work if it's prosperous every day. My job is very stressful. If I am busy every day, I don't know whether my customers will die or not, and I will most likely be exhausted. Besides, what if there was business every day? Society will be disharmonious, people's hearts will be scattered, and 3 good young people will be gone. What a big problem. The ancients said that not eating glutinous rice balls on the Lantern Festival is equivalent to not eating zongzi on the Dragon Boat Festival. The laws of our ancestors are immutable. Must make some glutinous rice balls. The technology of this era is not much different from that of the Ming Dynasty. Flour is easy to make, but it is a bit yellow. But compared with the 21st century, white sugar is far behind in terms of quality and appearance. But it doesn't matter. As for glutinous rice balls, there is no rule that they have to be sweet, so Zhao took a unique approach and made them meaty. Just do what you say. Anyway, you have enough to eat and drink and have nothing to do. Make meat noodles, mince the meat stuffing, wrap it in, and roll it into a round shape. Hey, aren't these glutinous rice balls? It's just a little bigger, about the same size as an egg, but it's not in the way and you can eat it. After a lot of effort, I made glutinous rice balls for an hour or two. When I was waiting for the pot to be started, it was already dark. After taking 2 bowls, Zhao filled a dozen or 20 bowls for himself and 5 or 6 for Lucky, and started eating. After taking a bite, don't worry, the taste is okay. It has meat and noodles. No matter how you say it, it is not delicious. It just tastes like dumplings in your mouth. Now it's better, I've made up for the dumplings I didn't eat during the new year. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help but give himself a 5-star review. Unexpectedly, the master of time management and the god of food are actually the same person. It's really incredible. After making 40 glutinous rice balls, 1 person and 1 dog didn't eat any. Zhao ate 20 and almost died of exhaustion. After eating 3 of the lucky ones, I didn't even look at them. I have no choice but to take it back and store it in the space. Next time I have time, I can flatten it and use it as dumplings. Until the end of the first month, Zhao lived a leisurely life. The tavern was not open, and there was no business at Liuji, which gave Zhao enough time to rest. On the 4th day of February, Zhao felt very embarrassed. There was no letter from Liuji, which meant that there was no business yet. However, Zhao was already free. He was either lying down or half lying every day, feeling that all the bones in his body were tender. It will definitely open tomorrow. On the 8th day of February, Zhao finally woke up before noon. After washing up, I opened the door of the tavern, changed the sign on the door to open for business,
then moved a Taisher chair to sit in the yard to practice.
As for why it only opens on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, is there no need to adapt after the festival? Having only adapted to it for 4 days is already an innate working body. On the 10th day of the lunar month, it has been open for 2 days, and the business is pretty good. People come to shop, and it is really prosperous. As before, Zhao just moved a deck chair and lay in the yard to drink tea and read a book. As for the tavern, there were only 1 or 2 people a day, so it didn't matter. He didn't want to make money from this.
The weather was nice, and I dozed off while reading. When he was half asleep and half awake, Zhao seemed to have a hand dangling in front of him. Zhao didn't open his eyes, opened the book to cover his face, and said impatiently, "The counter is under the tree. On the far left is the flower sculpture. 1 or 2 1 pot, in the middle is Chang'an's Lucian Zui, 2 for 1 pot, on the far right is Xinjiang's famous wine, half for 1 pot. No more vegetables or meat, no refills.
I'm keeping an eye on you."
After saying that, he ignored the man's laughter and adjusted his sleeping position. He didn't sleep well yesterday, so he got up at midnight. Lack of sleep is very harmful to the body, so don't be careless. When I opened my eyes again, it was already dark. I took off the book covering my face, stretched with my eyes closed, took a sip of the cold tea on the side, and then completed the nap ritual. Zhao Kai was shouting vigorously on the side, and the sound sounded very cheerful.
What a silly dog that can only bark, but can't cook for itself when it's hungry?
Zhao thought to himself and sighed, "Okay, stop barking.
People who don't know think you are the master and I am the dog. What's the use of raising you? Have you cooked a meal for me? Master Zhao is awake?"
A gentle voice sounded from the side, and Zhao couldn't help but be stunned. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was.
"Yeah."
Although he couldn't remember it, Zhao Ju still instinctively replied, "I know who wakes up from the big dream first."
Looking back, I saw 2 women sitting at the table behind me.
One has her hair tied up high, with a white jade hairpin, a green-purple skirt, a slender waist, a bright red cloak, and her body is covered with silk and satin. From a distance, she looks wealthy and powerful. She has black eyebrows from a distant mountain, a beautiful nose and red lips.
She is better than makeup even if she doesn't use any powder. She is really dignified and elegant.
The other one is ordinary, with a high bun, a green skirt and black shoes, and a frosty pink face. She looks like a maid at first glance.
"Mr. Zhao, are you okay?"
Zhao was shocked, rubbed his eyes, and said with a smile, "Miss Lu, I didn't expect to meet again so soon."
The dignified lady was Lu Ruowei.
She was holding a teacup and said in a calm voice, "Mr. Zhao is really different every day." Zhao was not cunning and let her tease her.
If he did the same thing every day, he would be doomed. "Miss Lu, why did you come to Liangzhou? How can you tell me apart?" Zhao asked doubtfully.
If nothing else, he was very confident in his disguise skills.
At least Lu Ruowei would definitely not be able to tell.
Lu Ruowei sneered and said, "You showed your true face in Chang'an, have you forgotten? It's not difficult to check. I thought you had returned to Jiangnan, but I didn't expect that you were found in Liangzhou.
Of course I have to come and see you."
Listening to Lu Ruowei's provocative tone, Zhao smiled helplessly, which he had neglected. He could only smile awkwardly. "Don't laugh at me. We live and die together, so please save some face for me."
"Okay." Lu Ruowei smiled brightly and said like a request, "Your tavern doesn't have much business, why don't you accompany me to visit Liangzhou while you have time?" What else could Zhao say?
Although there was a maid next to this woman, don't forget that she also had a first-class housekeeper. If I say no, it's hard to say whether I can see the sun tomorrow, it's up to me. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Lu Ruowei was very happy and generously invited Zhao to have a meal. Sure enough, it was Gao Qi who came to deliver the meal, and Zhao couldn't tell the truth.
After having enough wine and food, Zhao sat in the courtyard and drank tea with Gao Qi. Lu Ruowei and her maid were teasing and attracting money.
It was obvious that this was his own place, and he was the one to accompany him.
The situation is stronger than the people, so there is no other way.
The backyard has been tidied up for Lu Ruowei and the maid to live in.
Fortunately, there are many houses, and the 2 more can be accommodated.
It's just that I had to close the door just a few days after opening.
With this kind of business, it's the only one I can do.
The day after Lu Ruowei came to the tavern, Zhao Ju hung up a sign to close the business. A top-ranking expert was sitting here. If he didn't let this young lady accompany him, Zhao Ju would not be able to bear the consequences.
For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Ju took Lu Ruowei to stroll around Liangzhou. The waist in the tavern was replaced by Gao Qi. After all, he was old, who would dare to embarrass an old man?
To be honest, Lianzhou was not big, even a small city, and Zhao Ju himself didn't know what to visit. But what surprised Zhao Ju was that the three of them ate and stopped all the way, following Lu Rouwei's wishes, and they didn't finish shopping in 2 days.
Shopping is really a talent in women's genes.
Although Zhao Ju was emotional, he still had to accompany her. If he promised to do something, he must do it well.
This is Zhao Ju's principle. Until the 3rd day, Lianzhou was only visited a lot.
Zhao Ju was so tired that his legs couldn't be straightened, but Lu Rouwei actually felt that he hadn't visited enough. Zhao Ju and Gao Qi stared at each other. One was more tired physically than Zhao Kai, and the other was more tired mentally than Zhao Kai. Finally, after a lot of persuasion from the two, Lu Rouwei gave up and agreed to return to Hushi after a few days of rest. Zhao Ju and Gao Qi breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The two men, who were at least 40 years apart in age, felt a sense of mutual appreciation. 4 days passed in a flash, and Lu Rouwei set off to return to Hushi.
Zhao Ju resumed his leisurely life a few days ago. Every day he drank tea, practiced, and slept. After a tiring day, he always had to rest. On February 18th, Zhao Ju lazily put on the business sign.
Although Liuji had a few businesses, they were all revenge matters of the 9th and 8th grades. The journey was far, and there was not much profit.
Zhao Ju thought about it and still didn't take it.
Entering March, Lianzhou City was completely restored to its original state, as if the death of the 2 gang leaders and the harassment of bandits before the new year had never happened. The restaurant was also open for business, and Zhao Ju lived a life of eating and waiting to die again. It is not so cold in March. Zhao Ju has mastered the Yuqing Xuanqiu Sutra that he bought during the Chinese New Year. The quality of his true qi has increased dramatically, and his strength has also increased. It is estimated that in a while, entering the 2nd grade will be a matter of course. In March, everything is revived, and there is still a little chill. The tavern has not had much business these days. After eating and drinking, Zhao Ju still lies in the yard for a nap. You should indulge yourself on leisure days and make money on business days. In a daze, a man pushed open the door of the tavern. Zhao Ju did not get up and said what he had said to others again. The man did not disturb Zhao Ju's sleep. He took a pot of huadio and sat under the tree to drink slowly. The sun set and the sky was dark before Zhao Ju woke up. Zhao Ju was surprised to see that the man had not left. This was the only guest in the past 3 days. Zhao Ju was in a good mood and gave the man another pot of luxianzui. The man was not polite. He smiled and continued to sip the wine in the glass. "Boss, do you have wine or snacks?" the man asked with a smile and a gentle tone. Zhao Ju originally wanted to say no, but when he thought of the glutinous rice balls in the space, he replied yes. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, he hurriedly explained, "It's just that it's not a regular dish. I created some small things, soup pictures. It's not because I'm afraid that the taste is bad, so I haven't dared to sell it. It's definitely not regular. Not many people put meat in glutinous rice balls. As for glutinous rice balls, what I wanted to make at the beginning was glutinous rice balls. Could it be called dumplings?" The man was very interested and hurriedly called Zhao Ju to bring a bowl. Zhao Ju was of course not polite. 2 taels of silver per bowl, no credit. Hearing this number, the man's mouth twitched. It seems that what Unikshin said is not wrong at all. He really loves money. He just sent a pot of wine and thought he had found the wrong person, but he didn't expect that he had found the right person. That's right, the man was Lu Wenyu who came from the capital. 2 taels is 2 taels, but I'm hungry, please hurry up, shopkeeper. Although he felt that he was cheated, 2 taels of silver was not a small amount of money for Lu Wenyu. He wanted to see what kind of glutinous rice balls could be worth 2 taels of silver. Zhao was stunned. He didn't expect that there was really a big head. "This is what you said. Don't blame me. I have advised. Okay, you just wait for a while." Although he was excited, he still said calmly. Turned and walked into the kitchen. When he couldn't see, he took out the remaining glutinous rice balls from the space. There were a total of 17. He took a bowl and put 8 of them on the table. He said enjoy it and sat aside. Looking at the glutinous rice balls in the bowl in front of him, which were a circle bigger than eggs, Lu Wenyu was stunned. Fortunately, he was a man who had seen the world. He asked without changing his expression, "Did the shopkeeper make a mistake? Are these glutinous rice balls a little bigger? How could it be? 2 taels of silver, a small one, wouldn't it be a black-hearted profiteer?" Zhao Ju laughed and said calmly, "Don't worry, there will be no problem with this glutinous rice balls. Black-hearted, you are more than black-hearted, you are simply slaughtering people like pigs." A pot of huadio is about 3 taels, and you sell it for 1 tael of silver. Even if you buy a pot and give it one free, you are still very black-hearted. This quality of huadio can buy at least 2 jars in Jiangnan with 1 tael of silver. You still say you are not a profiteer. Lu Wenyu complained in his heart. Although Lu Wenyu was skeptical, he still picked up the spoon and tasted it. Feeling the taste in his mouth, Lu Wenyu was surprised and said, "Shopkeeper, didn't you say this is a glutinous rice ball? Why is it meat stuffing?" "Yes, meat-stuffed glutinous rice balls." "Is there any problem?" Zhao Ju spread his hands without weight. He never said from beginning to end that this glutinous rice ball was not meat stuffing. Lu Wenyu looked at Zhao Zhou's reaction in front of him and realized that this Zhao Zhou was indeed a bit unable to be treated in a normal way. Then he twitched the corner of his mouth and stopped talking. He ate the meat-filled dumplings with relish, as if he really wanted to get his money back. Zhao smiled when he saw this. "That's right, it's a good thing if you can swallow it." After finishing the glutinous rice balls, Lu Wenyu wiped his mouth calmly and said calmly, "Shopkeeper, should I call you Matzi? What about Jiotong? You are really easy for me to find." Zhao Ju's heart was ringing with alarms. Even when he didn't know where the other party was coming from, Zhao Ju still wanted to get past him, so he said with a normal expression, "What are you talking about? What kind of pockmarks, what kind of 9 tubes? I'm just here. Just the owner of the tavern." "Ha ha." Lu Wenyu sneered. He was very stubborn when seeing Zhao. He didn't give any explanation. He just said lightly, "Ghost market killer, where did Zhao come from?" "I had a few tricks with Mr. Chen, the supervisor of ceremonies, outside Chang'an City." "Isn't that right? Silly supervisor, your excellency has recognized the wrong person. I am just a small shopkeeper. How can I know the big shot of silly supervisor?" Zhao just smirked. His true energy was already running, and he was ready to take action at any time. Although he would not admit it, Lu Wenyu opposite him had already changed his identity in many ways. Could it be that Eunuch Qin felt that he had lost face and wanted to argue with a little person like him? Isn't that the case? A first-level master doesn't have this kind of courage? Seeing that Zhao was still resisting, Lu Wenyu put his fingers together and pressed lightly on the wine glass without even touching the wine in the glass. He sneered, "It seems that some people are toasting and not eating, but they are punished with wine." After speaking, Lu Wenyu's energy was revealed, and a majestic and vast coercion suddenly fell towards Zhao Ju like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. For a moment, I felt that the world was dark, and everything in front of me disappeared, leaving only a vague figure, which was the sitting Lu Wenyu. "I am the commander of the genie guards, Lu Wenyu." "Master Lu, this is Jiotong," Zhao said decisively. "Ghost City Killer, I wonder what Master Lu has ordered." Zhao thought very simply, Lu Ruwei could check here. How could Genie Wei not be able to find it? Everyone said he was the boss of Genie Wei. It would be inappropriate if he didn't have an attitude. It's not shameful to be sincere, it's shameful to die pretending. "Oh, you are aware of current affairs." Lu Wenyu smiled indifferently, withdrew his qi, and all Zhao's feelings disappeared, and everything was as usual. "Hey, don't we build a memorial arch first and then become a bitch, oh? I don't know what a bitch is and what an archway is. Why do we need to erect an archway? And why do we want to be a bitch?" Lu Wenyu was quite interested and asked in confusion while drinking. Zhao didn't answer immediately. He just poured himself a cup of huadiao, drank it in one gulp without haste, held it in his mouth and smelled it slowly, waiting for the smell of the wine to rush into his nose, and then swallowed it bit by bit. As the warm jade-like feeling slowly penetrates into the body from the throat, squinting slightly, it seems that you can smell the sweetness of Jiangnan plums. Jiangnan has nothing, just give me a spring branch. After chewing the smell of alcohol carefully, he said calmly, "Doing business is like drinking. People in any place drink what kind of wine? Shengjing is bitterly cold. Not to mention the 18 years of huadiao, it is 180 years. Nian huadiao can't swallow it and it doesn't taste good. On the contrary, if Jiangnan Shishui drinks a glass of strong wine, let alone Jiang Nanchun, even Jiang Nanxiu won't be able to see that doing business is nothing more than setting up a memorial hall and then being a bitch. You still have to be a bitch and build a memorial arch. You can't be a bitch and build a memorial arch, right? Okay, this is the reason. It's nothing more than fame and fortune. I don't know if little brother Matzi wants fame or profit? Or both." Lu Wenyu exhaled, not seeing anything special about this flower sculpture. "Damn, this wine is too weak." Zhao noticed Lu Wenyu's confusion and didn't say anything. He just silently put the remaining half pot of huadiao on his table and gave Lu Wenyu another pot of Lucian drunkenness. "I won't add money. Lu Wenyu was rarely happy and teased with a smile. Zhao was not annoyed and said relaxedly, just treat it as glutinous rice balls.
Lu Wenyu was surprised for a moment. He made a profit.
The glutinous rice balls are worth eating.
What about me? I don't have much ability.
Zhao nodded and said, I just want to live. If possible, I want to live a better life. Don't say such depressing words and let others know about it.
Others will think that I am bullying the junior. In business, you only do it if you want to make money. Who is willing to do something that only costs money in life?
Lu Wenyu was drinking, feeling quite sad.
Tolerant, even the tone is much more relaxed.
Zhao's lips twitched, thinking you were bullying a junior?
You weren't bullied? If I can't beat you, I'll have to say, Xiao Lu, call me a junior here, and I won't pick on you? What did you call me when I walked out of this door?
Lu Wenyu didn't know what Zhao Jiu was thinking, so Zhao Jiu restrained his thoughts and stopped waffling. Master Lu, if you have any advice for me, why don't you tell me clearly?
Can you rely on me to guess? How about you guess for a while?
Lu Wenyu was amused and thought about teasing Zhao Jiu. When he saw Zhao Jiu, his expression froze and he said proudly, it's not a big deal.
How many people can you kill for me?
Zhao had just finished a glass of wine and hadn't put it down yet. When he heard this, he was so frightened that he lost his grip on the glass and dropped it to the ground with a pop.
Guani said, huh? Me? Are you serious? Do you think I'm joking?
At this moment, Zhao was dumbfounded.
The expression on his face changed from disbelief to determination, then to reluctance.
Finally, he couldn't bear the torture anymore and said intermittently, I'm still a child. You go and kill the person yourself, you, a first-level expert, make things difficult for me, a third-level expert, it's not good.
First grade?
Ha! I am more than one grade. Lu Wenyu smiled disdainfully, his tone seemed a bit proud, but he turned around and looked at Zhao Jiu, who had been in the third grade for 3 years, and calmed down his arrogant expression slightly, and said calmly, Lu Wenyu, is he the kind of person who forces good girls into prostitution?
It must be something you can do, don't worry. Can I give you money? Zhao Jian didn't believe a word of what Lu Wenyu said.
You've already taken off your pants.
Tell me about Lu Xiaohui.
You should pull up your pants first before you tell me.
However, Zhao was still very interested in the so-called more than one grade, so he said flatteringly, Master Lu, what does more than one grade mean? Don't you know?
Lu Wenyu's eyes almost popped out of his sockets.
How can Yi Luzi be so fast? Could it be that my talent is really not good enough?
Lu Wenyu also couldn't figure it out, so he could only say, a person above the first rank is a master. The first level is the Little Grandmaster, also known as the Foam Grandmaster, and the next level is the Great Grandmaster.
To put it bluntly, it is the process of turning force into intention. What about those above the Grandmaster? Zhao asked impatiently. Become a saint, become an immortal, become a Buddha. Lu Wenyu didn't hide anything, and said it all in one breath. But don't even think about that realm.
For hundreds of years, there has not been a saint, not a single one.
Not a single saint? Zhao murmured, then raised his head and glanced at Lu Wenyu.
It seemed that someone was hugging his thigh, he. But this kind of thing cannot be rushed, making money is the first priority.
With the idea clear, Zhao changed the topic and asked, Master Lu, who is your rank? Who is the person you want me to kill?
Of course Lu is, you don't have to ask, he must be better than you. Lu Wenyu waved his hand, a little impatient, but still said gently, a few people in the world, that will work.
Zhao refused directly without even thinking about it. There is no business deal that can be finalized at the first glance. Then wouldn't I lose a lot of money?
Oh. Why? I am a Jianghu person. Mr. Lu, Jianghu people and I are colleagues and brothers, dear relatives and friends. How can we be separated from each other, fight in the same room, and kill each other? Zhao said with a heartbroken look on his face. He even covered his chest and trembled. He even thought about the sad things in his previous life, squeezed out a tear from the corner of his eye, and said in a sad voice, Zhao really can't bear it. Then Zhao raised his head slightly and opened and shrank his nose, as if he was holding back tears.
Isn't this acting, this emotion, this voice, this appeal worth a magnolia? Lu Wenyu opened his mouth wide and stared at Zhao Jiu in disbelief. Is this man possessed by a ghost? A good killer who could take 3 slaps from Eunuch Chen for money is gone forever. He really wasn't acting? What do you mean?
Master Lu, I have always, Zhao's expression changed, and he stared into Lu Wenyu's eyes sincerely. His bright eyes made Lu Wenyu suspect that he had seen the wrong person.
You have to pay more.
Zhao Ju's decisive voice came, which made Lu Wenyu, who had experienced great storms, be stunned for a moment.
These touching words and performances almost made him cry. Are you talking to me just to get more money? Hey, this killer doesn't study technology, he studies acting.
Lu Wenyu said impatiently, just tell me, how much do you have to pay?
Then you're rude?
Without waiting for a response, Zhao continued, as for me, my requirements are not high. 100 taels a month, whether you kill someone or not, you have to give me.
Don't take it too much. This is basic. You need to pay extra for killing people.
By the way, you have to pay the deposit in advance. I don't accept advance labor.
You know, all kinds of consumption must be included in the cost. Do you understand what I mean?
King Lu Wen, I understand.
I'm just afraid of losing money. It's a good thing for young people to be cautious.
I make the decision and I promise.
Zhao clapped his hands excitedly and flattered calmly, okay.
You are worthy of being a third-grade official. I think Mr. Lu has the qualifications to become a saint. Lu Wenyu waved his hands repeatedly, with an expression of rejection on his face, but he couldn't hold his lips down, pretending to pour wine, but actually hiding his smile. Excessive praise, how can Mr. Lu have such talent?
What flattery! This is called emotional intelligence. Well, while Mr. Lu is happy, I'll mention a few more points.
Zhao took the wine glass, stood up and pressed it twice. We didn't say that we can't overcome the requirements, we didn't say that.
I've never said that before. I mean, the difficulty is real, and the impact is definitely there, right? It's not certain. I mean, the key is to solve it.
The key to difficulty lies in the key difficulty. It is not complete, it needs more. Stop. What do you want? Let's talk about it together.
Don't have this long boring talk. Lu Wenyu couldn't stand it anymore.
It seemed like he said a lot, but in fact it was all nonsense.
If he didn't interrupt, he would probably be able to talk until dawn. Well, I will make some excessive demands.
Zhao smiled happily and said with flashing eyes, in this way, give me some free time, a higher-ranking official position, preferably a military attaché, so that I can hide it easily.
No, just this last request.
Lu Wenyu frowned and thought for a while, but nodded in agreement. After all, the money was given, so he could still get a job, but this job was a bit difficult to choose. After thinking about it, he couldn't find a suitable job.
Oh yes. Isn't there a ready-made one?
Lu Wenyu clapped his hands, his mind opened up, and inspiration came naturally.
How about the envoy of Fusey Town in North Town?
From the 4th rank, he is mainly in charge of Zhao Prison. I will say hello in advance, and you can just be a free man. Since they are so sincere, it would be bad if I refuse again.
So Zhao announced, from today on, Mr. Lu officially joins the ranks of Party A's father. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu, I will try my best.
When Lu Wenyu looked at Zhao, he was so shameless, and coupled with the flattery just now, when he was in a good mood, he naturally spoke much more relaxedly. Matzi, scholars often say, a loyal minister will not serve 2 masters, and a martyr woman will not serve 2 husbands.
You can let it go.
Zhao's goal has been achieved, and if he tests it further, there will probably be no results.
What's more, Lu Wenyu looks like he's smiling, who knows what bad intentions he could have.
The art of war tells us, respond to all changes by remaining unchanged.
Mr. Lu, we are a family now.
We have only heard of people who close the door and love each other, but open the door and separate. It is rare.
Muji, not Matzi.
Lu Wenyu laughed loudly, and Zhao, who seemed to agree with it, made some nonsense, stroking his beard. Lu Xian was drunk with energy, his cheeks were slightly red, and he hummed, whether it's Muji or pockmarked, do you really think you are from the 4th grade? Those who are in charge of current affairs are heroes, and you have a great future. Zhao just smiled, did not agree with Lu Wenyu's statement, and lowered his hand to touch Zhao Cai's back. For a while, the two of them were chatting like old friends, drinking wine, and there was a strange warmth under the cover of night. After finishing a pot of wine, Zhao thoughtfully gave Lu Wenyu another pot. It wasn't until the 3rd pot of wine was finished that Lu Wenyu signaled to Zhao that he didn't need to add more. He lay back on the imperial chair with his feet flat on the table, as if he was savoring the taste. When the night had darkened and the cool breeze began to pick up, Lu Wenyu stood up and walked out of the tavern with Zhao Zhou's support. Zhao quite sensibly handed over a wine gourd. Master Lu, it's cold, drink some hot wine to help you sleep.
You're a sensible boy. No wonder Eunuch Chen is obsessed with you.
Lu Wenyu breathed out a breath of alcohol and took the wine gourd behind his back.
Boy, if anyone asks in the future, just say he's my nephew. Don't call me Mr. Lu, either.
I am the fifth eldest son in my clan, so I am called fifth master. Just after taking a few steps, I seemed to remember something, and turned around and said, I will go back to Jiangnan with me in a few days. I have to become familiar with you first before I can do anything. Zhao had no reason to refuse, so he naturally agreed repeatedly and sent Lu Wenyu away with great gratitude. After closing the door of the tavern and lying back on the exclusive lounge chair, his face continued to shrink and expand, returning to its original appearance. As early as the moment Lu Wenyu entered the door, Zhao had already changed his appearance and made himself slightly thinner to match the skinny look he had when he killed Zhang Ruhai. This operation was, firstly, to test Lu Wenyu's intention, secondly, it was to test how much information Lu Wenyu had. The first purpose was already clear when Lu Wenyu said the word pockmarked. The purpose of coming was definitely not innocent, but at least it was not for his own life. As for the rest, after chatting on and off for so long, Lu Wenyu neither pointed out his flaws nor felt anything unusual. That means that first of all, they don't know what the person who killed Zhang Ruhai looks like, or in other words, Zhang Ruhai is not important. Secondly, and most importantly, makeovers work. Even at such a close distance and for such a long time, it would be difficult for an expert of this level to detect it. Thinking of this, Zhao let out a long sigh of relief. This feeling of dancing with wolves was very thrilling. Fortunately, the result was good, and I got everything I wanted to know. As for why Lu Wenyu offered such an outrageous price, I have to slowly explore it. Lying on the chair, drinking tea comfortably, the moonlight is sparse, but it has a unique flavor. As for the days to come, we can only take one step at a time. After drinking a pot of tea, I finally relieved a lot of stress, wash up, and go to bed. 5 days passed, and the tavern was calm. In order to wait for Lu Wenyu, Zhao had no choice but to open the door every day, and no longer dared to open his eyes at noon without waking up. Living a peaceful life has become a blessing, and Zhao Ju, who is used to being free, has countless ants crawling on his body. On the 6th day, Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. With strong perseverance, he decisively resumed his natural life when he woke up at noon. It wasn't until the end of the day that I returned to the tavern after eating and drinking. Without saying a word, I had to arrange a 4-piece set for sleeping on a recliner, drinking tea, and covering my book. Although the spring cold is approaching, the trees in the yard have sprouted buds, and it is quite pleasant to look at the greenery. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark, so Zhao stretched out comfortably and went out to eat. Sure enough, he was still living a free life and raising people. When I walked out of Hangtong restaurant, it started to drizzle. The spring rain was continuous, moistening everything silently, and even the chill slowly seeped into my body. Braving the drizzle, I returned to the tavern and saw a rather large carriage parked at the door. When Zhao came back, the coachman knocked on the carriage. As the curtain opened, Lu Wenyu, wearing a bright red Feiyu suit, slowly walked out holding a box. Fifth Master. Zhao bowed his hands and saluted respectfully. After speaking, he stepped forward to take the box and helped Lu Wenyu get out of the carriage. Go in and put it on, I can just make a pot of wine, don't worry about it, right? Lu Wenyu shook the wine gourd and continued, oh, this good wine is good wine, it leaves a fragrance on your lips and teeth, the wine is light and elegant, refreshing, huh? Having said this, what else can Zhao say? Just let him go. Hold the box and open the door in front to lead the way. Lu Wenyu was not polite. He ignored Zhao when he entered the door and drank skillfully. Zhao took the box into the backyard. Go back to the house and open the box. There are a lot of things inside. On the top is a Geniwei officer's hat, a pair of black boots, a belt and a Geniwei waist badge. Right below is a green flying fish suit and an embroidered spring knife. Zhao couldn't help but be surprised. Is it true? Are you so willing to spend money? You know, according to regulations, the commander of Geniwei wears a bright red flying fish suit, the commanding officer wears a bright red flying fish suit, the commanding officer wears a pink flying fish suit, the governor wears a green flying fish suit, and the rest wears black and white flying fish suits. Clothes. For those without grace, those with more than 100 households will be equipped with embroidered spring knives, and the rest will be equipped with Yenling knives. Since Lu Wenyu is so willing, Zhao will naturally take advantage of him. Can he still sneak out with the benefits? Put on the Feiyu suit, official hat, and waist badge, and put the rest in the space. We walked out with the embroidered spring knife. If nothing else, from today on, we are men with braids. The first time he wore an official uniform, Zhao naturally didn't wear it well. In order to make walking more comfortable, Zhao could only open his legs slightly, like a crab, stopping every step and stumbling out. When Lu Wenyu saw Zhao Zhou walking out like this, he was stunned. This was the first time he had seen such an arrogant walking posture. Fifth master, stop staring, I don't know how to tie it. Zhao Zhou's words made Lu Wenyu laugh. After the fun was over, he instructed Zhao Zhou to dress neatly. I really don't blame Zhao Zhou, he has no experience in this area. After some guidance, Zhao looked like a human being, but in terms of official authority, he had no authority at all.
The two of them didn't talk nonsense.
One took the dog and the other carried the wine gourd, got on the carriage, and drove towards the south of the Yangtze River.
Zhao, who has been wandering for more than half a year, is finally going back to his loyal Jiangnan.
Window, _ tabula equals window, _ tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300 by 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix. The carriage was racing. Instead of heading east, it was galloping towards the south, taking the official road along the way.
After a few mountains, the road was flat.
After passing several counties along the way, Lu Wenyu and Zhao didn't get out of the car.
The driver took Lu Wenyu's waistband down to supply supplies, while the two of them drank tea and read leisurely to kill the boredom of the journey.
The carriage travels day and night, not like rushing, but like a spring outing. After more than 10 days of stop and go, it was early March when we set off, and it was almost the end of March when we saw the city wall again.
Zhao didn't know the name of the city and didn't want to ask.
After all, according to the plan, the two of them would just transfer boats at the city's ferry and go down the Yangtze River. They would reach Jiangzhou in less than 7 days. There was a continuous drizzle outside the carriage. There has been a saying from ancient times that spring rain is as valuable as oil. In the hazy rain and smoke, the distant mountains were green, as if they were immersed in oil. The green was a bit unreal. Not far away, many farmers were plowing their fields under the drizzle. The whole year begins with spring, and now is a good time. Lu Wenyu opened the curtain, stretched out his hand and felt the rain falling on his hand. It was fine and tingling, as if his bare hands were brushing against the white gauze. The grass is short and the flowers have just begun to bloom, and the moss is green and the willows are half yellow. The spring rain is drizzling across the curtain, and the morning orioles are growing high on my pillow. Of course Zhao couldn't remain indifferent to his superiors reciting poems for fun, but he didn't have a few ounces of ink in his stomach, so he could only complain, good poems, fifth master is so elegant. Lu Wenyu was in a good mood, so he naturally didn't care about Zhao Zhu's useless compliments. He squinted his eyes and felt the drizzle on his palms. His true energy was flowing. When he retracted his hand, it was clean and refreshing.
Motzi, do you know which line of Zhongyun's poem I like best?
Before Zhao, who was masturbating the dog, could answer, Lu Wenyu said to himself, the white snow returns to the green tombs in 3 springs, and the thousands of miles of yellow river circles the black mountains. The sincerity of love, the sadness of crying, cannot be done by someone who does not care about the world. Zhao responded very sensibly, fifth master, please give me your best opinion. Lu Wenyu smiled, patted Zhao Zhou on the shoulder, and laughed at him for not knowing how to flatter him, which was really pitiful. Zhao even said nuonyuo, but he was slandering in his heart.
I am a maintainer of harmonious human relations, how can I learn to flatter? Is it possible that I have to make people happy before I stab them? That's another price.
Fortunately, Lu Wenyu stayed quiet the rest of the way, reading a book with his legs crossed, which saved Zhao a lot of trouble.
The carriage creaked into the city.
As soon as it stopped, Lu Wenyu told Zhao a few words, then he couldn't wait to put down the book and got out of the carriage. Zhao took the native dog to attract wealth. He was not as relaxed as Lu Wenyu. He changed his clothes first, took out an umbrella from the space, held the dog in his arms and got out of the carriage. It was drizzling, but it was not heavy, but people walking around were holding umbrellas. Zhao was out of habit and walked slowly with an umbrella. The street was not big, and although it was paved with stone slabs, the mud was still visible. Zhao could only walk slowly and slowly. The first priority was to find an inn or restaurant to eat, drink, wash up, and recuperate. In the past 10 days, his mouth was full of it's almost time to fade out of the bird. Walking through the street in the rain, I turned a corner and saw a restaurant that looked pretty good. There were few diners, but the environment was quiet.
Zhao is not picky. Anyway, the food nowadays is not that good or bad. The environment is the most important thing.
He closed his umbrella and walked in, found an empty table, and proudly slapped a few taels of money on the table.
The waiter's expression changed instantly.
He naturally agreed to Zhao Zhou's request for a table of good wine and food. Soon, when all the dishes were served and the wine was warm, Zhao allocated one portion to attract wealth, and ate the rest with a glass of wine and a mouthful of meat.
Don't tell me, this person can't look good, and the food can't be heard. The food in the poor restaurant with few people is not bad, and it suits Zhao Zhou's taste. While he was eating happily, a few bearded men wandered in outside the door. As soon as they walked in, they shook the raindrops on the back of their hands and shouted angrily at the shopkeeper, "Old guy, are you ready with the money? I can give you a few days of grace." It's ready, the shopkeeper came out tremblingly, hunched over with fear on his face. The bearded man who took the lead didn't care about the shopkeeper's reaction. He waved his hand indifferently and said in a calm tone, "You are quite sensible, old guy. Why don't you give me peace of mind earlier? We don't have to embarrass you. Okay, first of all come to the table with good wine and good food, and I will take care of your family." After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for the shopkeeper's reaction, and just sat down on a larger empty table. He looked around proudly and saw that only Zhao was the only customer who was not scared away. He sneered twice and ignored it. Soon, the dishes were served, and a group of people with beards were drinking wine and eating meat. The dirty jokes in their mouths became more and more exciting, and even Zhao on the side became more knowledgeable. Wow, now the three-way joke can actually be turned into a three-way joke, master. Third master, look at this native dog. It's smooth and slippery. It's bigger than a wolf pup. Ask the boss to kill him. It would be great to add another dish. The fragrant meat rolls around, and the gods can't stand still. The fragrant meat stews for a while. Stew, that none wants to be a bachelor too, the thin man said, glancing at Zhao Kai who was chewing bones on the ground. The bearded man who was called Third Master muttered, "How big can a dog be?" He looked back and his eyebrows instantly curved. This dog, just look at it. So he didn't care about eating or drinking, and walked toward Lucky, with greed almost gleaming in his eyes. He ignored Zhao Jiao who was eating, and bent down to grab the dog's neck. Only when he reached halfway with his hand, Zhao raised his foot to block him, kicked him lightly, couldn't stand still, took 2 steps back, and fell to the ground. Roll! You bitch, you dare to throw down the third master? Do you think you have lived a long time? The thin man hurriedly supported the third master and shouted angrily, "You bitch, you have never seen a bad person." The third master who was helped up covered his buttocks, pulled out a knife and struck Zhao Ju on the table. "Bitch, I'll blind you. Listen clearly, my uncle is the sworn brother of the second uncle of the fourth concubine's brother, the third leader of the Chaobang family. My cousin's son-in-law's father-in-law's cousin's second son's sworn brother, so be wise and save some money, don't disturb the uncle's elegance." After saying this, everyone in Zhao was confused. It might as well be a neighbor's intimate thing installed for you. Sure enough, he gave it to him to hide his identity. Silver, right? Okay. Zhao laughed angrily. He had seen people pulling tiger skins to make big flags, but he had never seen people pulling pig skins to make yellow robes. He reached into his pocket and took out 10 taels of silver, threw it on the table, and raised his eyebrows at the third master provocatively. How could the third master know this? When he saw the money, his eyes lit up. His expression that was about to hit or kill him changed, and he said with a smile, "This brother knows the market. If anything happens in the future, please tell me the third master's name." He stretched out his hand to grab the silver, but Zhao stretched out his hand to stop it and said lightly, "Don't worry about the silver. I dropped something. Please help me pick it up." He pointed to the sign on the ground. The third master didn't care. He bent down and picked up the waist badge on the ground. When he saw it, he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. The front of the small waist badge was engraved with Jinyui Northtown Fusey. On the back is engraved Zhao Muji, the envoy of Jinfu. Look carefully, what is this? Look clearly, Zhao said with a smile. The third master held the waist badge with both hands and held it tremblingly in front of Zhao Jiao. Big. Sir, little man. Little man has eyes but cannot see Mount Tai. It's really. Before he could finish speaking, there was a pop sound, and Zhao slapped him with his backhand, causing several yellow teeth to fall out. Dross! The third master covered his mouth and fell to the ground. There was blood from the corner of his mouth. He was motionless and looked like he had been knocked unconscious. Zhao used his internal strength, and the pain was definitely painful, but not to the point of knocking him out. Looking at the third master lying on the ground, Zhao of course understood his little intention, which was just to be a turtle, which was embarrassing, but he didn't need to be beaten. He picked up his waist badge and hung it back on his waist. He didn't care about the pretentiousness of the third master on the ground. It would not look good to argue with such a gangster. He threw the money to the shopkeeper and settled the bill. He didn't ask for change. He kicked to attract money and held the umbrella. Building.
I ordered a large bucket of hot water, took a comfortable bath, asked the shopkeeper about the location of the ferry, and went to bed regardless of the time. I stayed in the carriage for more than 10 days. Although the carriage was spacious, it was really not very comfortable. After all, it was a carriage, not a palace. After more than 10 days, my body is almost exhausted. I finally had a comfortable sleep, so I had to enjoy it. When I woke up, it was already bright. Although there was no rain, everything was wet and uncomfortable. After dinner, we staggered to the ferry. At the ferry, Lu Wenyu was already waiting, wearing a bright red official robe, which was extremely eye-catching. Fifth Master Zhao quickly walked over and said hello. The boat didn't come, so the two of them waited slowly in the river breeze. Fortunately, the weather was good, otherwise these two people would really be no different from two fools. The boat will arrive only when the sun comes out. The boat is not big, but it can be considered luxurious. It has 2 floors, with lanterns hung by Jinui. There is no one else except the boatman. The two got on the boat and went down the river without stopping. This time it felt much more comfortable. Apart from the slight shaking of the boat, there was no other discomfort. Zhao was on the upper level, admiring the scenery along the way, which was quite leisurely. Going down the river, although taking advantage of the current, it took 8 full days to reach Jiangzhou. Before arriving at Jiangzhou Ferry, Zhao could vaguely feel the energy of Mr. Lu from a distance, seeing various colors along the river, black, white, green, and purple. He hadn't arrived yet, but a group of people, it's like bringing your biological father home. Zhao went back to the cabin and changed into his official uniform, then stood silently behind Lu Wenyu, trying his best to act like a nephew. Not long after, the boat stopped, and several senior officials, who could tell by their official uniforms, quickly came over to help Lu Wenyu. It's been a hard journey, Mr. Lu, thank you for your hard work. The subordinates have prepared delicious dishes, just in time for Mr. Lu to catch the wind and wash away the dust. Several people almost unanimously ignored Zhao Jiao behind Lu Wenyu. Only the eyes of those in black and white flying fish suits flickered, and then calmed down after looking at each other for a few times. However, Lu Wenyu waved first, dealt with a few people, and then said to several genie guards, Zhao Muji, from Beijing Fuzi. After hearing this, several thousands of households lost interest. None of them were from Beijing Fuzi. Let alone their bosses, at most they were just colleagues from different departments. Naturally, they were not worthy of their concern. However, these people were all veteran officials, and they still had the proper etiquette. They all smiled and exchanged greetings with Zhao. After all, they were not fake from the 4th rank. Without much delay, the group rushed to the restaurant under the leadership of several local officials. It is said that Lu Wenyu is here to take over Lu Wenyu, which is nothing more than to please Genie Wei, or at worst to become familiar with him. Now all local officials in Jiangnan are in danger, fearing that if one person does not serve him well, his political career will soon be in place. After a meal, everyone was enjoying the meal. Officials, big and small, took turns to greet Lu Wenyu with all kinds of compliments, as if they were free of charge. Their incisive and skillful flattery skills made Zhao even blush. You have to be a scholar, okay? It's just that Zhao was much colder here. When several officials learned that Zhao was from Fuzi, Beijing, and was in charge of Zhao prison, they were almost frightened to death. They came almost respectfully and left in a nonchalant manner, almost running away. Zhao didn't mind this either. He came here as an official through free prostitution, not to mention Beijing Fuzi, who was famous for his small notes. After having enough wine and food, Zhao helped Lu Wenyu back to the inn and sat across from him to drink tea. How's it going? Did you enjoy the meal? Lu Wenyu spoke in a calm tone, as if he was digesting the alcohol. Zhao told the truth, it's okay, but the way they look at them, the word Beijing Fuzi doesn't sound right. It sounds good, but it doesn't sound good. It's just that we arrest people every day. It's normal for them to be afraid. It's human nature. I understand. What you're saying is that if you get something for free, do you care whether it's good or bad? Zhao said mockingly to himself. 5th Master, if you have something to say, just say it directly. It's not your style to take things step by step. Lu Wenyu was stunned for a moment, looked at Zhao Jiao, and then slowly said, there is indeed something wrong. You have to go to Chuzhou to kill someone. Who? Chao Gang leader Shi Huiming. Zhao didn't know why did he kill the leader of the Chao Gang? In my impression, the Chao Bang and the government have always had a good relationship, which can be said to be a cooperative relationship. Besides, Chao Bang is also an important factor in maintaining regional stability. Isn't stability the most important thing for the government? Why would you risk destroying this stability?
After thinking about it, I really couldn't figure it out, so I could only ask, Mr. Liu, are you sure it's Chaobang? Isn't it a grass or a tide? What? You can't even kill a fourth-grade person? Zhao Zhou's answer was beyond Lu Wenyu's expectations. Naturally, Lu Wenyu thought that Zhao Zhou thought the leader of the Chao gang was a first and second-grade expert. That's not true. Zhao realized that Lu Wenyu had misunderstood, and quickly explained, the leader of the Chao gang is also plotting rebellion? After thinking about it, this explanation probably makes sense. Killing only one can reduce the impact to the greatest extent, which can be a small punishment but a big punishment without affecting stability. Just tell me whether you will do it or not. Lu Wenyu said impatiently, so much nonsense. Do it, I must do it, don't be angry, fifth master. I'm just afraid of killing the wrong person. Zhao Zhu reacted, he earned his own money, and he still cared about these things. Damn, this official uniform, he almost forgot his original intention, he deserved to be beaten. Zhao Zhu decisively said, 500 taels, fifth master, this is not much. Lu Wenyu did not bargain, and put 500 taels of silver notes directly in front of Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu picked up the silver notes and checked them against the light. Yes, they were real. I am willing to serve fifth master. Lu Wenyu did not mind Zhao Zhu's nonsense, and smiled as if he didn't hear it, but asked seriously, sure Huiming is in Chuzhou, when do you plan to leave? Chuzhou? Zhao Zhu was stunned. Isn't Chuzhou upstream of Jiangzhou? If you want to kill someone in Chuzhou, just stop in Chuzhou. Why do you have to go to Jiangzhou? There is something fishy inside. But Zhao Zhu didn't ask why, just smiled and said, I'll leave when I wake up tomorrow, but my dog will trouble you for a few days. Okay, Lu Wenyu was a little surprised. This kid's enthusiasm for money is really not comparable to that of ordinary people. Is it a scam? Zhao Zhu didn't think as much as Lu Wenyu, he just wanted to make money. If there is no business for several months, even the god of wealth will be panicked. At the post station, before it was completely light, Zhao led the horse, and Lu Wenyu, who was dressed in casual clothes, stood in front of the door. In the light mist, Lu Wenyu put his hands behind his back, as if to say goodbye to his newly recognized nephew, go early and come back early, don't go back to Jiangzhou, I'll wait for you in Bianzhou. Okay, thank you for seeing me off, fifth master. Do you need me to bring back Shi Huiming's head? Listening to these teasing words, Lu Wenyu was not annoyed, and remained silent. In the hazy mist, a voice came, go, I paid for it, don't worry, your dog will be the same when it left, and it will be the same when it comes back, not a hair will be lost. Okay, a long neigh, followed by the sound of horse hooves, splashing a burst of mud, a few dog barks behind him, and in a blink of an eye, it returned to normal. Chuzhou has been famous since ancient times. The Yangtze River flows through it, connecting the splendid Shuland in the west, the prosperous Jiangnan in the east, and the remnant of the Central Plains in the north. The headquarters of the Chao gang is in Chuzhou. 100 years ago, the Central Plains fell, and the Han people were no different from pigs and dogs in a pen. They were freed only after the founding of the Great Qi. Chuzhou is located in a strategic location, and there are many boatmen and boatmen at the docks and ferry crossings. Over time, they developed into a small gang. The Yangtze River is long, and more people gather together, and the gang size is getting bigger and bigger, gradually forming a large gang spanning 7 states and stretching across the entire Yangtze River, the Chao gang. In the next 30 years, the Chao gang struggled, changed, and improved internally, and there were several so-called big bosses. Shi Huiming became one of the bosses at that time, and then his power grew. After the death of the original gang leader, Shi Huiming became the new gang leader, and it has been almost 14 years today. In the past 14 years, Shi Huiming, as the gang leader, has been working hard to govern. He not only planned different management areas, prohibited the operation of private salt, but also actively helped the government to eliminate river bandits and build river embankments. Therefore, for many years, Shi Huiming has a very high prestige in the Chao gang. Even if other senior officials join forces, they can hardly shake his control over the Chao gang. Jiangzhou is not far from Chuzhou. If the horses do not stop, they can reach it in more than 5 days. However, even if Zhao was on a business trip with public funds, how could he force himself to travel day and night? He walked slowly for almost 10 days before arriving in Jiangzhou. To get money to do things, you must do them well, and of course you must ensure your own safety. When entering the city, you changed your appearance early and used the identity given by Liuji. Leading the horse, don't rush to find an inn or a restaurant, first go along the street and find a coffin shop. According to the convention of the ghost market, the place with unique door gods is the stronghold of the ghost market.
Liuji also runs a coffin shop in Bianzhou, so Zhao is quite familiar with these. It took more than half an hour to find the coffin shop with unique door gods. Zhao tied the horse in front of the door and walked into the coffin shop with his face covered. After knocking on the doorframe, an old man with a pale face and white hair walked out slowly. "Sir, what do you need? What do you want in the coffin shop?" This question was obviously a test. Zhao Ju smiled and said hoarsely, "I'm here to see the king of hell." The old man knew it well, looked around, and closed the door before speaking. "Who are you?" Zhou Zhao Ju replied, "Something happened here, I came to find my family." The old man thought for a while. "Where is Lu Ji? Have all the people in Shu died?" "No, I left suddenly. You can write a letter to Lu Ji for me, saying that Jiangnan is fine." After closing the door, Zhao Ju did not hide it, and explained his situation in a few words. The old man did not speak, but just looked at Zhao Ju indifferently, and nodded slowly after a while, which was considered as an agreement. "By the way, help me check Jinyui Commander Lu Wenyu." After Zhao finished speaking, the old man glared in shock. "Lu Wenyu? You dare to take such a business?" "It's not business, it's just my personal matter." The old man was relieved. 400 taels, where to receive the letter. Bianzhou. Zhao took out the silver from his arms and asked, "How much do you know about Shi Huiming?" "The leader of the Chao gang has a high prestige. He lives in Qing Street and is not easy to kill." The old man was concise and did not have such a big emotional fluctuation when he heard about Lu Wenyu. Zhao didn't care whether it was easy to kill or not. After receiving the money, Shi Huiming had to die anyway. In the Qing Street restaurant, Zhao sat by the window, motionlessly observing the Shi mansion across the street. The Shi mansion was not big, with only 2 entrances in front and back. There were several horse hitching posts on both sides of the door, and the gate was just ordinary black wood without a plaque. If it is not explained, it is hard to believe that this is the home of the leader of the Chao gang. Zhao had been staring at Shi's house for almost an hour, but he was still focused. In an hour, only 2 old women came in and out, which was not valuable information. But Zhao didn't expect to see anything in a few hours, just wanted to recognize Shi Huiming's face. For 2 days in a row, Zhao spent most of his time staring at Shi's house without moving. He recognized Shi Huiming's face, but it was a bit strange. How could a big gang leader live such a regular life? Go out at dawn and go home at dusk, this is not normal. On the 3rd day, Zhao woke up before dawn. It was drizzling, and Zhao didn't have time to eat, and silently watched the window. Shi Huiming went out at dawn as usual. Zhao smiled and decided to kill him tonight. This kind of regular life was really unbearable. It was drizzling, and Zhao endured the discomfort and changed his appearance to become something else. He followed Shi Huiming silently all the way. Fortunately, they were in the city, and Shi Huiming's carriage was not moving very fast, so Zhao followed from a distance, passing through several streets, but there was no good place to kill. When he followed to the dock, he saw that Shi Huiming had disappeared, so he did not stop and return to the same place. It was drizzling and a bit cold. Zhao finished his meal and stopped staring at the Shi mansion. He went back to bed to catch up on his sleep. Anyway, he was going to kill someone, so there was no point in staring at him. At the time of Su, the sky was already dark. Zhao woke up and ordered a table of food. It was most important to eat and drink enough. Other things could be put aside. If you don't do it today, there is still tomorrow. If you don't do it tomorrow, there is still the day after tomorrow. Why rush? It should be said that the food in this restaurant is not bad, the wine is also good, and the food is comfortable. Zhao ate leisurely for half an hour alone, and even drank a cup of tea with great interest. It was not until midnight that he slowly got up. He changed into black clothes, climbed out of the window, and disappeared in the air in an instant. In the backyard of the Shi mansion, Zhao hid in the darkness outside the wall. It was already 2/4 past midnight. Qing Street was not very prosperous, and it was quiet all around. It started to drizzle, and a layer of white mist covered the pavilions in the distance. Zhao knew that this was the best time, and he didn't hesitate to climb over the wall and enter the Shi mansion. When he landed, he saw nothing special, just a tree. From the outside, the house was pitch black. After blowing a bamboo tube of smoke into each room, he slowly checked. In the first few rooms, after pushing open the door, either no one was there or no response. Until the last room near the backyard. Before Zhao pushed open the door, a voice came from inside. "Come in, after all the hustle and bustle, you must be here for Mr. Shi." Pushing the door in, a man who looked about 40 was drinking tea, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, 2 mustaches, and his hair and mustache were meticulously groomed. It was Shi Huiming. "Boss Shi, nice to meet you.
I'm here to kill you. You can tell me your last words.
Zhao covered his face and spoke softly. Shi Huiming was a little surprised. Little brother, we have no grudges. Mr. Shi has always been kind to others.
Can you tell me who asked you to kill me?
Shi Huiming's voice was not loud, and his tone did not sound as tough as that of a superior, but rather gentle and friendly. Zhao naturally wouldn't say who paid for it. As for Shi Hui's words of being kind to others, does that have anything to do with Zhao?
I just took money to do the job. Shi Huiming frowned.
After Zhao Ju came in, he also thought about who wanted to kill him. But after thinking about it, there were many people he suspected, but if he said someone was sure, there was almost no one.
Intentionally testing, Shi Huiming said in a deep voice, Jiangnan or Shu? You can always say this, right?
Ghost Market Zhao Ju didn't understand what he meant, so he simply didn't think about it. He first threw out the identity of a professional killer and blocked all the conversations.
It's better to write a suicide note and leave some benefits for future generations. Confused ghosts are all ghosts. When people die, it's like a lamp goes out.
There's no benefit in knowing too much. Shi Huiming saw that he couldn't get any words out, so he no longer hesitated. He also understood the principle that the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. He put his hand on the teacup and stared at Zhao Ju motionlessly, trying to find a flaw. Pop! A drop of rainwater that had accumulated for a long time dripped from the eaves and fell on the stone steps. Zhao Ju slightly turned sideways to avoid the splashing water.
Opportunity. Shi Huiming made a move in an instant and threw the teacup towards Zhao Ju.
Zhao Ju dodged sideways, and his vision was blurred for a moment. Shi Huiming approached immediately and launched a horizontal punch.
Zhao Ju reacted quickly and crossed his hands in front of his chest.
Although he blocked it, he didn't have time to stand firm, so he retreated 3 steps and landed in front of the stone steps. The drizzle was continuous, and his vision was quite disturbed. Shi Huiming naturally didn't give Zhao Ju a chance to breathe. Before Zhao Ju could stand firm, the attack was already in front of him. Shi Huiming's 2 punches were fierce, forcing Zhao Ju to defend, and for a moment he was dwarfed and embarrassed. Fortunately, Zhao Ju had good experience. Although he suffered a little loss, he immediately stabilized the situation, drew a circle with his hands, separated Shi Huiming's attack, and retreated 3 steps to distance himself.
Shi Huiming couldn't attack for a long time.
He was strong at first, then weak, and exhausted. The advantage he had seized was exhausted, and he no longer had the advantage. In addition, both of them were in the rain, and even the terrain was gone. If they retreated again, they would have to pay for their momentum.
Zhao Ju was unwilling but helpless.
Seeing that he was younger than himself, he would most likely be dragged to death if he dragged on. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, Zhao Ju pushed off the ground with his back foot and quickly closed the distance. His palms were like maggots attached to his bones and directly stuck to him. Before he could react, Shi Huiming punched out with both fists, dealing with the present first and then dealing with other things. In the drizzle, the two of them exchanged fists and palms, shaking off a patch of rain.
As Zhao Ju's fists and palms came and went, Shi Huiming stepped back step by step.
When he stopped, he had already touched the stone steps. Shi Huiming pushed out his fists to block Zhao Ju's palms, shouted go, and used his internal energy to force Zhao Ju back, and then jumped back to the steps. Shi Huiming on the stone steps breathed a sigh of relief, his heart was already surging.
After these rounds, Zhao Ju's stride was almost unchanged, and he advanced and retreated in moderation, leisurely and contented like a walk after dinner.
After a test, he was already in a state of decline. Without internal energy, he had no way to stabilize the situation. Thinking of this, Shi Huiming took a step back as if to show weakness.
Little brother, sure must die? What do you think? Zhao Ju's tone remained unchanged, still teasing as if he was in control.
Alas, Shi Huiming sighed and retreated back into the house. Zhao Ju accelerated in 2 steps, and just as he was about to rush into the house, a flash of cold light pierced out. Zhao Ju did not dare to take it head-on, and stopped his forward body abruptly, fell back, avoided the cold light, and stared at it intently. It was clearly a long spear. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, rolled several times in a row, avoided the subsequent stabbing gun, turned around and threw a few hidden weapons to delay time, and hurriedly stood up.
Insidious and despicable, no morals.
Zhao Ju kept complaining, he was upright, but you actually launched a sneak attack to deceive me, a young man in his early 20s. Seeing Zhao Ju standing up, Shi Huiming shouted and thrust his spear forward. His chi was flowing at an extremely fast speed, but Zhao Ju quickly slapped him away. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, turned around and held the spear, whipping him like a whip. Zhao Ju took 2 steps back to avoid the attack, but the cold spear's shadow immediately came up again, not giving Zhao Ju a chance to distance himself. The attack was heavy, almost rushing to kill Zhao Ju. Zhao Ju was of course afraid of a 4th grade, but he just had a hidden mind and wanted to kill a 4th grade with a 4th grade, not really risking his life. Shi Huiming saw that he could not do anything to Zhao Ju, so he changed the spear's momentum, stabbing, picking, chopping, and swinging. All kinds of moves were poured into it, trying to kill Zhao Ju as soon as possible. And Zhao Ju naturally did as he wished, blocking with his left and right hands alternately, sticking close to the spear shaft, making Shi Huiming unable to use his strength. Another round of entanglement. In a quarter of an hour, Shi Huiming could not get any advantage at all. On the contrary, Zhao Ju suddenly approached him several times, forcing Shi Huiming to be in a panic and retreat continuously, in a state of embarrassment. After putting away his gun and retreating to the stone steps, Shi Huiming looked solemn and gloomy. His meticulous hair was wet by the rain and was now a mess. His hand holding the spear was a little pale, and his heart had sunk to the bottom. On the other hand, Zhao Ju not only did not change much, but his expression became even more calm. Zhao Ju was a small 4th grade warrior, and he was sure to defeat him. Letting him jump around a little more was considered a bodhisattva's heart. He made a spear flower, rushed out a few steps, and took the lead to reach out and go straight to Zhao Ju's neck. Zhao Ju pressed his palm and just wanted to slap the spear away, but he didn't expect the spear to change its momentum, swinging left and right, and bounced Zhao Ju's palm away. The true energy suddenly rioted and stabbed towards Zhao Ju's neck. At this time, Zhao Ju's palm had just been moved away, and he had no time to block it. The cold light from the muzzle was right in front of him. There was no other way, he could only use his chi to block the spear. He pinched the spear tip with 2 fingers of his left hand and said excitedly, "Boss Shi, you have great spear skills. A 4th rank person can use his own moves to force out 3rd rank chi. It's really admirable. It's a pity that you are just a wild one. Otherwise, if I give you 10 years, no, 8 years, you will definitely be able to reach the 3rd rank, or even the 1st rank." Shi Huiming's face changed drastically, and he was full of despair. He wanted to withdraw the spear, but found that the spear did not move at all. Instantly, he felt relieved, like a hero in his twilight years, and let go of the spear sluggishly. I know in my heart that between the 4th and 4th grades, I am almost not afraid of anyone, but there is a big mountain between the 4th and 3rd grades. Even if the strongest 4th grade in the world kills the weakest 3rd grade in the world, as long as the 3rd grade wants to run away, the 4th grade will, there is almost nothing you can do but look. The moment Zhao Ju's true energy was revealed, Shi Huiming was already devastated. With a look of helplessness, he let go of the spear and raised his hands in surrender. Thinking of being played like a dog for a few minutes, I couldn't help but laugh at myself and said, "My little brother is so kind, he actually allowed me to struggle for so long." Hearing this helpless and sad words, Zhao restrained his energy, straightened his spear and dropped it to the ground. "To be honest, I really don't want to kill you, because not only are you worthless, but the Chao gang is too powerful. There are too many concerns about killing you, and I don't like it." Zhao was really angry and said with his hands behind his back despite the drizzle, "Can I ask why you want me to die? Anyway, I won't see the sun tomorrow. I want to be sensible." Zhao slowly pulled out the Zaya Chundo from his back and held it in his right hand. "Do you need me to tell you who wants to kill you? I have thought about all kinds of enemies and opponents for so long, including those within the Chao gang who want to take my position. I never expected that it would be the genie way who wanted my life. When you can't even keep a meatless old dog?" Shi Huiming was in disbelief, sitting on the stone steps with a twisted smile. Zhao stood in the rain, not caring about Shi Huiming's crazy smile. Instead, he calmly put away the embroidered spring knife. Not caring about the eyes of a dead man, he calmly took it into the space. The secret is that the dead are severely punished. However, Zhao Jiu was suspicious. Now Shi Huiming would not pay attention to Zhao Jiu. He was trapped in suspicion and could not extricate himself. He really couldn't think of any crime on which he would be killed. "Sir, what is my crime?" Shi Huiming thought of Zhao Jiu standing aside and asked hurriedly, "There must be a crime." "I don't know, maybe you are not guilty." Zhou didn't know how to answer this question, because he really didn't know and couldn't even guess. "Let's talk about treason. This person only has a small place, no money, and no one. How can he plot? One can stop 100? Don't do it. If you have this ability, you don't need to rebel. Why can't you live a good life?" As for other major crimes of beheading, the possibility is even less, such as bullying the emperor.
The Shi Hui in front of him couldn't say bullying. How could he bully the emperor when he had never even seen him?
After much deliberation, it was nothing more than running a private salt business, but the most important thing about running a private salt business was having the family property confiscated and exiled thousands of miles away.
Therefore, Zhao really couldn't guess and could only say awkwardly, maybe you have offended someone, ah?
Zhao Juxiong spread his hands, this matter is none of my business.
This is the first time we met, don't say anything about me. It's none of Zhao Ju's business. Seeing Zhao Zhou's reaction, Shi Huiming fell silent. It seemed that he didn't offend anyone.
After all, I have been in the position of gang leader for almost 15 years.
If I had offended someone, I would have been killed long ago, why would I have to wait until today?
He has been a smooth man on all sides and has had his way with both sides for many years. Now when he hears such words, it is indeed a bit unacceptable.
Then you always know who wants to kill me, right?
Shi Huiming could only settle for the next best thing.
Oh, I know that. Zhao smiled, finally I had an answer I could answer. Shi Huiming asked anxiously, who?
Zhao took out the abacus from his pocket with a smile, moved the beads, and calculated the cost.
After a moment, he raised his eyebrows and said, Master Shi, you can't let me suffer, can you? Shi Huiming asked a little impatiently, how much do you want?
100 taels of silver.
Okay.
Shi Huiming agreed. He took out the banknote from his arms and put it on the stone steps.
Who wants to kill me?
Zhao stepped forward and picked up the banknote, looked at it, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, he smiled and said, I am the governor of Fuzi Town, Jinui North Town.
Who do you think asked me to kill you?
Shi Huiming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body was shaking like chaff, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He lowered his head and murmured, it seems that the emperor really wants to kill the goose to get the eggs.
I didn't expect that the Jiangnan incident was just the beginning.
I was naive after all.
Zhao Ju looked calm and sneered. Don't put too much money on your face.
With this little money, you have to kill the goose to get the eggs.
Do you, an old chicken, still have any eggs? Looking at Shi Huiming's mouth opening and closing, Zhao didn't bother him. After he returned to normal, he asked, Gang leader Shi, are you ready to go? I have to go back and hand in the task. Brother, it's not easy for me to be an official.
After saying that, he pulled out the Xiuquan knife and stood in front of Shi Huiming. The cold light of the blade reflected Shi Huiming's face with a white glow. Your Excellency, you are young and promising, and you are a senior officer of the 4th rank. Under the light of the sword, Shi Huiming calmed down. Although Mr. Shi is humble, Your Excellency used the Xiuquan sword to kill me.
Aren't you afraid of the Chao gang's revenge? Hey, people in the Jianghu will still take revenge?
I thought the Jianghu were all pigs and dogs waiting to be slaughtered. Before Shi Huiming could finish speaking, Zhao had already pinched his neck and picked him up like a dead dog. As Zhao Jiu exerted force with his fingers, Shi Huiming's face became paler and paler. He tried to pry Zhao Jiu's hand with both hands, but failed to do so. He could only stare at Zhao Jiu in despair. With a click, Zhao easily cut off Shi Huiming's neck and threw it aside like trash.
Don't blame me.
If the money is paid by someone above, you must die. Although your marksmanship is indeed somewhat interesting, it is only somewhat interesting.
600 taels of silver were put into the account, and another business was completed.
No matter what the above purpose is, as long as the money is paid, Zhao will still do business down to earth. As for other conspiracies, we should wait until his strength improves to explore.
Being a third-grade person, I can't change anything. I can't even decide my own freedom. Even if there is a conspiracy, I can only be a pawn.
If you want to be a chess player, you must have the ability to be a chess player. After erasing the traces of Zhao Jiu in the yard, he calmly opened the back door and walked out.
It was drizzling. It was indeed a good time to kill people. Didn't someone die in the yard?
When I returned to my room in the inn, I immediately changed out of my clothes and shoes and threw them into the space. The operation was changed and the appearance was restored to its original appearance. After such an operation, no one could connect Shi Huiming's death with himself. Replace all the 600 years in the space with God of Wealth points, a total of 6,000 points. The God of Wealth points reached 29,900, which was okay.
I finally got my blood back. I spent a little too much during the new year.
Sitting cross-legged on the bed, swallowing a Tongshan pill, letting the true energy circulate, digesting the power of the medicine, and starting to practice. The holidays are over, and you must enrich yourself. As for Shi Huiming's words before his death, Zhao thought about it. The emperor was obviously not an idiot. A stable society was more conducive to his rule. It was true that the Chao gang had some money, but so many people killed the leader of the gang without saying a word. How to explain it? It was just for fun. But Zhao was not the emperor, and he didn't care whether he was bored or not. As long as he didn't let himself out to shield him, he was still the handsome and rich partier's father. Thinking of this, Zhao smiled indifferently and continued to practice. At noon the next day, Zhao had lunch, paid the bill and left. After leaving the restaurant and walking on the street with a horse, he could see many Chao gang members walking around. Don't say that these people still had some reaction, unlike the two in Liangzhou, whose bodies were cold, but the gang members were still thinking about having a feast. He found the prefectural government office with a horse. When the waist badge of the Northern Pacification Division was flashed, the clerk guarding the door was so scared that he couldn't stand steadily and staggered to report. Zhao Ju did not make things difficult for these people, and stood under the eaves waiting. Soon, the prefect of Chuzhou hurried over, followed by several other officials. Seeing the prefect, Zhao Ju was overjoyed, and immediately asked him to prepare a boat, and he went downstream to Linjiang. His butt was almost cracked from riding a horse all the way, and now that he had the conditions, of course he had to choose a good one. The prefect did not ask anything else, but just asked someone to prepare the boat. That evening, Zhao was already in the cabin on the river. Chuzhou Ferry, Chaobang headquarters. The news of Shi Huiming's death has long been spread, and it has been 4 days since today. The hall masters and various heads who came from all over the place finally got together to discuss how to resolve the matter after Shi Huiming's death. There are a total of 5 leaders in the Chao gang. The big leader, the gang leader Shi Huiming, is dead. The responsibility for taking charge of the overall situation naturally falls on the remaining 4 leaders. In the lobby, the second master Kai Shuang and the third master He Weixian sat in the main seat. They were old, senior, and prestigious. Although he doesn't have much power, he can still hold his own in such a big matter. The fourth master, Hua Tsong, and the fifth master, He Xin, were sitting on the left and right respectively, with the hall leaders of their respective factions sitting behind them. Hua Tsong, the fourth head of the family, is mainly responsible for the business on the river. He has money but no one. After all, one boat can't hold many people. The fifth master, He Xin, was in charge of the porters and watermen on the shore, who were the ones who unloaded, moved, and inventoried the goods. Although there were many people, there was not much oil and water. Hall masters in different regions support different objects, but they are basically the fourth or fifth master. The main reason is that the second leader and the third leader are too old and withdraw from the competition for gang leader early. Now that Shi Huiming is gone, the 2 leaders with their own power will naturally compete for the position of the leader. After all, as long as he is promoted and a leader position becomes available, as long as he arranges his own people, the Chao gang will basically have the final say. Kai Shuanghe first drank tea and remained silent. They had no power of their own and could not afford to offend others. There were constant whispers on the left and right sides, and the 2 groups were chirping and shouting, which could be clearly heard outside the door. The second boss, the third boss, and the first boss were killed by traitors. Although we are deeply saddened, the Chao gang cannot live without the boss. Let's choose a boss with both ability and political integrity as soon as possible to take charge of the overall situation. Hua said from behind. Cried the Lord. That's right, all the dragons have no leader. Hua gathered the responders from behind. The situation really made him think that he was going to force him into the palace. Several hall leaders behind He Xin sneered, "Oh, what you say is better than what you sing. You haven't passed the first 7 of the Stone Gang leaders yet? You just want to choose the leader. Where is your conscience? Did you throw it into the river? Or did you feed it to the dogs?" There were many people on He Xin's side, and the momentum became even louder. They all accused the other party of not knowing the general situation. Hua Tsong's hand holding the teacup paused. He had to stand up for these brothers who were making great efforts, so he said loudly, "Brothers, the leader of the Stone Gang wants the Chao Gang to be prosperous. Have we even forgotten the words of the leader of the Stone Gang? Selected only when you are in charge can Chaobang make a smooth transition, and Chaobang cannot be in chaos." These words were said so loudly that even the hall master on He Xin's side who just started to laugh could not refute. Fourth leader, don't be in a hurry for a few days. What? What did gang leader Shi do to the brothers? Have they all forgotten? Hua Tsong considered the overall situation, but He Xin dismissed it with friendship and wanted to make a final decision, but there was no way. Seeing that the situation was tense, Kai Shuang had no choice but to say, the funeral of gang leader sure is of course important, but it is equally important to choose the new leader. Don't judge him in terms of left and right, now is the time to choose the new leader. Yes, the Chao gang's affairs are a big deal and cannot be taken lightly. I have already sent people to prepare for the funeral of gang leader Shi. Choosing a new leader early will also give gang leader Shi an explanation. At least Shi gang leader can leave with peace of mind. He Wei Xian saw Kai Shuang speak, so naturally he could not remain silent. The two groups were silent for a while, and then they broke into even louder noises. The two sides are in tit-for-tat confrontation. You criticize me for my shortcomings, but I pay tribute to your shortcomings. Kai Shuang and He Wei, who were sitting on the main seat, looked at each other with helplessness. They could be peacemakers, but if it was anything else, they couldn't even decide, let alone participate. It is sad to have no power. The two sides argued for a while before they calmed down. This time, it was Hixin who spoke first, the second and third are in charge. I don't think there's any need to bother. The brothers will vote. The one who wins the hearts of the people will win the world. Before Kai Shuang and Kai Shuang could react, the people from Huatsong shouted, no, there are so many of you, it's not fair. Doesn't the large number of people mean that the fifth leader wins the hearts of the people? What? When did the Chao Bang become a unified party? Then we brothers are all dead? In my opinion, let the hall master vote to save time and effort. Heh, what are you planning to do that your brothers don't know about? Isn't it just that you have a few bad guys? The two parties were going back and forth, and the two heads listened quietly, with no intention of ending the fight. Kai Shuang looked at He Weixian and could only smile helplessly. He Weixian shook his head and signaled Kai Shuang to leave it alone. There was nothing they could do about this kind of thing. Unfortunately, the two of them wanted to stay out of the matter, but the people below didn't allow it. Hixin drank the teacup, stood up first, cupped his hands and said, the second in charge, the third in charge, you have to come up with an idea. We are a Chao gang, not brothers. These words were quite heart-wrenching. Huatsong also understood the irony in his words. He smiled and stood up, I don't like to hear what Master Yi said, and neither do the brothers. Things within the gang, it's also every brother's business. It's so hurtful to say things like separation. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing, Hixin did not dare to speak again for a while, but the hall master behind him, waving his fan, smiled and said, isn't this what Master Hua means? Let the brothers decide. It's not good. This is not separating the family from the brothers. What is it? Hixin was overjoyed after hearing this. He was such a talented person. He didn't expect such a tactic to shift the blame. On the Huatsong side, there was a dead silence. They could not admit that this was a family division, nor could they agree with the method of having more people. They did not have an advantage. Thinking of this, Huatsong hurriedly made up his mind, it's not that I don't agree with Mr. He's idea. After a pause, he continued, it's just that there are not many brothers on my river, but we have made a lot of contributions to the gang. If we only count the heads, then what are my brothers? We are also members of the Chao gang. After saying this, Huatsong breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't talk about the heads, but only about the contributions, otherwise he would be at a loss. Hixin had nothing to say. In terms of making money, the hard laborers behind him would not make as much as Huatsong made from a few boat trips even if they worked themselves to death. The atmosphere froze for a while. Both sides had their own reasons, and they were not wrong. They both stood firm in the righteousness, and there was no way to gain an advantage. Alas, Kai Shuang sighed, and in this quiet moment, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Standing up with the help of a chair, Kai Shuang said helplessly, I have a suggestion, you can listen to it. Please speak, second in command. Hixin sat down and said lightly. Please give me some face. Since the leader was killed by a villain, let's make a gentleman's agreement. Whoever catches the murderer first will be the next leader, the next leader. How about that? Kai Shuang raised his voice, his tone sincere and earnest. Huatsong looked back at the various hall masters behind him, and they all nodded in agreement. Hixin turned around in disgust with the people behind him. After a moment, the two turned back at the same time and nodded to Kai Shuang, which was considered an agreement. Since everyone agrees, then before the murderer is found, the heads will act as the leaders. I and he will send one person, plus Hua and he, how about that? Okay, Huatsong and Hixin spoke at the same time, but there was a different light in their eyes. The official ship went down the river, and in just over 10 days, it had already reached Bianzhou. At the Bianzhou ferry, several red people stood on the shore, followed by a few scattered Jinui in black and white flying fish uniforms. Before the boat stopped, Zhao couldn't wait, with tears in his eyes. "Uncle. Fifth Master, I'm glad to have fulfilled my mission. I've missed you so much these days." Okay, I'm glad you're back." Lu Wenyu helped Zhao get off the boat. The two of them looked so affectionate that they really looked like an uncle and nephew. Especially when they held their hands tightly, no one could say that this was a performance. The two little golden men of Daki were showing off their respective acting talents on this small stage. On the boat were new acting newcomers, and on the shore were old-fashioned actors who had been immersed in acting for many years. One side's performance was slightly exaggerated and immature, while the other side was naturally mature, which meant that they were supporting newcomers. Except for Eunuch He in the red official robe, everyone else beside him was a Jinui. His boss liked this atmosphere, so he thought he was accompanying the prince to study. Why was he in a hurry? Didn't you see the red flying fish suit on Lu Wenyu and the turquoise flying fish suit on Zhao Zhou? They were all old hands, so how could they be unhappy at this time? And Eunuch He was also on duty in the West Garden that day, and he knew Zhao Zhou's background very well. Besides, isn't your wife surnamed Su? How come a nephew surnamed Zhao came? But Eunuch He had been in the palace for a long time, so he naturally understood that this was Lu Wenyu supporting Zhao Zhou, and let them act. But seeing that the two were getting more and more into the play, they couldn't stop at all. They had already talked about brothels and theaters. 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough. Eunuch He could only interrupt them. "Lord Lu, who is this?" When Lu Wenyu heard what Eunuch He said, he came back to his senses. He was careless and accidentally immersed in the play. Please forgive me, Eunuch He. Zhao Muji is my nephew. I haven't seen him for a long time. I said a few more words. "Muji, this is Eunuch He from the Imperial Household Department." Following Lu Wenyu's gaze, Zhao saw Eunuch He who was smiling like Maitreya, and hurriedly saluted. "Eunuch He, your subordinate Zhao Muji." Eunuch He smiled and greeted him. "Lord Zhao, please eat something first. You have traveled all the way and you are tired. Lord Lu, please go first. The case is important. After all, he is Lu Wenyu's nephew on the surface, so he has to give him some face." The following words are just a reminder that there is no need to make a big fuss about the welcoming ceremony. There are official matters. Lu Wenyu smiled and said, "No hurry, County Magistrate Su hasn't arrived yet. Let's eat first. The trial will start in the evening, so there's no need to rush." Eunuch He just wanted to interrupt the two people's acting. As for when to try the case, it must be when everyone is here. He nodded in agreement with Lu Wenyu's words. At night, in the prefectural government of Bianzhou, Wang Yentong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, sat in the upper seat, and on the left sat the two county magistrates Su Rin and Wen Yun as jurors. The two county magistrates were not qualified to participate in such a big case, but after checking several states in Jiangnan, only the two were innocent. In addition, the two were excellent in criminal law and familiar with the local area, so the cabinet added them as jurors. On the right sat the clerk, who was grinding ink and moistening the pen. After waiting for a while, Eunuch He and the eunuch Shin arrived first, followed by Lu Wenyu and Zhao. The four sat on the left and right, and outside the door stood several thousand households of the Jinui and 2 heads of the East and West factories. Looking around the room, except for the 2 county magistrates in green robes, the others were either bright red or bright red and green. This kind of scene was no different from the trial of a few prefects, not to mention the trial of a few princes and nobles. Several people sat down and drank tea leisurely with teacups in their hands. Wang Yentong, who was in a higher position, didn't care who was being tried. He leaned back in his chair and drank tea, as if it had nothing to do with him. County Magistrate Su didn't want to wait, and shouted to the outside of the door, "Bring the prisoner." Soon, 2 Jinui outside the door escorted a prisoner in full shackles and walked in step by step, and sat down on the stool in the middle. Seeing that the Jinui and the eunuch of the Siligian did not respond, and Wang Yentong seemed to have seen no one, County Magistrate Su could only ask questions himself. "Master Lin, you haven't been convicted yet, so I'll call you Master Lin for now." County Magistrate Su said in a gentle tone but in a tough manner, "Let me ask you, how did you embezzle so much money? Where did you use it? Whose hands did the money pass through?" Lin Kuei, who was sitting on the stool, had disheveled hair and a dejected look on his face. After hearing Su Ren's words, he just smiled and didn't intend to answer. Killing the imperial envoy is bound to result in the loss of one's head, and embezzlement is just an extra. "Why are you silent?" Su Ren shouted angrily, scaring Lin Kuei's smile. But soon Lin Kuei adjusted his mood and said sarcastically, "You were a 7th rank official, and before I went to prison, you couldn't even knock on my door, huh?"
Su Ren's face was normal.
He had expected this result long ago. Lin Kuei would be dead sooner or later. What he was fighting for was just the life of his wife and children. Such a big thing, let alone himself. Even the eunuch of the Imperial Household Department sitting next to him and the commander of the Jinui could not decide. He could only wave his hand and let someone take Lin Kuei away. The convicted officer Chen Fui. Soon, like Lin Kuei, Chen Fui was dragged into the hall by 2 Jinui, thrown onto a stool, and fell down without sitting firmly, lying on the ground. Su Ren asked, "Mr. Chen, as far as I know, the Bianzhou government spends tens of thousands of taels every year, nearly 500,000 taels in 5 years.
I wonder if you, as the Bianzhou Tongji, can explain where this money is used?"
Of course it is used for practical purposes. In the past 5 years, the Qinhuai River Embankment and the Yangtze River Embankment have been rebuilt, and the extra money spent will naturally be made up by the prefectural government first. Chen Fui spoke intermittently, but river embankment repair has always been a confusing account, and each person has his own reasons.
Nonsense! Su Ren slapped the table and shouted angrily. How could he not know about the construction of the river embankment? But the construction of a river embankment for 5 years has overrun the budget every year, and the overrun amount is still very different. This reason is too far-fetched. Chen Fui lay on the ground.
Besides, he had already been sentenced during the trial of the Imperial Envoy case.
He was naturally weak now, but he still chuckled. Didn't Suji County already know that the criminal was talking nonsense? Is it possible that he didn't expect it?
Su Ren looked at Chen Fui with a deep look, but he couldn't say it himself, so he could only ask, whose idea was it to rebuild the river embankment? Of course it's the prefect.
Then whose will the prefect was influenced by?
Chen Fui no longer dared to say that if they could be greedy for money, of course they needed the protection of the capital. Otherwise, how could they not have been discovered until now after being greedy for so many years?
Seeing Chen Fu hesitating, Su Ren raised his voice and said, "Who gave you the instructions to rebuild the river embankment? Moreover, the Yangtze River embankment broke twice in 5 years. Is it an engineering problem?"
After hearing these words, Chen Fu pretended to be dead and said nothing, trembling all over.
Isn't this nonsense? If there were no problems with the project, why would the embankment burst twice? The question was about building river embankments, but to put it bluntly, wasn't it just a bribe list? You might be able to survive if you don't tell her, but if you tell her, you might not be able to survive tonight. There are so many corrupt officials in Jiangnan, why do they just hold on to me?
Chen Fui cried in his heart.
"Humph, why don't you reply? How much public money does it cost to build the river embankment? Who handles it? Tell me quickly."
Su Ren pressed forward step by step, showing no mercy in his words. After asking this question, not to mention Chen Fui on the ground, but also Wang Yentong, who was sitting in the seat, all changed their expressions.
Is there something wrong with this person's brain? He just got it by embezzling how much money he had, and yet he still digs deeper?
You, a 7th grade sesame officer, didn't take the money, but I dare not say that I didn't take the money either. Chen Fu looked around and saw everyone's faces solemn, and the documents on the side were writing down records. He had things he couldn't say. Once those words fell on paper, they could be a murderous sword. Under the pressure of the situation, he could only tremble and said intermittently, "Of course, after we reported it and the superiors issued an order, we rebuilt the river embankment. As for who we dealt with,
How do you know that we are only responsible for repairing river embankments?"
"That's from the cabinet and the Ministry of Household Affairs," Su Ren said coldly. "How much money was allocated by the court? How much money was used to build the river embankment, and who did the maintenance?
Come one by one, no hiding." This, I don't know."
Chen Fui simply pretended to be dead. He extended his head and slashed his head.
He might as well not recognize anything. Pretending to be dead was obviously the best choice.
But Su Ren would not let it go so easily. Although his face was not exposed, his eyes were like daggers staring at Chen Fui. "Oh, I just said that I was ordered by the superiors.
I can write it clearly on the donation paper." "What? Do you want to repent in court?"
"According to Daki law, if you repent in court, you will be punished with 20 sticks.
Please think about it before you speak." As soon as Chen Fu finished listening, he couldn't stop trembling and sweating drop by drop.
Now he really pushed himself to death.
"Reply!"
Su Ren shouted. Chen Fui, who was on the ground, didn't dare to make a sound. He lay on the ground and grabbed the legs of the stool, forcing himself to look up. He saw Wang Yentong in the main seat with a dark face, and Su Ren on the side looked at him angrily, looking upright.
There is no way forward and no way back.
This is Chen Fui's situation.
Seeing everyone looking at ease, he could only get angry and gritted his teeth and said, Master Wang, if you are on duty, are you going to investigate whoever confesses? Who is this person? How presumptuous! Stop rambling!
Lu Wenyu, who was holding the teacup, shouted loudly, which frightened the hearts of several people sitting there. Even eunuch He, who was sipping tea opposite, was stunned. The big red flying fish suit Yang Qi showed off his momentum. In the small hall, it was like a volcano erupting and water pouring from the sky. The fierce momentum instantly stunned the uncultivated Chen Fui, and he shot straight into the sky. There seemed to be a ferocious beast roaring in the dark night, with great momentum and majestic energy. Except for eunuch He, everyone else's expressions changed drastically. Even Zhaojiu had to use his true energy to resist this terrifying pressure, not to mention the few people sitting at the top. The document had long been frightened and fainted. Wang Yentong, Su Ren and Wen Yun could only fall back, leaning against the back of the chair, holding the armrests tightly with both hands, without the ability to resist at all.
The power of the Grand Master is truly terrifying.
Lu Wenyu only showed a few strands of power. After the power dissipated, he picked up the teacup and said, If you take the prisoner down, why are you interrogating him if he is already unconscious? After finishing speaking, he took a sip of tea and let the two genie guards carry Chen Fui out. Although Su Ren was unwilling to do so, he had no choice but to do so. Just when he was about to continue the trial, Lu Wenyu's gentle voice sounded, Everyone is tired too, tonight let's stop the trial here, put away the sealing wax of the confession, and I will present it to your majesty in person. After saying this, he stood up and went out first without waiting for everyone's reaction. Zhao smiled, said goodbye to eunuch He, and followed Lu Wenyu out.
Okay, just do whatever Mr. Lu says.
Eunuch He grinned, as if to comfort the others, but the few people above him heard a hint of threat in eunuch He's cold words. Su Ren still wanted to insist, but Wang Yentong, the chief judge, had already stood up, saluted, and accompanied eunuch He out. When Yun on the side grabbed Su Ren who wanted to chase him out, shook his head, patted Su Ren's hand, and signaled Su Ren to stop insisting. Lu Wenyu's attitude has been clearly understood, and it is impossible to push forward. Lu Wenyu walked very fast, while Zhao behind him followed behind with his hands behind his back, but he was not in a hurry, and his steps were relaxed. Zhao then understood that Lu Wenyu was just trying to express an attitude, not to end the interrogation and leave as soon as possible. Sure enough, after walking for a while, Lu Wenyu suddenly looked back and waved to Zhao. Zhao walked a few steps quickly and stood one step in front of Lu Wenyu. The two slowed down and walked slowly. After taking a few steps, Lu Wenyu looked back and said, Motzi, what do you think about this?
It's better for them to do it.
Zhao replied, neither sad nor happy, with a calm tone.
I will return to Beijing tomorrow. You have to keep an eye on this matter. I will say hello to eunuch He. We can't interrogate him like this anymore. Isn't the trial good? You don't need me.
Zhao said indifferently. Oh, if they are allowed to keep trying, sooner or later they will drag them into the cabinet, into the palace, until their heads fall to the ground.
Isn't that great?
When all corrupt officials are put to death, the world will be clean and harmonious, and the government will be harmonious and harmonious. Lu Wenyu sneered, how much can you trust the words of a few corrupt officials?
If they try to get involved with the emperor, will they also be investigated? Then we can't just check everything, right? Lu Wenyu said, you can't check everything. If something goes wrong, who will take the blame? Whose head will be chopped off?
After taking 2 steps, as if he was worried, Lu Wenyu warned again, I'll set the tone.
First, you can't continue to climb up. Second, you can't expand the case. Third, you can't overturn the old case. It's best to convict of corruption, review the case clearly, and sort out the accounts.
Details. Then there is no investigation. If you kill the imperial envoy, you can just ask the Empress Zhou to kill him.
Zhao said angrily. What about the money? Search your house or mine? The emperor only wants their money.
Whether they die or not is just a matter of the emperor's word.
Zhao was silent.
Yes, the most important money hasn't been settled yet, so they can't die yet, but it's a small matter that they can't die.
If someone else is involved, will the others die?
Among them, Zhao understands. Zhao didn't want to pay attention to these annoying things anymore, so he changed the topic. Fifth Master, the case is not over yet, why are you in such a hurry to return to Beijing?
Lu Wenyu didn't hide anything and said frankly, a dozen Zhuoyulong and Jin Hainyang died at the border of Ningzhou. I guess someone must have infiltrated into the capital. The Jiangnan case is a small matter. If something happens in the palace, it will be a big deal. Seeing Lu Wenyu's solemn expression, Zhao also guessed that the situation was serious, so he stopped talking and listened quietly to Lu Wenyu's instructions. You go to the prison late at night and talk to those people. You must ensure that Jiangnan's matter ends as soon as possible and don't involve other people, otherwise it will not end well. After that, Lu Wenyu took out a bag of silver from his arms. After the Jiangnan case is over, the confession will be submitted by eunuch He. You should come to Beijing as soon as possible. On the way, we will go to Mount Tai. My information is that the youngest son of the owner of Shijian Villa is in Mount Tai. 400 taels, don't let him get off Mount Tai alive. After Zhao took the money, he turned around and said, it's best to leave a few alive. Zhao was thoughtful, but he still agreed. He must serve his sponsor well. As for why he was kept alive? It's nothing more than framing or intimidation. This kind of small thing is nothing more than a small request. It doesn't matter if you make money. I'll leave tonight and go to Beijing with the confession. After I leave, you can go to Tianlao. Lu Wenyu agreed upon seeing Zhao, and his tone was much calmer. Remember, always ask eunuch He when something happens. Close the case as soon as possible. At nightfall, Zhao stood beside the carriage and helped Lu Wenyu get into the carriage. Lu Wenyu was sitting on the beam of the carriage. He had changed out of his red flying fish suit and was now wearing regular clothes, like a rich man. He smiled and patted Zhao Zhou's shoulder. He didn't give any instructions. He just straightened out Zhao Zhou's official uniform. Then he turned around and got into the car. Take care. Zhao said goodbye. When Zhao straightened up, the carriage had already gone some distance away. The night was dark, and there was only the sound of horse hooves hitting the stone road. Seeing that the carriage had gone far and disappeared into the night, he said, prepare a table of wine and food. I'm going to go to the prison. After that, you should go to bed early. There are still cases tomorrow, so there is no need to delay. The turquoise Feiyu uniform looked dark in the night. Zhao put his hands behind his back, and the several genii way behind him responded and went to prepare. After a while, Zhao was left standing alone in front of the door, with the misty night behind him. Less than 2/4 of an hour later, a guard wearing green flying fish uniform bowed and handed over a food box. Zhao nodded, took out more than 20 taels of silver from his pocket, and stuffed it into the man's arms. Then he patted his shoulder, took the food box, and ordered, let the brothers eat something and rest. We will have more tomorrow, trial. Zhao took the food box and turned around to go to the prison. At the door, 2 young officials saw the green flying fish suit carrying a food box, looked at each other, and stepped forward and asked, why did you come to Tianlao so late? Bring the criminal to trial. Zhao was already in a bad mood when he was working late at night, but when he met this ignorant clerk, his mood worsened and he said impatiently. The 2 clerks looked troubled and said cautiously, Sir, Master Su has ordered that no one should be found guilty of the crime. Seeing Zhao's posture, the junior official knew that he must be here to interrogate the criminals in the Jiangnan corruption case. But just now Su Runkai personally came over and told him that he must keep an eye on the criminal tonight and not allow anyone to interrogate him. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will all be blamed on the petty officials. This made the officials dare not let Zhao go in. Zhao naturally would not embarrass these small officials who were working in the cracks. He took out his waist badge from his arms, followed by the light of the lantern, and raised his hand in front of the small officials. Seeing the 4 words Beijing Fuzi written on the waistband under the flickering firelight, the clerk was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. What's going on? Can Jinui Beijing Fuzi be offended by someone like him? See clearly? I'm in charge of Zhao prison. Zhao took back his badge and asked, can I go in? Yes, I'm blind. I don't know that I'm the master of Fuzi in Beijing. It has nothing to do with me to stop you. It's Master Su's order. The clerk quickly gestured to open the door and left by himself. Lead the way. Zhao smiled and said, don't panic. If Su Zhixian is in trouble, just use my name. After hearing Zhao Zhou's words, the clerk's face became a little better, and he bowed his body and led the way. The 2 walked underground for a while, and soon they stopped in front of a cell. They took out the key from their arms and opened the cell door. They bowed and said, Sir, this is it. Please excuse me. After saying that, he stepped back and left, leaving Zhao alone to carry the food box into the cell. When the door opened, many people in the cell had already woken up.
Everyone had puzzled expressions on their faces when they saw the genie Wei in the green flying fish uniform placing the dishes from the food box on the table one by one. Several people looked at each other, unable to see through the purpose of this genie Wei, so they could only cope with the changes by remaining unchanged. The Tian Lao was built underground. It was spring, and the drizzle continued in the south of the Yangtze River. The Tian Lao had not seen the sun for a long time. The top was covered, and the bottom was stuffy. People gathered together again, defecating and urinating, and the floor was covered with straw. The smell still lingered. Open, there is a strange smell of mold and deterioration, which makes people feel uncomfortable. However, Zhao didn't care about these small problems and just put the food and drinks on his own. After all the food and wine were placed on the table, Zhao sat on the stool leisurely, holding chopsticks, drinking and eating. A group of people in the cell had strange expressions. Looking at Zhao Zhou eating and drinking, they didn't understand what Zhao was doing. Could it be that eating in Tian Lao was more delicious? But Zhao didn't see the expressions of these people. Even if he did, it didn't matter. He was here for them. Could it be that he still cares about these messy looks? After Zhao had finished a few glasses of wine and a bowl of rice, he slowly said, "All of you are important members of the party, why don't you come over and eat and drink together?" Everyone was even more confused. You looked at me and I looked at you, but no one dared to move. Seeing that everyone was still acting like that, he paused slightly with his hand holding the chopsticks. What? You don't look down on my food? It seems that the environment in Tian Lao is not good. Why don't you come to my Zhao prison to stay for a few days? Among the crowd, Lin Gui, who had seen Zhao Zhou, smiled and could only walk to sit across from Zhao Zhou. He picked up the chopsticks tremblingly and ate the food and wine uneasily. The warm food tasted like chewing in his mouth. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved and stepped forward to share the food and wine on the table. Instead, Zhao put down his chopsticks and stood in front of the door, smiling at these people eating and drinking. When the food on the table was almost gone, he said, "Jiaomuji, Fuzi, Xiaobei Town." After saying this, the group of people eating food and drinking immediately stopped their chopsticks and looked at Zhao Zhou in horror. Even Lin Kuei, He Yichuan, Ren Gongzhu and Zhu Yugui, who had been the highest officials in the area for many years, did not dare to move their chopsticks. Zhao didn't look back. He put one hand behind his back and waved the other hand behind him. He said gently, "Eat. I just want to send you to Zhao prison, so I'm not in a hurry." Hearing the sound of chopsticks being moved behind him, Zhao continued, "Zhao has traveled all over the world these years, relying on his literary and military skills. He is not afraid of swords when alone. He is upright and never makes friends randomly." Zhao turned around and looked at everyone with a smile. "You have been in the officialdom for a long time, so you should understand this principle better than Zhao. Although you are now guilty ministers, you should know one thing: when a man is about to die, his words are good. Being an official in the same dynasty is like being on the same boat. If someone breaks the plank and digs a hole, you all have wives, children, relatives, students, friends and colleagues, so don't embarrass yourself." After saying this, the others were puzzled. Only Lin Kuei took the lead and stood up, sneering, "There is nothing big between life and death. Lord Zhao came here, is it to tell us the truth? I, Lin Kuei, have been studying since I was 5 years old, and I have read more truths today than you have heard. It's nothing more than death. Do we have other outcomes? Lord Zhao, is there any possibility that we won't go to Zhaoyu?" Zhao smiled and said nothing. It must be said that these people can reach this position, and they are still sensitive to the situation. Lin Kuei knew Zhao Ju's purpose, and Lin Kuei's reaction was also within Zhao Ju's expectations. It was nothing more than that they were all going to die anyway, so who could drag anyone down with them? Who dared to say that their butts would be clean? However, Zhao Ju didn't care about these things. Although he was a legitimate pacification envoy, he had no concerns in this regard. At most, he would change his appearance and become a turtle. Lord Lin is really brave. Don't forget that you all have families. If you understand the answer, you will die. If you don't understand the answer, you will die. It's just to make things convenient for them. Killing one person and exterminating 3 clans depends on how we write it, and what we find in the house search also depends on how we copy it. The emperor is kind and doesn't want to commit more sins, but we are born in blood. One more or one less is nothing more than spending some effort. Zhao Ju smiled, his voice was gentle, but the threat was full. How to die is also particular. Jinyui's 13 styles come once, maybe you can still survive. Lin Kuei's face became paler after hearing this. He may not care about other things, but his wife and children have always been his biggest worry. At first, Zhao Ju meant to thoroughly investigate his wife and children, but he didn't care. Although he was greedy, his family was well managed and definitely had never participated in these things. Later, Zhao Ju's extermination of 3 clans was really scary. This was to punish the whole family. Then his wife and children could not be guaranteed. After entering Zhaoyu, after a set of 13 styles, would there be anyone alive? He couldn't be sure. Zhao Ju saw the changes in the expressions on everyone's faces, especially Lin Kuei. Knowing that the matter was almost done, he continued, "You stop here, we stop here, this is not what I mean." Hearing this, Lin Kuei was relieved. What is the most feared thing in negotiation? It is that the other party has no power to make the final decision. Now Zhao Ju's words are equivalent to saying that he is just a messenger, and his meaning is the meaning of the above. Who is above the Jinyui? The emperor. After getting the promise, Lin Kuei did not hesitate and said decisively, "Sir, the criminal is willing to cooperate." The others thought for a while and figured out what was going on. Seeing Lin Kuei say this, they all agreed. There was no other way. They were not alone and did not have the courage to face the sword alone. Zhao Ju achieved his goal, put away the food box, raised his eyebrows and said, "Remember, the silver cannot be less, otherwise it will not be the 3 tribes. Money can make the world go round. Maybe it's just exile, PS. I'll take a few days off after being sick. I've been laying the groundwork for so long, and I'm about to push the climax. Thank you for watching. Thank you." In the magistrate's yamen, the seats are still the same as yesterday. Wang Yintong is sitting at the top, Su Rin and Wen Yun are sitting on the left, and the documents and records are ready on the right. On the right side of the lower page, Eunuch He and Eunuch Shen sit with their legs folded on the tie-shirt chair, each holding a teacup. They don't even wear official hats. They put them casually on the small coffee table. Behind them, there are several young men in green official uniforms standing with their hands hanging. The eunuch looked relaxed. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Zhao, who was wearing a green flying fish suit, arrived belatedly. When I entered the door, I saw a few people who had already taken their seats. I ignored the first few people and greeted the 2 father-in-laws, He Chen and He Chen. Eunuch He put down the teacup and looked at Zhao Ju with doubtful eyes. Zhao Ju nodded to indicate that the matter was settled. Although the 3 of them did not speak, they looked at each other and smiled, as if they had reached some evil deal. As Zhao sat down on the chair on the left, Su Rin couldn't wait to shout, "Chen Fui, the criminal leader." Su Ren's purpose was very simple. Lin Kuei was a tough guy. He had also tried other magistrate officials, but most of them were talking about random things. Some people even refused to admit the solid evidence of killing imperial envoys and corruption. It was purely pretend to be blind and deaf. Only Chen Fui, who has relatively little qualifications and little foundation, still has something to say. If you don't judge this, who will you judge? 2 royal guards led Chen Fui into the lobby. Chen Fui looked much better today, although he still couldn't sit down and could only lie on the ground. But at least there was some color on his face. "Chen Fui, are you aware of your guilt?" Su Ren took the lead. If it weren't for Lu Wenyu's strong intervention in the past few days, he would have uncovered a lot of things. It's a pity, it's a pity. This interrogation was to take advantage of Lu Wenyu's absence to confirm the confession, so that even Lu Wenyu would have nothing to say. But contrary to expectations, Chen Fui, who was lying on his stomach, was not as panicked as he was a few days ago. Instead, he looked around and saw the familiar face of Zhao Jiao and the 2 father-in-laws drinking tea leisurely. "There is a decision. Shuji County, isn't the evidence of your corruption already conclusive?" Su Ren was stunned by this sentence, but the 2 old foxes Zhao Ju and Eunuch He looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with calmness. Although Su Ren was a little surprised, he still asked, "Let me ask you, whose order was it to build the river embankment, and who was involved in it?" "It's me, I want to build it myself, I built it myself. I can't bear the suffering of the people due to flooding, so the Yamen will allocate funds and we will organize the manpower to build it." Chen Fui replied decisively after Su Ren asked. As soon as these words came out, not to mention Zhao, his 2 father-in-laws, and even the presiding judge Wang Yintong were suppressing laughter. "Why do you, a corrupt official, pretend to care about the people? I still can't bear it, but there is nothing I can't bear when you are greedy. I will give you a righteous explanation for those boxes of silver." Su Ren almost lost his temper and found a better excuse to retract his confession. "Knowing that I couldn't ask anything about this matter, I could only change the topic. What about the disaster relief funds? Is it also for the country and the people?" Su Ren actually laughed, looking at Su Rin with the corner of his mouth,
as if a local gangster was teasing a young girl. Master Su, what are you talking about? 3 counties were hit by floods, didn't Chen provide any relief? Rice porridge, Chen, it's hard to live with Chi Lu. The court's disaster relief is not about coarse rice and rice bran. Su Rin said angrily. Can coarse rice and rice bran be used to make porridge? Chen Fu asked confidently. He really didn't admit to the disaster relief. It was only a small amount of money, and he had to sacrifice his face to ask for the coarse rice and rice bran. He was greedy for the disaster relief money, but not much, only 10%. When it comes to heaven, he thinks he is a good official. Others are greedy for 40%, but he is only greedy for 10%. What kind of corruption is this? At most it's a loss. Surin slapped the table and stood up. The white rice has been replaced by coarse rice, or even rice bran. You dare to be so confident. This really opened Su's eyes. Oh, I didn't take those coarse rice and bran home. Wasn't it eaten by the victims? I don't admit it. Chen Fui sneered and said sarcastically. Seeing Su Ren's silence, Chen Fui changed to a comfortable position and lay down, looking like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. He even raised his head and asked Zhao for a cup of tea. Zhao just held the teacup, thinking in his heart that if such a person could become an official, it seemed that Chi was really doomed. Eunuch Shin on the side didn't have so many thoughts. He took a sip into Chen Fu's hand and smiled warmly. Chen Fui was not polite and drank a sip of tea, as if he was a victorious general about to confront Su Ren. Lin Gui, the one who brought the crime. Su Ren had no choice but to start with other people. In the past 2 days, other people were interrogated. Some of them retracted their confessions, and some called them wronged. Only Lin Gui said nothing. Of course the persimmons are easy to pick and pinch. Lin Gui, on the other hand, was watched by the 2 imperial guards as he walked in. Without saying a word, he sat down on the stool and took the teacup from Chen Fui's hand. Although the shackles were complete, he looked leisurely and did not look like a criminal. Master Lin, whose hands did the public funds for river repair and disaster relief funds pass through? And whose instructions were they given? Su Rin even mentioned his name. As long as Lin Gui spoke, there would be flaws. But Lin Gui is a veteran in official circles. He naturally knew the trap in Su Ren's words, so he just said coldly, no one? Is it wrong for us to build the river embankments ourselves? Didn't we provide disaster relief? Lin Gui smiled, with a strange light in his eyes. All he wanted was to save his life. Now that he might be exiled, of course he would not confess in order to have a chance of survival. He understood the meaning above. He just wanted to make money, but he didn't want others to know that he wanted to make money. Exile? Oh, it also depends on where you are exiled. Annan and Heshi is a mess, let alone being exiled here. This place is good if there is no rebellion, Lingnan? Stop talking nonsense, that's a place for overseas trade, not a poor place. Wouldn't it be nice to live in exile there? So it can only be Ningzhou. You know, the person in charge of the place of exile in Ningzhou is Lu Wenyu. Exiling to Ningzhou and only arriving in Shengjing are 2 different concepts. After figuring out the key, Lin Gui had already realized that he had a way to survive. After listening to Lin Gui's words, Su Rin sighed helplessly. Now everything is over. This group of people had unknowingly communicated with the above. They planned to memorize everything directly. No matter how much they tried, they couldn't find anything. When Eunuch he saw that Su Rin and the others were silent, he decisively intervened. My lords, since we have the result, let them sign and pledge it. After sealing it with wax, we will stamp it so that we can present it to the emperor for inspection. The clerk took the confession and stared at the people above him, helplessly. They didn't say anything. He didn't dare to let Chin pay Yilin Hohat. Let's make a deposit. After such a long trial, there must be a result. Zhao echoed Eunuch He. If he ends this stupid case as soon as possible, he can make money earlier. There was no other way. Wang Yentong didn't want to offend anyone, so he happily ordered Hua Yao. The 2 people in the hall were overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward to sign the pledge. The case was concluded hastily. Zhao didn't stay long and left the yamen first. The information from the ghost market had already arrived. I went to a familiar coffin shop, wrote a letter to Liuji, and returned to the inn with information about several hundred taels of silver. I called a carriage and set off for Mount Tai tomorrow. The carriage was speeding on the official road. From Bianzhou to Mount Tai, you can go north along the canal and then take a carriage, but Zhao suddenly became interested and wanted to take a carriage, so he rented one. Jiangnan and Qilu are both wealthy places, and the official roads are built smoothly and wide. Zhao sat in the carriage and didn't feel much bumps.
Holding the information bought for hundreds of taels, Zhao frowned. The things about Lu Wenyu were simple, nothing more than his early official experience, his wife and children, etc. There was no nutrition. Zhao might get more details by asking Jinyui about these things. Maybe the ghost market thought that this information was worthless, and wrote some other things on another piece of paper. For example, Lu Wenyu returned to Beijing to meet the emperor a few days before the new year, and then appeared in Shu. There is also an extremely important piece of information. Lu Wenyu bought the information of 4 people in the ghost market: Shi Huiming, the leader of the Chao gang; Lin Yining, the young master of Shijin Villa; Mingji, the Buddhist monk of Lantua Temple; and Wang Jiwei, the Taoist priest of Qingqing Mountain. Zhao Ju was holding 2 pieces of paper, shocked. Shi Huiming had just died in his hands, and now he was going to Mount Tai to kill Lin Yining, the young master of Shijin Villa. 4 people, they can't all be his targets? How much money can he make? Is the old Zhao family's ancestral tomb on fire? Such a big business every year. Zhao Ju, who was overwhelmed by passion, wanted to kowtow to Lord Lu immediately. How could this be party A? This is not reborn parents. He slapped himself twice, it hurt. Really? Zhao Ju laughed silently for a moment, but he couldn't work too hard. What if he accidentally became the richest man? He had already imagined how he would spend money wantonly after exchanging the silver for the god of wealth. A quarter of an hour later, the passion slowly faded, reason took over again, and IQ returned to the brain. Zhao Ju felt something was wrong. These people all had some backgrounds, especially the Chao gang and the Lantua temple. One is the second largest gang in the world, and the other is one of the 4 major Zen temples. What does Lu Wenyu want to do? Isn't he afraid of the turmoil in the rivers and lakes? Holding 2 small pieces of paper, Zhao Ju closed his eyes and pondered. Finding a killer to kill people is definitely not for excitement, it must be because he doesn't want to bear the consequences of killing. But Lu Wenyu is in a high position, he can't be afraid of these, at most he will be thrown into Zhaoyu and then killed, can it be? This turtle son wants to make the rivers and lakes chaotic, but doesn't want to take the blame. Although this guess surprised Zhao Ju, after sorting out the key, he felt that this was the biggest possibility. The famous detective kid said, after excluding all impossibilities, the remaining things, no matter how incredible, must be true. Although the continuation of the dynasty requires stability, it is not impossible to reach out to the rivers and lakes to make money. Since you want to make money, it is very important to clean yourself up. Once the world is in chaos, it is possible to fish in troubled waters. Thinking of his situation, if he accidentally led this grandson into a trap, Lu Wenyu might reap the benefits, and he would naturally become a scapegoat. Damn, so scheming. He clenched his fist, crumpled the 2 pieces of paper into a ball, and threw them into the space. Zhao Ju, who was sitting in the carriage, had a sinister expression and cold eyes. You want to make the world chaotic, right? Ha, I will definitely help you make the world chaotic. As for how chaotic it will be, that is not up to you to decide. The carriage continued to move forward, and a few thunders in the sky interrupted Zhao Ju's thoughts. As the rain fell to the ground, Zhao Ju's expression gradually returned to normal. Lin Yining must be killed, and he could not escape. He must be careful to survive in the cracks. At present, he is still a chess piece, but he will not always be a chess piece. He sat cross-legged, took out the Tongxian pill from the space, and concentrated his mind and practiced luck. In an instant, Zhao Ju's desire for strength had never been so strong. If he was strong enough, if he was also a grandmaster, he would not be forced to become a pawn and a scapegoat. The reason was that he was not good enough, and everything was in vain. 7 days later, the carriage stopped at a small town at the foot of Mount Tai. The driver smiled and reminded Zhao Ju that they had arrived at Mount Tai, and diligently lifted the curtain for Zhao Ju. It was drizzling, and the driver had already opened the umbrella and helped Zhao Ju get off the carriage. In the driver's eyes, Zhao Ju was also a young man who came to Mount Tai to have fun. If such a person was served well, he would get a lot of money. Zhao Ju, who got off the carriage, threw over 20 taels of silver and left without looking back. Mount Tai is the first of the 5 mountains, with beautiful scenery and extraordinary grandeur. It is the place where emperors have been enthroned for generations. Although a man named Zhao has greatly reduced the value of Mount Tai's enthronement, Emperor Taizu of Qi still enthroned Mount Tai and announced it to the world. So there are endless tourists in Mount Tai, especially various rich young masters and wealthy sons. Of course, it is not for sightseeing, but for the things behind closed doors. There are not only Yangzhou skinny horses, but also Westlake boat girls in linen, Datong women, and Taishan nuns. The most distinctive ones are Datong women and Taishan nuns.
Datong women are mainly characterized by exotic styles. Taishan nuns are nuns with unique styles and are loved by consumers. Due to the development of the romantic places, the population at the foot of Taishan has been increasing, and a small town has gradually formed, with food, clothing, housing and transportation. Zhao just found a restaurant at random and ordered a table of good wine and food. Before killing, he must eat and drink enough. Lu Wenyu only needs to give money, and Zhao has to consider more things. For example, the simplest one, what does Lin Yining look like?
Yes, Lord Lu didn't even give the basic information, but Zhao was mentally prepared. It was nothing more than a waste of effort. After eating and drinking enough, it was dark and the drizzle didn't stop.
It was a good time.
Zhao asked the shopkeeper and learned that the most famous romantic place in Mount Tai was Hongyan Temple. Zhao decided to go deep into the tiger's den to find out. After riding up the mountain and walking through the complete mountain road, he really saw a Zen temple with 2 red lanterns hanging at the door and 3 big characters Hongyan Temple written on the plaque. A few servants stood at the door, took Zhao's reins, tied up the horse, and took Zhao into the temple. After the door closed, Zhao walked behind the servants, looking at the surrounding environment all the way. The whole temple is located in the mountains, with green walls and tiles, and bamboos planted along the walls. In the courtyard, there are 2 lush pine trees. The wind blows over, and the bamboo shadows sway. The moonlight shines through the pine leaves, which looks quiet and elegant. The faint fragrance permeates the drizzle, which is indeed quite artistic. Unlike other brothels, there were no prostitutes wearing revealing clothes or making ambiguous sounds in the hall or in the garden. Instead, there were Buddhist scriptures written in different calligraphy on the white walls of many houses. If you didn't know, you would really think it was a Zen temple.
Following the servant, we turned around several courtyards and walked into the second floor of a courtyard.
The servant pushed open the door and saw a picture of a bodhisattva on the wall. There were 3 incense sticks burning in the incense burner on the table, with green smoke curling up. There were also fruit, incense, and candles. A nun was kneeling on the futon, beating a wooden fish, which was really like a realm of green lamps and ancient Buddhas. The servant smiled obscenely when he saw Zhao, and closed the door tactfully. Zhao put his hands behind his back, walked forward slowly and said with a smile, "I have trained myself to be like a crane, and I have 2 boxes of scriptures under 1,000 pine trees." "Master, I have been feeling uneasy lately. Do laymen also believe in Buddhism?" the nun asked calmly. Zhao Ju did not speak, but just stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the portrait of the bodhisattva, with his eyebrows drooping, as if he was a little sad. The nun stood up from the cushion and faced Zhao Ju. Zhao Ju looked at her. The nun had delicate eyebrows and eyes, white skin and red lips, and was decorated with a plain Zen robe. She was really a white paper maiden with red lips.
It was an illusory beauty.
Zhao Ju was a little moved, but he still pretended to be polite.
"Master, my heart is always unstable. I wonder if you can use the Bodhisattva Dharma to save me."
The nun did not answer Zhao Ju, but turned around and came back with a cup of tea, and took Zhao Ju to sit at the low table.
"Pour a cup of tea and comfort Zhao Ju."
The master's Buddhist teachings are profound, from the outside to the inside, which made Zhao Ju admire him inside. The next day, the sun was shining. Zhao helped the nun out of the yard, smiling in the sun. "I have to come here often.
Buddhism is profound, and I finally understand the essence."
The nun who helped Zhao gently reminded him to be careful on the steps, with a smile on her slightly red cheeks, like a lotus that had just been watered. Zhao waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to send more, and threw 20 taels of silver to the nun. No, Buddhism does not talk about gold and silver, but about fate, 20 taels of fate.
After leaving Hongyan Temple, a servant had already brought a horse.
Zhao jumped on the horse, threw the reins, and the horse ran down the mountain. The spring breeze blew on his face, like a spring bath. Back to the restaurant, Zhao calmly went back to his room in the shopkeeper's eyes, and lay on the bed, digesting Buddhism, reviewing the old and learning the new.
"Last night, I discussed Buddhism with the master all night. The master's understanding of Buddhism was very unique, and his insights opened Zhao's eyes."
Zhao Ju would naturally not miss the opportunity to learn, and put forward his own views forcefully.
The two debated from Mahayana Buddhism to Hinayana Buddhism, and there were constant conflicts, and neither wanted to give in. The two adhered to their own understanding of Buddhism.
Although they had their own insistence, the master still convinced Zhao Ju. Academics, it is normal to have some conflicts. After debating with the master for more than an hour, fortunately, the master's Buddhism was unfathomable, and his cultivation was unknown, and he finally calmed Zhao Ju's restless heart. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark. Before Zhao Ju gave orders, the waiter had already brought the food up.
Otherwise, Taishan is good. Even the waiter is so sensible.
Knowing that Zhao Ju studied hard, he prepared the food early. Eating meat and drinking wine, I feel very comfortable in my heart.
No wonder I can win the hearts of these rich sons. Who can not like such thoughtful and meticulous service?
Although the scenery is good and the service is good, Zhao Ju knows that he came with a mission. After dinner, he walked out with his hands behind his back. In name, they were taking a walk and chatting after dinner, but in fact, they were asking about Lin Yining indirectly. However, after walking a few streets, not to mention the exact news about Lin Yining, not many people even heard of this name. Zhao was very disappointed.
Taishan is so big.
If the investigation continues at this pace, it will probably take several months. By then, it is hard to say whether Lin Yining is still in Taishan. After walking around, he felt annoyed. It seems that next time such a thing happens, there must be exact news, preferably a clear portrait, and at least an exact location. This Lu Wenyu is the commander of the Jinhui, but he is really unreliable, Zhao complained helplessly. However, this matter is really unfair to Lu Wenyu.
Zhao Danshu thought about other things and didn't ask. Lu Wenyu thought Zhao was a professional and didn't need these assistants.
One forgot to ask for a while, and the other forgot to give because of poor understanding, which caused the current situation of scratching his head but having no way out. Zhao was annoyed and impatient, and of course he was not in a good mood. Once this person is in a bad mood, he will look for some ways to relieve his emotions. It just so happens that the Buddhist teachings on Mount Tai are unpredictable, and there is a ready-made solution.
Do it as soon as you say it, lead the horse up the mountain. How can a man hesitate and be indecisive on his way forward? Every day that he has not studied is a waste of life. Tonight, he still has to study. The beauty matter, it was the servant from last night. When he saw Zhao Ju, he hurried up to lead the horse and tie it up. The set of procedures was extremely familiar. However, Zhao Ju did not want to discuss with the master from last night. Learning must be new every day. Knowledge must be updated. The Diamond Sutra must be learned, and the Yanhua Sutra must also be learned. It is not a good habit to favor one over the other. Of course, the servant understood what Zhao Ju meant. It is human nature to like the new and dislike the old, not to mention that Zhao Ju gave money. So he took Zhao Ju to another yard. This yard is much simpler than the one last night. There are bamboos, pine trees, and a few flowers that Zhao Ju could not name. Apart from that, there is nothing, even the walls are bare. Perhaps the only advantage is that this courtyard is at the back, near a small lake, with a light breeze and a sense of tranquility. The nun is not as unrestrained as she was last night, with a green lamp and ancient Buddha, and she will stay together for life. The door was pushed open, and the master stood aside with his hands down and his head bowed, holding a string of small Buddhist beads in his hand, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. The servant said please softly and went up to the door, giving Zhao Jiu room to play his own role, focusing on being sensible and understanding. Zhao Jiu stood in the room and looked around, sighing. There was no altar or incense burner in the room, not to mention the Buddha statue. Perhaps the only thing related to Buddha in the house was the Buddhist beads in the nun's hand. And the nun was also unrestrained. Not only did she casually wear her 3,000 troubles, but she also put on a little makeup on her face. Under the candlelight, she looked really charming and enchanting. Well, this is probably another style. Zhao Jiu didn't mind, and waved to the nun in plain clothes, asking her to make a pot of tea first. How could she get straight to the point when studying? While making tea, Zhao asked with a smile, your place doesn't follow the rules. Is there any profound Buddhist teachings? How can there not be? If you have Buddha in your heart, you will be blissful everywhere. The nun's reply made Zhao Ju stunned. It was strange, the study of the mind. I realized my true self in the brothel, and now I know that I am Buddha. What a wonderful state of mind. Ha, what a great Buddha in your heart. Zhao Ju smiled and said in surprise, did you realize it yourself? The nun held a cup of strong tea and took Zhao Ju to sit at the low table, leaning against Zhao Ju. No way, I don't have such understanding. It was a young master who said it, and I decided to remember it. Zhao Ju picked up her long hair and sighed, there are masters in the dust. That young master Lin is a man of character, but I was rude. Instead, the nun gathered her hair, making it more comfortable for Zhao Ju to hold it, and murmured like a memory. Zhao Ju paused at the words Mr. Lin. He adjusted his mood and pretended to be indifferent and said jokingly, "Mr. Lin? Lin what? It can't be that guy Lin Yining. Mr. knows Mr. Lin?" Hearing the surprise in his tone, Zhao Ju was already 80% sure that this Lin Yining was the target Lin Yining. After searching everywhere, it was easy to find. Xian Xing suppressed his excitement and pretended to be calm. "Oh, besides, I have a good relationship with him. We played together in Beijing for a while. He came from a villa. I forgot. This guy still owes me a drink." The nun leaned against Zhao Ju, crossed her legs, and shook her head and said, Yes, what villa?" Mr. Lin said it, but I have a bad memory and forgot it." Zhao Ju was 100% sure at this time. He didn't expect that he really caught a dead mouse. As expected, he still needs to study. "Isn't this solved?" I hugged the nun and gently played with her earlobes. I finally felt relieved and relaxed. The next step would be easy. "Boy, clean your neck and wait." The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Zhao, who had worked hard all night, was helped out of the door. Alas, let's just say that this line of work is not easy to do, and my body can't handle it even if I'm even slightly injured. Fortunately, after going round and round, I still got information about Lin Yining. It turned out that he was an old lay practitioner who studied Buddhism. No wonder Yamashita hardly inquired about it. It turned out that this boy cherished every minute and every second, and did not dare to relax in his study of Buddhism day and night. When it comes to being studious, Zhao is not as good as Lin Yining. Last night's sister-in-law, with messy makeup, supported Zhao and walked down the steps as if she was angry. Instead, Zhao looked calm, twirling her hair from time to time, narrowing his eyes slightly, looking like a pervert who still had unfinished thoughts. He took out 100 taels of silver note from his arms and waved to the young man, asking him to hand it over to the madam. After waiting for a while, a middle-aged woman with thick white powder came over. Before she could speak, 100 tael silver note was slapped on her face. "Are you the madam?" Zhao Ju raised his head and said arrogantly, "I'll take care of this girl." I don't know whether it was the appearance of Zhao Ju's second-generation ancestor or the banknote blocking his view, but the madam didn't react for a while. "What? Dead?" Zhao just pretended to be a young master whose family was in charge. "There are no such rules, young master," the madam said solemnly, holding the banknote. "That's because I didn't come. I already have this rule when I come here." Zhao hugged his sister-in-law and looked down at the madam. Before the madam could react, a waistband was waved in front of the madam. Suddenly, the madam was sweating profusely, and her teeth were chattering as she looked at the words on the waistband. "Is there such a rule?" Zhao calmly put away his badge and said mockingly. Yes. The villain has eyes but cannot see Mount Tai. The villain is blind." After the old bastard said this, he slapped himself hard twice, causing a puff of dust to rise from his body. Zhao held his nose and took 2 steps back, slapping his hands and saying in disgust, "I can't finish saying this, it's so troublesome. By the way, Mr. Lin is a good friend of mine. If he comes, remember to call me. I still owe him a drink. What's your name?" Zhao pinched his sister-in-law's chin and smiled. "Nu Jia Huijin." The sister-in-law whispered into Zhao Zhou's ear, exhaling like blue. Since Zhao had made arrangements, he naturally would not stay any longer. He ordered the servant to lead the horse and drive it down the mountain. He seemed to be quite tired these days. Returned to the restaurant and fell asleep. For 3 days in a row, Zhao lived an almost identical life, sleeping during the day and studying at night. "Money is the second most important thing, my waist can't hold it anymore. Buddhism is so profound that I can never finish it." But the only news about Lin Yining was here, so Zhao had to wait and see. Taishan is so big, if you miss it, you will have to wait for a long time. After waiting for 3 days, everything was calm, and Zhao was a little doubtful whether the person they were talking about was the same person as Lin Yining. But no matter what you think, you still have to go, money can't be wasted. In Hanyan Temple, Zhao Ji was lying on a recliner. Huizhen was behind Zhao Ji and pinched Zhao Ji's shoulders. The force was not strong and the movements were gentle. Zhao Ji closed his eyes and enjoyed it while drinking tea. "I always serve meat, but having a vegetarian meal is quite different." When I was in the mysterious state of being half asleep and half awake, the servant knocked on the door and came in without knowing the time. "Uncle, Mr. Lin is here. He is in the yard across the lake." Zhao's closed eyes suddenly opened. "Bitch, you're finally here. It really makes me wait." Although his heart was agitated, his face still looked calm and calm. "Are you sure it's Mr. Lin? If you're wrong, I'll kill you." The voice was not loud, even a little soft, but it was like thunder in the young man's ears. He was so frightened that he staggered to his knees and said, "Master, it's none of my business." "It's... Mom asked me to remind you." "I know, let's go down, I'm just scaring you, don't worry."
Zhao turned to look at the boy and threw a few taels of silver in front of him. "As a reward, call me when Mr. Lin is finished." The boy picked up the broken silver and hurriedly put it in his pocket. He replied with a smile, "Thank you for the reward.
I'll keep an eye on it.
I will make sure I don't miss my business." After waving his hand to let the boy go out, Zhao hugged Huijin and held her long hair, thinking about whether he should go over and kill him now.
"After thinking about it, I decided to forget it." Every prisoner on death row was given a bowl of decapitated food before he went on the road. He just let Lin Yining feel comfortable and spend the night happily before sending him on his way to complete his mission. The true energy circulates and is released, sensing the situation on the other side of the lake. The true energy is like a small wave, sweeping across the lake's surface, even covering the entire Hongyan temple. As the Jinchi swept through, a large area was visible at a glance. Zhao frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yining had many enemies. There were several men in black squatting on the trees by the lake outside the yard, staring closely at the yard.
"Oh, a few little bugs." Zhao smiled indifferently. They hadn't done anything yet, so he just watched silently. Lin Yining was part of Zhao Ju's plan and could not die in the hands of these people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent so many days in vain, and I would have to work hard on this system. Whether Lin Yining dies or not has nothing to do with Zhao, but the god of wealth point cannot be dispensed with. Since he planned to watch the fire from the other side, Zhao temporarily put aside these things and enjoyed Huijin's service and sipping tea. On the tree across the lake, several men in black stared at the yard with envy in their eyes. This poor position is really torture. I can clearly see others enjoying themselves, and I can hold my breath and blow the cold wind. It would be more comfortable if it rains a little. Others are comfortable watching the rain, and we are comfortable being soaked in the rain. When the night deepened, Lin Yining in the yard hugged the two nuns and walked to the lake. With a lewd smile on his face and his hands moving up and down, the two nuns and Lin Yining laughed and played. The three of them walked to the lake in a playful manner, and the two followers followed behind. This is Lin Yining's hobby. Although he has little knowledge, he prefers to be a dilettante. He strolls along the lake, and occasionally makes up a couple of doggerel poems and feels complacent. This inexplicable feeling greatly satisfies Lin Yining's fantasy of literati. As they got closer and closer to the lake, the people in the tree looked at each other, nodded, jumped down the tree, and ran towards Lin Yining. The two followers behind him stepped forward immediately, blocked the few people, and let Lin Yining run back. Before Lin Yining could run a few steps, a man in black with a black veil covering his face jumped out of the yard. Without saying a word, he used a killing move directly. Although Lin Yining was a loser, he at least had some martial arts skills. He rolled to the ground and dodged narrowly. Devil Sound Palace. I have no grudges against you. Why are you fighting me? No grudges? You guys at Shijian Villa dare to say that the news about us in Shu was not sold to those bald donkeys by you? Lin Yining's gorgeous clothes were stained with a lot of mud, and he looked embarrassed, but he still said stubbornly, "Are you fucking reasonable? If you don't kill someone's son, why would they chase you? What else can you do if you can't beat me? Damn, you tough guys, don't be a rat." The man in black was too lazy to argue with Lin Yining. He took the jade flute in his hand, and the whimpering sound sounded like an invisible snake, biting towards Lin Yining. "Gong Lianyo, why should I fuck you? It's none of my business. I'm just a second-generation ancestor who eats and waits for death." Zhao Ju, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes instantly. This kid is good. Very energetic. Huijin was sent away by Zhao Ju early, just for this moment. With the qi aroused, she appeared on the lake in an instant. She didn't care about anything else. The most urgent thing was to save Lin Yining. How could she let the cooked duck fly away? The qi was released, and Inlu was isolated in front of Lin Yining. There are still masters? Gong Lianyo held the jade flute and stared at the lake. She could clearly feel that the person on the lake was like a ferocious beast, and the momentum alone was enough to scare people. Get out! The sound coming from the lake was majestic and vast, and the overwhelming momentum overwhelmed the people who were fighting and could not move. This is the difference between third-grade true qi and inner qi below third grade. The true qi has coincided with the general trend of heaven and earth, and it can be like heaven and earth helping each other during operation. Naturally, it is not comparable to the internal qi. Gong Lianyo naturally felt this power. He was only at level 4, and under the pressure, even his foundation was a little unstable. But the enemy is right in front of him, and he is not willing to leave like this. Lin Yining, who was on the ground, had already stood up like a dog. Although she didn't dare to move, she said unforgivingly, "Holy girl, I think you are just a fart. My old man has friends all over the world. If you want to kill me, you will have everything in your dream." Right now, Gong Lianyo's hands were not slow, and she instantly threw up the bone-attached golden needle, heading straight for Lin Yining. "Looking for death?" Zhao shouted angrily, "Fuck, even a fourth-grade person dares to steal business, you really don't give face, right?" Chasing the stars and chasing the moon, he stepped heavily on the water, and his figure disappeared on the lake in an instant, approaching Lin Yining in almost the blink of an eye. The true energy surged out like a flood, isolating the bone-attached needles as thin as hair in the air, pinched them slightly, crumpled the bone-attached needles into a ball, and dropped them to the ground. Gong Lianyo was shocked. Before she could recover, Zhao was already close and pointed on Gong Lianyo's shoulder. The true energy passed through her body and a small cloud of blood rose up. "Saint!" Several people by the lake shouted, their voices extremely anxious. They wanted to support but were entangled by two followers. Zhao pointed out a few words and sealed Gong Lianyo's large acupuncture points. "No matter what kind of saint you are, you should follow me back to Zhao prison." Zhao Zhou's voice was very soft, but to Gong Lianyo it was like a demonic voice urging death. He just wanted to kill a fifth-grade waste, so why did he offend the Jinyui? And looking at Zhao like this, he didn't look like he could die a good death at all. If he entered after being released from Zhao prison, is there still life to escape? I wanted to struggle to get up, but the large points all over my body were sealed, and I couldn't lift a trace of inner energy in my body. It was difficult to even move. I was already a knife and a slave, and I was a fish. Seeing that Gong Lianyo couldn't move, Zhao stopped paying attention to her. He stirred up his energy, pulled out an afterimage, and went straight towards the fighting group. "Since you want to cover up your traces, wouldn't the simplest thing be just to kill everyone present? Open the monument." Several people only saw the afterimage flash, and before they had time to react, their palms had already been slapped on one person. As Zhao Jiu finished speaking, the person in the palm was shaking all over and exploded like a watermelon, with blood and flesh splattering all over several people. In the crowd, Zhao threw out his fists and palms, but within a moment, several people had disappeared, leaving only a few piles of flesh and blood on the ground. Only then did Zhao let out a sigh of relief. He expressed his aggrievedness at being plotted against, the boredom of waiting for something to happen, and the anger of almost being deprived of food by a tiger's mouth. After expressing his discomfort, Zhao blushed and walked towards Lin Yining step by step. By the moonlight, it was like the king of hell walking out from hell. The two sisters-in-law behind Lin Yining hugged each other tremblingly, trying to reduce their presence, but Zhao did not intend to let them go. Although Zhao had already used a makeover, if there were living people present, leaving flaws would cause big trouble. The two strands of true energy were like swords, piercing through the heads of the two men. Their eyes widened, they were already dead and could no longer die. Picking up a knife from the ground, he turned back and stared at Lin Yining. "Lin Yining, the master of the young village of Shijin Villa? Yes, it's me. Are you my father's friend? The grace of saving my life will never be forgotten. Don't worry, I will definitely prepare a generous gift and send it to your house." Lin Yining revealed his identity when he saw Zhao, thinking he was his father. "My friend was busy trying to please him." "Oh, I've already collected the money." Zhao sneered and stared intently. In fact, he was sizing up whether the young village owner could spend more money. After all, judging from his clothes, the man in front of him was not a poor man. He should have some money, right? "You better be rich." Lin Yining didn't understand what Zhao Jiu meant and asked doubtfully, "That's good. When will we leave?" "That woman, can you?" Zhao Jiu smiled even more, "This kid is unscrupulous." Gong Lianyo, who was unable to move on the ground, had a look of fear on his face. Even if he didn't kill Lin Yining, could he still get involved in it? She doesn't allow it. "Sir, there is money, there is money." At this point, she can only hope that this person is not a selfless person and can exchange money for her innocence. The moment he heard about the money, Zhao's eyes lit up. Smart people are different, can they tell with just 1 point? "How many?" 500 taels. Zhao said angrily, "Is your life only worth 500 taels?" No, sir, 1,000 taels. Gong Lianyo quickly changed his words, fearing that the knife would strike him later. "Ha?" Zhao squinted at Gong Lianyo, looking dishonest. "Just use this little money to test the 4th grade? Which 4th grade person can't withstand this test? Let me tell you the number, 2,200 taels. If it's any less, I'll kill you." The The situation was stronger than the person, so Gong Lianyo could only nod in agreement.
Zhao was very satisfied with Gong Lianyo's attitude, so his tone became much gentler. When can I receive the money? 2 months. The hell do I have to wait for you for 2 months? Zhao was angry. Isn't this just trying to make a big deal? Why didn't you say you would burn it for me after you died?
I've traveled through time and still get fucked up, so I didn't travel through time in vain. If it's quick, it will only take half a month, which is the time it takes to write a letter.
Gong Lianyo was startled, the bright light of the sword was shaking, it was really scary. Only then did Zhao's expression change.
It became easier to accept it after half a month.
At least it was reasonable and convincing. Since you have helped me so much, I must repay you. I will make you something.
It's a small thing, I'll help you sort out some of your worries. After all, it's not my style to just give money and not do anything.
Gong Lianyo was puzzled. Is Genie Wei so real now? Are you still uncomfortable after receiving money and not doing anything?
No, don't talk about this.
A small thing. Kill someone for you?
Zhao raised his eyebrows and looked at Gong Lianyo with a smile.
Who to kill? Gong Lianyo asked in confusion. This person is very strange. He must do this to make things mysterious. Zhao doesn't care what she thinks.
To make money, the most important thing is to serve. My surname is Lin Yining.
How about it? Are you being cautious?
Ouch, this person is so bad. Lin Yining on the side watched in surprise as the two of them chatted about how much their lives were worth. She had already broken out in a cold sweat. Just as she was about to speak, the light of the knife flashed and a human head flew high into the air, blood gushing out like a fountain. Lin Yining's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe that Zhao would kill her until she died. After killing Lin Yining, Zhao casually stabbed the body a few times, used his true energy to blow up the head, and the headless remains fell by the lake.
He didn't even try to relieve Gong Lianyo's acupuncture points.
He held his arms across his waist as if he was carrying a sack, chasing the stars and the moon, and disappeared into Hongyan Temple in a few ups and downs. It wasn't until Zhao disappeared without a trace that a few people arrived holding torches. The flickering firelight illuminated the corpses on the ground, which were extremely bloody. Window_tabula equals window_tabula, tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300 by 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix. At the Capital Canal Ferry, Zhao took Gong Lianyo off the boat. The shore has long been blocked by Genie Wei. There are thousands and hundreds of households in black and white flying fish uniforms standing in a row, but there are no more at the top. As soon as Zhao came ashore, Xiaoqi, a green bullfighting uniform on the side, immediately handed over a cotton towel respectfully. Master, you have worked hard along the way. Wipe your sweat. The accommodation has been arranged.
Mr. Lu is waiting for you. Zhao did not take the cotton towel immediately, but asked, did Eunuch he send the confession to the palace? Send it off. Eunuch he arrived in the capital 2 days ago.
He didn't dare to rest and entered the palace non-stop.
Xiaoqi straightened up and replied. Okay, just send them to the palace.
Zhao took the cotton towel, wiped his hands, looked around at the genie guards who were surrounding him, and waved his hands. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Please wait, brothers. Go back, all go back, pass. A few days later I ordered some paperwork and invited my brothers to drink.
Several Qianhu in white flying fish uniforms smiled and said goodbye to Zhao Zhou.
They had been in official circles for a long time, and although their abilities may not have improved, their ability to see people must have improved.
Zhao started out as a 4th-grade governor, and he was backed by Lu Wenyu, who could wear a python robe. No matter how unconvinced he was, he had to admit, he has a tough back. As the saying goes, there are 3 things that make a new official angry when he takes office. If he doesn't show a smile now, maybe one day the fire will burn on his head. He doesn't have an uncle like the leader of the Jinyui. Those thousands of households understand these principles, and Zhao certainly understands them too. Regardless of whether they have connections or not, or whether they have a backer or not, just decide whether they are tough or not, right? After responding one by one, Zhao and Gong Lianyo got into the carriage.
Xiaoqi, who handed him the cotton towel, drove the carriage all the way to Chang'an Alley. To say that Chang'an Hudong is actually a nickname, no one knows what its original name was. Just because it was close to the imperial city, it was named Imperial City Chang'an Hudong, and it became Chang'an Hudong over and over again. Opening the door, this courtyard has 3 entrances. There are several small side rooms behind the screen wall. After the side rooms, there is the main house. The main house is neither big nor small, but rather square. There are 2 or 3 rooms connected to the city, which looks quite grand. After the main house, there is a small yard with a few trees, and a small pavilion built for drinking tea and enjoying the cool air, which suits Zhao's idea.
In terms of size and finesse, this courtyard is far inferior to the large courtyard Zhao bought in Lianzhou, but fortunately the environment is good.
Because it was close to Zhao prison, there were many restaurants around, which was beyond Zhao's expectation. I can happily stop cooking again from now on, which is a good thing.
Xiaoqi just led the way and came in without following Zhao.
He was smoking a cigarette on the carriage outside the door. After letting Gong Lianyo find a room to live in, Zhao walked towards the backyard with his hands behind his back.
Sure enough, in the pavilion, Lu Wenyu, dressed in regular clothes, was lying on a rocking chair drinking tea.
I narrowed my eyes slightly, took a sip of tea from time to time, and rocked the rocking chair, which felt very comfortable.
Fifth master is really leisurely.
Zhao smiled and broke the comfort and sat down next to Lu Wenyu. Lu Wenyu first raised his head and looked at Zhao carefully, then straightened up and said with a smile, "It seems that he can wear Feiyu clothes.
He looks good today."
Hearing the teasing tone in Lu Wenyu's tone, Zhao poured himself a cup of tea without haste before speaking. "Lin Yining is dead, and the case has been settled as you said.
This time it won't be easy." "Complaining?"
"There's no money for complaining."
Zhao just drank tea and said in a relaxed tone, "I don't expect you to give me any money. I just want to make some extra money. Do you mind? That girl?"
Lu Wenyu felt it the first time Zhao and Gong Lianyo came in.
She thought it was Zhao's hobby and didn't ask anything.
When Zhao mentioned it on her own initiative, she became a little interested.
"That's called a meat ticket."
After listening to Zhao's explanation, Lu Wenyu laughed loudly.
"He must be a good guy.
He is a good hand at making money, a public fortune, and a private business. But Lu Wenyu doesn't mind. It's about making money, regardless of whether the method is clean or not, the money must be clean.
Don't take it off."
Zhao then understood what he meant by playing off and explained, "No, it's just to make some extra money.
If you give me money, let me go. We are professional." Hearing this, Lu Wenyu nodded.
As long as nothing big happened, he would almost always turn a blind eye.
Just don't make a big deal out of it.
No matter how small a thing is, it's a big deal under the emperor's feet. Lu Wenyu's tone was tough, sounding like a beating but also an admonishment. He knocked on the teacup and said, "It's really hard work all the way. Let's rest for a few days. I'll take you to Zhao prison in a few days. As the governor, you have to know where Zhao prison is."
What else can Zhao say?
This old guy really uses me as a sorcerer. Although I really want to shout that I am not a real governor, I think about it and agree. After finally getting mixed up in green, I can't take off my official uniform and fight with Lu Wenyu.
Can't beat it.
Lu Wenyu's expression kept changing when he saw Zhao, thinking that Zhao was troublesome, so he stood up and patted Zhao on the shoulder, comforting him and said, "You are from the 4th rank, and you are not a small official. You have to show your face and take care of things, otherwise your face will be lost.
I can't get through it.
I know you find it troublesome, so relax.
I'll count you as the 3 governors."
Although Zhao prison is a big place, there aren't many things to do. It's just about interrogating people.
Most of the time, we just light up and drink tea. Let's business is the big deal.
Knowing that Lu Wenyu had misunderstood him, Zhao didn't bother to explain, so he let him do it and save some words. Drinking tea quietly, giving Lu Wenyu an understanding look and letting him realize it on his own. After drinking a few pots of tea, Lu Wenyu left in a hurry. In the next few days, Zhao lived a life of eating and waiting to die. He didn't get up until the sun was basking him at noon.
He didn't cook a single meal and ate out every meal. Even Gong Lianyo's portion was packed back.
Apart from anything else, he was familiar with the restaurant manager. Before Zhao walked in, the manager had already ordered the kitchen to start cooking. After finishing the meal and drinking tea, the food box was ready and placed on Zhao's seat, which was quite considerate. It's just that the food in the capital is ridiculously expensive.
A meal costs almost 1 or 2 taels of silver.
It's so expensive for Zhao, otherwise it's not easy to live in the capital. On this day, Zhao had just finished his meal and walked back with his food box. He met Lu Wenyu in a bright red flying fish suit at the door. Seeing Zhao's careless look, Lu Wenyu just smiled and said, "Change into your official uniform and follow me to Zhao prison." Zhao nodded, went into the yard and gave the food box to Gong Lianyo, returned to the main room, put on his official uniform and official hat, and went out to follow Lu Wenyu to Zhao prison. Zhao was not far from Changzhen Hadong, and the two of them were not in a hurry, walking one behind the other. In less than a quarter of an hour, the four corner towers of Zhao Prison could be faintly seen. Turning a corner further, Zhao Prison is already in front of you. Unlike other yamen, the entrance to Zhaoyu is simple, with no plaques, stone animals, or the like. The entrance is bare except for a few horse tethering posts standing outside the wall. The tall green walls and the drooping eaves look like a murderer who chooses people to eat. Before the two of them got close, the concierge saw Lu Wenyu wearing a bright red flying fish suit, opened the door early, stood aside, and raised his hand to guide the two of them inside. After the two entered the door, the concierge hurriedly closed the door and stepped aside. Upon entering, there are only a few lonely houses with green walls, blue tiles, and stone paving, all of the same color. Not to mention flowers and plants, not even a tree can be seen in the whole yard, giving it a depressing and solemn look. Following Lu Wenyu, he turned around 2 rooms and walked towards a room on the left. After entering the door, Zhao looked around. There was only one big table in the whole room, and sitting behind the table was an old man wearing a red flying fish suit with white beard and hair. When he saw Lu Wenyu coming in, he didn't get up. He just put out a non-smoking pipe and nodded to Lu Wenyu. "Lao Wu, are you here to get someone?" "Third master, didn't Lao Shao retire?" "Bring the new guy some paperwork." Lu Wenyu bowed and waved to Zhao. "Muji, this is third master." "Third master." Zhao saluted respectfully. The third master said "Oh," held the cigarette rod, and looked at Zhao Jiao with squinted eyes. After a while, he slowly said, "I'm old, I can't keep up. A third-grade guy at this age has a bright future, kid." Zhao stood aside obediently, with an indifferent expression. On the contrary, Lu Wenyu burst out laughing. He understood what the third master meant. It was just because he was given too much and his starting point was too high. He just wanted to make a joke. Not a big deal. Lu Wenyu replied, "I understand what third master means. I won't interfere in the affairs of my subordinates, but if you let me know who is making things difficult for Muji, I won't agree." Domineering, and exposed. I didn't expect that Lu Wenyu still had this side. He was worthy of being called a first-class commander. After saying this, even Zhao Jiao felt a little stiffer. "Mr. Lu, that's fine." The third master in front of them was stunned for a moment, then he picked up the teacup and smiled. "Lao Wu, don't worry, if this kid has trouble in Zhao Prison, we won't stand idly by. It's just that this mantle, isn't he a little impatient?" "Ha ha ha, the third master is thinking wrong, he is his nephew." As soon as Lu Wenyu explained, the third master's expression softened a lot. It's a good thing for him that Zhao has a strong background. He likes to be quiet in his old age. He would also be upset if Zhao Prison was fighting openly and secretly every day. With the third rank and Lu Wenyu as his backer, it would be enough to just walk sideways in Zhao Prison. Save your worries. Without saying anything else, he quickly changed the paperwork for Zhao. From this moment on, Zhao is officially the 4th-level governor. After saying goodbye to the third master, Lu Wenyu took Zhao Jiao and walked all the way, finally stopping in front of a high-walled courtyard. After following Lu Wenyu in, Zhao felt strange when he looked around. There is a huge rectangular 2-story building in the middle of the compound. The lower level is like a cage, and the upper level is a spire attic. There are 4 towering turrets at the 4 corners of the courtyard. The courtyard wall is extremely high. A rough estimate is that it is at least 4 feet tall. Except for the tiles on the top of the attic turrets, everything else as far as the eye can see is green. When you step on the ground, you can clearly feel that the terrain is high in the middle and low on the surrounding sides. The ground is paved with stone slabs, and round holes have been left in advance to guide rainwater. Although the courtyard is extremely weird, the surroundings are extremely finely built, and even the stone slabs on the ground cannot be seen with the naked eye. Although he has never been to the Imperial Palace, in Zhao Jiao's opinion, the level of detail in this courtyard is as good as that of the Imperial Palace. Seeing Zhao looking around like a curious baby, Lu Wenyu explained, "Don't look, this is Zhao Prison." Zhao turned to look at Lu Wenyu in disbelief. "Are you telling me that such a beautifully constructed courtyard is actually a prison?" Lu Wenyu continued, "Have you seen the 4 high walls? They are not ordinary. They are all made of blue diamonds. Holes are drilled in the middle and interconnected with iron solders. There are 4 feet outside and more than half underground. There are gaps between the stones. Grind mugwort, dogwood, realgar, calamus, atractylodes and cinnabar into powder, add iron powder, mix the broken porcelain into the glutinous rice slurry, mix it into a paste, repair the gaps, and then pour molten iron into the hole to make the entire wall waterproof. The 4 courtyard walls and turrets were built in Taizu's time, so he mobilized 40,000 corvettes and took 7 years to build them. Incredible! Zhao touched the courtyard wall and felt the touch on his hand. After being exposed to wind and sun for nearly 100 years, the walls have become extremely supple and feel like porcelain. This is no longer a courtyard wall, it is simply a rare piece of art.
Fifth Master, this wall is more than that, isn't it?
Zhao said absently, stroking the courtyard wall.
Of course. Show off your skills? With you? Follow this wall.
Lu Wenyu found a stone pier and sat down, looking at Zhao Jiu expectantly.
Since Lu Wenyu said so, Zhao naturally did not refuse.
It was just a stone wall, not an iron wall.
What could it be pretending to be?
Taking a few steps back, stepping firmly forward and backward, the Feiyu suit agitated, the true energy circulated, and the energy gathered in the palms. Just as he was about to influence the general trend, the true energy in his body suddenly stagnated. Weird thing. Why did the general trend between heaven and earth suddenly disappear without a trace, and even the movement of chi in the body was not as smooth as before?
Is it possible that my skills have deteriorated? The arrow was on the string and had to be fired.
Although it felt strange, Zhao changed his steps, stirred up his true energy, disappeared on the spot, and slapped lightly against the courtyard wall.
Open the monument. A seemingly weak palm actually contains extremely strong chi. With a little bit of practice, the effect is surprisingly good. If this palm hits a third-level person, the bones and muscles will be broken, and his life may not even be saved. But when patted on the courtyard wall, let alone cracked, there wasn't even a trace on it. Taking a few steps back, Zhao looked in disbelief. This was a third-grade chi-gathering palm. How could it not even leave a trace on a stone wall? With a clang, an embroidered spring knife was thrown in front of Zhao Ju. Lu Wenyu's eyes curved, as if she had expected it. Try it with a knife.
Zhao Ju picked up the embroidered spring knife and stared at the courtyard wall with a solemn expression. There must be something strange about the wall in front of him, but it was not Zhao Ju's style to be timid. If there was anything strange, he would know it all by chopping it with a knife. The running of the true chi still could not affect the overall situation, but Zhao Ju did not mind. The majestic true chi was like boiling water, and Zhao Ju was like a tiger coming down the mountain. Raising his hand, swinging the knife, it was done in one go, without any drag. The narrow knife light flashed by, and the wall was still the same wall, but there was a faint white mark on it. Zhao had already grasped a clue. The moment the knife light flashed, it seemed to disperse the true chi, just like an eggshell, evenly distributing the force, so the knife light could only leave a shallow white mark. In order to verify his conjecture, Zhao Ju wanted to continue to use his sword, but Lu Wenyu on the side waved his hand and called for a stop. Okay, that's enough.
Do you want to use Zhaoyu as a martial arts arena?
This courtyard wall is to protect people like you. There is a great formation set up by the heavenly masters of all generations in the nearly 3-foot thick courtyard wall, which can isolate the general situation and eliminate the true energy. Not to mention you, a small third grade, even a great master would have to spend some effort to break the formation.
Zhao Ju was very depressed.
You should have said it earlier. I played with a set of swords, guns, sticks and clubs against a pile of stones.
I looked like a red-bottomed monkey.
I looked stupid no matter how I looked at it. Lu Wenyu was originally thinking of teasing Zhao Ju, but since he was in the wrong, he quickly changed the subject and said, "Come on, walk around the cell." Lu Wenyu and Zhao Jiu stopped in front of a stone door. Before calling the door, the stone door had already opened, and a middle-aged man in green official uniform was waiting behind the door. After taking Lu Wenyu's official hat, a small flag behind him stepped forward to take Zhao Jiu's official hat. The two of them took the hot cotton towels handed by their subordinates, sat on the taisher chair, and wiped their hands leisurely.
"Muji, this is Yu Jilin, the governor of the town."
Lu Wenyu drank tea and introduced to everyone, "Zhao Muji, my nephew, Jilin, you can't let me be unjust in front of your sister-in-law." Zhao took the lead to stand up and salute, and bowed his hands to the thousands of standing households. Everyone returned the gift one after another, looking friendly and harmonious.
Even Lu Wenyu couldn't help but nod as he watched.
After everyone had complimented and teased him, Lu Wenyu put down his teacup and said, "You all go on errands. I will lead Muji around the prison." As everyone left in response, Zhao turned into a follower again and followed Lu Wenyu towards the cell. The two walked through a short passage, and Lu Wenyu stopped in front of the stone door. Several small flags inside confirmed the identities of Lu Wenyu and Zhao, and then they worked together to open the thick stone door and lead the two in. After passing the stone gate, you can see the separated cells one after another. Lu Wenyu was walking in front and talking. Zhao Prison is divided into 4 prisons: Heaven, Earth, Xianhuang Prison. The yellow characters are not in Jinhui, but in the capital's Tianlao. The first floor above ground is the Xuanzi Prison. Most of the prisoners are dignitaries and relatives of the emperor. You have to be careful here, because many officials even they have been imprisoned in prison without conviction. It is not known whether they will live or die, so they can be punished, but they must be careful not to torture them to death. It's best to just shut it up and ignore it. When the time comes, we won't be blamed for life or death. You have to be careful. This general can be whipped a few times. If you are a civil servant, be careful that someone pokes you in the spine with a pen. Although Lu Wenyu said it lightly, Zhao Ju still carefully wrote it down. After all, it was about whether he could live comfortably, so it was better to be careful and meticulous. There are not many Xuanzi prisons, only about 30 on the left and right. But yes, if there are too many, there won't be that many people in custody. Walking through Xuanzi Prison, the next few rooms are all torture chambers. After walking through the torture room, there is another stone door, but this time there is no small flag to open the door. The machine is installed and the door opens naturally. Behind the door was a downward passage. The two of them went all the way down and reached the bend in a few steps. Lu Wenyu walked in front and kept saying, "This is the hell. It is for those Jianghu people who use force to break the law. Here you can let go. These people who practice martial arts are rough-skinned and thick-bodied, so it is not easy. Die. After a severe punishment, he will be locked up without telling you whether he is alive or dead. If he is dead, drag the body out and bury it. But remember, these people's ferocious nature is hard to change. Even though their big holes are sealed, they won't hurt you even if they bite you. So, don't believe it when these people pretend to be pitiful and go out to kill people, set fires, and rape women. Don't you see them slipping up? A tear." Zhao followed behind and listened quietly. It had nothing to do with him whether these people were dead or alive. Of course he wouldn't listen to their nonsense. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep, drink tea and listen to music? There is a need to listen to the stories they make up. At a glance, some prisoners in the underworld prison were as skinny as firewood, and their linen prison uniforms were so empty that they were leaking from the air. He has a sallow face and thin muscles, sunken eye sockets, and a half-human, half-ghost look that tells you he is hungry at a glance. Some prisoners not only had red faces, but even their prison uniforms were made of cotton. There is a world of difference between one prison and another. There is no sunlight on the ground all year round, and the rotten smell and cold atmosphere make Zhao feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, I just walked around and didn't stay long. As I continued walking down the passage, I didn't expect that there was a second floor. After a few steps, there was an iron door. 2 Xiaoqi were sitting on stools smoking cigarettes. Lu Wenyu waved them to open the door and walked in with Zhao. The conditions in the cells on the second floor were even worse. The cells were short, only big enough for one person to stand up, and a taller person would have to touch his head. There was no bed, and there was a shallow layer of straw on the floor. There were not many people in the cell, only a dozen or so, all of them fully shackled, and some even wore shackles. This is Tianzi Prison. It contains rebels who have committed serious crimes of treason and enemy spies. These people are already dead here, they just haven't vomited. The prisoners on the 2 underground floors are the most important. Seriously, we must not let them get out of Zhao Prison alive, otherwise, it will be a big crime. Lu Wenyu explained to Zhao in due course that the 2 of them didn't even go in. They just stood by the iron gate and looked at it for a few times before asking several Xiaoqi on duty to close the iron gate. Going all the way back to the yard, Lu Wenyu briefly explained the function of the attic, office and observation. Nothing surprising. After all the work, it was already dark, so Lu Wenyu led Zhao to the small room on the left. Sure enough, the kitchen room. Zayata's surname was Li, and he was lame, so he got the nickname Layagway. At this time, he was busy with several apprentices. When he saw 2 people coming in, he quickly served food and invited everyone to eat. Needless to say, it tastes good. After Zhao had eaten and drank enough, he returned to the courtyard in Shangan Alley. It was almost midnight, but fortunately Gong Lianyo resisted hunger. In the hall of Shijian Villa in Shizhou, there is a corpse covered with white cloth. Lin Yicheng, the boss of the Lin family, stood beside the corpse with his arms folded, his eyebrows lowered and his expression sinister. My son! My son! The housekeeper helped Lin Yuanjing, the owner of Shijian Villa, into the hall. Earlier, I heard that my youngest son was dead, and I was already extremely sad. Now I saw the body covered with white cloth, and I became even more emotional, crying sadly. Lin Yuanjing was nearly 50 years old when he got Lin Yining. He loved her so much that he was afraid of dropping her. Now that a living son was gone, only a cold corpse was left. How could Lin Yuanjing hold back his tears? He lifted the white cloth with tears in his eyes and saw the knife wounds on Lin Yining's body and the missing head. He was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood. My son, my son. Lin Yicheng hurried forward and supported his old father with the housekeeper. Lin Yuanjing had blood on the corner of his mouth, stared at Lin Yicheng with red eyes, and asked hoarsely, Who killed Yining? Have you found out? Dad, it's not clear yet. A living person was killed at the scene, and even the prostitute was killed. Did Yining die in vain? Lin Yuanjing looked crazy and roared with gritted teeth. Lin Yicheng supported his old father, hesitantly, and didn't dare to speak, for fear of saying the wrong thing and angering his father. Lin Yuanjing broke away from the two, leaned over and hugged the remains of his youngest son, grief-stricken. After crying for a long time, he raised his head and said viciously, Go and investigate, and kill whoever you find. Yining died in Mount Tai, so start the investigation from Mount Tai. If anyone dares to kill my son, I will kill his whole family. The murderous aura in his eyes seemed real, and the two dared not to step forward. Lin Yicheng bowed and said yes, then turned around and went out to give orders. The only people left in the hall were Lin Yuanjing, who was crying while holding his son's body, and the housekeeper who was comforting him. In a few days, the news that the young master of Shijian Villa was killed spread throughout the capital, and the taverns and inns in the streets and alleys were talking about it. Have you heard about it? The young master of Shijian Villa was killed. Who do you think is so brave? The classic story started with a mysterious trick. The person next to him was not to be outdone. You are also a latecomer. I heard that the story script at the entrance of the alley was ready. It was called A Nun's Room with Evil Thoughts, and a righteous hero killed the villain in the middle of the night. Oh, that's so authentic. Righteous hero? Ha ha, I think it was a murder of passion. Alas, you don't know, when the young master died, he didn't wear any clothes, he was naked. The person who spoke pretended to be profound and said, As far as I know, his death was not pretty, his body was covered in blood, and I heard that there was a stick. Oh, this. What's the difference between this and torture? As he said this, the man gestured to his buttocks and pointed his hand forward. Everyone gasped, this is too brutal. Sticks are used in battle, is this still something from the human world? The 18 levels of hell are just like this, right? If you like to be punished, why go to Mount Tai? Jinyui Zhaoyu has few tricks. Not only that. The man saw that everyone was interested, and shook his finger, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. There are hundreds of whip marks on his body, and his head has disappeared strangely. Why is this? Tell me, why? The crowd was half guessing, and half following his wishes, and they all started to make a fuss. Why? Tell me, big brother, at most you are awesome. Yes, tell me. The people were noisy, and even those who didn't eat quietly lay by the window, waiting for the man to solve the puzzle. This is not more interesting than storytelling. Then I will tell you the cause and effect. This Master Lin, that is, the young master of the manor. What's the name? Dragon, what's good, right, Longyan's good. The man looked proud, as if he knew something incredible. That's not right. Why did he go to Mount Tai? Why did he play with the nun? Someone next to him thought about it carefully, but he was still confused. The man said disdainfully, What do you know? He is well known, how dare he do such a thing openly? That nun, it's in the open. It's in secret, quietly. Think about it, even a clayman has some anger. Who can resist if he plays hard? Can he not want to die? The person next to him was thoughtful, as if this was the truth. If he played so hard, not to mention people, even elephants couldn't resist. That's not right. Didn't the people from Shijian Villa say that they were killed by the Golden Sword Valley? How can you say such a thing? You have to find someone to take the blame? The man replied without hesitation. Zhao, who was sitting next to him drinking and eating, twitched his mouth. I didn't. I just killed Lin Yining, and by the way, I stabbed the body a few times and cut off his head. What sticks, what whips, what does it have to do with me? I'm not a pervert. Who dares to think of this? There will be a day when a killer will be ruined by others. Although Zhao Ju had long lost hope in life, he still had a look of eating melons on his face. He couldn't show it at this time, otherwise he would be blamed for the perverted killer. With a strange mood, he quickly finished the meal. The shopkeeper packed the food box early.
Zhao Ju didn't dare to stay for a moment, and didn't even drink tea. He hurried out. After leaving the restaurant, he finally had peace of mind. What kind of thing is this? The more people spread it, the more outrageous it became. It went straight to the lower 3 roads like a car that couldn't stop. But it's true, the death of a person is not a big deal. There is nothing attractive, even if the body is weird, it's just an unsolved case. If this person's death involves some men and women, that would be a big topic that attracts attention. After figuring out the key, Zhao Ju was completely relaxed. Anyway, no one except Gong Lianyo knew that he was the one who killed Lin Yining, but would Gong Lianyo dare to say it out? Just a small 4th grade, do you really think you are a big shot? To Zhao Ju, it was just a struggling bug, nothing more. Walking out of the restaurant, Zhao Ju put one hand behind his back and carried the food box in the other hand, walking leisurely towards the yard. Just a few steps out, I felt something was wrong. After entering the 3rd grade, the 5 senses became much more acute, and some subtle things could be felt, as if several pairs of eyes were staring at me. This shouldn't be the case. I didn't leave any survivors, how could I be discovered so quickly? Without thinking about these things clearly, Zhao Ju didn't dare to look back, for fear of being exposed. He sneered with his hands behind his back, thinking about countermeasures while walking. The yard was very close, but Zhao Ju didn't go in. How could he expose his nest to others? He continued to walk forward with his hands behind his back, releasing his true energy and carefully sensing behind him. Sure enough, at the corner of the alley, 2 people stared at Zhao Ju motionlessly. It was clear that Zhao Ju didn't need to be selected, and the 2 men didn't take their eyes off Zhao Ju. Good boy, not even a 4th rank, dare to follow a 3rd rank. Zhao Ju deliberately wanted to tease them, to know which idiot could send these 2 unreliable things. He walked out with the food box, and took the 2 tails for a few laps, just as a walk after eating. Zhao Ju walked in front, and the 2 followed closely behind. He walked out of the alley at the root of the wall, turned into another alley, went to the tobacco shop to buy a dry pipe, drank a pot of tea, and went out to take a look. Okay, you still follow me, right? Don't give me face. Without saying a word, he took the 2 men to turn left and right, and walked alley by alley. After passing Yun Street, Zhao turned into East City. He walked so much that his legs were numb. The 2 people were still following him. Okay, you have perseverance, right? He turned and went into a medicine shop, got some medicine, drank a pot of tea comfortably, and then went out with the 2 unlucky kids to continue shopping. Perseverance, right? If I don't tire you 2 to death, I'm Zhao Ju a loser. He walked for more than an hour, finished his meal at the end of way, and walked all the way to the end of you. The 2 were still following him. Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. People who go out by car, horse, or boat don't need Qinggong to walk for more than an hour. Not to mention people, even dogs can't stand it. Now the sun is setting and it's half dark. Zhao made up his mind that he must deal with the 2 people. At worst, he would kill the body and put it in the space, and find a mass grave outside the city to bury it. He couldn't stand it. There happened to be a dead end nearby, with almost no one, so that's it. He took the 2 people to the dead end, and after making sure that the 2 were not lost, Zhao took the lead to walk into the alley. Chasing the stars and catching up with the moon, a few afterimages flashed by on the ground, and Zhao had already appeared outside the wall. Put the food box into the space, turn around and walk to the dead end, block them. Chen Di and Chen Er, who were following behind Zhao Ju, finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhao Ju walk into the dead end. This kid is really good at wandering from the root of the Imperial City to the East City, almost tiring them to death. Chen Er panted, "Brother, this kid has walked in, it's a dead end, let's go and block him. The sooner we get it done, the sooner we get the money." Damn, I'm almost tired to death. Chen Di nodded while holding the wall, and finally blocked it. Now his mouth is dry and his legs are shaking. Without saying a word, the 2 walked into the alley in a few steps. There was no figure of Zhao Ju in front of them, only a bare alley. The 2 looked at each other. It's bad, they have offended a ruthless person, this is not the wrong way, this is to kill him. Just as he turned around and was about to run, a stone flew out of nowhere and hit Chen Er. Instantly, Chen Er was powerless and unable to move. Then a few more stones hit Chen Er's face. Not only could he not move, he couldn't even speak. Chen Di was horrified and wanted to turn around and carry his brother on his back. Before he could take a step, a hand was already on his shoulder. Instantly, he was unable to move like Chen Er. "You've been following me for so long, are you tired? It would be great to take a break, but you have to keep going." Zhao Ju smiled and put his arm around Chen Da's shoulders, teasing. "Several times, I left a note in front of you to let you go.
You are so shameless. Looking at Zhao Jiao in front of him, Chen's thighs became weak.
If Zhao Jiao hadn't tapped his acupuncture points, he couldn't move and he would have knelt down.
Uncle,
we can't read.
Chen De said aggrievedly. He had to recognize those who left no words or not.
He thought he was a stupid boy. It was drawn blindly. Dry.
I worked in vain and thought that these two people were obsessed with each other, but it turned out they were illiterate. It's located in the north.
Can you improve the basic requirements? These two have greatly lowered the quality of the service industry. Zhao was very unhappy.
Patting Chen De on the shoulder, his tone was calm, but full of threats. You'd better find a suitable reason, otherwise I don't want to kill you, I want to kill you with my feet. Sir, I was entrusted by others.
They spent money to find fault with you. After saying that, Chen De added, it's best to get a beating. Looking for trouble with me?
Zhao stared and opened his mouth in disbelief.
It seems like this is my second time in the capital. Is there anyone else who is unhappy with me? Even a beating, just relying on these two ruffians? Real or fake? Do you know who I am? Are you just looking for trouble with me? Are you sure you're not looking for the wrong person? No, definitely not.
That person took us two brothers to recognize someone, and it's you, uncle.
Chen De hurriedly replied.
He had a reason for the matter, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Zhao Jiao. This opened Zhao Jiao's eyes. He has seen crazy people, but he has never seen anyone crazy enough to trouble Genie Wei.
Do you really think you are Ding Xiu?
Even the ceiling of combat power must have a handle, but this person went straight up. Oh, brave.
Zhao pulled off his belt card and held it up in front of Chen De. See clearly?
You are very brave to trouble me. Chen De looked at the badge of Beijing Fuzi in front of him and was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat, as if he had been caught in the rain.
Uncle, you are not a villain. The villain just collects money to do things.
It is none of the villain's business. Ha Zhao put away his badge and sneered, it's none of your business.
Is it so simple? Assassinating Jinhui officials will lead to a 3,000-mile exile. Do you want to tell me here or go to Zhao prison?
Hearing the word Zhao prison, Chen De was almost scared to death. If he had known that Zhao had such an identity, he would cause trouble.
Thank God that he didn't cause trouble for him. He hurriedly defended, you are really not a villain. How dare you cause trouble for Genie Wei?
Someone paid 10 taels of silver for us brothers to cause trouble for the uncle.
Listening to Chen Da's frightened words, Zhao sneered, editor? Go on, I said you assassinated me. Adults can't confuse right and wrong and accuse villains, confusing right and wrong?
Ha, I said yes, it depends on whether they believe you or me, and whether they are confusing right and wrong after seeing Zhao prison.
Zhao Jiao said it very seriously, just to scare Chen De.
People can only be in extreme fear, it is easier to tell the truth. After hearing this, Chen De was so frightened that if he went to Zhao prison and entered other people's territory, he would definitely lose his skin regardless of whether he died or not. At this time, he didn't care about the morality of the world, and hurriedly said, young man knows who wants to make adults miserable, young man knows it.
Who?
Zhao saw the effect and stopped scaring him. At this time, being gentler would make it easier to hear the truth. I don't know, I follow that person, and that person entered the princess's house.
I really don't know who it is.
Chen De was afraid that Zhao would not believe it, so he hurriedly swore, everything the villain said is true, if there is a sentence if you lie, you will be struck to death by lightning. These days, swearing is still very trustworthy, unlike in later generations, when thunder struck your head and you still said you love you forever. Zhao saw Chen De being so open-minded and believed him a little. I thought I had offended some kind of prince, but I didn't expect that it was a princess's mansion. But it is probably impossible for the princess. After all, let alone offending the princess, he has never even seen her face. Furthermore, if the princess took action, how could she find two ruffians? Wouldn't it be easier to go directly to the emperor or Lu Wenyu? When you enter the princess mansion, if you are not a princess, you can only be a prince-in-law. No matter how depressed the duke and the marquis are, they will not take advantage of Genie Wei.
Aren't the royal guards, the Beijing camp, and the guards fragrant? Even if you don't want to be a military attaché, can't you just be the inspector of the 5 temples?
It's just a matter of father and grandfather begging the emperor and selling favors.
It's only because of mental problems that he went to a hopeless place like Jinhui. Only the consort is not picky. After all, a prince-in-law is, at best, a son-in-law of the emperor, and at worst, a son-in-law, or a son-in-law with no future. After entering the princess's mansion,
he was immediately thrown into the supervisory office and given a 7th grade supervisory censor and a 5th grade casual official serving as a government official. What future would there be? The supervising censor has great power when he hears that he is going to report something, but it is a pity that the current emperor is not in court, so who should he report it to? Cabinet? Be careful to give you 100-year stay without making any progress. Now that he sees a free member of Jinui who has real power and is from the 4th rank to suppress the envoy, he must not pounce on him like a hungry wolf. He probably spent money on finding someone to direct him, but Zhao airborne and took his position, and all the efforts were in vain. I was unconvinced, so it would be ugly if I could only find 2 ruffians to show Zhao. After thinking about the reason, Zhao sighed. Instead of blaming the person who collected the money, he came to quarrel with me, because I am easy to bully. Seeing how big your oath is, I have to believe it even if I don't believe it. Zhao said. You don't dare to tell lies. Chen De calmed down for a while, finally no longer so afraid, and no longer stumbling when speaking. Zhao knew that he was not lying, but he still needed to add a layer of insurance. You know what I do. I will ask someone to check when I go back. If it is different from what you said, don't blame me for being cruel. Chen De knew the consequences and nodded repeatedly, fearing that they would become brothers in prison later. Which princess's mansion? Zhao asked indifferently. Although the current emperor has only one son, he still has many princesses. It would be exhausting to check them one by one. It is better to ask directly, which saves trouble. 7th Princess's Manor, 7th Princess's Manor, the one in Kudai Hudong, you won't make a mistake. Chen De has lived in the capital since he was a child. Although he can't recognize all the mansions of dignitaries, he has no problem recognizing most of them. Well, since it has been made clear, Zhao will not embarrass the two. After all, he is just a gangster who takes money to do things. It is a waste of time to argue with these people. He moved his fingers lightly a few times to untie the acupuncture points of the two. With 2 thumps, the 2 men hurriedly knelt down, shouting, Master, spare my life. It's good that you know right from wrong. I won't cause you any trouble, nor do I want your lives. But keep your mouths shut. If you can't keep your mouths shut, I'll make you speechless. Zhao smiled sinisterly and let the 2 go. Prince consort, right? If you are the first son of the family, don't blame me for being the 15th son of the family. Back in the yard, put the food box in front of Gong Lianyo's door. It can be eaten after heating. Don't waste it. Gong Lianyo's letter had been sent out a long time ago, but Zhao didn't care if he hadn't received the letter yet. He could wait. At most, he would include Gong Lianyo's food expenses in the ransom. Half a month passed, and life was dull. Zhao lived almost the same life except for rest. He got up at Chinchur in the morning, went to Zhaoyu at Sishi, and then went to the 2nd floor to work. If there were official documents, he would ask Yu Jialin. If there were no official documents, he would drink tea and read picture books. He would go to the kitchen to eat when it was time, repeat the morning operation in the afternoon, and go home after 1/2 Chinchur. Although life was not fulfilling, Zhao liked it very much. Today was the Jinui regular meeting once a month. The 1,000 households and above had to gather at the Jinui Yamen. Rather than a regular meeting, it was better to say that it was a small meeting of the Jinui high level. The weather was a little hot, so it was naturally impossible to walk all the way in official uniform. It would be hot to death. He must bring clothes with him and change them at the Jinui Yamen. There were 2 pacification officers in each of the North and South pacification offices, for pacification officers in the Qinhu office, 2 commanders, 3 commanders and Commander Lu Wenyu, less than 15 people. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was a small meeting. When Zhao arrived at the hall, there were only 2 or 3 pacification officers drinking tea, and Zhao only knew Yu Jialin among them. After greeting everyone, he naturally sat next to Yu Jialin. After a while, a small flag announced that Lu Wenyu was on the way, and everyone went in to change into official uniforms. Although the official uniforms of the Jinui were all called flying fish uniforms, in fact, only Lu Wenyu could wear the real flying fish uniforms. Even the commanders and commanders actually wore red bullfighting uniforms. When it came to Zhao's pacification officers, they could only wear turquoise unicorn uniforms. Although the 2 looked similar, there was a huge difference between them. The flying fish uniform must be granted by the emperor before it could be worn. As for the small Jinui below, although it was called bullfighting uniforms, it was just a common name, and there was actually nothing embroidered on it. After several people changed into their official uniforms, Lu Wenyu had already entered the door. Zhao, like everyone else, stood in front of the steps waiting. Less than a pot of tea,
Lu Wenyu led several people into the hall. What surprised Zhao was that Lu Wenyu did not wear a red flying fish suit today, but a dark yellow python robe. Wow, no wonder people say that the commander is the commander, and Lu is the commander. The emperor's favor is so strong, I really envy him. After everyone sat down, Lu Wenyu spoke, and after a bunch of meaningless words, he reported to different pacification envoys. With Yu Jialin, Zhao was happy to be free. The meeting lasted for 2/4 of an hour. After everyone left, Zhao relied on his nephew's status to come forward and teased, "Fifth master, it's more than the third rank, right?" The third master next to him and the other commander who stayed to drink tea, the seventh master, laughed, laughing at Zhao for not knowing the goods. Even Lu Wenyu couldn't stop laughing, pointing at the dragon robe on his body. A third rank official can wear this? Only me and eunuch Feng can wear it. Just enjoy it. Commander-in-Chief plus Taibao and Taizi Taibao, and the special promotion of Guanlu Doctor. The third master smiled and explained to Zhao Ju. Damn, Zhao Ju couldn't help but exclaimed, 3 dukes and 3 orphans, a first-rank official. Zhao Ju couldn't help but be surprised, this is the end of being an official. The three saw Zhao Ju's expression of eating shit, and couldn't help laughing for a long time. Zhao Ju had no choice but to bow and salute, and then run away. He should go back to eat and wait for death. His boss is too fierce, and there is no hope of replacing him. The ordinary days continued. A few days after the regular meeting, the people of the Demon Sound Palace exchanged Gong Lianyo for 2,500 taels. Zhao Ju made a lot of money. He didn't have to carry a lunchbox home anymore, and he was relaxed and happy. During this period of time, the rumors about the young master of Shijian Villa in the capital gradually subsided. However, the martial arts world was already in chaos. The two leaders of the Chao gang had already fought for the position of the leader, but the death of the leader disappeared in the wind. The sword-washing villa in the north was not idle either. After a tour of Mount Tai, they arrested anyone they suspected and killed several famous martial arts people. The Golden Sword Valley took the opportunity to recruit some people and fought with the sword-washing villa. The instigator, Zhao Ju, was hiding in Zhaoyu, ignoring the outside world, drinking tea, reading books, and listening to music in the brothel. He was very comfortable. The storm gradually rose, waiting to get bigger and bigger. At night, when it was dark, Zhao Ju walked home with big steps. In the past few days, Zhao Ju had been asking about the news of the seventh princess's husband, but he didn't expect that this kid was really unwilling to spend money. Back in the yard, Zhao Ju took off his clothes and wore pajamas to cool off in the yard. It was almost summer, the weather was a little hot, and the summer heat had started. The room was a bit stuffy, so Zhao moved a recliner to lie in the yard, and Zhao Kai slept on one side, shaking his tail and breathing. When the surroundings gradually became quiet, Zhao got up and put on a black nightgown, covering his face, leaving only his 2 eyes exposed. He quietly jumped onto the roof, landed silently, and approached the princess's mansion quietly according to the plan. After running the star-chasing and moon-chasing technique, Zhao had already entered the back garden of the princess's mansion after a few afterimages. He performed the breath-holding technique to the extreme, hiding behind the tree like a stone, motionless. At this time, let alone the third grade, even a junior master could not tell without careful feeling. When it was late at night and the candles were extinguished in the princess's mansion, Zhao groped slowly. Approaching a house, he did not dare to use his true energy, so he could only lean against the wall and listen carefully to the movement inside. After waiting for a while, he slowly moved in and saw that the person on the bed was not the prince consort. Change another one. Zhao had been stalking the princess's mansion for several days in a row, so of course he knew what the prince consort looked like. This time he came not to kill anyone, but to find out where the prince consort lived so that he could frame him. Killing is too superficial. It can only be eliminated physically, and it cannot cause continuous pain to others. Frame up is different. It is the kind of frustration that cannot be expressed, the helplessness of not being trusted, and the pain of not being trusted. It is really the best way to kill the heart. It is not a good thing that the house is too big, just like the princess's mansion. Zhao Ju touched 9 rooms in a row, and even saw the princess, but there was still no sign of the son-in-law. This made Zhao Ju very upset. Wouldn't he really turn the entire princess's mansion upside down? Fortunately, in the 12th room, Zhao Ju finally found the son-in-law. Although he had seen what the son-in-law looked like a long time ago, he still felt a little emotional when he saw it up close. He is worthy of being the son-in-law of the emperor. He looks really good. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, white face and long beard, and angular appearance really conform to the aesthetics of ancient people. After determining the residence of the son-in-law,
Zhao Ju looked around the furnishings in the house and remembered that this was the advanced preparation for framing, and he couldn't be careless. Combined with the environment outside the house, Zhao immediately chose the location and waited for the implementation of the frame-up. At this point, Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, ignored the sleeping prince consort, wiped the traces on the ground, closed the doors and windows back to their original state, and quietly left the princess's mansion. Back in the yard, Zhao changed his clothes and lay on the recliner, quietly selecting the candidate in his heart.
This person must have some background, some connections, and some fame, otherwise how can he reasonably put the prince consort into Zhao Yu? After thinking about it, Zhao's head was a mess. He hadn't chosen the candidate yet, but he was annoyed. He simply stopped thinking. Anyway, there must be a way to get to the mountain. After drinking a pot of tea, he went to sleep. Prince consort, you will enjoy it, just need to go to Zhao Yu. Zhao has to consider a lot. The next day, Zhao yawned and got up, looking tired. He had a big dream last night and didn't sleep well. He almost didn't get out of bed. At the end of the year, Zhao Jiao dragged his exhausted body to Zhao prison. Yu Jielin drank tea and said with a smile, "Where is the girl? Can you spend a whole night? It would be nice if she was a girl." Zhao helplessly slumped on the chair, his eyes were lifeless, and he replied hopelessly, "The key is not the girl." "Oh, brother Yu, tell me, why does this person keep dreaming?" "Brother, I have been dreaming all night, so I can't sleep well." "It's okay, I'll sleep well now that it's over." Zhao thought about it. It seemed that the frame-up matter could not be postponed. It was annoying. It's hard to fall asleep with so many dreams, and it's so confusing. He handed over his hands and thanked Yu Jielin, turned around and lay down, sleeping first as a courtesy. "I really didn't sleep well that night. I slept until midnight and went home from get-off work." First, he went to the restaurant to pack a table of food and drinks, and then wandered back to the courtyard. After all, Zhao prison is okay for working, but really uncomfortable for sleeping. The table was too high, and the Taisher chair made it difficult to lie down on it. I had to lie on my stomach. After a few hours, my back ached, but the bed was still comfortable. After a few steps, I arrived in a blink of an eye. I was about to go to the backyard to lie down comfortably, but I didn't expect that there was someone in the backyard. The man came back when he saw Zhao and didn't look back. He just joked, "Hey, Mr. Zhao is home." 6 fingers. Zhao said in surprise. His sleepiness was washed away by the surprise, and his expression was bright for a moment. "Why are you here in the capital? Something happened in Shu?" Lu Ji turned back, waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "It's okay in Shu. I received a letter and heard that you went to the capital. I happened to have something to do, so I stopped by to see you. Is something wrong? It can't be that you are escaping from the ghost market, right? Grandma, can you please be kind to me? Gue sure will still be here even if you are gone." Lu Ji took Zhao Jiao's food box without saying a word, scolding him while eating, as if he was devouring it as if he hadn't eaten on the way. Similar. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao finally remembered, "This is my dinner. No matter what etiquette, join this eating battle immediately, slow down and it will be gone." After a while, Zhao Ju and Lu Ji looked at the empty fat man and put down their chopsticks in unison. They looked at each other and smiled. "Old Jiao, why do you eat so much at such a young age? You are growing taller, so you can't treat yourself badly." He held his teeth with the little finger of his left hand and stroked the few beards on his chin with his right hand. Zhao, who was lying on the couch and smoking a dry cigarette, couldn't help but roll his eyes. "If you haven't eaten enough, you haven't eaten enough. You are still growing, and you can't even open your mouth after eating and drinking." Seeing Zhao, he didn't speak. Lu Ji also stopped teasing, and instead said in a comforting tone, "The capital is big and it's not easy to live there. It's not peaceful recently, so be careful. If the world were to be peaceful, would we still need people like us? Only when there is peace can we make money. After 10 years of peace, one business has become very popular. What I'm talking about is not the world, but the unrest in the capital," Liu Ji said calmly. Zhao immediately cheered up and stared at his 6 fingers. When Liu Ji saw Zhao Zhou's reaction, he became even more confused. Wasn't he the envoy of Genie Weijian? Why are you like a fool who is kept in the dark? So he asked in confusion, "Aren't you a Jingyui? Why don't you know anything?" "Ha, that sounds nice. I'm in charge of Zhao prison." Zhao shook his head and said helplessly, "Besides, I'm just a person who does dirty work. I can't even hear the thunder, let alone the wind." Lu Ji narrowed his eyes slightly and was silent for a while.
After thinking about this, he explained, many Zhuoyulang and Jin Hainyang died in Ningzhou, Datong, and Grassland Racecourse. According to reliable information, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. It is estimated that it will not be lower than the first grade. Zhao frowned and listened quietly, feeling bad. He's here for the one from the capital. Liuji explained, pointing towards the sky and nodding towards Zhao. But Zhao, who was lying down, just waved his hands, looking nonchalant, and even hummed a tune casually. The man on the throne is none of my business, and he's not my father. Besides, there are forbidden troops, eunuchs and guards in the imperial city. How can it be so easy to kill the emperor? Seeing Zhao looking like this, Liuji said nothing and drank tea quietly, tapping the teacup, leisurely and contentedly. Zhao, a genie, was not in a hurry, he was in a hurry. Adhering to the idea of kicking the tree if there are dates but no dates, Zhao asked in a daze, no business recently? Yes, there is, and I give you a lot, but the background is a bit big. Zhao became interested and asked, what's the big deal? Oh, there's a lot of money, right? 1,000 taels. Liuji first said what Zhao was most concerned about, then paused and then continued, his background is indeed not small, he is the son of a marquis. The moment he heard the 1,000 taels, Zhao had already sat up and looked happy. When I heard about the marquis' son, I was almost overflowing with surprise. Wasn't this a pillow for someone who was sleepy? The candidate problem that I racked my brains to think of was solved just like this. The most important thing is that there is still money to collect. Kill two birds with one stone. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhao grinned and asked, which marquis? I deserve this money because I have such a small background. Hey, you're so greedy for money, Laojiu. You can't even afford to eat when you become a royal guard? Liuji asked in surprise, full of ridicule. But then he still said, Master Hu Ho's youngest son, he has a good background, right? Mr. Hu's son, his background is indeed not small. My father is a marquis, and my mother is the daughter of a duke. Although she is not a hereditary marquis, she can be regarded as a high-ranking noble. The most important thing is that Hu Hao's family is depleted, with only 2 sons and 2 daughters. It's a perfect fit for Zhao who wants to frame his consort. After thinking for a moment, Zhao suppressed his excitement and nodded in agreement, I'll take this business, where's the money? What's the point of collecting money first? The truth? Do you understand, Mr. Ho's son? If you don't collect the money first, who dares to kill? Zhao lay down and sneered. Do you really think I am a novice? This is a critical job. How can you collect the deposit first and then close the payment? It was within Liuji's expectation to collect the money first. After all, the background was too big to be easy to do. On the one hand, whether he could survive after killing someone was another. Who is willing to do this kind of life-for-life thing without enough money? He took out 10 100-tael silver notes from his pocket, put them on the table, pressed them with his hand, and said sadly, Old Gio, there is no need to risk your life for some money. It's still too late now. After you collect the money, you can't get anything back. Retired, being born in the rivers and lakes means you have a hard life. It's difficult to want to be in front of you while also wanting to retreat. Zhao smiled, took the banknote from Liuji's hand, tapped the banknote lightly with his fingers, and sighed. Vocal channel. When Liuji saw Zhao, he was resolute and stopped trying to persuade him. He just shook his head helplessly, took out 100 taels of silver notes from his arms, slowly handed it to Zhao, and said earnestly, Old Zhao, with a little thought, come back alive. At worst, I'll change my face and hide. The world is so big, there is always a place to hide. Money is not important, life is important. Zhao didn't take it, pushed the banknote back in front of his 6 fingers, and said with a relaxed smile, don't worry, have I done anything wrong in this long time? It's not easy for you to earn $2, I can't accept it. I'll have good news waiting for you, don't worry, it's foolproof. Since someone is spending money, it's you. Mr. Hu Xiaoho, don't blame me, I've given you too much. Liuji walked away in the dark at night, so Zhao didn't say anything about his plan. The less people knew about this, the better. Besides, it would not be good for him to involve Liuji. In the next half-month, Zhao no longer went back and forth to Zhaoyuan restaurant at 3 o'clock as usual. Instead, I would go to the brothel from time to time, and the flower beds and tiles would not be left behind, and I would not invite the guests to dinner as promised. Instead, he invited people from Zhao prison to visit the brothel, which made the Jinui of Fuzi and Beijing praise Zhao very much. Such generous bosses are rare. There was no movement from Lu Wenyu's side, which made Zhao even think that his guess was wrong. On the contrary, the third master would occasionally advise young people should know how to be moderate, which made Zhao look embarrassed and just listen to the music. The third master smoked a dry cigarette, smiled disdainfully, and showed an expression that I know everything about. He just didn't go there often when he saw Zhao, so he just pretended not to see him. When everything was calm, Zhao knew that the time had come. The curtain was raised, the gongs and drums were beating, the actors came on stage, and a big play was about to begin. After a few days, Zhao went to bed early to recharge his batteries. Just a quarter of an hour after Qinshi, Zhao slowly stood up, washed up, and hurried to another alley. Zhao Zhou's target lives in the Ho mansion in this alley. The alley is not long, and there are almost no restaurants or the like. They are all filled with marquee mansions one after another. Zhao found a tea stall, drank tea leisurely, and waited quietly for the target to go out. It wasn't until midnight that the Ho mansion at the end of the alley slowly opened the door, and a fat man in official uniform walked out slowly without riding in a carriage, wiping his eyes and walking forward. Zhao put down the teacup, dropped the 10 coins, stood up and walked towards the little fat man. One of the two walked out of the alley, and the other walked into the alley, walking face to face. When they got close, Zhao did not give way, and the little fat man did not have time to turn sideways, and the two of them bumped into each other.
You don't have eyes? You dare to hit me, young master?
Zhao said fiercely, taking the lead. When the little fat man who was knocked back a few steps heard this, he became angry as well as getting out of bed. When he stepped forward and was about to take action, he saw a surprised look on Zhao's face across from him.
General Hua Yuan. Isn't this General Hua Yuan?
Although the little fat man in front of him is the only son of the marquis, his real official is just a captain of the imperial army. The reason why Zhao shouted so was because he added a casual official of General Hua Yuan. After 5,000 years of education in later generations, Zhao certainly knew how to call big and not small, call more and not small, and call high and not low. If the real official is not high, then he should be called a casual official.
Wouldn't he be an idiot if he were called Xiaohui?
The little fat man was overjoyed. He was called captain or little marquis every day, and now he had such a decent person calling him general. Although he was just a casual official, let's just say he was, right?
Relaxed officials don't count, they don't count.
Although his heart was surging, the little fat Liesian still pretended to be unable to bear it, you know me? Zhao then held up his hands and bowed as a subordinate, General Liesian. The subordinate is Zhao Muji, Jinyuesian Food Division. Not only have we met, but we have also had drinks.
Hearing the words Jinfu Envoy, Liesian's vanity was greatly satisfied.
Look, even the fourth character is a lower official ceremony. Regardless of whether what Zhao Zhou said was true or not, he stepped forward and held Zhao Zhou's hand. It turns out to be Master Zhao.
I can't help you. I'm just a captain. What's your name, sir? Brother Li has forgotten? In Nuanxiang Pavilion, we are considered brothers.
When Liesian heard that Nuanxiang knew that he was probably a friend he met when he was having fun, he smiled happily. I told you it was Brother Zhao, but I thought he was some bad guy. The flood really washed away the Dragon King Temple, and brothers don't recognize each other.
Brother, no, I didn't see Brotherly. Brotherly, how about we go drink together today?
Zhao was just acting. It was the first time for Zhao to talk to this little fat man. Despite this boy's chubby look, he is the only son of Li Haoi, one of the 3 hereditary princes. If nothing else, he is definitely the prince. Not only that, Liesian's mother is the sister of the duke of the country, and her grandmother is the sister of the queen mother. A family of princes and nobles are simply the best witnesses. Liesian looked regretful. Brother Zhao, it can't be done. I want to be an errand, which really defeats my good intentions, alas. Zhao didn't care, he just agreed that Zhao would treat him to Nuanxiang Pavilion tonight, apologized for his rudeness, and told Liesian to come. Liesian didn't care who Zhao was. He was already treating guests to a brothel. How could he be a bad guy? The two of them said goodbye in a hurry, and Zhao Zihao repeatedly told him to come behind him. He looked so insolent and flattering that other people in the Ho family who went out couldn't help but secretly drink. But Zhao doesn't care about this.
Liesian is the most important part of the plan. What is the most important thing about framing?
Frame the object, the target, and your own witnesses.
The target must have a higher position and more weight than the target of the frame, otherwise why should we check the consort? For example, if you kill an ordinary person, what's the use?
Not to mention whether the frame-up can be successful. Even if the frame-up is successful, it is nothing more than a matter of dozens of taels of silver. Not to mention breaking the muscles and bones, even the skin can't be moved. At the same time, you should not be too high-ranking or powerful, otherwise a thorough investigation will reveal your flaws sooner or later. The witness is even more particular. This person must have a backer, so that even if he is involved, he can stay out of the matter. At the same time, this person must speak with weight, otherwise why would he let you off with just a few words? The most important thing is that the two of them should be together reasonably, otherwise how can they convince the public? So all in all, the fat boy Liesian is the best candidate. After dealing with Liesian, Zhao walked towards the mansion of Marquis, who with his hands behind his back, ordered a pot of tea at the tea house opposite, and stared at the mansion quietly, remembering the appearance of Marquis whose youngest son first, and then sneaking in after nightfall. Preparations must be done thoroughly, and you can't be careless when working with your brain. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhao had already memorized the appearance of Marquis whose youngest son. He didn't stay any longer, paid the bill and rushed to Nuanshan Pavilion to get acquainted with Liesian first. After waiting at the door for 3/4 of an hour, Liesian came late, and Zhao instantly put on a smiling face, went up to hug Liesian, and called him old brother all the time. After entering the Nuanshan Pavilion, before the madam came forward, Zhao waved his hand and said, "Come on, bring 3 girls to my good brother. They must be beautiful and good at playing and singing. If you can't serve my brother well, I will chop you one by one." Liesian was still in a state of being dazzled by the flowers. Zhao had already told the madam everything, paid the silver, and took Liesian upstairs. "Brotherly, believe in your eyes, this must be the best flower tonight. If she doesn't suit your heart, I will chop her." Liesian didn't come back to his senses until more than a dozen prostitutes walked into the room, and hurriedly picked them. This is the pomp even brothers can do. Zhao stared at them, and immediately stopped anyone who Liesian's eyes stopped on, not making Liesian embarrassed at all, and earning enough goodwill. In addition to hugging left and right, he pushed all the others to Liesian, causing the little fat man to sigh that Zhao was generous. Not only that, whenever Liesian ordered a song or dance, Zhao would pay for it without asking if it was good or not, giving the young Marquis enough face. He spent a lot of money, making Liesian want to become sworn brothers with Zhao right there. When the sky was slightly bright, Zhao helped Liesian out of Nuanshan Pavilion and stuffed a 100-tael silver note into Liesian's arms very warmly. Liesian held Zhaozhou's hand with tears in her eyes and told her to come to the Ho mansion to find her if anything happened before she reluctantly got into the carriage. The ancients said that there are 4 ions in life. We went to the same hometown together, we went to the same window together, one of us carried a gun, and we went to whoring together. Zhao knew that everything could not be fine overnight. Relationships must be cultivated and persevered in order to gain something. Fortunately, what Zhao does not lack most is time and money, so just take your time. After tidying up my clothes, I walked towards Zhao prison with my hands behind my back. After entering the door, many genie greeted him with smiles. Master Zhao must not have spent the night at home. Zhao was not annoyed and sent them away with his hands behind his back. Go, I haven't married yet, so where can I have a family? Last night, Marquis Li's son invited me to discuss business matters. Several thousand households in the attic knew that Zhao had a good temper and joked. Of course Master Zhao is on official business. He has to fight with the gangsters and then make the criminals punish him. I heard that Master Zhao can wield a 2-foot-long spear and shoot an 80-stone bow. You are not convinced, what are you doing? Not caring about these Chinhu's jokes, Zhao pretended to be angry and replied with a smile. Everyone burst out laughing, and even Yu Jielin patted Zhao on the shoulder, laughing so hard that he couldn't drink any tea. What Zhao wants is this kind of effect. As long as everyone knows that he and Liesian went to a brothel together, they will naturally not doubt whether it is reasonable or not. For the next 3 days, Zhao stayed in the Zhaoyuan restaurant courtyard as usual. On the 4th day, when Liesian took a rest, Zhao would definitely accompany him. The two went to Nuanshan Pavilion again, and Zhao treated him again. Liesian was very embarrassed, but Zhao dismissed him by saying, "How much money can the Forbidden Army have? How much money can Zhao prison have? If I don't agree, I won't give you face." But when the time is running out, Liesian can't be allowed to pay. At dawn, Liesian and Zhao helped him out of Nuanshan Pavilion. The two of them looked at each other and missed last night's romance. Zhao, who hugged Liesian's shoulders, added powerful and domineering and strong and tenacious from time to time. It made Liesian laugh and be very happy. After seeing off Liesian, Zhao stayed in the Zhaoyuan restaurant courtyard as usual. The next day, after returning to the courtyard, Zhao ate and drank, hurriedly washed up, sat cross-legged in the pavilion, practiced silently, and waited for nightfall. It was dark, so Zhao extinguished the candles, put on his nightclothes, covered his face and waited. After everything was completely silent and there was no fire around him, he climbed up on the roof and chased the stars and the moon. Only an afterimage was left on the spot, and Zhao had disappeared without a trace. In Hu Hao's mansion, Zhao was standing in the shadow outside the backyard wall, using the breath condensation technique to the extreme. The whole person was pressed against the wall, not breathing at all, as if he and the green wall were one, waiting quietly for there to be no sound in the yard. 1/4 of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, Zhao silently counted, and when there was no sound in the yard, almost half an hour had passed. Zhao didn't dare to delay and quickly turned over and entered the hospital. Skip the few houses in the backyard. They are basically servants' rooms. They are small, short, and damp. The Marquis' son would not live in such a house. As I walked forward, I didn't dare to use my true energy to sense things. I could only touch them one by one based on my experience, and I had to erase the traces of someone's presence. Naturally, it was much slower. Fortunately, the Marquis' mansion is more than a step behind the princess's mansion, and there are not many rooms. When we reached the third room in the middle courtyard, we could already see Mr. Ho's youngest son snoring on the bed. Although he had memorized his appearance, looking at the snoring young master in front of him, he still couldn't help complaining. This man didn't look like a troublemaker, so why was he worth 1,000 taels? Zhao followed the procedure, looked around, and carefully noted the location of each decoration. Only when he was familiar with it did he erase the traces on the ground, restore the door to its original appearance, and quietly touch other places. I walked around the entire Marquis mansion, planned the route, silently erased all traces of people coming, and did all the finishing touches before leaving the Marquis mansion. He put his ear against the wall and listened quietly to the movement in the yard. After 1/4 of an hour, everything in the yard was as usual, and Zhao left slowly. After walking a certain distance, I started to circulate my qi, and after a few ups and downs, I returned to my own yard. After landing, he checked the doors and windows of his house to make sure no one had been there before taking off his black clothes and putting them into the space. Put on your pajamas, lie on the bed and think quietly. It is not easy to kill Mr. Hu's youngest son and frame him as a son-in-law. The space cannot hold living things. It would be difficult to get a living person out of the Ho mansion quietly. If he is killed in the Ho mansion, then don't even think about framing him, the prince-in-law has no such ability. After thinking about it, I didn't have a clue, so I simply closed my eyes and recalled if I had missed anything. As I thought about it, I couldn't help but think about myself. I sighed and said, let's go to sleep. Worrying things come one after another. It's not easy to earn 1,000 taels. It was a sound sleep this time, and Chencher stretched out comfortably to change clothes, and hung the belt tag on his waist. Just touching the 3 words Zhao Muji on the waist badge with his hand, when it was hung on his waist, a flash of inspiration passed by. My name is Zhao Jiao, Zhao Muji is just a pseudonym, and an idea has been formed. With his mind clear, Zhao smiled at the bronze mirror. Now everything was ready, all he needed was the east wind. Stop worrying about other things and just go out. In the next few days, Zhao seemed to have returned to his original life, almost 3 o'clock in one line. However, after late at night, he would always break into Hu Hao's house and do nothing, just look at the young Hao quietly. Familiar with everything in the Ho mansion, he quietly waited for the opportunity to take action. A few days later, Zhao asked Li Yizhen to go to Nuanxiang Pavilion. This time, Zhao was still the one who paid for the meal, and Li Yizhen didn't have the chance to pay. When they left Nuanxiang Pavilion at dawn, Li Yizhen hugged Zhao and waited for a while before looking up at Zhao and telling him seriously. Brother Zhao, this is the 3rd time. They say that things don't happen more than 3 times. Next time, I must pay for the meal. You are not allowed to bring any silver. If you bring silver, it will be embarrassing for me. Brother, let me show some appreciation. This was the moment he was waiting for. Seeing Li Yizhen's serious look, Zhao naturally would not refuse. He promised that he would not bring any money and that it would all be up to his brother to arrange, but it couldn't be too extravagant. It was enough to show his appreciation. The two agreed to meet 5 days later. It happened that Li Yizhen was on vacation, so he had to do something big to express Li Yizhen's feelings. Zhao agreed immediately and said that he would definitely come. After helping Li Yizhen onto the carriage, Zhao lowered his head and walked towards Xiaoyu, his mouth raised, unable to suppress his smile. Everything went well, and he only had to wait for the night 5 days later. Things were settled, Zhao walked briskly, and even the smell of alcohol was dispersed in the wind. After walking a few steps, his smile slowly faded, his face returned to a calm expression, and he walked forward silently. The actor had already painted his face, the sound of gongs and drums gradually became louder, and a big play was waiting for the audience to enter. 5 days passed by in a flash, and the weather was fine. It was just the steaming heat that made Zhao feel a little uncomfortable. But that was all for the past few days. When the autumn rain fell, everything would change. Halfway through the ceremony, Zhao, who was sitting cross-legged on the Taisher chair and drinking tea, put down his teacup, stood up and stretched his muscles, and said with a smile, "Brother I'll leave first. Alas, the tea tastes like water. Okay, after drinking this cup of tea, it's time for me to leave. I've just poured this cup of water for the 4th time, and I'm reluctant to part with it." Yu Jielin held the teacup, squinted and took a sip, and sighed in admiration. Talking to Zhao just nodded. "I am not active after get off work and have brain problems." Zhao went to the restaurant with his hands behind his back, humming a tune, ordered a table of food and drinks, and a jug of good wine to take back. No matter what the outcome was, he had to eat and drink enough before doing anything. When I returned to the yard with the food box, the sun had already set and the sky was blood red. Put the food in the pavilion, pour a glass of wine on the ground to worship the ancestor, and start eating. After having enough wine and food, it was already dark. The stage has been set up and it's time to go on stage and sing. At Su time, the sky was as dark as ink, and it looked like it would rain tonight. Without an umbrella, I walked to Nuanshan Pavilion with my hands behind my back. When I arrived at the door, I didn't see Liaisian. I was not in a hurry. I ordered a pot of tea and sat in the pavilion to drink tea and wait. "Brother Zhao, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to come so early. There was something urgent, so I'm late. I apologize." Liaisian's voice came first before anyone arrived. In the pavilion, Zhao hurriedly put down the teacup, stepped forward to help Liaisian get out of the carriage, and said with a smile, I understand. No matter how small the affairs in the palace are, it is a big deal, and it is normal to be busy. How is it like us, doing nothing all day long, eating nothing at all? By the way, when you come back, how can you let your elder brother wait for your younger brother?" As he spoke, Zhao lightly bumped Liaisian with his shoulder, whispered in his ear, "I heard that a new dancer has come to Nuanshan Pavilion. Brother, don't you think this is a coincidence? Brother, this is a new and trivial matter. Today I am treating you to a treat. You can't go against my wishes." Zhao shouted that he was wronged, opened his hands and asked Liaisian to search him. "Brother, is the younger brother the ignorant person? I didn't bring a tael of silver today, it's all up to my brother's arrangement." "Okay." Liaisian said with a smile, "I must entertain my brother well today." The two looked at each other, raised their heads and laughed, walking side by side into Nuanshan Pavilion. When the madam saw a regular customer, she hurriedly came over and asked which girl she wanted and which song she wanted. Just when Liaisian was about to speak, Zhao Ju spoke first, "Leave 2 rooms, call 3 girls, order a palm swallow first, call a few singers to come up and play music. By the way, the food and drinks will be served first." "Ouch, brother, what are you doing? This is too shabby. Isn't this a slap in my brother's face?" Liaisian pulled Zhao aside and whispered urgently. "Brother has misunderstood me. My brother serves in the Forbidden Army and is a marquis. What should I do if he is too extravagant and displeases the emperor?" Zhao comforted him softly. After that, he raised his head and glanced around. What if someone doesn't see it? It's troublesome to read the book in the past, isn't it? Hearing this, Liaisian quickly raised his head and glanced around, and said angrily, "My brother reminded me that it was my brother who was careless. In this way, if my brother has something to do in the future, I will definitely help him as much as he can." Looking at Liaisian who looked scared, Zhao felt happy. It's done. The two of them stopped worrying and walked side by side to the 3rd floor. When they arrived at the room, the singer, dancer and 3 girls had already arrived. Zhao politely pushed the 2 girls to Liaisian, hugged one girl and shouted with a smile, "Dance, sing, louder than usual." As they sang and danced, they drank and drank, laughed, joked, and played constantly. After finishing 1 pot of wine, it was already past midnight, so Zhao ordered 2 pots and asked the singer and dancer to go down, so as not to disturb the 2 people's enjoyment. After the dancer and singer went down, the 2 drank and joked, and had a great time. After finishing a bottle of wine, Liaisian fell down first, and then the 3 girls accompanying him followed and lay motionless on the table. Zhao helped Liaisian into a room, then carried a girl in one hand and threw Liaisian directly on the bed. He helped them take off their clothes and covered them with quilts. Then he carried the remaining girl into another room and threw her on the bed. He called the madam and gave him a few taels of silver, telling him not to come up, so as not to delay the 2 people's good deeds. When I returned to the house, there was constant thunder outside the window, and it seemed that the rain was heavy. Zhao was overjoyed. It seemed that the whole world was helping him. Blow out the candles and take advantage of the weak moonlight, put on black clothes and cover your face, open the window and jump out. With the infuriating energy, he chased the stars and the moon and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in the shadow of an alley. The night was already dark, the moon was covered with dark clouds, and the lanterns had been blown out in most places, leaving darkness all around. After condensing his true energy, he used the breath condensation technique and used the darkness to go to Hu Hao's house. Hu Hao's residence was not close to Wanxiang Pavilion, so Zhao just ran the breath condensation technique all the way, not daring to leak out the slightest bit of true energy, and the speed was not very fast. By the time he got outside the backyard wall, he was already halfway through his ugly time. Zhao put his ear against the wall and listened quietly to the sounds in the yard. When there was no sound in the yard, it was already drizzling. With the sound of thunder, Zhao climbed over the wall and landed silently. He had been here secretly countless times, so he was naturally familiar with it. He walked gently towards the house of Mr. Hu's youngest son and attached it to the outside of the wall. When he heard the shouts in the house getting louder and louder, he quietly entered. The person on the bed was sleeping soundly, so Zhao opened the door almost silently, so he would not wake up. After closing the door, Zhao walked to the bedside step by step, took out the smoke, and counted the time. Waiting for a moment after an hour, he blew a certain amount of smoke into the nose of Mr. Ho's youngest son on the bed. A pot of tea arrived, and the snoring had stopped. Zhao tried it, but he was already unconscious. Standing by the bed and waiting quietly, Zhao Ju took out the human skin mask and put it on himself after half of the Mao hour. He used the wooden hairpin of the youngest son of the Marquis to tie up his hair, and changed into the clothes and shoes of the youngest son of the Marquis. Fortunately, the two were about the same height, otherwise they would not fit. He went to bed and covered the mouth and nose of the youngest son of the Marquis, and stuffed a small piece of clothing into his hand. After clenching his hands and holding the corner of the clothes tightly, he put on cotton cloth and took out a thick cotton towel and dagger from the space, and held the thick cotton towel against his neck. With the other hand, he held the dagger tightly and stabbed it into his neck. The youngest son of the Marquis opened his eyes instantly, and he could only make a whirring sound when he wanted to speak. The blood on his neck had not yet sprayed out, but it was held tightly by the thick cotton towel. The cotton towel was very thick, and it was wrapped in several thick layers. It was difficult for the blood to overflow when covering the neck, but the cotton towel was red. Seeing the light in the eyes of the youngest son of the Marquis becoming fainter and fainter, until it was dim, Zhao Ju let go when there was no sound at all. The person on the bed stared with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, blood oozing out of his nose and mouth. Zhao didn't dare to delay, and quickly put the body and cotton towel into the space, and tidied up his clothes and hair, tidied up the bed, and wiped off the traces of struggle. He walked backwards to the door, cleaned up the traces of his entry, adjusted his expression and mood, opened the door and walked out. The heavy rain outside had just stopped, the fog was hazy, the sky was hazy, and the servants were already busy. The servants who were busy sweeping water and collecting lanterns were walking around. When they saw Zhao Jiao, they didn't dare to ask. They just stood by the wall with their heads lowered and made way for Zhao Jiao. As he approached the door, Zhao put his hands behind his back and waved to the servant on the side to signal him to come over. The servant who was sweeping the floor hurriedly dropped his broom and stepped forward. He nodded and bowed and asked, "Master, what are your orders? What time is it?" "It's almost midnight, young master." The servant replied respectfully, standing one step away from Zhao with his waist bent. Zhao nodded and said calmly, "Look up and listen carefully. I'll go for a walk and write a good poem while the rain stops." "Ha, it rains so well. Good rain knows the season. If my father asks, that's what I'll say, do you know?" The servant lowered his hands and looked at Zhao Jiao, nodded and said, "I understand, young master, please walk slowly and be careful of water on the ground." After saying that, he stepped forward to open the door for Zhao. Zhao nodded, as if he was in a good mood, patted the person's shoulder, and said with a smile, "What a clever servant, go to the accounting room to collect 5 taels of silver, and say it is my reward from the young master." After saying that, he walked out the door, ignoring the profuse thanks from the servants behind him. After the door was completely closed and no other sounds could be heard, Zhao took out the hemp rope from the space and tied it to the tree next to the horse-hitting post next to the door. Then he took out the body of Mr. Ho's youngest son, put shoes on the body, put on clothes and arranged them a little to ensure that the clothes fit naturally on the body. He carried the body and hung it on the noose, pretending to be a ghost hanging on silk. Pull out the dagger stuck in the neck with the cotton cloth and take it back to the space, making sure that the corpse is held tightly with both hands. He hugged the legs to stop the body from shaking, took out a pen and ink, and scrawled the words filial piety, loyalty, trust, etiquette, justice and integrity on the back of the body. Looking at his masterpiece, he smiled and took off his outer clothes and human skin mask before anyone was around to take them back to his space. He quickly walked a few steps out of the alley, used chasing stars and chasing the moon, and hurried back to Nuanshan Pavilion. He got into the house through the window, closed the window, took off his clothes, hugged the girl, covered her with a quilt, and waited quietly for Li Yizhen to call someone. In order to look good, Zhao simply closed his eyes and slept.
When I was half asleep and half awake, I felt someone shaking me.
Knowing that the time had come, I quickly sat up and clenched my fists and looked at the person with anger. After seeing it was Li Yizhen, she pretended to be scared and breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh brother, this spring night is worth $1,000.
If you don't go to your house, why are you disturbing me? Ouch, brother, you are such a pervert. It's dawn."
Li Yizhen took a few steps back, pulled a chair over, sat down, and said helplessly. After hearing this, Zhao scratched his head, pretended to smile awkwardly, picked up the clothes on the side and put them on, and asked with a smile, "Brother, what time is it?"
"It's past midnight." Li Yizhen leaned on the back of his chair and said calmly, "Brother, what happened to me last night? I'm so confused that I can't remember anything."
Zhao stretched out his hand and gestured with his thumb, "Brother, if you weren't so powerful and domineering, persevering, and convincing people with your strength, didn't you let the singer go down last night?"
Before Zhao could finish, Li Yizhen asked hurriedly, "Yeah, what next?"
"Then, what you said is comparable to Lao Ai, looks like a dragon, and supports the sky. How can those two fairies believe it?" Zhao paused, as if thinking about something, and then continued after a while, "You also said that you the fairy couldn't believe it anymore. You were so powerful, you picked up a bottle of wine and drank it all in one gulp. My dear, you scared me. You have such a great capacity for drinking.
Really? Is there any lie? You were so heroic at that time, and you even wrote poems."
"I can remember clearly, the flowers in the hibiscus tent are full of dew, and the mandarin ducks are manipulated by the mountains. The sword on the waist picks up the flower stamens, and the white tassels on the fingers lock the giant dragon."
What a rare and wonderful poem.
After listening to Zhao Zhou's words, Li Yizhen suddenly beamed with joy.
He could actually drink and compose poems. Could it be that I really have the foundation of a poet?
Holding back his joy, Zhao continued to speak. Zhao was not in a hurry to speak. He sent the woke girl out first, and then whispered, "Brother, you got drunk later and asked me to write a continuation of your poem." Then he pulled the two fairies into the room. "I have to let them know how to ask Wei Wu to crack the whip." "Oh, that sound, I'm jealous. Later, when my mother came up, I had to stop her right away. How could she disturb my eldest brother riding a horse to kill the enemy, so I asked her to go down and not come up."
If I wasn't envious of my eldest brother, the sound could be heard in the alley next door. It's a hard work. It's been a whole hour. I couldn't bear it any longer. Isn't this just following the footsteps of my elder brother?
After saying this, Zhao took a breath, pursed his lips and made a shocked expression, patted Li Yizhen in a serious manner, leaned over and asked, "How did you practice, brother?" After hearing the whole story, Li Yizhen was pleasantly surprised.
Was she really so wild and tough? Could it be that he is really the one who takes the lead?
Yes, otherwise why would I have fallen asleep?
It must have been a big battle, so tiring.
Although he was already happy in his heart, he still pretended to be nonchalant and said calmly, "It's just so. Brother, this is a small show of skill.
Don't go out and talk nonsense, brother. It's too tiring to be an excellent man. You have to hide something."
Zhao had an "I understand" expression on his face, nodded and promised not to say a word when he went out, and would keep his mouth shut. After receiving Zhao's guarantee, Li Yizhen smiled and took Zhao down to check out. Until Li Yizhen got on the carriage at the door, Zhao still looked at Li Yizhen's back with admiration and envy. This made Li Yizhen in the carriage sit upright, raise his head and chest, and shake his head majestically, sitting in the carriage as if he was victorious.
The returning general.
After the carriage went far away, Zhao Zhu stopped smiling, rubbed his slightly painful cheek, and walked towards Zhao Yu with his hands behind his back. At the same time, a maid in Hu Hao's mansion opened the door with a basket on her shoulder, intending to go out to buy a fresh fish. The old lady wanted to eat fish recently, and the housekeeper ordered her to go out early in the morning to buy it. After closing the door and walking out, the distance was hazy after the rain stopped, and it felt a little hazy. The maid took 2 steps and found a piece of cloth hanging on the tree. She walked over and planned to untie it. When she got closer, she found that it was a hanged person. She cursed in her heart.
Going out early in the morning and meeting a dead person, this will be a bad day.
Looking at the words written behind the corpse, she couldn't help but read them: filial piety, brotherhood, loyalty, faith, courtesy, righteousness, and integrity. Strange, how can there be no shame?
Isn't that shameless? The maid said to herself, this person is really, even hanged, he still does this kind of riddle, he deserves to die. However, these words did arouse the maid's curiosity.
She fiddled with the corpse, wanting to see what a person who would play word puzzles even after death looked like.
Unexpectedly, she was too weak to move it. After several attempts, the corpse just shook. Once curiosity is aroused, it is not so easy to calm down. Since she couldn't move it, the maid didn't force it anymore. Instead, she walked around the corpse half a circle, wanting to see what the person looked like. When she walked to the corpse, she bravely looked up and was immediately frightened and took a few steps back. She fell to the ground, and the basket rolled to the side. She grabbed the ground with both hands, her eyes were as big as eggs, and she screamed. Ah no!
Master, Master, the death of Lord Huo's son spread throughout the capital before noon. In less than half a day, the rumors that something big had happened in the capital had become known to everyone. In the Marquis mansion, the young Marquis stared at him with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, as if he had seen something scary. The atmosphere among the people gathered in the hall was gloomy, and no one dared to speak. When the Marquis saw his youngest son's miserable condition, his face turned red, he couldn't breathe, and he fainted. The Ho mansion was in a state of panic again. When Mr. Ho woke up, his face was pale and he was crying. Mrs. Ho, who was waiting at the window, was also wiping tears and her voice was choked. They hugged each other and cried for a while before going to report the crime.
What else can the prefect do? This is a marquis, so he can only call his subordinates back overnight and conduct a thorough investigation overnight.
For 3 whole days, everyone in the government office did not dare to relax and almost went through the entire capital. Maybe it was the incompetence of the prefect, or maybe Zhao did too well and left no flaws. Anyway, except that the young marquis died in the Marquis mansion, nothing else was found out, but it made people in the capital panic. Everything is still a fog, just like the assassination of the Jiangnan imperial envoy, nothing can be found out. However, the prefect can delay it, but Mr. Hu cannot. After all, the person who died was his own son. As soon as he learned that the government office had not found out, he went to the palace to ask for an audience with the emperor. Even the marquis's wife went back to the duke's palace and begged the duke to come to the palace to seek justice for her son. The duke felt sorry for his daughter and went to Qingxian Palace that night.
When they saw Yuan Zhuo who was meditating, they knelt down and kowtowed.
Without saying a word, they just cried and begged the emperor to give the young marquis justice. The two people's voices were shrill and tears were streaming down their cheeks. Emperor Yuan Zhuo had a look of helplessness on his face. It's not my son who died like that.
You guys are crying here and you don't know, you think my son is dead.
Yuan Zhuo had no choice but to give an oral instruction in person and ask the genie Wei to thoroughly investigate the cause of the death of the young marquis before appeasing the two of them. Late at night, Lu Wenyu and eunuch Feng came out of Shiyuan and walked side by side, with expressions of bitterness and hatred on their faces.
If you didn't check whether you were your son, why would you involve Genie Wei? I finally have a few days of free time and have to work like a cow or a horse. Is this official position for the emperor or for these princes and nobles?
That night at the Jinui Yamen, Lu Wenyu directly summoned the middle and senior management of Jinui to discuss countermeasures. He really wanted to be a hands-off shopkeeper, but he had no choice but to find trouble when trouble came to him.
He was distressed, really distressed.
Zhao was wearing official uniform, sitting at the end, drinking tea to refresh himself.
It was really a disaster.
Who would have thought that a person in charge of Zhao prison would be pulled up for a meeting in the middle of the night?
That's what happened. If you have any opinions, please tell me.
Lu Wenyu sat in the main seat and whispered.
Under the weak light of the candle, the sadness on Lu Wenyu's face was clearly visible.
The conductor colleagues and conductor assistants sitting on the left side were drinking tea leisurely. They were just there to entertain themselves. This kind of thing does not fall on them. In the end, it is the governors who are responsible. So they were not only interested in drinking tea, they even whispered to each other, chatted about interesting things, and laughed silently from time to time. The commanders on the other side all looked solemn.
They didn't want to get involved in such a thankless job. Wouldn't it be better to wait for death?
It's not like there's something wrong with my brain to get involved.
Everyone is thinking about how to put it aside. How can they take the initiative to ask for help? What? You don't say anything? Do you think I'm being favored? Ha?
Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Wenyu became a little angry and said in a deep voice, "Since no one has invited me, I'll take it."
Thousands of households cannot be moved.
Hearing this, the two commanders immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense faces instantly relaxed. It doesn't matter whether their colleagues die or not, as long as it is none of their own business.
Nanjin Fusey and 24 don't have this ability.
As Lu Wenyu finished speaking, 4 more conductors relaxed their expressions, picked up their teacups as if they were surviving a disaster, took a leisurely sip, and even their bodies collapsed. Zhao and Yu Jilin looked at each other, their solemn expressions adding a bit of pain.
Yes, the problem falls on you.
Even the third master who was drinking tea shook his hands, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his expression changed. Lu Wenyu could see the different expressions of everyone at a glance, but he just picked up the teacup and took a sip, and said firmly, "The two governors of Beijing Fusey are a little tired. Check it carefully. The Holy Father has said that as long as there are wrong people, you can arrest people first, kill them first, and then report them. The Holy One has given you permission."
Fifth Master, can anyone be arrested?
Zhao stared at Lu Wenyu with a serious face. Since there is no way to refuse, then try to get as much convenience as possible.
What are you thinking about? Do you dare to arrest the Duke? Do you dare to arrest Gokue?
Catch those who should be arrested, but don't arrest those who shouldn't be arrested. Before Lu Wenyu could speak, a commanding officer in bright red official uniform smiled and said, "This child, it doesn't matter."
Lu Wenyu also nodded, agreeing with what this person said.
Zhao was silent after hearing this. This was nothing to investigate. He could just push them out and offend others, and then find an excuse. The small meeting didn't last long, it was midnight, and they didn't sleep to do this. Only the third master, Zhao, and Yu Jielin stayed. Seeing the distressed expressions of the 3 people, Lu Wenyu was helpless. This matter was offensive to others.
The emperor only gave an oral instruction. How could he investigate? Let's go to Fusey, Beijing.
When Zhao saw that he was the only one left, he relaxed a lot and asked with a smile, "Fifth Master, please point out a boundary, who can investigate and who cannot?"
That's not how you take the blame, right? Oh, you think I want to investigate?
It's not my son who died.
But how can I explain if I don't investigate?
Please try not to involve the Duke and the Marquis in it.
Even if you do, you should talk to me first.
It's best to put the little Marquis's death to rest. On the heads of Jianghu people, Zhao, who was sitting below, twitched his lips. "Good fellow, the Jianghu people take the blame for everything big or small. Although it is true that you killed the young Marquis yourself, there is no evidence for this.
Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to blame the Jianghu people without saying anything?
Then I'll tell you something tomorrow. It was the Jianghu people who did this," Zhao said with a sneer.
Lu Wenyu drank tea and did not answer the question immediately.
When the third master and Yu Jielin heard this, their expressions did not change and they sat calmly, as if it had nothing to do with them. After Lu Wenyu took a few sips of tea comfortably, he slowly said, "The process must be justified.
Mr. Who is not a fool.
He would arrest 2 people at random, throw them in prison for a few days, and then release them to show off.
Everything will be fine with my last break. The key is not to get into trouble.
It's a troubled time, so don't get into trouble.
The little Marquis's body will be brought back to Zhao prison tomorrow at the magistrate's office.
You have to do a good job in the show and don't leave anyone with anything to say." When Lu Wenyu yawned, Zhao and Yu Jielin looked at each other, smiled and nodded, and the matter was settled. After bowing their hands and saluting, third master and Yu Jielin left first, while Zhao followed behind Lu Wenyu, showing no interest. Lu Wenyu, who was walking in front, walked with his hands behind his back until he left the Jinui Yamen and then whispered, "I'm sorry for you, but things have to be done cleanly. I'll take care of everything. I save it and won't leave anyone with words." Lu Wenyu smiled and said, "If you have a grudge, take revenge. If you have a grudge, just complain. Don't be afraid of trouble.
It won't go to heaven. You are nothing more than a dead person, how can you write about a living person?"
It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Zhao Ju and Yu Jielin took several hundred households to the prefect's yamen to take the body of the young Marquis back to Zhao prison. The prefect had not been able to eat well for 3 days and could not sleep. When he saw that some people accepted the offer, he naturally sent them away with great gratitude, fearing that they would regret it later. The corpse was transported back to Zhao prison without any special protection, and was simply thrown into an empty torture chamber. Anyway, the Hofu will definitely take her away in 2 days, so why bother yourself? It's just a pretense to go through the process, but it's not a real investigation. Zhao, Eugilin and several other families sat in the execution room and pretended to inspect the corpse and discuss the case.
In fact, they were drinking tea, chatting and having fun. When you are trying to deal with things, you have to behave as if you are dealing with them, so as not to let others pick on you. Master Zhao, you said that this little marquis is also unlucky.
He has such a good background for nothing.
If my father were a marquis, he would not be allowed to leave the tea house and enter the restaurant, and leave the restaurant and enter the brothel. Several people were talking and joking. Laughing, the topic turned to the young marquis. Several people unanimously came to the conclusion, the young marquis must have provoked someone, otherwise he would have died so professionally?
A Qianhu put down his teacup and said jokingly, maybe he died on the woman's belly.
Look at the clenched hands.
I don't know if it's on top or below, but it's probably going to be very satisfying. Ha, brother Jiang, you are really good at telling stories. But, I heard that the young prince died in the prince's mansion.
How can it be so satisfying to die? You know what the heck, what's the use of a maid? Isn't it just, he?
Zhang Qianhu picked up the teacup and said in a pretentious manner, his expression full of pretentiousness. Zhao turned his head and glanced at Eugilin, stepped forward and opened the little marquis's clenched fist, pinched a small piece of clothing in his fist and raised it above his head, and said with a smile, we have an excuse, ha. Lao Jiang, take people to check this piece of clothing, and then we can take revenge, don't involve too much, we can catch two.
Several families looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. Why don't they take the opportunity to avenge themselves?
Zhang Qianhu took the lead and walked out, followed closely by the other Qianhu and Baihu.
When everyone was gone, Zhao sat down and said with a smile, brother you is not going? He is so popular.
Oh, there's not much grudge. It's just that the neighbors had a few quarrels.
They are all responsible people. If you are thrown into prison, it won't be embarrassing.
Eugilin drank tea, leisurely and contentedly, and after savoring the fragrance of tea for a while, he said, Brother Zhao, are you trying to trick someone? Well, when I first came here, I made trouble for a consort.
I guess I was given the position after spending money, and I wasn't happy about it.
Zhao didn't hide it, and briefly mentioned the cause and effect.
As for Qin Dachin, the two local ruffians simply ignored them. Hey, this prince-in-law has a big heart and isn't afraid of being troubled? What kind of princess is she? We can't afford to offend someone who is favored. Seventh princess. Zhao said while drinking tea.
Eugilin played with the teacup and smiled, this kid is a bit reckless.
Don't worry, he will be caught and beaten.
As long as there are no traces left, he will not be able to challenge us. He didn't answer, just raised his eyebrows at Eugilin. The two of them held teacups and smiled at each other, all in silence. After waiting for an hour, it was almost dark, and Zhang Qianhu returned to Zhao prison, bowed his hands and saluted, Master Zhao, I found out that only Jinqiu Cloth Company, Limited can make this cloth. 8 people ordered it before Xiao Hao died. The 3 people ordered the clothes, including Tang Jixiao, the son of Tang Jia, the Minister of Punishment, Zhang Rongqing, the consort of the 7th princess, and Princess Kong, but everyone in the cloth shop had brought them back before Princess Kong could pick them up.
Zhao Yu, please make your decision. Let's lock him up for a few days first. No one will believe him if he doesn't make some noise. In a few days, let them pay money to redeem the person. Brothers have worked so hard for so long, and it's not appropriate if they can't get any benefits.
Eugilin put down the teacup and said casually, he said, Brother Zhao, I'll go to the Tang mansion.
I'll ask you, brother-in-law, to take a trip. Okay, thank you brother Yu, I'll take a trip right away. Xiao thanked him.
Old Zhang, take my waist badge and go to Qianhu's office to order a team of people.
Follow me to the 7th princess's mansion to get some people.
Zhao took off his waist badge and threw it to Zhang Qianhu, then turned around and went out to change into official uniform. After changing into official uniforms and coming out, it was drizzling.
Without wearing a raincoat, the true energy is released and the rain is isolated. Zhao stood in front of the Zhao prison gate, waiting for Zhang Qianhu to bring people back.
Less than a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Qianhu came back with 50 or 60 people. When he saw Zhao Jiu, he was about to salute, but Zhao Jiu interrupted him with a wave of his hand.
He looked around at the crowd and shouted, let's go and get someone with me.
In front of the princess's mansion, Zhao stretched out his hand to stop Zhang Qianhu, who was about to break down the door.
He pulled him to the side and whispered, what do you want to do? This is the princess's mansion.
Don't talk about it, lead someone to clear the whole place.
The street is closed, no entry or exit is allowed. It's really neither light nor heavy. She is a princess, how can she be an ordinary person? If someone files a complaint against your own father, can you, 1,000 households, afford the blame? After Jiang Qianhu and his people dispersed, Zhao came forward and knocked on the door. After a while, a voice came from inside, shouting in a bad tone, "Gun Gun, didn't you see that this is the princess's mansion? You want to beg for food elsewhere, you are blind. Get out of here." The concierge knows that those with some status will hand over greeting cards early, and those who come to the door in an emergency will not knock on the door, but servants will come in advance to ventilate the door. What's more, it's dinner time now. Who else but beggars would be so ignorant as to knock on the door? Zhao ignored what the concierge said and continued to knock on the door. The concierge opened the door angrily and stuck his head out. Before he could speak, Zhao slapped him directly. The concierge was slapped in the face and was about to yell, but when he saw Zhao Ju's green Qilin suit, he held it back, covered his face, nodded and bowed, and said, "Who are you looking for? When the Jinui are doing business, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Get out of here." Zhao Ju glanced at him, and a centurion behind him stepped forward and opened the door and yelled. Ignoring the frightened concierge, Zhao Ju said lightly, "Forget it," and walked into the princess's mansion with his hands behind his back. Turning around the screen wall, he went straight to the middle courtyard. "Who are you? Why did you come in without announcing?" Seeing Zhao Ju walk into the house with his hands behind his back, the housekeeper did not chase him away, but asked gently. Zhao Ju ignored the housekeeper who came forward and bowed to the princess who was eating. "Excuse me, the 7th princess. I am Zhao Muji, the Jinui Northern Pacification Division, and I am here for the murder of the young marquis." "Case?" The princess put down her chopsticks and asked in a soft voice, puzzled. She had heard about the death of the young marquis from the housekeeper a long time ago, but how could this case be related to the princess's mansion and herself? Seeing the confusion on the princess's face, Zhao didn't want to cause trouble, so he respectfully explained, "It has nothing to do with the princess. It's just that the case involves the prince consort. The emperor has ordered a thorough investigation, and I'm here to take the prince consort to the prison." "Don't worry, princess, I'm just asking questions, not charging him." Hearing that it had nothing to do with her, the princess's expression returned to normal, and she said to the prince consort Zhang Rongqing on the side, "Rongqing, since it has something to do with you, you can go with Zhao Zhenfushi." After getting the princess's permission, Zhao eased up a lot, squinting at the puzzled Zhang Rongqing, smiling, and raising his hand to lead him out. "Prince consort Zhang, the emperor has given me an order to investigate the case. Let's go, don't force me to do it. Come with me to Zhaoyu to have some fun. What does it have to do with me? Don't accuse me unjustly." Zhang Rongqing dropped his chopsticks, pointed at Zhao and cursed angrily. Zhao Zhou's face instantly turned gloomy, and he smiled sullenly. "So the prince-in-law doesn't want to go with me? I have a bad memory. Princess, tell me, what are the consequences of disobeying the decree?" The princess, who had just picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, was so frightened that she couldn't hold her chopsticks firmly. She dropped the chopsticks with the meat on the table with a snap sound, and said impatiently to Zhang Rongqing, "What's wrong with you just taking a trip? I already told you. It's a question, what are you afraid of?" Zhang Rongqing's excited reaction made the princess wonder whether Zhang Rongqing had killed the young marquis. They just asked questions, and it's not like they've already been convicted. What do you, a grown man, have to be afraid of? It's just 2 days in jail, life or death. Zhao, who was standing nearby, saw the princess's reaction and sneered in his heart.